Diao, a woman endowed with both beauty and talent, was urged by her family to lead a life of modesty, to refrain from drawing too much attention to herself. Yet, she embarked on a path of absurdity, dashing forward without a glance back. Upon her arrival in a new realm, she came equipped with a peculiar tome. A little notebook filled with gossip, which contained secrets of affluent families and the little secrets of certain individuals. She possessed the rare ability to see spirits, inherited from the illustrious lineage of Di Renjie. Fearlessly, she ventured into the entertainment industry, endowed with innate talents, solving numerous mysteries and becoming a talisman for various production crews. Diao exclaimed, "I long to be low-key, but alas, my capabilities do not permit such a luxury." Every day, she racked her brain, devising schemes to incite Gu Yimo's disdain and compel him to initiate a divorce, thus securing a substantial sum in alimony. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yimo, who could read her thoughts daily, was already deeply infatuated with her. How could he possibly let her slip away? Chapter 1. Throwing a tantrum. "Did you not say that if I caused a scene, you would divorce me?" To her astonishment, Diao found herself transported to another world. Upon her arrival, she was seized by Gu Yimo's cousin, Gu Jiaojiao, who forced her to spill wine. The deep crimson liquid cascaded like raindrops onto Gu Jiaojiao's delicate white chiffon dress, instantly soaking it. With a shrill and exaggerated cry, Gu Jiaojiao successfully drew the attention of the guests. Approaching the bewildered Diao, Gu Jiaojiao spoke in a voice dripping with false sweetness. "Diao, Brother Mo has warned that if you cause trouble at grandmother's birthday banquet, he will surely divorce you." Gu Yimo rushed in, demanding, "What on earth is happening? What a splendidly orchestrated drama this is. TSK. Is it not obvious that they wish to rid themselves of me? Could it be a hallucination?" Gu Yimo furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Diao. Yeah, he did not witness her utter a word. "Throw a tantrum. Did you not declare that if I caused a scene, you would divorce me? Hurry up and divorce me. I could stand to gain quite a fortune. Please initiate the divorce." The words divorce lingered on Gu Yimo's lips, yet he swallowed them back forcefully, regarding Diao with a peculiar expression. "Rest assured, I will not decline this time, as I did before. Should you propose it, I shall acquiesce without hesitation. A clean break, with money in hand, who would fear the absence of dashing young men? Brother Mo, what shall I do? Everything is exposed. How am I to carry on?" Gu Jiaojiao whimpered softly, her tears flowing in a most pitiful manner. "What are you dawdling for? Remove your coat and drape it over her. What manner of brother are you?" Gu Yimo lowered his gaze and instructed his assistant to remove his suit jacket. "Cover my cousin with this." The assistant hesitated. "Very well, great. The president's attire is custom-made. He has a penchant for cleanliness, and once worn by another, it shall never be donned again. Let me offer mine instead." Assistant Jean adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, shedding his jacket and handing it to Gu Jiaojiao. "Miss Gu, please cover yourself." Gu Jiaojiao had no desire to wear the assistant's clothing, yet upon seeing Brother Mo averted his gaze from her, she seethed internally. What a dense blockhead. The elderly matriarch, leaning on her cane, approached, striking the ground forcefully and admonishing, "This is my birthday banquet. What sort of decorum is this wailing?" The guests murmured among themselves. At a 70-year-old's birthday celebration, the granddaughter weeps like a sorrowful wretch. Is it not akin to mourning her demise? The matriarch pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Jiaojiao. "If you wish to cry, retreat to your quarters and do so. You are a disgrace, grandmother. It is not my fault. Diao splashed red wine on me. She is the one causing a ruckus at your birthday banquet. This elderly lady is indeed formidable, a real-life matriarch. Though I did not spill the wine, Gu Jiaojiao did so herself and then falsely accused me. If I concede now, Gu Yimo will surely propose a divorce, and the matriarch will expel me in her fury. Gu Jiaojiao is truly an unwitting ally." The matriarch regarded Diao with an odd expression, her ears attuned to Diao's musings, which were light-hearted and seemingly filled with anticipation for divorce. Yet, upon glancing at Diao's pursed lips, she noticed them not moving. "Madam Matriarch, it was I who spilled the wine. I admit it. Let your rage explode. Accuse me of ruining your banquet. Urge your grandson to divorce me. Quickly." The matriarch met Diao's bright, expectant eyes and paused for a moment, then grasped Diao's hand earnestly, saying, "I understand that Jiaojiao must have said something unkind to provoke you. You, my dear, are much like your grandmother, a fiery little pepper. She deserves it. Wait a moment. Matriarch, why are you not adhering to the expected script? Little D, You and Mo have been married for over 3 months now. Is there any news of a little one? You are aware that he has a cleanliness obsession, are you not? He has yet to hold my hand. Should I become pregnant, you might need to worry. Your grandson's head would shine with envy. Diao sensed the matriarch's grip tightening around her hand, her eyes narrowing dangerously at Gu Yimo. Gu Yimo, eavesdropping on Diao's thoughts, felt a chill beside him and turned to find himself locking eyes with his grandmother's frigid glare. Instinctively, Gu Yimo shuddered. He was the sole grandson of the Gu family. His grandfather was a doting patriarch, while his parents were preoccupied with work, leaving him in the old residence. Unable to tolerate the grandfather's indulgence, only the matriarch would scold him with her bamboo stick. Thus, Gu Yimo had often felt the sting of her reprimands on his palms and backside, a painful reminder of his youthful indiscretions. Mo, you haven't taken a break in quite some time. Why not spend a few days at the old residence with your grandmother? Grandmother, my company. Your grandfather is no longer with us. I do not know how much longer I have. Perhaps I shall soon join him. Grandmother, I will stay. That's my good grandson. PSK. This is the weight of bloodline. Outside, he is a decisive and commanding CEO, yet in the old residence, he remains simply a grandson. Both the matriarch and Gu Yimo heard Diao's thoughts. The matriarch smiled warmly. Good grandson, stay a few more days. Very well, Gu Yimo replied with a smile, but his gaze instinctively darted toward Diao. Why are you looking at me? I see. You wish to drive me away. Staying at the old residence, I cannot conceal the fact that we sleep apart, and I must speak up. Madam Matriarch. Before Diao could elaborate, the matriarch tightened her grip on her hand, clasping Gu Yimo's hand with her other, bringing them together, and cheerfully proclaimed, Why call me? Madam Matriarch, you are already part of the Gu family. It is time you called me grandmother. You must also stay at the old residence to keep me company. At my age, solitude weighs heavily. The matriarch lowered her gaze, her aged face reflecting deep melancholy. I miss your grandfather dearly. Your presence will help me think less of him. Diao swallowed the refusal that lingered on her tongue. Given the situation, it would be inappropriate to decline. She could only cast an apologetic glance at Gu Yimo, her thoughts murmuring, I'm sorry, CEO. Your grandmother appears rather pitiful, and I must acquiesce to her request. But do not worry. I shall never share a bed with you. You can maintain your cleanliness while I shall sleep on the floor. Gu Yimo's gaze flickered momentarily, relief flooding his heart. The matriarch shot Gu Yimo a look of exasperation, affectionately calling out to her granddaughter-in-law, Come, let grandmother introduce you to some old friends. Gu Jiao, overlooked throughout the encounter, obstructed their path, her expression one of confusion. Why have you not left yet, grandmother? Why do you show no concern for me and fail to stand up for me? I have never uttered a word against anyone. It was Diao who suddenly lost her temper and splashed red wine on me. I have always maintained that Diao is mentally unstable. She was ostracized in elementary school and was even confined to a psychiatric hospital at that time. Gu Jiao, silence yourself at once. The matriarch of the Gu family cast a stern gaze. The surrounding guests, intrigued by the unfolding gossip, began to murmur amongst themselves. Diao used to reside in a mental institution? It seems that during her elementary years, she attempted to set her stepmother on fire and was subsequently committed to a psychiatric hospital. Setting fires without provocation indicates a serious condition. Now that she has been released, does that signify her recovery? How could the Gu family possibly welcome such a granddaughter-in-law? Aren't they concerned about the hereditary nature of mental illness, potentially birthing a child with similar afflictions? Chapter 2. Gu Yimo was utterly bewildered. Is my cousin a false heiress? It is said that Diao's grandfather saved old Master Gu on the battlefield, shielding him from 2 bullets. Although he preserved his life at that moment, he eventually succumbed to old injuries and passed away early. The Gu family must have taken her in as Gu Yimo's wife out of gratitude. Gu Yimo himself is not without issues. He is rumored to suffer from an intense obsession with cleanliness. A match made in heaven for 2 individuals with such peculiarities. Who claims that Gu Yimo is a germaphobe. He did have a romantic relationship during high school, and there are indeed photographs of him kissing that girl. You mean Miss Su? Alas. The Gu family's social standing pales in comparison to that of the Su family. Miss Su graduated from high school and probably went abroad, didn't she? The Su family is engaged in the watchmaking business, with most of their assets overseas, making it impossible for them to thrive domestically. It is rumored that Miss Su is already engaged abroad, her betrothed being a member of royalty. No wonder Gu Yimo suddenly decided to marry. His beloved white moonlight is now engaged to another, leaving him with no chance. Diao perked up her ears to eavesdrop on the gossip, thinking to herself, what do you all know? That woman wants to burn me alive. She is pregnant and does not want me. The burden. To compete with her child for inheritance. She wants me dead. Who could have predicted that she would twist the narrative, relying on her pregnancy to spout such nonsense? The worst part is that the fool actually believed it, thinking I was plotting against her and her child because of her pregnancy. Sigh, poor me, my unfortunate mother. Upon discovering my father's infidelity after giving birth, fell into a deep depression and self-immolated, leading that idiot to believe I inherited her depression. Get real. Can such a thing even be inherited? Gu Yimo has a white moonlight? Miss Sue, let me consult my gossip journal. Oh, she is a wealthy beauty, but unfortunately, her fiancé is a homosexual. She is about to return to the country, and today she has learned the truth about her fiancé. Perhaps she will come back to rekindle her romance with the CEO. Does that mean divorce is imminent for me? No, I must hold on until the white moonlight returns. And then Gu Yimo will beg me for a divorce, surely offering me a substantial sum. I must maintain the facade. I must feign an inability to live without him, professing my love fervently, so when the white moonlight returns, he will be willing to part with even more money to get rid of me. Gu Yimo's eye twitched slightly as he cast a peculiar glance at Diao. She was well aware that the rumors surrounding these people were mostly false, and even her own circumstances were distorted. What more could be said about mine? Who is Miss Sue again? Gu Yimo strained to recall, finally remembering that there was indeed a school beauty who had sent him a love letter in high school, charging directly into his embrace. Given his severe cleanliness obsession, he had kicked her to the ground. Upon realizing she was a girl, he felt a twinge of guilt and attempted to help her up, only to have her suddenly lift her face to kiss him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and evaded her lips. However, the photos that circulated around the school portrayed the moment from an angle that indeed made it appear as if they were kissing. Gu Yimo rubbed his temples, about to clarify that he could not even remember Miss Sue's name when his arm was suddenly entwined. Wow. The CEO has not slacked off in his workouts. His biceps are impressively solid. Diao instinctively squeezed, thinking, the CEO has a severe cleanliness obsession. He will surely shake me off in front of everyone. I will then conveniently fall to the ground and sob, portraying myself as a pitiful woman hopelessly in love with Gu Yimo. When the white moonlight returns, won't he have to offer me a fortune to rid himself of me? Gu Yimo halted his attempt to shake her off, his expression stiffening. Have you had your fill of squeezing? Diao looked up, meeting the depths of his gaze, which seemed to pierce through her thoughts. She quickly withdrew her hand, muttering to herself, what a man. His eyelashes are even longer than mine. What are you staring at? Do you dare to pluck them all out? How infuriating. Why won't you shake me off, leaving me to act? Grandmother Gu chimed in with a smile. You two? Stop gazing at each other so ardently, and hurry up. To be honest, they did appear quite affectionate. Indeed, their eyes were sparkling. This was the bliss of newlyweds. Since the white moonlight would not be returning, this Diao seemed to genuinely care for Xiao Gu. They looked rather well suited together. Once the white moonlight returned, Diao would inevitably be cast aside. Miss Sue was engaged abroad, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would not be coming back in this lifetime. That's true. Diao forced a smile, pondering. Although it hasn't played out as I envisioned, to everyone else, I still appear hopelessly in love with the CEO. That works. I'll surely receive a hefty divorce settlement later. Grandmother Gu shot Diao a glance, sighing inwardly. This granddaughter-in-law is rather naive. I must have my old friends enlighten her, broadening her horizons. Miling, this is your granddaughter-in-law. She is truly beautiful. Little D, right? Your skin is so fair. This bracelet complements your outfit perfectly. Consider it a gift. With a beaming smile, Mrs. Wang clasped Diao's hand, effortlessly sliding the jade bracelet onto her wrist. Soon enough, this little gathering entered the phase of gift-giving and comparing. One grandmother removed her large pearl necklace to adorn Diao, another took off her ring, and yet another removed her earrings for her. Surrounded by the enthusiastic grandmothers, Diao felt a bit breathless. By the time she finally escaped from the crowd of grandmothers, she was adorned with jewelry, instantly radiating wealth. Grandmother Gu promptly gave her a light slap, her face stern. What do you call me? Oh my. The old lady has quite the strength. What good does it do to call you grandmother now? I will inevitably revert back to calling you something else. Besides, I will surely be divorcing your grandson. Grandmother, they are far too generous. Such precious gifts are not appropriate for me. I should return them. These are their well wishes. If you return them, they will misunderstand. Misunderstand? They might think I am looking down upon these gifts or that I consider them tainted because they wore them before, thus refusing to accept them. How could I disdain such valuable items? This jade bracelet is so green, it appears exceedingly precious. I truly cannot accept this.
Oh.
It's merely imperial green. It's not expensive, only worth a few million. Diao gasped, unsure where to place her hands. This is worth over 10 million? Rest assured and accept it. These gifts from them total around 1 billion. Just be obedient, and all of grandmother's collections will one day belong to you. Surely not for me. One day, I will divorce the CEO. His white moonlight will be returning. Grandmother, you're spoiling her far too much. I am your biological granddaughter, and you haven't given me anything. Gu Jiaojiao blocked their path, a fire of resentment burning within her as she observed their closeness. Is it just so they can push me out and climb into Gu Yimo's bed? Gu Yimo pondered. Is this woman out of her mind? Why would my cousin want to climb into my bed? Are you attempting to secure a place in Gu Yimo's bed before your identity is revealed? Making it a done deal? Why target me relentlessly? I glanced at the melon-eating notebook and realized that the false heiress's parents have come knocking for money. No wonder she is so anxious. In just 2 months, the true heiress will descend from the mountain. Gu Yimo was utterly bewildered. Is my cousin a false heiress? Chapter 3. Come now, CEO, unleash your fury upon me. The matriarch, Lady Gu, widened her eyes, her entire being trembling with excitement. In truth, ever since that fateful car accident, they had sensed that something was amiss with the child. She and her husband had discreetly conducted a DNA test. They had long suspected that this child was not of the Gu lineage and had been diligently searching for their biological child, yet their efforts yielded no results. This is why Lady Gu had always treated Gu Jiaojiao with such indifference. Had she not feared that alerting the real child might lead to unforeseen dangers, she would have expelled Gu Jiaojiao long ago. She had consistently kept a watchful eye on Gu Jiaojiao, believing that the day would come when those seeking her would arrive. Little did she expect that Gu Jiaojiao had already met her biological parents. If what Xiaodi claimed about the melon-eating notebook truly contains insights into the future and unfolding events, then her beloved granddaughter is indeed returning. Descending from a mountain? Had she truly been up there? How arduous life must have been for her in the mountains. Surely, her little granddaughter has endured much suffering. Lady Gu suddenly found herself in tears. Xiaodi was startled. Grandmother, why are you crying? My old age has made my eyes prone to irritation. A mere gust of wind has clouded my vision. Lady Gu wiped her tears and gently grasped Xiaodi's hand. My dear Xiaodi, ever since you married into our family, many auspicious tidings have arrived. What auspicious tidings? Let me consult my notebook. Oh, I see. It was on the day of my marriage that the CEO's third uncle was able to stand again. Thus I have been deemed the Gu family's lucky star. Last week, the CEO's aunt severed ties with that scoundrel. That too is a cause for celebration. And in 2 months, the true heiress is set to return. It seems I truly am the Gu family's lucky star. Let me see, if I were to divorce the CEO, would he wed his first love? Why is there a jumbled mess here? Why won't it show me? How vexing. Lady Gu raised an eyebrow. It appears that little D cannot simply will herself to know everything. Gu Yimo's lips curled downward. What first love? I don't even know her. Gu Jiaojiao is a false heiress? Where is the true cousin? Does grandmother know of this? Her perplexing treatment of Gu Jiaojiao all this time now makes perfect sense. She must have known that Gu Jiaojiao was not the child of the late uncle and aunt. In that car accident, the uncle and aunt perished, tightly clutching their child. And only the infant in the swaddling survived. Yet now, this child is an imposter, meaning that the accident must have been orchestrated. In 2 months, my real cousin will return from the mountain? Is there a way to find her beforehand? My heavens, the third uncle has also arrived. How dashing. The third uncle possesses far more charm than Gu Yimo. Now that is the allure of a mature man.
Xiaodi.
The third uncle approached slowly, still somewhat unaccustomed to walking. Xiaodi beamed as she rushed to greet him. Third uncle. Before she could engage in a proper conversation, a tall figure obstructed her view. Hey, being tall is nothing to boast about. Xiaodi glanced down at her shoes, regretting not having worn her highest heels. Gu Yimo and the third uncle exchanged pleasantries, leaving Xiaodi with no chance to interject, causing her to storm off in frustration. Just as she departed, Gu Yimo found an excuse to leave as well. The third uncle chuckled softly, his deep voice rich with magnetism. Xiao Imo, you are quite taken with her. Third uncle, you misunderstand. I merely fear she may cause more trouble. She has already stirred up issues before you arrived. The third uncle smiled knowingly. Gu Yimo glanced back, furrowing his brow. The third uncle had returned from abroad, yet he had lost the use of his legs. For 4 long years, he had remained confined to his home, only standing on the day of Gu Yimo's wedding to celebrate his nephew's union. At times, he harbored doubts that the third uncle was truly incapacitated. Perhaps it was all an act, and only on the day of his marriage did he rise to fulfill his role as a male elder. After searching for a while, he encountered the third uncle again. Haven't found your wife? Gu Yimo pressed his lips together. Just as the two were about to continue their search, they overheard murmurs from behind a tree. The third uncle truly is pitiful. A love pursuit turned funeral pyre. Back in the day, when he was truly disabled, his stand-in never left his side, caring for him through thick and thin. Upon returning home, he tried to maintain the facade of being disabled to lure out the stand-in. Yet 4 years passed without success. Let me see where that little stand-in has gone.
Wow.
She's running away with a child.
And twins at that.
Gu Yimo's expression was one of astonishment. The third uncle, in disbelief, murmured, I have children? She was pregnant at that time? Third uncle, did you hear? Your wife spoke the truth. She should not have voiced it. It was her innermost thought. I suspect both you, and I can hear her heart's whisper. Heart's whisper? Remain calm, let us sneak around, and see if she speaks. They circled to the other side, and beheld Xiao Di sitting alone on a swing, cradling a plate filled with an assortment of desserts. At that moment, she was indulging herself, her mouth too busy for words. Yet both men could still hear her voice. The little stand-in is truly remarkable. She has evaded capture for 4 years and raised the child.
Now,
she is a culinary live streamer, showcasing her hands while preparing various dishes, selling ingredients on a platform, and managing to earn a decent income while caring for her child. Quite impressive. I wonder when they will finally reunite. Should I lend a hand? Let me see. The child is invited to a birthday party tomorrow. At that time, she will likely face ridicule from the socialites, being called a mistress, a child without a father. Perhaps she is merely a concubine, raising the child alone. If only the third uncle could arrive at the party in time, a hero to save the beauty, he could certainly salvage the situation. Just as the third uncle was about to rush forward, Gu Yimo held him back. I need to inquire about the birthday party's location. I must see her and the children. Calm down. If you ask abruptly, she will realize we can hear her thoughts. She is already considering helping you. You need not inquire, she will come to you. Indeed, after finishing her meal, Xiao Di approached the third uncle. Third uncle. Have you ever dined at the Ocean Restaurant's buffet? The third uncle, suppressing his excitement, shook his head. I haven't. Darling, shall we take the third uncle to the buffet? Xiao Di casually linked her arm with Gu Yimo's and playfully squeezed his bicep. The feel of this is simply delightful. Gu Yimo. At the moment Xiao Di referred to him as darling, he felt an embarrassing flush creep to his ears, and certain shameful reactions stirred within him. He exerted effort to pry her hand away, his voice low and restrained. Do not be so forward. Xiao Di feigned shock, covering her mouth. Oh, I forgot. You have a cleanliness obsession. Hee. You must find me utterly detestable, right? Once your first love returns, you will undoubtedly be eager to divorce me. Gu Yimo cast her a sidelong glance, his lips pressed tightly in displeasure. Remember, you promised to take me to the buffet. Fear not, third uncle. My husband and I will come to fetch you. How is it that he did not object to my calling him husband? What is the matter with this man? I had expected him to sternly admonish me. Woman, do not call me husband. Does he not feel anger at being addressed as husband by an insufferable woman? Is he merely suppressing his temper because of third uncle's presence? Now that third uncle has departed, will the storm finally erupt? Come, CEO, unleash your wrath upon me. Let your thunderous fury be known. After a prolonged wait, the man simply handed her a plate and inquired, Have you had enough to eat? Diao instinctively shook her head, Not yet. Gu Yimo waved his hand dismissively, Go eat. Oh. Diao turned back repeatedly, somewhat bewildered. What is the matter with this man? Why is he not angry? Upon arriving at the lavish dining table, Diao once again began to fervently serve herself, the dishes having been replenished with tantalizing options she had never tasted before. After filling her plate, she found a vacant seat and sat down, only for the man to come and sit beside her. What is happening? Does he not have social engagements to attend? Gu Yimo speared a piece of lamb chop with his fork, stating, I am hungry. Diao's eyes widened in disbelief. nearly popping from their sockets. What is this? Is he not supposed to be a germaphobe? How can he take food from my plate? Chapter 4. To her astonishment, she witnessed the CEO changing his undergarments. His backside was so fair. Hey, I have eaten from that. Now he is hungry? Has his germophobia suddenly vanished? Let me consult my little notebook. What could have caused the CEO's germophobia? Surely, every ailment has its origins. Gu Yimo's gaze deepened. Could it be that this woman possesses a mystical tome capable of revealing the past and future? I shall observe to see if she can uncover the truth. In fact, even he had grown quite hazy regarding those memories. I search, and I have found it. Gu Yimo's eyes darkened further. Kidnapped at the age of 3? To evade pursuit, the criminals. Oh, how tragic. This is simply too horrific. Gu Yimo furrowed his brow. Memories from his 3-year-old self were exceedingly vague. He had indeed been kidnapped, saved by his grandfather, and upon awakening found himself in the hospital, having fallen gravely ill and unable to recollect many details. Ever since that incident, he had inexplicably developed a germophobia, a cause that even the hypnotist could not pinpoint. Diao regarded Gu Yimo with sympathy and compassion. To be honest, his germophobia is quite understandable. Who could withstand being hidden in a cesspool at such a tender age? Moreover, as a young master accustomed to cleanliness, perhaps he did not even wipe himself. Gu Yimo. Ugh. 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 Husband, what is wrong with you? I have told you not to eat from my plate. You need not force yourself. Gu Yimo dashed toward a tree and began to vomit, expelling the little wine and lamb chop he had consumed. The matriarch hurried over and asked Diao, what is the matter with Amo?
Diao sighed.
He was hungry and took a piece of lamb chop from my plate. It seems he forgot about his germophobia. Once he realized, he just kept vomiting. Ah, how pitiful. That poor child, steeped in filth since childhood. The matriarch paused, casting a peculiar glance at her retching grandson. Earlier, her 3rd son had visited her, informing her that both he and Amo could hear Diao's thoughts, discovering that his missing girlfriend had borne him 2 children. As a mother, long anxious for her aging son, she was overjoyed. These would be her beloved grandchildren. Could it be that her grandson had become nauseated from hearing his wife's thoughts? In truth, the elders were well aware of the reasons behind his germophobia. It was merely that after suffering a fever and grave illness, he had forgotten all about it. The hypnotist had unearthed the cause from his deeper memories, but every time he was urged to confront it, he would convulse, detesting every inch of himself. And it seemed more beneficial for him to forget. The matriarch was deeply concerned for her grandson and discreetly called a psychologist. You mean, he is only vomiting and exhibiting no other extreme reactions? Indeed, he has been retching for quite a while, expelling even gastric acid. Let him vomit for a while. Perhaps he is on the mend. Is my grandson's illness cured? I had previously conducted hypnosis on him, and each time he recalled that memory, he was consumed by anguish, loathing himself to the point of self-harm. Thus, we could only allow him to forget that memory again. Now that he remembers, he merely vomits, with no signs of self-harm. From a pathological perspective, this is a good omen. The matriarch breathed a sigh of relief, further convinced that this granddaughter-in-law was a blessing. Hey, have you finished vomiting? Diao offered Gu Yimo a tissue. There is nothing left to expel. You should stop. Gu Yimo looked utterly haggard, feeling an overwhelming wave of nausea wash over him. He was engulfed in a profound self-disgust. With his reddened eyes and tears glistening, this CEO appears so frail, yet strikingly handsome. I am tempted to push him down and, oh dear, how scandalous. The cold, aloof CEO suddenly transforms into a weak little creature. This contrast is simply too adorable. No, this is too risque. Diao's face flushed as she averted her gaze from the CEO's endearingly vulnerable expression. Gu Yimo took the tissue and wiped his mouth, momentarily stunned. Does this woman wish to overpower me? He pressed his lips together, feeling quite uncomfortable, and turned his gaze elsewhere, his ears burning. As the banquet concluded, guests departed one by one, and the old residence grew somewhat desolate once more. Gu Jiao clung stubbornly to the idea of staying. And though the matriarch had previously turned a blind eye, now that she was aware of her impure intentions and her meeting with her biological parents, she would no longer indulge her. The maid forced her out. Standing in the cold wind, Gu Jiao seethed with rage directed at Diao. The matriarch blocked the doorway, preventing Diao and Gu Yimo from leaving. As newlyweds, how can you sleep apart? Diao attempted to sulk. Grandmother. There are so many rooms. Do not think of sleeping separately. I am still waiting to cradle my great-grandchildren. Before departing, she made a gesture of encouragement towards Diao. You want me to cheer for you? To take the initiative to overpower your grandson? You must know that your grandson has a germophobia and would never take the first step. So this dilemma is left to me? Diao glanced at Gu Yimo's pale, handsome face. To be honest, if this CEO were in good health today, I might consider taking the initiative. Never mind. Given that he has just vomited and is unwell, I shall let him off the hook. Diao spread a blanket on the floor, declaring, I will sleep on the ground. Gu Yimo pressed his lips tightly together, turning his face away from her. Diao found it odd and looked down at her collar. I thought something was amiss. It turns out my collar is quite chilly. Grandmother Gu is quite the prankster. I wonder where she acquired this nightgown. It's rather fitting. In truth, my figure is quite appealing. Why does he look at me as if I am an eyesore? It must be that he harbors feelings for someone else and views others as mere livestock. Gu Yimo. He silently chanted to himself, do not gaze upon that which is inappropriate.
Diao, unburdened, slept soundly until dawn.
Upon rising, she was met with the disgruntled CEO, sporting 2 dark circles beneath his eyes as he stared at her.
Did I snore and disturb the CEO?
Or was it that I passed gas while sleeping, offending the CEO? Why does he wear such a sour expression so early in the morning? Gu Yimo spoke in a deep voice. Now that you're awake, you may leave.
Oh.
Diao, looking utterly bewildered, stepped out of the room, only to feel something amiss and turn back. Upon re-entering, she instinctively covered her eyes, for she had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the domineering CEO changing his trousers. What did I just see? His backside is so fair, so perky. A pillow was hurled her way, which Diao instinctively clutched. Gu Yimo's expression darkened. Aren't you leaving yet? What more do you wish to see? Should I turn around for you?
No.
That won't be necessary. Diao, clutching the pillow, dashed out of the room. Chapter 5. As long as one is a member of the Gu family,
they can hear the thoughts of little D.
During breakfast, Diao discovered that not only had her third uncle taken residence in the old house, but even her love-struck aunt had returned. Aunt Gu Shui was a quintessential beauty of high society, standing at 170 centimeters, with porcelain skin, strikingly beautiful long legs, and a delicate, doll-like face adorned with enchanting, flirtatious peach blossom eyes.
Wow.
Auntie is too stunning. Just one glance, and I feel like surrendering my heart to her. How could such a beautiful aunt fall for a scoundrel? Surely not. Which fool would fail to cherish her? I must investigate. Gu Shui furrowed her brow as she glanced at her niece-in-law, noting her silence, yet she distinctly heard her thoughts moments ago. The matriarch of the Gu family perked up her ears, eager to uncover which vile boy dared to break her beloved daughter's heart. She inquired, but her daughter merely stated that she had broken up, refusing to divulge any further details. Gu Yimo and the third uncle slowed their dining pace. Clearly 2 seemingly serious men who were now like eager spectators at a melon patch, anxious to glean gossip. What? Good heavens, it's all so scandalous. Specifically targeting wealthy beauties. Once the wealthy beauty breaks up, he pretends to be terminally ill, deliberately driving her away. Ultimately, the wealthy beauty will come rushing back, insisting she won't leave. Just as Aunt Gu Shui completed reading her niece-in-law's thoughts, she received a long message from her scoundrel boyfriend, elaborating that he was not truly a scoundrel, but merely acting to make her leave, as he had been diagnosed with cancer. Silently, she blocked him. The matriarch, eyeing her daughter suspiciously, mused that she did not seem foolish. How could she be deceived by a swindler? Under the scrutiny of her mother's gaze, Aunt Gu Shui murmured, "He is handsome. His face is appealing." The matriarch continued her meal in silence. So it is merely his looks that ensnare her daughter. Who could blame her for such folly, given her penchant for beauty? Aunt Gu Shui's phone chimed, and upon glancing down, she saw it was a call from the scoundrel. Clearly, one tactic had failed, and he was resorting to new strategies. This time, she would not be fooled. She blocked and deleted him immediately. Alas, the scoundrel is cornered now, likely planning to use scantily clad photos of Aunt Gu Shui to settle his gambling debts. The matriarch slammed her palm on the table. The third uncle quickly restrained the furious matriarch, saying, "Mother, please calm down. My leg is hurting. Could you check if something is amiss?" The matriarch was led away, and the third uncle exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Yimo, who subsequently excused Aunt Gu Shui. Diao, utterly perplexed, remarked, Why has everyone stopped eating? The breakfast is quite delectable. In the study, the matriarch, Aunt Gu Shui, the third Uncle Gu Chen, and Gu Yimo gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. Gu Shui inquired, "What is going on with the niece-in-law? How can I hear her thoughts?" Gu Chen replied, "Little sister. It's not just you. I can hear her thoughts as well." The matriarch turned her gaze from the two to Gu Yimo, who replied honestly, "I can hear them too." The matriarch squinted her eyes. "It seems that as long as one is a member of the Gu family, we can hear little D's thoughts." Gu Shui pondered aloud. Does she seem to know things about the future? Is she possessed of some foresight? Gu Chen shook his head. It likely isn't foresight. Rather, she appears to possess a mental notebook where she peruses the past of individuals, foreseeing certain upcoming events. The matriarch declared, "Little D is indeed the lucky star of our Gu family. Now the third son no longer needs to feign disability, for his wife will soon be found. But you reckless girl, what sort of photos have you allowed him to take?" Under the matriarch's piercing gaze, Gu Shui confessed. They were merely artistic shots with minimal fabric, though the vital areas were covered. He is an art student, capturing his beloved woman. I thought it unreasonable to refuse, as it wasn't entirely nude. "You foolish girl," the matriarch exclaimed. "No matter the cost, purchase those photos back." Gu Shui shrugged nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. If anyone wishes to see, let them. There's no need to spend money. Once he has one, there will be more. And who knows if he can delete them all cleanly." Gu Shin chimed in, "I too believe it's unwise to pay him." The matriarch glared sharply at him. "What qualifications do you have to speak, you who didn't even notice your own wife was pregnant?" Faced with the irate matriarch, Gu Shin opted for silence, knowing that retorting would lead to a worse fate. "Do you have any clever ideas to assist your aunt? Perhaps we can delve into Diao's thoughts." This suggestion was indeed astute. Little D was the Gu family's fortunate star and would surely help resolve their issues. Gu Shui murmured, "Let us not have overly high hopes. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment." "You foolish girl, are you still making light of the situation? Is it not to resolve your own troubles? Mother, please don't hit. Behave yourself. Look beyond mere appearances and find a trustworthy person." Trustworthy is foolishness. Children like Amo are ideal. He doesn't drink, smoke, or frequent nightclubs. Find someone like your nephew. He is ill. Do you wish for me to find a germaphobe? He wouldn't even touch me, and then when the time comes for grandchildren, you'll be lamenting. Silence. The matriarch, noticing her eldest grandson's pale complexion, seemed to sense he was about to be ill and hurried to silence her thoughtless daughter. Gu Yimo felt a tumult in his stomach. "Apologies, I must excuse myself." He hastily departed to the restroom, retching violently. "What ails my eldest nephew?" Gu Shui asked, puzzled.
How can you speak?
"Why did you bring up the germaphobe? He already knows what transpired in his childhood." The matriarch chided. "He is aware he was in a dung barrel." Silence. All right, I want to mention it. It was my fault." "Shouldn't you go and cultivate a relationship with your niece-in-law?" The words cultivate a relationship echoed in Gu Shui's ears, transforming into eavesdrop on her thoughts. "I shall go at once. I do enjoy conversing with my niece-in-law." "You foolish girl," the matriarch scolded. Once Gu Shui dashed off, she turned her attention to her disappointing third son. "What are you planning to do about your situation? When will you bring the child back?" "Mother, we cannot rush. Her temperament is fiery. I fear if I press her too hard, she may act irrationally." "Then, what is your plan?" "Slowly, like boiling a frog. We must take our time. You were never one to be patient. It was my impatience that caused me to lose her. I have learned my lesson, and this time I must proceed with caution. I warn you, 3 months. If I do not see the child, I shall go find them." "Mother, please don't act rashly. I could pretend to be an elderly woman who has fallen, and I refuse to believe she would have the heart to ignore me. Once she aids me, she will be bound to me." Chapter 6. One eye had a black pupil, while the other bore an amber hue. Though the matriarch, Madame Gu, verbally expressed her intention to wait for 3 months, she could not contain her impatience and clandestinely followed her third son the very next day to a buffet restaurant. Diao frantically piled her plate with food, exclaiming to Gu Yimo, "One person is charged 888. That is exorbitantly expensive. I must eat my fill. Oh no, my unsophisticated demeanor is surely on full display. Will he think me vulgar? Alas, it matters not. I shall eat first and ponder later. Wait. This manner of eating might indeed be off-putting. I hope he does not take offense. No, this is precisely how it should be done." Diao continued her fervent assault on the buffet, her plate accumulating a mountain of food, clearly exceeding any reasonable limit. Gu Yimo silently set down his own plate. Diao glanced at him, secretly rejoicing. Splendid. He must find me embarrassing and will surely propose divorce. After a prolonged wait, she observed that Gu Yimo remained closely behind her, showing no sign of departure. What is happening? Is he not leaving? Does he not find me shameful? Or does he harbor other intentions? Have I not taken enough? But I have already piled so much. It is too heavy. I can barely carry it. I cannot add more. Just as she wallowed in despair, a large hand reached over and removed her towering plate. What are you doing? He cannot possibly intend to smash the plate on the floor, can he? Good heavens, please do not. Wastefulness is a disgrace. Gu Yimo cast a calm glance in her direction and inquired, Is that sufficient? Diao, bewildered, nodded foolishly. Yes, it is. Then let us leave. Gu Yimo walked ahead, while Diao followed, still somewhat dazed. What is going on? Shouldn't he be angry, embarrassed by me? Why is he helping me carry my plate? Once seated, Diao noticed Gu Yimo eating from her plate, and her entire demeanor soured. Is this fellow going to vomit again? I sincerely hope not. What are you dawdling for? Did you not claim to be hungry in the car? I am indeed hungry. Then hurry and eat. I hesitate to eat, fearing you might vomit. As Diao reached for a skewer of lamb, she felt a sharp pain in her eyes, rubbing them vigorously, only to realize something had fallen out. How uncomfortable. What on earth is this? A tissue was extended towards her, and as she accepted it, the other party presented her with a mirror. How does he carry a mirror with him? Is he perhaps a narcissist? Your contact lenses have fallen out. At this, Diao hastily examined herself in the mirror and removed both of her contact lenses. Had the lenses not fallen out, she would have forgotten that the original owner wore them daily. But why wear them if not myopic? Just as she pondered this, she caught sight of her reflection, revealing mismatched eyes, one a deep black, the other a warm amber. The reason for her wearing contact lenses had now become clear. But really, the colors are both dark and not that dissimilar. It is not so peculiar, is it? She lifted her gaze to Gu Yimo, intending to inquire whether he found her appearance odd, but before she could speak, Gu Yimo preemptively remarked, Although your eyes are of different colors, they are not jarring. There is no need to conceal this with contact lenses. If they cause discomfort, do not wear them. At this moment, Diao's striking heterochromatic eyes were fixated on something behind him, rendering her oblivious to Gu Yimo's words. A figure behind Gu Yimo had left her in shock. Holy cow! A ghost! What is that? Do I possess the ability to see spirits? Good grief, I can indeed see spirits. So that is why I wore contact lenses. Not for vanity, but to avoid seeing them. Oh my, does this spirit have a fondness for Gu Yimo? Gu Yimo felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, his face paling momentarily as he abruptly stood. From Diao's perspective, a woman in a server's uniform, pale and drenched in blood, reached out toward Gu Yimo, her hands almost grazing him. In that instant, Gu Yimo turned sharply. As he did, his hand brushed against his tie, revealing the Buddhist beads on his wrist, causing the ghostly figure to recoil several meters away, her ghastly visage filled with terror. Indeed, the CEO is formidable. With a mere turn, even spirits flee. Impressive. But this place is certainly unclean. We must finish eating and leave promptly. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, who had been quietly observing, remained transfixed on another table where a group of children had gathered. Suddenly, a quarrel erupted, piercing the restaurant's tranquility like a dagger. A child slammed his plate onto the floor, his voice a mixture of indignation and anger. You are the ones without a father. My sister, and I have a father. You are bastards, shameful, illegitimate children. Another child forcefully smashed a cup, his arrogant demeanor suggesting he sought to dominate the entire world. The other children rallied behind the boy with the cup, isolating the pair of siblings aged 3 or 4. The little boy stood tall, his eyes reddened and ablaze with fury, gritting his teeth in silent rebellion. We are not bastards. Our parents love us dearly. The little girl hid behind her brother, peering out with fear and helplessness, her small heart filled with anxiety about the world around her. Summoning her courage, she piped up, Daddy went to space for research. And he will be back soon. Who believes you? Space is a place anyone can go. You are nothing but a liar. You are bastards. Your father does not want you. The little boy, unable to contain his rage, shouted, I will fight you. He charged forward, intending to strike. But before he could reach the boy, the latter's mother arrived, delivering a fierce slap. In that critical moment, Gu Qin seized the woman's hand, shielding the little boy behind him. The boy was immediately frightened. The little girl clutched her brother's hand tightly, anxiously asking, "Are you okay, brother?" "I am fine." He had genuinely felt the rush of wind from the impending blow, and a wave of fear washed over him. Had he been hit, it would surely have hurt. He looked up at the man standing before him, thinking, this uncle is so tall. I wonder what he looks like. I must thank him for saving my life. When Mom makes cream puffs next time, I will bring some for him. Are you Gu Sanshao? The woman recognized Gu Qin, recalling his generosity at a charity gala. Gu Qin paid her no mind, instead squatting down to meet the children's gaze, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you both all right?" The little boy's eyes widened. "Uncle, you look just like my sister." The little girl pouted. "No, he looks just like you." The boy scratched his head. "Sister, we are fraternal twins. If the uncle looks like you, then he must look like me too." The little girl tilted her head in confusion, gazing at Gu Qin as she innocently asked, "Uncle, are you our father?" "Grandma says we do not resemble Mom and must look like Dad, since we look like you. Does that mean you are our father?"
Diao,
who had been observing the commotion, inwardly mused, "Isn't he indeed your biological father? The child is remarkably attractive, and his intellect is equally sharp, truly a prodigy." Gu Yimo nodded slightly, evidently in accord with Diao's sentiments. Concealed behind a pillar in the grand hall, the elderly matriarch Gu nearly rushed out to rescue the child, but managed to restrain herself. She was confident that her third son would not stand idly by. A woman approached, carrying a box of cake, having previously sent her 2 children to the birthday celebration via a friend, as her cake was not yet ready. Just as she reached the children, the cake slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Recognizing Gu Qin, a tumult of emotions surged within her. She stood there transfixed, attempting to speak several times before finally lowering her gaze and feigning unfamiliarity, politely yet distantly stating, "Sir, thank you for assisting my child." As she prepared to take the children's hands and depart, Gu Qin obstructed her path. He grasped the woman's hand, saying, "Lan Ke, do not leave me. It is all my fault. Only after you left did I realize that you have always occupied a space in my heart." Men. They only learn to cherish what they have lost. Lan Ke forcefully wrenched her hand away from Gu Qin. The pain and resentment of the past flooded her mind as she silently vowed never to trust this man again. Coldly, she replied, "Sir, please maintain your dignity. TSK. Late-found affection is worth less than grass."
Diao scoffed internally.
Gu Yimo silently nodded in agreement. Chapter 7. I still need to slap my uncle 77 times. Are you not going to help your uncle? This is his family matter. TSK. The domineering CEO is indeed heartless. No, I cannot sit idly by. I must devise a way to make the Gu family despise me, forcing Gu Yimo to divorce me. This wicked daughter-in-law of the wealthy family is a title I am determined to claim. If my uncle wishes to win back his little wife, I shall hinder him by arrogantly declaring she does not deserve to enter the Gu family. Diao, hands on her hips, was about to advance when she saw the waiter, a ghostly figure, dash towards her uncle like lightning, directly entering his body. Goodness! Is this ghost attempting to borrow a body? No. Gu Senshu is not dead. Is this an attempt at possession? Originally intending to stop Diao from causing chaos, Gu Yimo's hand faltered, contemplating removing the Buddhist beads from his wrist for his uncle. Before he could act, he witnessed Diao rolling up her sleeves, charging at his uncle with fierce determination. "Get out of my way." Diao delivered a resounding slap to Gu Senshu's face. Gu Qin stood frozen in shock. Lan Ke, taken aback, stared at Diao, realizing this girl was truly fierce. Although she had countless times imagined slapping Gu Qin, seeing it done in reality was a different matter, and she found herself unexpectedly grateful for this fierce ally. Instantly, she developed a fondness for Diao, perceiving her as a person of formidable authenticity. From Diao's perspective, her slap had jolted the ghost, revealing a blurred face on Gu Senshu's visage, indicating that only a continued assault would expel the entity. Immediately, a flurry of slaps rained upon Gu Senshu's face. What does this female ghost mean? Why hasn't she exited Gu Senshu yet? My hand is starting to hurt. It seems I must resort to my ultimate technique. Gu Chen had longed to intercede against his niece-in-law, but, upon hearing her inner thoughts, remained silent, almost adopting a posture of acceptance. His fate was susceptible to malevolent forces. The reason for his car accident was not merely an accident. At that moment, he had been possessed. and an old Taoist priest had slapped him 77 times to rid him of the malevolence. What Diao was doing now mirrored that old priest's methods. Could it be that this niece-in-law truly possessed some skill? She had the ability to foresee events, see spirits, and even expel them. Far from being an ordinary person. Diao leapt into action, raising her hand to deliver a forceful blow to Gu Chen's forehead. Stars erupted in his vision. But that was not the end. She then aimed a punch at his nose, causing blood to stream down his face. At that moment, Gu Chen's state was beyond miserable. His cheeks were swollen from the slaps, a handprint marked his forehead, and his nose was red and bleeding. Even Lan Ku, who harbored intense resentment towards him, could not bear to observe further. After all, he was once the man she loved, and a flicker of compassion stirred within her as she stepped forward to advise, "Miss, please cease. Although he truly deserves it, this is sufficient. There is no need to continue. Beautiful lady, do not stop me. I still need to slap him 77 times."
Diao exclaimed, resuming era so.
Gu Chen had become numb to the blows. He looked at Lan Ku with pleading, helpless eyes. "Why do you not evade?" she asked, perplexed. "I understand. I ought to be punished. My niece-in-law is right. Let her strike me. No amount of punishment can atone for my past harm to you." "She is your niece-in-law?" "Yes, my nephew is over there." Lan Ku followed his pointing finger and indeed spotted Gu Yimo, who nodded in acknowledgement.
Diao shouted, "Leave."
With that final, forceful slap, Gu Chen's face swelled considerably, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. At last, the ghost floated out from Gu Chen's body. Diao let out a sigh of relief, meeting the malevolent gaze of the ghost with unwavering defiance. "What are you staring at? Do you believe I want to go home and draw a talisman to come collect you tonight, burning you and the talisman to ashes?" In her past life, she was an orphan, taken in by an old Taoist on the mountain, where she grew until the age of 18. The Taoist told her she had unfinished business and sent her down the mountain. Although she lacked the ability to see spirits in her previous life, she had learned some skills. Diao blew on her hand and quipped, "Uncle, your skin is truly thick. My hand is already sore. Is it my fault?" Gu Chen retorted. Gu Yimo approached, grabbing Diao's hand and leading her away. "Do not disturb your uncle's pursuit of his wife."
"Hey."
"Do not grasp my hand. It hurts." Gu Yimo examined her hand and frowned. "It really is red. Am I lying to you?" Diao snapped, retracting her hand. "I must return. I have yet to arrogantly declare to Lan Ku that she does not deserve to enter the Gu family. How can I leave now? Enough of this. I will take you to see a doctor." "What doctor?" "By the time we reach the hospital, the wounds will have healed." I have truly opened my eyes. This is almost a scene where a wound heals just before it is treated. Indeed, the thought processes of domineering CEOs are all the same. Wait a moment. Why is he still taking me to the hospital? Shouldn't he slap me and angrily demand a divorce? Although I did not act as the domineering daughter-in-law in front of Lan Ku, why does he seem completely unfazed by me slapping his uncle? He cannot see the ghost. He should perceive my actions as those of a madwoman, for who would suddenly strike someone without reason? Gu Yimo pursed his lips, looking down at Diao, who barely reached his chest, and suddenly found her somewhat endearing. "Since we are not going to the hospital, let us return to the old residence." "Return to the old residence? I still wish to witness my uncle's pursuit of his wife's funeral pyre. Look." Gu Yimo pointed towards the floor-to-ceiling windows of the dining room. Diao followed the direction he pointed and gazed through the glass window, where a man and a woman were tightly embraced. The man's face was swollen, resembling that of a pig, while the woman appeared gentle and flushed. Diao was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Has she forgiven him so soon? This sister is utterly spineless. This plot is all wrong. Shouldn't there be a dramatic sequence of pursuit and reconciliation? No, I must consult my notebook of gossip. Something is amiss with the narrative.
Oh.
Not again with the garbled text. Just when it matters most, it fails me. Another man will soon arrive to claim his wife. He has always silently guarded Lan Ku. Indeed, it shouldn't be so easy for the third uncle to embrace his beauty. Let us go. Diao beckoned to Gu Emo. However, Gu Emo stood still, unyielding. Didn't you say we were returning to the old residence? Why are you hesitating? Gu Emo squinted. The third uncle's rival is about to appear. Why would I leave? I forgot to settle the bill. Let the third uncle handle it. This meal is on me. Is this trifling amount really worth quibbling over among wealthy relatives? Gu Emo insisted. I said I would pay. And I must keep my promise. Your principles always seem to shine in the most absurd places, don't they? Diao couldn't be bothered to retort and waved her hand dismissively. Then go ahead. I'll wait here. Yet. Gu Emo seized her elbow. You are coming with me. Why should I go? There are unsavory elements inside. Why would I return? Overbearing. Unreasonable. Don't think your strength makes you exceptional. Ultimately, Diao could not withstand Gu Emo's grip and was drawn into the buffet restaurant. Upon arrival, a spectacle unfolded. A tall, imposing man shoved the swollen-faced third uncle aside, placing himself protectively in front of Lan Ku. Jean, what are you doing? He's injured. Don't be so rough. Xiaolon, is he not the man who hurt you and abandoned you? Is he not here to harass you again? Jean clenched his fists, showcasing his robust biceps. I warn you, if you dare to pester Xiaolon again, every time I see you, I shall strike you. Out of respect for Xiaolon today, I'll let you off. Now, scram. Despite his swollen face and disheveled appearance, Gu Chen exuded an undeniable aura as he turned to Lan Ku, questioning, who is this man? Who else could it be? He's your rival. A glint of cunning flashed in Diao's eyes as she decided to stir the pot. Chapter 8. What must I do to be disliked? She approached Lan Ku and smiled. Sister, it must have been difficult to be alone for so many years. It's entirely justified to despise such a heartless man. You must cherish the person beside you. Do not be foolish. Gu Chen glanced at Gu Emo, signaling with his eyes. Take your wife away.
Diao sighed. Sister.
After all these years, don't you have any inkling of who truly cares for you? Is it not clear by now?
Lan Ke,
who originally hoped for reconciliation with Gu Chen, began to waver as she looked between Jean and Gu Chen. Surely now she sees clearly. Jean has always been the faithful companion at her side. A man like the third uncle is not one you can handle. Let him go. The third uncle will surely be furious. Gu Chen took a deep breath, glaring fiercely at Gu Emo. Gu Emo rubbed his nose, reaching out to pull Diao closer. However, she swatted his hand away and continued to address Lan Ku. Sister, the most important thing in life is to be happy. You must cherish those who treat you well. They will be good to you for the rest of your life. Marry someone who loves you, not just someone you love. If you choose to marry someone you love, you will ultimately find no happiness. As time passes, you will grow weary of each other, while he will remain oblivious to your anger. Lan Ku evidently absorbed none of this wisdom, fixating instead on one phrase. The most important thing in life is to be happy. During her years apart from Gu Chen, she found joy in every day spent with her two children. Yet when they inquired about their father's whereabouts, she was at a loss for words. She felt fulfilled with her two treasures and must consider their futures. Jean treated her well, yet his mother disapproved of her and her children, having privately warned her to keep her distance from Jean. Had there been a chance with Jean, perhaps she would have felt moved to be with him during the most challenging times, shortly after the children were born, when he had helped her. Yet, a union with Jean seemed impossible, unless his mother were no longer in the picture. How could she curse Jean's mother to achieve her own happiness? As long as she remained unmarried, Jean would not let go. Since everyone was suffering, why not grant Jean a chance at happiness? She looked at Gu Chen, uncertain if being with him was the right choice, but she yearned to release Jean, allowing him to seek his own happiness. Gu Chen, would you marry me? The crowd fell into stunned silence. What is happening? Hey, didn't you say to keep your distance from the third uncle? Your thought process is off. Gu Chen, your niece is right. In this life, the most important thing is happiness. I believe only with you will everyone find joy, even if it means sacrificing my own happiness. The children will be happy because they will have their biological father. Jean's mother will be happy as her son finally breaks free from her. Jean will also find happiness. He is not young anymore and should seek marriage and have adorable children. Everyone will be happy. Even if I endure some grievances, it matters not, especially since Gu Chen is the man I have always loved. Gu Chen was overjoyed, giving Diao a thumbs up. Thank you, niece. He took Lan Ku's hand and declared, let us go register our marriage now. I can't wait another moment. Jean, filled with despair, obstructed their path. Xiaolon, after all these years, can you not forget him? Have I not entered your heart at all? Jean, we are not suited for each other. You can find someone better. There is no one better. I, Jean, will only love you, Lan Ku, for the rest of my life. Then find someone you like. Love is not a prerequisite for being together. A little affection is enough. Let time slowly fade the memories and allow her warmth to replace my shadow in your mind.
Si Ao Lan.
Jean, I'm sorry, we should never meet again. Go away. Do not delay me and my wife from registering our marriage. Gu Chen forcefully pushed Jean aside. Jean stumbled to the ground, a muscular figure seeking sympathy. Yet Gu Chen whisked Lan Ku away, and she did not even glance back. Jean, filled with anguish and despair, sat on the ground, hugging his knees, and let out a mournful cry, Xiao Lan. Diao was astonished, internally lamenting. I've said so much. Why do you only grasp one sentence? What's all this talk of marriage certificates? Is it truly that simple? She stomped her foot in frustration, with the third uncle's face looking like a swollen pig. Can he even register for a marriage certificate? Gu Emo stifled a laugh and cleared his throat. Let us go. Oh, Diao replied, her mood heavy. Another day wasted without becoming a formidable daughter-in-law of a wealthy family. Suddenly, two little beings obstructed their path. Brother, sister. It seems that our parents have forgotten about me and my sister.
Diao's lips twitched, impressive.
Those two love-struck fools went to get their marriage certificate and completely overlooked the two children. Gu Yimo, lacking experience with children, awkwardly inquired, Do you want to come with us? The boy was about to nod, but the girl pulled him back and whispered, No. Brother, we can't follow this brother. What if he's a kidnapper and sells us to the mountains? Then we'll only be able to eat grass and gnaw on tree bark.
Gu Yimo replied,
I am your father's nephew, which makes me your cousin. Cousin? The little girl looked at him with skepticism. The boy seemed somewhat swayed. Look how much he resembles Dad. We must be family. Let us follow our cousin back for now. Diao mentally rolled her eyes. No wonder he got kidnapped later. This little brother is so naive. At least the little sister is clever. Unfortunately, she encountered a brother who would lead her to trouble, and they both ended up abducted to the mountains. Though they won't be gnawing on tree bark, their future won't be bright either. How tragic. Hearing Diao's thoughts, Gu Yimo felt a pang of sympathy and resolved to assign more bodyguards to protect the two children to prevent any mishaps. Suddenly, Jean bellowed, Gu Chen, you've taken my woman. I will make you pay dearly. Xiao Lan, I've treated you so well. How could you abandon me like this? Casting me aside like a worn-out shoe? Heartless and ungrateful. Oh my, is this guy going to turn dark? Let me check my notes.
What?
He paid someone to kidnap the two children, causing Uncle San and Sister Lan a lifetime of sorrow? That scoundrel deserves to be dumped. Diao shouted at the trembling female spirit in the corner. You fool. Why do you insist on using those two when you could use this one? Let me tell you, if you possess him right now, I won't stop you.
Who are you talking to?
Gu Yimo asked. Mind your own business. Am I not allowed to talk to myself if I'm crazy? I just got out of a mental hospital. Does that scare you? I might talk to myself. Hurry up and divorce me. If you're sick, get treated. My psychologist is quite good. I'll take you along next time. Yu Dijiao clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Thank you for this time. You were using reverse psychology on Aunt San, weren't you? I could tell, and the effect was remarkable. What nonsense. Who used reverse psychology? It's that she only hears what she shouldn't hear and ignores what she should. This is infuriating. Gu Yimo, eavesdropping on her thoughts, pressed his lips tightly together, fearing he might inadvertently laugh. The little girl reached out and grasped Diao's hand. Sister, you seem like a good person. I want to go home with you. Which of your eyes saw me as a good person? I'm a villain. I'm the wicked daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Weren't you just violently slapping my dad? Aren't you afraid of me at all? How infuriating. I must make this child fear me. So she runs away at the sight of me. Diao scoffed. I am not a good person. I detest children. Beware. I might slap you just like I did your father. The little girl tilted her head at her, and just as Diao thought the girl would burst into tears, she instead giggled sweetly, her laughter melodious. Sister, my dad deserves to be hit. Thank you for helping me. Chapter 9. At 4 a.m, sitting cross-legged, resembling a meditator beneath the Bodhi tree. Little friend, are you out of your mind? Diao felt a wave of despair. What must I do to make people despise me? The matriarch of the Gu family no longer hid, emerging from behind a pillar, shouting, Little D, you are our family's lucky star. How infuriating. Who wants to be your family's lucky star? I want to be the wicked daughter-in-law of the Gu family. A wicked daughter-in-law. Diao frowned, her expression one of constipation. In truth, she was experiencing a constipation issue herself and had planned to drink a glass of celery juice, but now that was impossible. Alas. I've not even had a bite to eat here, nor a sip of celery juice, and I must leave. I've already paid 888. What a loss. Just as she lamented internally, Gu Yimo handed her a glass of celery juice. Drink this. Diao was taken aback. Can I take it out? Yes. I just purchased this place. What? What else with you buying a self-service restaurant out of the blue? Are you so rich that you have nowhere to spend it? The world of the domineering CEO is so hard to comprehend. Can't you just give me some of your overflowing money? Diao was furious, finding the celery juice bitter and unpleasant. How could it be bitter?
Oh.
I had someone put in a bitter melon. Diao, exasperated, down the celery juice in one go. For the sake of this body's health. Bitter melon and celery can aid digestion. Throwing it away would be a waste. Before leaving, Diao glanced back at the direction where a Jin was. The spirit had already entered a Jin's body. I wonder what unresolved obsession this spirit has. Upon returning to the Gu family, Diao found Gu Shui sitting on the sofa, her face dark and displeased. Who has offended this wealthy beauty? I must keep my distance to avoid her wrath.
Little D.
Little aunt, is there something you need? Come here and chat with me. Well, I have something urgent. What urgent matter? You seem to be trying to avoid me. No, I urgently need to use the restroom. Damn it, did Gu Yimo put something in that celery juice? I can't hold it any longer. You go ahead and take care of your business. Gu Shui thought that being able to hear others' thoughts was quite an awkward thing. Little aunt, I'll be off. Oh no, it's about to come out. How much did he put in? I need to regulate my body properly. Diao rushed to the restroom and experienced a liberating release. Whistling as she exited, she ran into Gu Yimo. What does he want? Surely not to use the restroom? Please no. Big brother, it's very smelly in there. Gu Yimo, who had merely been passing by, glanced at her and turned to head towards the restroom, internally counting down 3, 2, 1. Just as he was about to open the restroom door, Diao stepped in front of him, blocking the entrance. Ladies first, I need to use the restroom. Didn't you just come out? I need to go again. Is that a problem? Fine. You hurry along. I'll wait outside. Wait for what? There are plenty of restrooms in this old house. Is this the only one? I think I left my watch in the restroom. I need to find it. There's no watch in there. It was spotless when I washed my hands. Hurry up and look elsewhere. All right then. Why aren't you leaving? I need to use the restroom. Weren't you looking for your watch? Now I need to use the restroom. Are you insane? I told you, there are many restrooms. Why must you use this one? I'm in a rush. I can't make it to another restroom. If you insist on seeking death, I won't stop you. Alas, my esteemed reputation. Just as Diao was about to step aside, Gu Yimo said, You go first. I'll use the restroom upstairs. Are you not about to wet your pants from holding it in? Not at all. After a good laugh. He had no interest in truly going in to smell the foulness. Seeing Gu Yimo hurriedly leave, Diao felt as if she were afraid of being persuaded to stay. How utterly perplexing. Diao sighed and rubbed her abdomen. This body is in poor condition, my digestive system is dreadful, and to make matters worse, I even have hemorrhoids. It hurts to defecate. I must reclaim the skills my master taught me. The next day, the alarm rang at 4 in the morning. And Diao quickly got up. Gu Yimo was awakened by the noise and, upon glancing at the time, realized it was only 4 o'clock. Why are you up so early? What are you going to do? I am going to practice my skills. Gu Yimo doubted her ears, rubbing her eyes as she looked at her. What skills are you practicing? You'd be shocked if I told you. I'm cultivating immortality. You're coming with me to see my psychologist tomorrow. What do you mean? Do you think I'm crazy? So, you're eager to take me to see a doctor? Diao rolled her eyes. Your personal doctor. You can see him yourself. I don't need it. She quickly dressed and dashed out the door. Gu Yimo, now wide awake, decided to get up and see what was happening. Under the moonlight, Diao stood beneath a large tree, her arms gently outstretched, eyes tightly closed, seated in meditation like a practitioner beneath the Bodhi tree. Gu Yimo's lips twitched slightly. Could she really be unwell? Who goes out in the middle of the night to bask in the moonlight? Gu Yimo sat by the window, staring for 2 hours, until 6 o'clock, when the moon-bathing girl finally concluded her session. He even suspected Diao had gone outside to sleep, for in those 2 hours, he heard not a whisper of her thoughts. Diao stood up, stretching her arms in a grand yawn, her entire being revitalized. The hemorrhoids are gone. How delightful. Gu Yimo, let me check the gossip notebook to see what big news there is today.
Oh.
The young lady of the Su family has returned. The domineering CEO will surely propose a divorce. I wonder how much I can extort then? Gu Yimo's deadpan eyes fixated on the woman running around the tree below, still chuckling to herself, and he scoffed. Divorce?
Dream on.
Diao seemed to sense something, raising her gaze toward the window, but only saw the curtains drawn. What's this? Peeking at me? Tisk, if one didn't he know better. They might think he has a crush on me. At that moment, Gu Yimo, hidden behind the curtains, felt his ears grow slightly warm. Just after finishing breakfast, Diao was caught by Gu Shui. Come, let us chat. Help. I really don't know you well enough to chat.
Little Di.
What do you usually like to eat? Auntie, I'm not picky. Haha, neither am I. Right, you're not picky. Which is why you ended up with a scoundrel. Gu Shui, why bring up what's not relevant? How can I continue this conversation? Gu Shui cleared her throat. Do you usually prefer coffee or tea? I like drinking plain water. I advise you to drink more plain water. Coffee and tea can lead to vascular plaques, which are bad for your health. Gu Shui, if I didn't listen to little Di's heartfelt words, I might have thought she was just too lazy to engage with me and was mocking me. Little Di, what kind of music do you like, domestic or foreign? I enjoy listening to scriptures. The sound of mantras is so beautiful, it's a pity I lack talent in reciting them. My master says listening also counts. Cultivation is truly difficult. I need to go meditate. Andy, I have things to attend to, so I can't chat with you anymore. Don't go. Let us talk more. Alright, what else do you want to discuss? Little Di, do you travel often? I enjoy hiking.
So do I.
Let us go hiking together. Come on, let us embark on an impromptu trip. Hey, I'm not going. Why are you packing my suitcase for me? Hey, I really don't want to go. Diao was enthusiastically pulled along by her overly eager aunt to the airport. Auntie, where are we going? Hua Mountain. Isn't it close by? We don't need to fly, do we? Flying is faster.
Fine.
My heart is weary. What is up with Gu Shui? Isn't she worried that the scoundrel will sell her photos to gamblers? The wealthy have such vast hearts. Perhaps she has already paid to resolve it. I initially wanted to tell her that the scoundrel's photos are all in the cloud, and the password is his birthday. Wait. How can I help the Gu family strategize to solve their troubles? I am the very trouble of the Gu family. I am the notorious daughter-in-law of the wealthy family. Just wait until I get to Hua Mountain. I'll make her suffer. I'll tire her out going up and down the mountain.
Little Di.
I suddenly don't want to go anymore.
What?
Sister, you can't be serious. Little Di, I'm heading back. Are you kidding me? Didn't we agree on an impromptu trip? You can't just give up like this. Chapter 10. Wow. So it turns out the CEO's white moonlight has returned. Diao stood frozen like a statue, her hands laden with two heavy suitcases, one belonging to Gu Shui. She watched helplessly as Gu Shui left empty-handed, her figure growing distant, feeling utterly lost. How unfortunate. What is this nonsense? She had planned to prank Gu Shui while hiking, but who knew she would suddenly not go? The sun blazed down upon her, seemingly mocking her predicament. Need help? You look like you're about to cry. A man with yellow, foil-waved hair approached, wearing sunglasses, his exposed nose and mouth surprisingly handsome. No need.
Diao replied coldly.
Her master had said that men with yellow hair are not good people. The man took off his sunglasses and made a shushing gesture towards Diao. You recognize me now, but don't shout. He wore a confident expression. Diao looked utterly confused. Who are you? Passing by, Gu Yimo halted and glanced back. He had just caught a whisper of Diao's thoughts. Gu, what's wrong? The collaborator inquired. Sorry, Zhang. I have an urgent matter and need to reschedule our dinner. Alright, next time it's your treat. No problem. Gu Yimo approached Diao from behind. What are you doing here? Diao jumped in surprise. People can scare you to death. Seeing someone approach, the yellow-haired man put on his sunglasses, lowered his hat, and hurriedly left. Diao turned to see it was Gu Yimo and huffed. This is all your fault. She pointed at the two suitcases beside her. Your aunt said, let us go, leaving me with this pile of stuff. Gu Yimo glanced at the suitcases and then at Diao, feeling an unexpected twinge of guilt. He picked up the suitcase that belonged to Gu Shui. I'll make amends for her. Let us go, I'll take you home. Is the sun rising in the west? The domineering CEO is actually apologizing? And even voluntarily helping me carry luggage? This must be a scheme. I'm already out. Who wants to go back so early? Where do you want to go? I can take you anywhere, Gu Yimo suggested. Then take me to the mall. I need to buy some things. She thought to take the opportunity to browse thoroughly and then have Gu Yimo pay. Gu Yimo nodded and led Diao toward the parking lot. All the while, Diao secretly schemed about how to make Gu Yimo spend extravagantly. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yimo was fully aware of her intentions. Diao stepped into a bag store, emulating the haughty demeanor of a leading lady from a television drama. This one, I don't want. The rest, pack them all for me. She casually gestured towards Gu Yimo, as if he were her personal ATM. Hee, time to make you bleed financially. You despise me. Call me a spendthrift. Hurry up and file for divorce. Gu Yimo pressed his lips together, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Clearly entertained by the spectacle, the attendant apologized. Miss, we are out of stock. Would you like to place an order? Diao, incredulous, questioned her ears. Out of stock? Then what are those displayed on the shelves? What style would you like? I can take your order. Do I really have to order to buy something? Can't even buy it with money? What is going on? I want them all. Pack everything for me. Miss, I apologize, but we will notify you when we have stock.
Ah.
How frustrating. Is it impossible to make the CEO spend money? Diao took a deep breath. Fine. Just take my order. I want everything. I'll get him to pay. Miss, we will contact you when we have stock. I want to pay a deposit now. The full amount. Miss, that's unnecessary, as we cannot determine when we will have stock, and you need not pay a deposit. Diao was on the verge of losing her temper. When is the soonest we can expect stock? Actually, you might want to take a look at other items in our store apart from bags. Are they expensive? That depends on personal perspective. The attendant replied with a polite smile. Humph. Whatever it is, as long as it makes the CEO spend. All right, take me to see. Miss. This new trash can is one of our latest offerings. This luxury store actually sells trash cans? Diao asked, expressionless. How much? Currently priced at 70,000.
Ah.
That's insane. For a trash can? 70,000? Only a fool would buy that. Diao turned and grabbed Gu Yimo's hand, heading for the exit, muttering to herself. The CEO's money doesn't grow on trees. If I'm to make him bleed, it should at least have some value. Buying a trash can is just absurd. What? Not buying anymore. I didn't find anything I liked, Diao replied tersely. Gu Yimo chuckled lightly. If you mention my aunt's name, what you desire will be in stock.
What?
Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that we're out, I can't just go back. Forget it. My feet hurt. I should have worn flats. Gu Yimo quickened his pace. Hey, why are you walking so fast?
Hey.
This way isn't the exit. It's to the right. I'm just checking out shoes. No way. The CEO has a shoe obsession? But it seems like most men do enjoy shoes. Perfect, I'll go to the shoe store and change into some flats. Hearing her thoughts, Gu Yimo's lips curled slightly. Sir, madam, how may I assist you? We'll browse ourselves, Diao said, feeling uncomfortable with the attendant's incessant following. The attendant smiled politely and stepped back, saying, if you need anything, please feel free to let me know. Diao began to select shoes and found a pair of exceptionally ordinary white flats, only to discover their price was a staggering 10,000. This shoe would cost at most 30 yuan anywhere else. Do you like these? What am I hesitating for? After all, I won TV spending my own money. I almost forgot my purpose. Today, I'm playing the role of a lavish spendthrift. Yes, I want these. After changing into the white shoes, Diao instructed the attendant to pack her original pair into a box. Turning around, she noticed Gu Yimo still following her and asked in confusion. Aren't you buying shoes? Nothing caught my eye. The CEO's standards are indeed high. With so many shoes, he didn't find any appealing. Let's head home. He reached for the bag in Diao's hand. Oh, slow down. Humph. Just because you have long legs, you think you're impressive. Gu Yimo's lips curled up, his pace not only unwavering but quickening. Diao jogged behind him, suddenly colliding with his back. Rubbing her forehead, she inwardly cursed. What is going on? Why did he stop in the middle of the road? Gu Yimo, long time no see, a gentle, melodious voice interjected. Diao tidied her hair, pondering. So someone blocked the way. That voice sounds sweet, must be a stunning beauty. Peeking from behind Gu Yimo, she indeed saw a fair-skinned, beautiful woman. The beauty had almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with affection, gazing intently at the man before her. However, the moment Diao emerged from behind Gu Yimo, a flicker of disdain flashed in the beauty's eyes. Diao mused inwardly. Does this beauty dislike me? Who is she? If she dislikes me, she must have feelings for the CEO. Humph, you dislike me? Let me see how envious I can make you. With a mischievous grin, Diao confidently stepped out from behind Gu Yimo, wrapping her arm around his wrist, and sweetly called out, "Hubby, why are you still here? Look what you made me do," bumping my forehead. "Now it's all red. Why don't you blow on it for me?" Diao felt a surge of triumph. This will surely annoy the CEO. And make the beauty envious too. My tea skills are truly a twofold triumph. Splendid. Gu Yimo tightened his arm, effectively trapping her hand, making it difficult for her to pull away. He narrowed his eyes and addressed the woman across from them in a low voice. "Who are you?" Diao was taken aback. What? The CEO doesn't even recognize her? Could it be that his charm is so overwhelming that random admirers approach him? This woman certainly has good taste. The CEO is not only handsome but also well-built, with fair skin, especially that behind, Gu Yimo lowered his gaze, his ears slightly reddening. Diao wondered, "Oh, is the CEO feeling shy?" "Gu Yimo, I am Su Enki."
Ziziao Hut Shang, Su Enki?
That name sounds familiar. Let me check my gossip notes.
Wow.
So she is the CEO's white moonlight, the return of his first love. TSK. Still pretending not to know her. He must be sulking. Look at that. The CEO's ears are all red. Should I quickly disappear and not interrupt their old flames from rekindling? Just as Diao intended to retract her hand from Gu Yimo's grasp and sneak away, he tightened his grip further. Diao was perplexed. What does this mean? He doesn't want me to leave? Is he trying to play along and intentionally provoke the white moonlight? Chapter 11. Unfilial Daughter. Outrageous. Jerome cried out. We cannot let the white moonlight be so infuriated that she seeks revenge, demanding he divorce me. In such times, the CEO would surely provide me with a hefty divorce settlement. Gu Yimo cast a sidelong glance at the woman who was secretly reveling in her thoughts. Diao, oblivious, flashed a triumphant, insufferably smug smile at the woman across from her, practically melding her body with Gu Yimo's, clinging to him and sweetly calling out, "Hubby." That voice is truly grating. "Darling, who is this lady? Are you acquainted with her? She seems rather familiar with you." Gu Yimo's expression was one of indifference. "I do not know her." "Not know her?" She let out a melodious sound, her exaggerated demeanor almost theatrical, as if on the verge of tears. "Are you truly unaware of who she is?" Gu Yimo, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with her antics, darkened further in countenance. "Speak properly." TSK. Your white moonlight is about to cry. Look, your heart is beginning to soften. And yet, you still dare to be fierce with me. I shall make your white moonlight weep.
Wah.
Diao tiptoed and swiftly planted a kiss on Gu Yimo's right cheek, her voice sultry.
Darling.
Thank you for accompanying me shopping today amidst your busy schedule. If you truly do not recognize this lady, let us return home. I shall reward you well. She threw him a suggestive wink. This time, your white moonlight must be furious.
Sobbing.
Su Enki could no longer endure the scene, turning away with her eyes covered and fleeing. TSK. With such feeble resolve, just a kiss sends her running. I thought she would require a French kiss to make her flee in disarray. Diao released Gu Yimo, crossing her arms and watching him with amusement. Why aren't you pursuing her? Hurry, go after your white moonlight. What are you staring at me for? You should be chasing after your white moonlight, leaving me, your lawful wife, here in this mall, so I can use this excuse to return home and lament to Madame Gu. Why are you still here? What S with the staring? Is it amusing to engage in a staring contest with me? Gu Yimo pressed his lips together, clearing his throat before inquiring. What reward awaits me at home?
What?
My dear brother, have you lost your mind? Your beloved, your white moonlight, your sweet darling, has just fled. And you still inquire about my reward? I can offer you nothing. Seeing that he truly had no intention of chasing after her, Diao huffed and walked ahead, her flat shoes allowing her to stride briskly with an air of indifference. Daughter. A bellow echoed in her ears.
Diao frowned.
Who is shouting so loudly? Who are you, old man? Diao, you are married now. Your wings have grown strong. Encountering your father on the street, you dare to feign ignorance.
Oh.
So it's my foolish father. Having been cuckolded, with your mistress secretly bearing another's child, fearing discovery, you feigned a miscarriage caused by your stepdaughter, ultimately sending her to a mental institution and successfully eliminating the child, all while gaining the pity of this foolish father and receiving considerable compensation. Let me recall how much this foolish father has given that woman in compensation. A villa in the capital, a spacious apartment in the Magic City, and funds to start a beauty salon. TSK, at least several tens of millions, right? With such wealth, you didn't provide a single penny for your own daughter.
But for a sea king.
Does he truly believe that this old, ugly, fat fish is the true love of a sea king?
Daughter.
Why do you not call me father? Call you what? Father. Oh, good son.
Diao.
Have you had enough of this ruckus? The reason I sent you to the mental institution was to protect you. At such a young age, you wielded poison, and should that woman have made a scene, you could have faced imprisonment. Cut it out. Now you come to wash your hands clean? Want to play the loving father? Too late. Diao rolled her eyes in disdain, her heart filled with contempt. Time has passed, and I have long forgotten. My daughter, I knew you would not harbor anger towards your father. The large, fat fish Heroine displayed a self-satisfied smile, which appeared utterly hypocritical to Diao. Sir, I am not your daughter. Many memories have faded from my mind.
Who are you?
Diao regarded him coldly, her gaze imbued with detachment. Humph. Forgetting those wretched matters. Even forgetting this unfortunate foolish father along with them. Do not feign fatherly affection before me. You are merely a cuckold king, still dreaming of finding a young mistress to bear you a son. You shall never have a son in this lifetime. Diao thought bitterly, turning to leave. Her pace quickening unconsciously. Heroine, enraged, struck his chest and stomped his feet. Throughout your life, I have committed but this one transgression against you. All for your protection. Ask around, which daughter has not been scolded or beaten by her father? Reflect honestly, when have I ever scolded or hit you? It was only because I feared the Di family would die out that I desperately wished for a son. Diao could no longer restrain herself, whirling back towards him. She demanded loudly, is that woman pregnant again? Are you overjoyed, now seeking to mend our father-daughter bond, hoping that when you grow old and pass, your little son will have someone to rely on? Gazing at the maternal and infant supplies in his hands, her fury escalated. She sneered. When my mother gave birth to me, the moment you saw it was a girl, you turned and walked away. You certainly weren't this concerned. Diao mentally flipped through her notes on the latest gossip. TSK. So you've already used connections to ascertain the child is a boy. No wonder you are so eager. I truly cannot comprehend why this cuckold king is so obsessed with wanting a son. When my mother bore her, complications arose due to the size of the child, rendering her unable to bear children afterward. Not long after, you sought other women to have children. And when my mother confronted you, you were utterly unrepentant. A descendant of Di Renjie? Good heavens, I possess such a background. Let me peruse my notes further.
What?
The reason Di Renjie could repeatedly solve bizarre cases is due to a rumor that may indeed hold truth. The direct male descendants of the Di family awaken a bloodline, possessing the ability to see spirits, to discern the truth from the deceased? Wait, did I just see a ghost in the self-service restaurant? Where are the direct male descendants of the Di family? I am a female. Such misfortune of encountering ghosts should be generously bestowed upon men. I truly cannot bear it. TSK. I knew it. This child is yet another from another man, perhaps an 18-year-old fresh meat. My little mistress must be around 30 by now. How delightful. You desire a son so desperately merely because it is said that only male descendants can awaken ancestral abilities. If the child she bears lacks this, do you intend to continue procreating? Heroine paused, a bitter smile spreading across his face. Look at me, I lack this ability. However, there is an ancestral decree. Unless a female descendant awakens such extraordinary skills, the Di family's lineage must not be severed. Those who sever the lineage cannot be buried in the ancestral grave. My daughter, I do not wish to become a wandering spirit, unable to even be laid to rest in the ancestral tomb. Diao rolled her eyes. When you die, where you are buried is not your decision. It is I who will decide. Even if you have a son, if I refuse to inter you in the ancestral grave, you still cannot enter. Mark my words.
Do not provoke me.
If you truly have a son and attempt to bury him in the ancestral grave, I will unceremoniously remove you. Unfilial daughter. You are utterly ungrateful. Heroine cried out in despair as Diao walked away without a backward glance. Guillermo silently followed, remaining completely mute, as if he were non-existent. He seemed to possess the uncanny ability to render himself invisible when he desired silence. Only after they entered the car did Diao break the silence. After listening to my conversation with that old man, do you not have any questions? Aren't you curious? Guillermo turned his head, his expression indifferent as he regarded Diao. Your family matters are of no concern to me.
Diao pouted.
Aren't you curious about the ancestral techniques of the Di family? I am curious. Will you enlighten me?
Gui Montag retorted.
Chapter 12. Did you not see the old man lying in front of the car? Tisk, if I told you I could see spirits, it would surely frighten you to death. Hee, just a little scare for this domineering CEO. Perhaps he would think I have lost my mind and hastily file for divorce. I could tell you, but I fear it might frighten you. I no longer wish to know.
Hey.
Listen to me. Gu Emo swiftly donned his headphones, the most exhilarating music resonating within. Sitting beside him, Diao could even hear the pulsating melodies emanating from his headphones. TSK. This domineering CEO is actually fond of rock music. Quite unexpected, he appears aloof on the surface. Yet his inner spirit is wild and unrestrained. Quite flamboyant indeed. Watch out. Almost ran into someone. Diao shouted at the top of her lungs. Gu Emo frowned. There's no one. Diao stared in shock at the old man lying motionless on the ground. Did you not see the old man in front of the car? No, what is happening? Could it be a spirit for real? You truly did not see an old man with gray hair? He was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, his thick eyebrows slanting into his hairline. Certainly not an ordinary person. No, it's confirmed. He is indeed a spirit. How could this spirit be lying on the ground? I thought perhaps an old man was trying to scam. This spirit lies utterly still, as if he were struck dead by a car. Wait, I'll get out and take a look. Gu Emo made no objections, pulling the car over and exiting with her.
Why are you following me?
Gu Emo remained silent, merely trailing behind her. Diao paid him no mind and walked straight toward the old man, who seemed to be in a deep stupor. Hey, old man, wake up. Wake up quickly. Don't lie on the ground. Diao reached out to push him, but her hand passed right through him, further affirming her belief that he was indeed a spirit. How strange. How could he be a spirit, yet remain unconscious? Old man, do you have some sort of problem? You've become a spirit, yet still lie on the ground. Spirits do not experience unconsciousness. Did you have an accident and your body was taken away, leaving your soul behind in a daze? Or were you simply senile, and even in death, you remain a senile spirit? The old man responded with a nasal sound, not uttering another word. Diao felt a wave of frustration. Flipping through her mental notes, the big boss of the fur wholesale market, betrayed by his brother, met with an accident, and his body is now a vegetable in the hospital. His soul believes he has been injured and awaits rescue. The old gentleman is so afraid of moving that he believes any small movement could lead to greater harm. He does not dare to budge an inch. Diao almost laughed aloud. This old gentleman is rather amusing. Even as a spirit, he is too afraid to move. Old sir, the medical rescue team has already come. Your physical body has been taken to the hospital, but alas, it has become a comatose vegetable. Are you willing to come with me? Move a bit, and I'll take you to the hospital to return to your body.
What?
The old spirit sat up in shock, realizing he was indeed floating. He glanced down at the ground, then at his feet, astonished to find himself completely airborne. Am I dead? Is my soul out of my body? You are not dead yet, but you will be soon. If you do not return to your body within 3 days, your vegetative form will not awaken, and your son will choose to cease treatment. He does not wish to see you suffer.
What?
That unfilial son. You cannot blame him. He is merely following the doctor's advice. The doctor claims you are in great pain, and he only wishes for you to depart peacefully. Quack, doctor. It must be a quack. Not entirely a quack. Merely someone your brother bribed. How infuriating. This accident is no coincidence. That van was deliberately aimed at me. I clearly dodged it. Your brother bribed the van driver, who is terminally ill with liver cancer, with an elderly mother and young children at home. He chose to take a gamble for money, but failed to kill you. I want to go back. Young lady, can you assist me? I know the address of your hospital. Come with me. I will take you there. From Gu Emo's perspective, Diao appeared as a madwoman talking to herself. Yet, he understood very well that she was not insane. She was indeed perceiving something. Diao opened the back door of the car. Old sir, please get in. Thank you, young lady. Diao closed the back door and waved to Gu Emo. Driver, let us go. Gu Emo pressed his lips together, silently taking his seat at the wheel. Through the rear-view mirror, he glanced at the back seat, which was empty. The car lacked air conditioning, yet an inexplicable chill swept from the back to the front. Old sir, why are you getting so close? He looks very familiar, like the eldest grandson of the Gu family. He is indeed the eldest grandson of the Gu family. Do you know him? Not precisely. I know his grandfather. We have had some business dealings, and I even attended his birthday celebration once. I see. Young lady, what is your relationship with him? In name only, I am his wife.
Oh,
How fortunate you are to marry the eldest grandson of the Gu family. He is exceptionally talented. And countless older gentlemen desire to introduce their granddaughters to him. I would rather bestow that fortune upon those individuals, Diao muttered. The car halted at the hospital entrance. Diao exited and opened the back door for the old gentleman. The old man was a person of propriety, even as a spirit. He adjusted his collar before stepping out. You can wait in the car, there is no need to follow. But Gu Emo paid no heed, still trailing behind. Diao felt helpless, realizing that this domineering CEO had seemingly activated his clingy psychic skill. Before the hospital room, the old man's wife wailed, "No. I will not allow it. You unfilial son. Old man, wake up quickly. Unfilial son, get out of here. I will not allow the tubes to be removed. If you remove them, you are a parasital unfilial son. Mom, listen to me. Dad is suffering greatly." A loud slap echoed as the old woman struck her son, her voice a frenzied roar. "I will not allow it. I tell you, if you dare to remove the tubes, I will die in front of you. We will leave together." Diao felt a gust of wind sweep past her. Looking back, she saw the old gentleman rushing between his wife and son, desperately trying to mediate their quarrel. But no matter how he pleaded, it was in vain. He paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered he was now a spirit. A gust of wind swept over him again, and the old gentleman rushed to Diao, pleading, "Please help me. I beg you, help me. Fear not. Since I have brought you here, I shall undoubtedly find a way to return you to your corporeal form. Do not wear such a sorrowful countenance." Chapter 13. Is the secret of being a celestial master no longer concealable? Seizing the opportunity while the mother and son quarrel outside the hospital room, Diao guided the elderly spirit into the ward. Gu Yimo wished to follow but was firmly rebuffed by Diao, who shut the door in his face. He endeavored to eavesdrop on her thoughts, but once Diao entered the room, her mind seemed to become a void, rendering his attempts fruitless. Inside the ward, Diao was engrossed in forming hand seals, her focus unbroken, thus no thoughts escaped her. Meanwhile, the elderly spirit felt a tremendous, tornado-like force pulling at him, leaving him dazed and disoriented. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself back in his physical body. However, due to the prolonged state of unconsciousness, he felt as if he were trapped within a rusty shell, unable to move, far less liberated than when he was a spirit. Return! With that final utterance, Diao completed her last hand seal. Just as the elder was about to express his gratitude, Diao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Old sir, my assistance ends here. Farewell."
wait.
The elder attempted to call out, but found himself utterly voiceless, his throat parched. The master said, "True good deeds are done anonymously, without expectation of reward, thus earning merit." Oblivious to his plight, Diao exited the ward, a faint golden light quietly entering her being. Gu Yimo heard her thoughts. Filled with curiosity, she has a master? Before marrying Diao, he had meticulously uncovered her background, believing he understood her thoroughly, only to realize that what he knew was merely the tip of the iceberg. This realization piqued his interest in her even more. He recalled words once spoken by his aunt. When you find yourself intrigued by a woman, love is not far behind. In the past, he had dismissed this notion. Yet now, at that moment, Diao opened the door, their gazes locking. What is with this man? His gaze is peculiar. Could he have seen something he shouldn't have?
No.
Can I truly no longer conceal the secret of being a celestial master? Oh no, I do not wish to return to my former life.
Ah.
Gu Yimo was jolted from his reverie by her frantic inner screams, his eyes flickering as he glanced elsewhere. Shall we return? Yes, let us hasten back. I must confront your aunt and seek justice. Diao rolled up her sleeves, preparing for a grand undertaking. Meanwhile, Gu Shui successfully lured the scoundrel out, feigning reconciliation while secretly logging into his cloud storage using his phone. Upon entering, she discovered not only her own photos but also several familiar artistic portraits, including those of her close friend. Taking a deep breath, she permanently deleted her own pictures and then poured a kettle of boiling water over the scoundrel's phone and laptop. The scoundrel attempted to rush forward to stop her, but was swiftly taken down by a kick from Gu Shui's bodyguard. Gu Shui, I will not let this go. You think destroying my phone and laptop will erase your photos? I will expose them to the world. Oh, I am eagerly awaiting that, Gu Shui retorted, leaving without a backward glance. Once she departed, the scoundrel rushed into an internet cafe, logging in to send out Gu Shui's photos. However, after searching through the cloud storage, he could not locate her images. How is this possible? Did she hire a hacker to breach my account? He raged, pounding the keyboard. The cafe owner, initially intending to intervene, caught sight of the photos on his screen and, with a glint of calculation in his eyes, turned away, allowing the scoundrel to continue his outburst. After leaving the cafe, the owner dispatched someone to retrieve the browsing history, crack the scoundrel's cloud password, and obtain the photos of various socialites. Gu Shui was fuming at home, unable to fathom that her dear friend had been involved with her boyfriend behind her back. She noted the timestamps of the photos. They were taken during her romantic phase with the scoundrel. Diao returned to the ancestral home, intent on confronting Gu Shui. Just as she pushed open the door to Gu Shui's room, she saw her with a pair of scissors, mercilessly mutilating a plush bear, cotton flying everywhere. Goodness! What madness is this young lady up to? Quickly, let us flee before she discovers us. What if she stabs me with those scissors? Gu Shui's ears perked up as she sensed Di Diao's thoughts. Just as Di Diao turned to escape, Gu Shui seized her.
What do you want with me?
Can I not avoid trouble? Niece-in-law, come. Accompany your aunt for a drink. I am allergic to alcohol. Whom do you think you are fooling? I still vividly recall how you shielded my nephew from alcohol during your wedding. I truly do not drink.
Come.
Even if you don't drink, just watch me. Di Diao was once again dragged out the door, feeling dizzy as she was taken to the bar. Bring me all the fine liquor I have stored here. I shall not return until I am intoxicated. Gu Shui declared grandly, evidently a regular at this establishment. Little D, you have no idea how tragic my situation is. My ex-boyfriend began dating my close friend while we were still together.
How could they do this to me?
I considered her a true friend. Gu Shui lamented, pouring out her heart as she drank, becoming increasingly inebriated. Little D, drink. Aunt, I genuinely do not drink. You are not showing me any respect. We agreed you would accompany me, and I would watch you drink. No, you must drink with me today. You have come all this way. How can you not? Not drinking is disrespecting me. Drink. Gu Shui, now tipsy, had forgotten her earlier promises, brandishing her glass as she lunged toward Di Diao, intent on getting her intoxicated. At that moment, the door swung open. Gu Yimo stepped in, swiftly snatching the glass from Gu Shui's hand. You promised not to let Di Diao drink. I only allowed her to accompany you on that condition. Return my drink. Give it back. Gu Shui shouted, reaching to strike Gu Yimo. Gu Yimo signaled to the bodyguards. Two of them stepped forward, one on each side, restraining Gu Shui. Aunt, you are drunk. It is time to go home. I am not drunk. I will not return home. Gu Yimo, I am your aunt. You dare to disregard my wishes and interfere in my affairs. Do you believe I won't call my mother to smash your head? Not a chance. Things have turned upside down.
Ah,
how infuriating. The whole world is against me. Even my own nephew. Woe is me. Release me. I am your mistress. The bodyguards respectfully replied, Miss, your employer is young Master Gu. Little D, save me.
Help me.
Release me and return my drink. How could I possibly save you? Is it not merely being cheated on? Your betrayer is your close friend. If it were me, I would turn the tables on them. In such times, one should seek revenge rather than sulk with a drink. Alas, you are merely a pitiful creature, hiding in your nest. Listening to Di Diao's thoughts, Gu Yimo narrowed his eyes dangerously. His aunt had few true friends, and the one she considered a close friend was likely just that. To bully his aunt was tantamount to bullying him, Gu Yimo. It appears that the original plan to invest in the Zhang family can be scrapped. Without the Gu family's investment, the Zhangs are likely on the brink of declaring bankruptcy. Chapter 14, such a sweet voice, it could make one's ears pregnant. At the break of dawn, a cacophony of wailing and shouting erupted in front of the Gu residence, reminiscent of a tormented spirit. The sound seemed as though it could rend the heavens asunder. Gu Shui, peering through the window, quickly shut it with haste. Yet, even with her swift actions, she was noticed by a woman craning her neck at the entrance. Zhang Yimin, with a voice like a siren, bellowed, Gu Shui, I am your closest friend. How can you stand idly by as my family faces ruin? I have followed you like a loyal hound all these years, showering you with flattery. Have a shred of pity for this wretched dog of mine. Do not let your nephew withdraw the investment. If I have wronged you in any way, just tell me, and I shall amend my ways. I beg of you. I am kneeling before you. I shall remain here on my knees until you come down to see me. Gu Shui inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and collapsed back into her slumber, cocooning herself tightly in her blanket. Knock, knock.
The door was rapped upon.
Gu Shui remained oblivious. The sound of a key turning in the lock signaled the arrival of the matriarch Gu, who had requested a spare key from the butler. Upon entering, she was met with a sharp stench of alcohol and a sight of disarray, clothing strewn about. Enraged, the matriarch stormed over to Gu Shui, who was hidden beneath her covers, and began to strike her.
Ouch!
Who dares to hit me? Gu Shui exclaimed. Your mother does. At the sound of that roar, Gu Shui fell silent. The matriarch attempted to yank the blanket away, but after much effort, she could not budge it and resorted to bellowing, "Throw off that blanket." I refuse. If you utter that word again, do you believe I won't summon all the maids to help me pull you out from under there? Don't expect me to spare your dignity as a young lady. Mother, can't you allow me a moment of peace? Peace? How long do you intend to remain tranquil while Zhang Yimin howls outside? You ought to tend to your pet. She is not my pet. Not your pet? Have you finally realized she is not of good character? She has entangled herself with that scoundrel. I warned you long ago that this girl approached you solely because of your status as a Gu family daughter to leverage the family business. You didn't believe me, thinking others genuinely cared for you. Now you are suffering the consequences. Mother, can't you offer me some comfort instead of taunting me? Get out of bed this instant, or I swear I will spank you even at my age. With a resigned sigh, Gu Shui reluctantly emerged from her cocoon. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to a wealthy young lady. Her visage was puffy from a hangover, hair unkempt, and her attire was wrinkled. The same garb she had worn at the bar the previous night. The matriarch covered her eyes, the mere sight of Gu Shui igniting a desire to strike.
Diao,
Exhausted from the late-night revelry instigated by Gu Shui, intended to sleep in late, but was startled awake by the morning's lamentations outside, a most inauspicious omen indeed.
Diao,
Stretching her limbs, rose from the floor, realizing that continuing to sleep on the ground would invite illness. My heavens! Such a plethora of spirits. And that person's wailing is remarkably potent. She hastily shut the window, unwilling to gaze any longer. With Gu Yimo absent from the room, Diao's eyes darted about as she clutched a pillow and climbed into bed. Diao, lost in a deep slumber, remained blissfully unaware of the world outside. However, due to a frantic call from his grandmother and aunt, Gu Yimo rushed home, preoccupied with the chaos of the company. Upon entering his room to change, he discovered Diao sprawled across his pillow, her sleeping posture rather unrefined, as if oblivious to everything in existence. Approaching her, he abruptly yanked the pillow away, causing Diao's head to thud heavily against the mattress. Gu Yimo assumed she would awaken, but she merely shifted her position, continuing to sleep soundly. Akin to a hibernating bear, impervious to any disturbance. He gingerly lifted her blanket, revealing her alabaster skin, which momentarily quickened his heartbeat. Yet, he promptly covered her again, stiffened, and exited the room. Just as he closed the door, he heard Diao's inner monologue. The domineering CEO can never rouse a feigning sleeper.
Ha, ha, ha.
As long as I remain asleep, the CEO is powerless against me, and I cannot be blamed for occupying his bed. Ha ha ha. Her mischievous laughter echoed in Gu Yimo's mind, prompting him to narrow his dangerously deep-set eyes and return. Hearing his footsteps, Diao lay still, persisting in her charade. What? You returned again? Suddenly, Diao felt herself lifted from the ground. Am I being carried? In a princess hold? If I peek while pretending to be asleep, will I be discovered? This is my first experience of being carried like a princess. The CEO's arms are so sturdy. Gu Yimo pressed his lips together, astonished that she remained in character even while being lifted. Still pretending? He asked, his voice laced with danger. I shall not awaken. I am deep in slumber. If I were to drop you, you'd best remain asleep.
What?
You plan to drop me? Feeling the grip around her loosen, her heart raced alarmingly, and she quickly clutched Gu Yimo, exclaiming, No, please. Don't let go. Don't release me, I implore you. As the door swung open, Gu Shui promptly shielded her eyes. I have seen nothing. You may continue. Having heard from the maid that her nephew had returned, she hastily rushed over to inquire why he had decided to retract the investment in the Zhang family. Though secretly pleased at the misfortune befalling her friend, she did not wish her personal grievances to sway her nephew's professional decisions. To her surprise, upon entering, she found her nephew in a tender embrace with his wife. While such intimacy between newlyweds is not unusual, it was indeed a rare sight for her fastidious nephew. It seemed he had genuinely fallen for the young Di. Recalling how he had rushed to the bar for her sake the previous night and disallowed her from getting Di drunk, Gu Shui felt more convinced of his affections for Di. Oh no, this is a misunderstanding. Diao buried her face in Gu Yimo's chest. I can't show my face again. Gu Yimo glanced down at the girl in his arms, resembling a quail, and chose to indulge her, allowing her some time to gather her thoughts. After a moment, he lowered his gaze only to find she had fallen asleep. In such circumstances, she could sleep while cradled in a man's embrace. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Do not disturb her. She deserves a moment of rest. Her constitution must be too frail. Merely returning that old gentleman to his corporeal form has utterly drained her. I wonder how long she must sleep to recuperate." Initially intending to cast her aside, Gu Yimo bit his lip and, instead, carried her back to bed, gently laying her down, whispering close to her ear, "If you do not release me, I have permitted you to feign slumber, yet you wish to continue holding on to me? Should you not let go, I may truly fall asleep." Desiring to continue feigning slumber, Diao momentarily released her grip. To alleviate her embarrassment, she turned away from him. Yet her heart was overwhelmed with awkwardness. "Why speak so intimately, whispering in my ear? Your voice is so enticing it could make one dizzy with desire." "Oh, dear. The embarrassment is suffocating. Why on earth was I holding him so closely just moments ago?" Chapter 15 TSK. After encountering his white moonlight, he hadn't returned home for several days. Gu Yimo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he left the room, his mood rather buoyant, but upon reaching the entrance, he was confronted by a person whose presence darkened his expression. "Why the long face upon seeing your aunt?" Gu Shui said while pulling Gu Yimo closer. "Tell me, what exactly is going on with the Zhang family? Release me first. It's one thing to put on airs in front of others, but why pretend in front of me? You were bare-bottomed as a child." "Aunt," Gu Yimo interjected, somewhat exasperated. Fine, fine. I want to divulge your embarrassing childhood tales," Gu Shui quipped, mimicking a zipping motion across her lips. Gu Yimo adjusted his collar and, with a stern expression, replied, "The Zhang family engaged in fraudulent accounting. My decision not to expose them is already a show of mercy. So, you're not backing out of the investment for my sake? Do you truly think I am the type to act on emotion? You certainly don't appear to be." Gu Shui tiptoed, attempting to ruffle her nephew's hair, but found her height a hindrance. She could only awkwardly praise him, saying, "You've grown quite tall. Your aunt is very pleased. Is there anything else?" "Oh, right." Gu Shui pulled a ring box from her pocket. "My daughter-in-law has been a tremendous help. This is my small token of gratitude." Clearing her throat, Gu Shui continued, "I want to give it to her directly. Please convey to her that I felt quite remorseful for leaving her alone at the airport yesterday and for the incident at the bar. Just give it to her yourself. I have matters to attend to." "Busy with the acquisition case?" "Yes. Those stubborn residents are quite difficult to handle." "Indeed. Shall I lend you a hand, dear? I used to deal with such matters myself." "No need. Then do exercise caution. Dealing with irate villagers is no easy feat, I am aware." As she watched her nephew's retreating figure, Gu Shui tiptoed, pondering how her little nephew had grown so tall in the blink of an eye. Upon descending the stairs, she found the matriarch, arms akimbo, looking quite irate. "Haven't you chased the person away yet? The bodyguards have escorted the individual out, but Zhang Yimin is set to return tomorrow. Why must this be so troublesome?" Gu Shui frowned. "Isn't this the mess you created?" The matriarch jabbed her finger at Gu Shui's forehead. Gu Shui's phone chimed, revealing messages from friends. The photos of socialites and their elite companions she had seen yesterday had gone viral online, including one of her best friend. "That was close. I nearly fell victim to that scoundrel's indiscriminate sharing." The matriarch peered over her reading glasses. "Dear, did that rogue send out all the photos? Who knows what possessed him? What about yours? Did they get sent out too?" "Fortunately, I overheard my daughter-in-law's heartfelt sentiments and hurried to the airport to delete my photos." The matriarch sighed in relief. "Little D's grandfather saved your father. And now she has saved you. Let us hope your nephew does not let her down." "Mother, let me tell you, I went to find little D, and what I saw was astonishing." "Really?" The matriarch's eyes sparkled. "Your nephew has a cleanliness obsession. He actually held on to little D without letting go. Would I deceive you? I saw it with my own eyes, and it was quite the Princess Carrie. Come, let us go shopping. What shall we buy?" "Clothes and little pants for my great-grandson." "Mother, you're being overly anxious. It's not like that will happen so soon. What do you know? They're being compelled to stay at the old residence, sharing a room every night. Surely their relationship will flourish rapidly, and before long, I will be cradling my great-grandchild." Photos of the elite women were trending online. In an effort to clear her name, Zhang Yimin spent her days online, claiming the photos were fabricated, leaving her little time to trouble Gu Shui. It had been 3 days since Gu Yimo left, and he had yet to return to the old residence. Seizing the opportunity, Diao had taken to his bed with great ease, even growing accustomed to it. Little did she expect, today Gu Yimo would return. Why have you come back? Where shall I sleep tonight? Gu Yimo merely cast her a fleeting glance, ignoring her as he began to tidy his belongings. Are you off on another trip?
Yes.
How exhausting. Splendid. I can sleep in the bed tonight. Oh, CEO, please don't return. It would be best if you never did. TSK. Just encountered my white moonlight at the mall, and now he hasn't returned for days. He must be off with her. Once you leave, I shall wail to the matriarch, fully embracing the role of the wronged woman. As she voiced her incessant thoughts, Gu Yimo's already troubled demeanor grew, increasingly dark. He shot a sidelong glance at Diao. Pack your things. You're coming with me.
Me?
Why would you want me to accompany you to appease your white moonlight? Am I to clarify that you remain untainted? Do you think she would believe me? It would only infuriate her. Clearly, the CEO is not skilled in romance. I shouldn't go. You should find someone else. Oh, but you are quite suitable. I refuse, Diao insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Gu Yimo's voice turned cold. Then I shall not go either. I will stay at the old residence tonight, and you shall make room. Sleeping on the floor at the old residence is no better than joining Gu Yimo, where I might secure a hotel room and sleep in a grand bed. Very well. I shall gather my things. Getting on the nerves of the white moonlight is beneficial. Without the wicked female antagonist to overshadow her, how would the CEO appreciate her beauty? Rest assured, I shall embrace this role of the wicked female antagonist. Su Enki, prepare to be tormented. Gu Yimo, perplexed. Who is Su Enki? The woman I encountered at the mall? Her imagined rival? He could not comprehend but chose to remain respectful. As the matriarch watched them descend the stairs with their luggage, she immediately became alert, positioning herself at the staircase's edge. Where are you two off to? Didn't we agree you would accompany me at the old residence? Grandmother. I am taking Diao on a business trip for a few days. Humph. The business trip is but a facade. Your true intent is to vex the white moonlight. The matriarch's gaze sharpened. Gu Yimo felt a headache coming on as he pulled his grandmother aside, steering clear of Diao. Grandmother, do not heed her frivolous musings. There is no white moonlight. Little D is not one to stir trouble. There must be some issue. I have a cleanliness obsession. I prefer to keep my distance from everyone. How could there be any white moonlight? That does hold some truth, but what is going on with little D? The matriarch eyed him suspiciously. Are you hiding something from me? By the way, there's a photo from your childhood where you were nearly kissing that girl. Is it her?
Whose daughter is she?
Let me think. Oh, it was the daughter of the Su family. That was merely a poorly taken angle. It's nothing. I do not know her. The doorbell rang at that moment, and Gu Shui opened the door, inquiring about the visitor, then exclaimed, Nephew. Miss Su is looking for you. Old Madame Gu glared at Gu Yimo. What do you mean you don't know her? The young lady has come all the way here. Chapter 16. The Gu family's new project. The atmosphere was heavy with an ominous aura, one ghostly presence after another. Gu Yimo, looking utterly perplexed, felt a slight headache. He had no acquaintance with the individual in question, nor was she his beloved. How could she have come to seek him out? Hey, Su Enki has arrived. This promises to be entertaining. Wait, I cannot merely be a bystander. I must involve myself. The inner voice of Diao exacerbated Gu Yimo's headache. Why had she so confidently concluded that Su Enki was his cherished one? Was her gossip column even reliable? Gu Yimo found himself worrying about Diao, fearing she might suffer repercussions from the erroneous information in her column. As Diao prepared to unleash her dramatic performance, Gu Yimo abruptly seized her hand, pulling her hastily towards the door. We must leave. Time is of the essence. He whisked Diao past Su Enki without so much as a glance.
Buddy.
You are truly courageous. You just walked right past your crush without a single look? Are you aiming for a chase the wife to the crematorium scenario? Gu Yimo shot her a glare. Crematorium? If they didn't hurry to the construction site, the stubborn inhabitants might very well stage a living version of a crematorium. Diao was utterly bewildered. Why are you glaring at me? I haven't said a thing. You must be regretting it in your heart, thinking I, your legitimate wife, is a nuisance and wishing to divorce me quickly. Hurry up and file for divorce. Why aren't you doing it? It's infuriating. Even someone with the ability to read minds was proving troublesome. He certainly did not wish to exchange her for someone who could not. Su Enki observed Gu Yimo firmly grasping Di Diao's hand, her eyes widening in disbelief. Gu Yimo was the object of her secret affection during her school days. She had inquired about him extensively, thus knowing of his obsessive cleanliness and his aversion to physical contact, not even with his own parents. Yet now, he was holding Di Diao's hand so tightly, as if fearing she might escape. This contradicted everything she had learned. She had heard that Gu Yimo married Di Diao out of gratitude and had no feelings for her. The current scene suggested otherwise. It seemed he had developed genuine affection for Di Diao. Had they truly become a real couple? Impossible. Su Enki contemplated entering the Gu household to gather information about the relationship between Gu Yimo and Di Diao from his aunt and grandmother. However, just as she was about to linger, she heard Gu Shue's dismissive voice. "My nephew has left, since you came to find him and he is gone. You may take your leave as well." As the eldest daughter of the Su family, she had never been treated with such disdain. Before she could concoct an excuse to stay, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Returning to the living room, Gu Shue inquired, "Mom, was that woman my nephew's ex-girlfriend?" "Nonsense, your nephew is a clean freak. He was utterly oblivious during his school days." "What was that about Di Diao claiming to be my nephew's cherished one?" Old Madame Gu sharpened her resolve. In the Gu family, Di Diao is the only granddaughter-in-law. Gu Shue shuddered. "Mom, what are you sharpening a knife for? Are you planning to eliminate a rival?" So her mother was this ruthless. Old Wang brought a cow from the countryside. "If I don't sharpen the knife, how can I butcher the bones?" Old Wang is finally returning. I have missed her exquisite culinary skills. I long for her sweet and sour ribs. All you think about is food. In the car, Di Diao was consumed with gossip about Gu Yimo and Su Enki. Gu Yimo, feeling irritable, shot her several annoyed glances. "Why are you glaring at me? You have this expression as if I owe you millions. What does it mean? You must be deliberately trying to provoke Su Enki and now regret it." "Humph. That scoundrel. He enjoyed teasing her, but now he is regretting it. If you dare to drop me off to find Su Enki, I swear I will bite you to death." Gu Yimo suddenly slammed on the brakes. "No way. I was merely thinking. You wouldn't actually abandon me to pursue your beloved, would you? That would be utterly inhumane. I will say this one last time. I do not know that woman, nor is she my cherished one." Oh. What else with the explanations? Who would believe you? Gu Yimo took a deep breath, resolved to ignore her. Throughout the journey, Gu Yimo maintained a stony silence, as if intent on prolonging the quiet. Di Diao's inner musings continued unabated. Gu Yimo ultimately surrendered to her incessant chatter. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to her incessant prattling, occasionally gleaning bits of gossip about others, which he found somewhat entertaining. Upon arriving at the construction site, Di Diao inhaled deeply, her expression shifting dramatically. "Goodness, the aura of gloom here is overwhelming." Gu Yimo's demeanor turned serious. He did not believe Di Diao was one to speak recklessly. "This place is eerie. Gu Yimo, where are we headed? Don't venture further. It might be a one-way trip." Just then, Gu Yimo received a call from the construction team, who were in distress. "Mr. Gu, they are about to spontaneously combust. We cannot proceed. I'll be there shortly. Let us go." Gu Yimo grasped Di Diao's hand, leading her deeper into the mountains. "What the hell? Where are you taking me? The oppressive atmosphere is likely to kill me. Let go. I refuse to go into the mountains." Di Diao struggled to free her hand. Gu Yimo, however, held on tighter, explaining, "This is the Gu family's new project. You must come with me." "No, I want to go." With such heavy gloom, there must be countless spirits inside. "Move." Di Diao was forcibly dragged into the village by Gu Yimo, and she could hear her inner voice crying out, "Goodness. 1, 2, 3. Gu Yimo felt a chill run down his spine. Although he could not see them, he believed in their existence. The fear of the unknown multiplied with each invisible presence. Di Diao felt her palms growing clammy, pausing her mental count. 98. "Gu Yimo, why are your hands trembling?" Gu Yimo pressed his lips together. "It's cold." Di Diao nodded slightly, thinking to herself, "It should be cold. 3 little boys clinging to your legs. 2 little girls resting on your shoulders. Gu Yimo, it's quite helpless." Finally, they reached the location where the construction team and villagers were gathered. Embroiled in a heated dispute. "We will not leave. This place is our roots. Our ancestors are buried here. We will not abandon it. You all should leave. Vacate our village." The construction team leader wiped his brow, looking distressed. "Are you people reasonable? Contracts have been signed and money exchanged. The younger generation may have received the funds, but they cannot make decisions. We elders are still alive, and it's South not their place to dictate. If they took your money, seek them out. We will not vacate. Yes, we would rather die here. If you insist on forcing us out, we shall perish before your eyes. A villager raised a can of gasoline high and doused himself, bellowing towards the construction crew. If you wish to enter the village, you shall tread over my corpse first. In Chapter 17, the village, steeped in ancient customs, is enveloped in a funeral service of shrouds and offerings. Your actions are utterly unreasonable, the construction team leader asserted, his expression darkening. Were it not for the integrity of the Gu Corporation, believe me, regardless of your fate, I would have leveled this place with a single stroke of my shovel.
Come then.
If you possess the courage, push through my lifeless body. Tomorrow, as headlines will scream of the Gu Corporation's deadly coercion. The village chief shouted defiantly, displaying no fear. With the chief unafraid, the villagers behind him became increasingly emboldened, shouting, cursing, and spitting. The construction team leader, having encountered numerous obstinate homeowners, had never before witnessed such audacity. They had signed the agreement and accepted the compensation, yet now they collectively stirred up trouble to obstruct the demolition. Gu Yimo did not directly approach with Diao. Instead, he concealed himself behind a large tree to observe. Come on then. Hiding behind a tree hardly qualifies as heroism. Do you not realize that beneath this banyan tree, shadows gather? Gu Yimo. Are you trembling, Gu Yimo?
No.
Your face has gone pale. Are you truly frightened? Surely not, to be so intimidated by these villagers? This is hardly the demeanor of a domineering CEO. You resemble a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Gu Yimo. He inhaled deeply. He could no longer linger beneath the tree. If it were possible, he desperately wished to mute Di Diao's thoughts, wishing to hear not a single word. You've finally emerged from your hiding place, Di Diao teased. Be gentle, Gu Yimo said, his voice taut with anxiety. But it was too late. Someone from the construction crew had already spotted him. It's Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu has finally arrived. Gu Yimo. Heh. The turtle thought he could hide, step out and face the storm. Hearing Di Diao's gleeful mockery, Gu Yimo sighed and called out, everyone come out.
Diao,
Puzzled, asked, who are you addressing? In the next moment, she saw figures leaping from the trees, bushes, and behind large stones. What the hell? Are these people ninjas? Capable of invisibility? This attire is remarkably uniform. Are they all Gu Yimo's bodyguards? Truly, the CEO is worthy of his title. Just as a flicker of pride crossed Gu Yimo's face, he heard Di Diao's next thought. Turtles and tortoises belong to the same category. Both retreating into their shells for safety, hee. The smile that had just graced Gu Yimo's lips instantly drooped. These individuals had been arranged along the way. Had he been alone, he would not have summoned so many, but it was due to Di Diao's presence, fearing for her safety, that he had mobilized such a force. This woman possessed no conscience, even weaving tales about him in her mind. Let me count how many minions the turtle has summoned. 1, 2, 3, 50. What the? How are there more coming from behind the mountain? 60, 100, 200. Have we stirred a hornet's nest with the bodyguard union? Have we invited an entire union here? Let us go. Gu Yimo surprisingly took Di Diao's hand and advanced forward. Di Diao glanced at his hand, then at the imposing army of bodyguards behind them, and finally at the astonished villagers in front of them. I just want to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. With you holding my hand, there's no escaping. This humiliation shall be shared. Listening to Di Diao's frantic thoughts, akin to a prairie dog's squeals, Gu Yimo felt surprisingly elated, his brows lifting in delight. Mr. Gu, you've finally arrived. These villagers are utterly unreasonable. They signed the agreement and accepted the money, yet now they have become obstinate homeowners. I understand. I shall speak with them. Gu Yimo stepped forward, directly confronting the belligerent village chief, clearly the source of the villagers' audacity. You signed? Gu Yimo inquired, his voice low. The chief scoffed. My son signed. What does that have to do with me? And that money? Was it not taken by your son? Indeed. He took the money without giving me a single cent. Why should I move? Precisely. Like the chief. I, too, have no connection to the signatures or the funds taken by the younger generation. Gu Yimo cast a cold glance towards the construction team leader. All signatures ought to be collected in the presence of all parties to be valid. The construction team leader cried out in protest. Mr. Gu, do not listen to these old coots. They were present with their children at the signing. Yet now they deny it. What evidence do you possess? Do not slander us. Indeed, we were never present. You were there. You signed and accepted the funds. What proof do you have? There is surveillance. I can retrieve the footage for you. However, the footage presented by the team leader was blurred and unclear. How could this happen? Did you tamper with it? We may be elderly, but we are not as technologically savvy as you. If we had such skills, we would have expelled you from the village long ago. Clearly, you lack evidence. Attempting to deceive us with this unclear video is futile. I assure you, we have never signed or received any money. You were undeniably present. Not at all. Yes. As the two parties quarreled, Guillermo furrowed his brow deeply. At that moment, Diao's thoughts echoed. Puppets, paper figures, how fascinating. This village once specialized in crafting burial garments, providing a full suite of ancient funeral services. From Diao's perspective, she observed a man resembling the village chief circling around the real chief, then frolicking with several other villagers. These figures were not corporeal but rather translucent, their expressions blank. Unless one looked closely, they could easily be mistaken for real, but under brighter sunlight, one could discern the creases upon their faces. They were all mere paper figures. Guillermo lowered his voice and asked, "Do you have a plan? What plan could I possibly devise? Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else." Diao said this. Yet her inner thoughts were different. Find the paper figures and burn them. That would clarify the video. However, whether the figures in the video are the villagers or mere paper puppets remains uncertain. Most likely, they are the latter. It's a paper figure that needs to self-immolate. No wonder they wish to burn themselves. Perhaps capturing this paper figure will lead us to others hidden away. I know the way, but I want to tell you. Guillermo narrowed his eyes, suddenly directing his gaze towards the villager who had been shouting about self-immolation, commanding, "Seize him, lest he act irrationally." Yes. Hundreds of bodyguards surged towards the villager. Seeing them approach, the villager turned to flee. Guillermo grasped Diao's hand and pursued. "Why are you holding on to me? Go chase him yourself." "Damn it. I can't shake you off." Diao struggled to free her hand, but could not rid herself of Guillermo's grip. "Are you not a germaphobe? Why do you keep holding my hand? Is my hand clean? My hand is also used for wiping." Guillermo tightened his grip to avoid hearing what he wished not to. "Ah, that hurts. Guillermo, are you insane? My hand." In Chapter 18, should he perish? Would she not immediately become a widow, inheriting his fortune? Guillermo and Diao were pursuing their path. When they turned back, they found that apart from the two of them holding hands, everyone else had vanished. A sense of perplexity enveloped Guillermo as he contemplated calling the bodyguard, only to hear Diao's thoughts resonate in his mind. "Damn it, they've set up a formation." Guillermo maintained his composure, listening as Diao vented her frustrations internally before making a subtle gesture. With intricate hand signs, she dispelled the illusion before them. In an instant, they found themselves not on the mountain path, but within the confines of a dilapidated temple. Villagers were concealed behind a statue, cloaked in dust, their faces obscured, revealing only a pair of feet. Guillermo instinctively moved closer to investigate, but Diao quickly grasped his hand. "Wait, brother. What audacity. You dare rush in without knowing what lies within? What if it's not villagers, but a creature that lured you with those feet? You might lose your head just by peeking in." Guillermo silently retreated a step, then another. Diao turned around, astonished. "You've stepped out of the temple. Come back." Guillermo complied, standing behind Diao. Diao's mouth twitched, mentally scoffing. What else with this domineering CEO? Hiding behind a woman. How pathetic. Guillermo. At this moment, he selectively chose to pretend he could not hear Diao's thoughts. This statue is peculiar. It certainly conceals a secret passage. Otherwise, where could the paper figures possibly hide? Sigh. All this is Guillermo's fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't be caught in such misfortune. You stay here, and don't move. I'll go take a look. Guillermo grasped her hand. I'm going with you. Diao pouted. You're so scared you're hiding behind me. What do you expect to see? How will you sleep tonight? Guillermo, aren't you afraid? Of course I'm scared. But for you, my dear husband, I would brave fire and water without hesitation. Look, I love you so much. How cheesy and gross. Hurry up and divorce me.
Guillermo nodded. I am truly touched.
What the hell? That's not what I expected you to say. Have you gone mad from fright? Just stay put and don't cause me trouble. If something happens, I want to have time to save you. And I certainly want to take the risk to rescue you. Hey, if you die, I'd become a widow without the hassle of divorce and inherit the fortune directly. Brilliant, why didn't I think of that? Actually, if you really want to go, it wouldn't be impossible. No, I'll wait here for you. Diao felt a pang of regret. Such a rare opportunity to inherit a fortune had slipped through her fingers. Without looking back, she approached the statue, while Gu Yimo remained vigilant, observing her every move and her thoughts. Oh my, there truly is a trap. A mere paper figure dares to attack me? I'll show no mercy. Hey, you've got some skills, but having crossed me, your fate is sealed today. With such meager abilities, you're not even a warm-up for me. Husband, there's nothing here. Come take a look. Gu Yimo, had he not heard her thoughts, he might have believed that nothing had transpired in the brief span of 3 seconds. Yet, it was evident from Diao's thoughts that she had indeed battled the paper figure. He may not fully comprehend the arts of a sorcerer, but it was clear from her thoughts that Diao was quite proficient in this realm. Gu Yimo moved beside Diao and peered behind the statue, where he discovered a heap of crushed paper figures. Husband, why are there so many paper figures here? I'm so scared. If it weren't for me, you foolish idiot, you wouldn't have survived this many times. There are enough paper figures here to fill a cauldron. I am your savior. Be wise and divorce me quickly, so I can enjoy my alimony and go fishing with a young beau. Initially grateful, Gu Yimo's expression darkened. Husband, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me.
Diao exclaimed.
Gu Yimo hesitated, thinking she had stumbled. Isn't it typical for green tea bitches to feign a stumble? What kind of alluring pose should I fall in? Gu Yimo, without glancing back. He quickened his pace. He didn't even look back. If he won't turn around, who am I performing for his nape? Forget it. I won't perform anymore, Husband, wait for me. Upon hearing the sound of her footsteps behind him, Gu Yimo's lips curled into a slight smile. Once reunited with the bodyguards, Gu Yimo instructed them to bring all the paper figures from the dilapidated temple. The elderly villagers' faces turned strange upon seeing the paper figures. Gu Yimo commanded the bodyguards to burn the paper figures in front of the villagers. The village chief attempted to intervene, but the bodyguards, being numerous and robust, could not be stopped. Flames leapt high, and the papers scattered into the air. Diao smirked internally. Still thinking you can escape? Foolish. With a flick of her finger, she cast a spell. The paper, once airborne, was swept back into the flames by a gust of hot wind. The villagers, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts tighten. Gazing at the pile of ashes on the ground, the villagers who harbored some hope were thoroughly disheartened. Someone leaned in towards the village chief and whispered, "Chief, there must be someone powerful among these people. There must be someone formidable, otherwise they wouldn't be so obediently burned. So what do we do? Once the paper figures are destroyed, the videos will become clear, and the deeds of those unfilial descendants will no longer be concealed. If it can't be hidden, so be it. We're not moving anyway. Their actions have nothing to do with us." Yes, the chief is right. Gu Yimo ordered the footage to be replayed, revealing that the elders of those young people had transformed into paper figures. The construction team leader trembled in fear. How could this happen? It was clearly these villagers who came here. How did they turn into paper figures? He felt a chill creep down his spine, already pondering the supernatural. Yet he fought to convince himself, this is impossible. Someone must have tampered with the surveillance. These videos were maliciously altered. Gu Yimo cast a cold glance at the pale-faced construction team leader, stepping forward with a low voice. This place need not be demolished. I'll give you 1 month to find your children and return all the money you received from the Gu Group. Otherwise, I believe the relevant authorities will be quite curious about this matter, especially during a crackdown when they are in need of a target. What should we do, Chief? Those little rascals have long since disappeared. We can't recover the money. We can't provoke the special department. Chief, think of something. Chapter 19. Ashen Forehead. It's over. This flight is doomed. The village chief looked conflicted. If it comes to that, should we move first? That seems to be the only option. Let us pull some money and sell off a few old items? Someone suggested. The village chief's eyes brightened. That's a good idea. Let us head back. Gu Yimo grasped Diao's hand, ready to depart, when he overheard her inner thoughts. The yin sheet here is so heavy. There must be numerous coffins beneath the ground. Surely, the domineering CEO purchased this place to construct buildings? If they unearth coffins halfway through digging, the entire project will be delayed, resulting in a loss for this venture. Gu Yimo furrowed his brow deeply as the village chief approached with a look of shame. A month is simply too short. We have some antiquities we could sell for some funds. Could you grant us a little time to do so? We promise to repay you as soon as we earn it. We will not default. The chief had anticipated that the other party would not relent, but to his astonishment, Guillermo nodded, saying, "All right. Thank you so much, truly. No need for further words." Guillermo turned on his heel, still holding Di Dao's hand. Di Dao glanced back at the village, her heart murmuring, "With so many ancient tombs, there must be a plethora of antiquities. I must ensure that the interest is repaid." "Shall we stay here a few more days?" Guillermo inquired. Di Dao's lips twitched. "What is there to enjoy here? I want to return home and sleep soundly. My goodness, the energy I expended today could take 10 or 8 days of sleep to recover. What fun is there left? Guillermo, you owe me a life." "Humph. Today counts as your wages." Upon hearing this, Di Dao's eyes sparkled. "How much will you give me? My fee is quite steep, at least 10,000. Guillermo shot her a sidelong glance, questioning if this could be considered steep. With a grand gesture, he handed her a card. "Is this the fabled black card?" "No. Wait, the color isn't black. It's blue? This is a debit card. There is no password, and it holds 100,000. Not a black card?" Di Dao felt a twinge of disappointment. Other domineering CEOs casually offer black cards, yet you hand me a debit card. Guillermo replied nonchalantly, "I prefer not to engage in preemptive spending or be bound by it." "What do you mean?" "I do not possess credit cards or similar items."
Oh.
"Regardless, it is a good deal. 100,000 can purchase a great deal of yellow paper, ample cinnabar, and perhaps even a fine piece of thunderstruck wood. But wait. What do I need those for right now? I must revise my spending habits. With money, I should indulge in delectable food and beautiful clothing. Never again will I purchase such items." Upon arriving at the airport, Di Dao surveyed the crowd and noticed several passengers waiting to board with ashen, pallid faces. She gasped and abruptly turned to Guillermo. "What the hell? Why does the CEO look so grim?" Guillermo instinctively touched his face. "Have I been sunburned recently? Something is off. Very wrong. I need to check my reflection. I must go to the restroom. We are about to board. No, I absolutely must go. I might wet myself. Goodness, I might scare myself into wetting. I will accompany you to the restroom." Di Dao dashed to the restroom, and as soon as she entered, she gazed into the mirror, her heart racing. "Why is my face also pale? My forehead is gray. This is it. This flight is doomed." Outside the restroom, Guillermo heard her thoughts, his heart sinking. "I could invent a reason to have diarrhea. After all, if I do not exit the restroom, Guillermo will have to wait outside, and we might evade this calamity. But what about the other passengers? What will happen to them? I cannot just disregard their fate. That would be morally reprehensible. My conscience would not allow it. My master once said not to intervene too much in others' destinies, but I can never seem to remember that or change this habit. I fear I won't sleep tonight, burdened with guilt. What excuse could I concoct to prevent the flight from taking off?" Guillermo took out his phone and requested the contact number of the airline's leader from his assistant. "Hello, this is Guillermo." "Hello, Mr. Gu, we met at the annual meeting." "Yes." Guillermo had little recollection. "Is there something urgent you need?" "I suspect the flight I am about to board has encountered some issues. Please have it inspected." "Mr. Gu, are you flying with us today?" "I will certainly dispatch additional personnel to ensure your safety." 3 minutes later, a leader called back. "Mr. Gu, there indeed exists a significant issue with this aircraft. I have arranged for you to change flights." Meanwhile, within the restroom, Di Dao also conceived a plan to prevent the plane from taking off, resolutely thinking, "Where is my thunderstorm talisman? It would ruin my thunderstruck wood. Oh, I forgot. Such a thing does not exist in this world. This plan is futile. I must devise a new one." Guillermo urged from outside. "Are you done yet?" "Just a moment, I will be right out." "Hurry, hurry. Do you think we are rushing to be reborn? Do you not realize that boarding the plane means we are heading straight to the afterlife? If all else fails, I could feign madness and act deranged on the plane." Guillermo called out. "You need not rush. Take your time." Is he mocking me? This man dares to mock me? The aircraft discovered a fault, and the flight was delayed.
What?
What did you say? Di Dao burst from the restroom, her eyes sparkling with excitement. A major fault was discovered at the last minute, and all passengers are being forced to change flights. Di Dao exhaled deeply, her heart brimming with joy. Wonderful. I won't have to feign madness. Guillermo, observing her radiant expression, felt a slight smile tug at his lips. This woman indeed possessed some skill. He had not anticipated that the plane would genuinely encounter a significant fault. Had it not been for her, Boarding that flight would have had unimaginable consequences. Diao, you have once again saved my life. Once comfortably aboard the plane, Diao looked around, noticing that her fellow passengers appeared vibrant and healthy, and she sighed in relief. All is well. We are safe now. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber. Gu Yimo's gaze lingered gently upon her, not shifting away. Until the plane touched down, Gu Yimo gently nudged her awake.
Diao blinked groggily.
And Gu Yimo promptly diverted his gaze elsewhere. Upon returning to the Gu residence, they were greeted by the sounds of Lan Ku and the two young children crying.
Mommy.
Don't cry. Grandma might truly be in need of money, the little boy consoled his mother. The little girl muttered softly, Grandma must have gone gambling again. This is not the first time. Lan Ku, with red-rimmed eyes, glared at Gu Qin. Why did you give her money? This is my issue. I can handle it myself. Gu Qin reached out to grasp her hand, but Lan Ku vehemently shook him off. If you give her money, she will cling to you, to the Gu family. She is a bottomless pit. Unable to contain her emotions, she sank to the floor, cradling her head in despair. How could I have such a mother? Chapter 20, Brother. Let sister-in-law play with her own little doll. Spare my sister. Upon witnessing this, Diao immediately began to jot down notes, her mind racing. My heavens. The stakes are quite high. 1 million per round, merely gambling on size, with no technical skill involved whatsoever. She boasts daily about her daughter marrying into a wealthy family, claiming to be under scrutiny, while schemers await her to fall into their trap. This scheme is quite elaborate. First, they lease a fruit shop near her home, posing as the owner to ingratiate themselves with her, and only after multiple fruit purchases do they make their move. The bag they give her has been tampered with beforehand. It will surely break before she reaches home. When the fruit bag bursts, scattering fruit everywhere, a kind-hearted stranger will appear, using the opportunity to help her pick up the fallen fruit to get close to her. The newly arrived neighbor graciously brought over housewarming pastries, leading to an increase in their interactions, even to the point where they agreed to shop for discounted vegetables together. On this particular day, the amiable neighbor approached her, stating that they were short one player for a game and hoped she could join. Feeling somewhat bashful about declining, she ventured to the neighbor's home, only to discover familiar faces present, the owner of the fruit shop and the kind soul who had assisted her in picking fruit. She initially perceived it as a serendipitous encounter, yet it soon revealed itself to be the result of meticulous planning by others. Goodness. Life is riddled with schemes. My master was indeed correct. There are far too many coincidences, which surely indicates something amiss. With a dazed expression, Lan Ku stared at Diao. She scrutinized the lips of Diao, yet it was evident that there was no movement. Where then did that incessant sound drilling into her mind originate? Lan Ku continued to focus on Diao's mouth, a detail that caught the attention of Gu Emo and Gu Qin, who exchanged knowing glances. Both harboring the same suspicion, Lan Ku could also hear Diao's thoughts. Gu Emo exchanged a subtle signal, and Gu Qin nodded slightly, effortlessly lifting Lan Ku into a princess carry. Let me go. Be good, cry in your room later. My nephew and his wife are here. You wouldn't want to give them something to laugh about, would you? The two little ones were left behind, seemingly accustomed to their parents being preoccupied with each other, often treating them as if they were invisible. Their round, sparkling eyes, as if filled with twinkling stars, turned towards Diao and Gu Emo. The little girl, in a sweet voice, called out, Brother, sister-in-law. Diao's heart melted as she rushed over to pinch their cheeks, showering them with affection and lifting them high. How can you be so well-behaved and adorable? He. The little girl gazed up with innocent, bewildered eyes, allowing Diao to have her way, while the little boy, frightened, hid behind Gu Emo, tugging at his shirt with a hushed voice. Brother, does sister-in-law really like children? Gu Emo nodded. It's quite evident. Brother, you need to put in some effort. Effort for what? Hurry up and have a little baby with sister-in-law, so she can play with her own little doll and leave my sister alone. Gu Emo found himself at a loss for words. Would she desire a child of her own? He pondered, gazing at Diao thoughtfully for a moment. From her vantage point behind the sofa, the elderly matriarch Gu raised her thumb in approval towards her astute grandson, internally lauding him. What a thoughtful little grandson. Yes, they should be encouraged to procreate. Quickly, bring me a chubby great-grandchild. In the room, Gu Qin gently placed Lan Ku on the bed and leaned down to kiss her. Lan Ku abruptly covered his mouth, her doe-like eyes, freshly stained with tears, locking onto his. I'm not in the mood. As newlyweds, their days had been filled with sweetness, and in moments alone, they ignited like dry twigs in a roaring fire. Hasn't the problem been resolved? Resolved? You're always the one footing the bill, with no end in sight. My mother has been schemed against. How do you know she has been schemed against? Gu Chen narrowed his smiling eyes. Is it because you heard my sister-in-law's thoughts? Heard her thoughts? You were staring at her lips because you heard her voice. Yet her lips remained still. Lan Ke sat up, pulling Gu Chen closer. Tell me, what is going on? Did you hear it too? A few days ago, at my mother's birthday banquet, I discovered I could hear my sister-in-law's thoughts. She also told me I would find you at that buffet restaurant. Does she possess precognitive abilities? Somewhat akin to that. As far as I know, she keeps a notebook filled with the secrets and pasts of many. How fascinating. Is she a fairy or a witch? Gu Chen recalled, if there's anything peculiar about my sister-in-law, it would be that she was once sent to a mental institution as a child. Such a thing happened? Lan Ke subtly gestured to her head, implying, is she truly unwell? Her mental state should be fine. To my knowledge, she was wronged by her stepmother, and her father, being somewhat foolish, sent her to the institution. How infuriating! Lan Ke clenched her fists. With a stepmother comes a stepfather. She fixed Gu Chen with a dangerous gaze. If I were to die, would you remarry and find a stepmother for my two precious children? Never, I promise. A man's words are deceitful. I truly would not. I swear. Gu Chen raised his finger. Gu Chen, swear that if Lan Ke is no longer here, I shall not live alone. If I do, may heaven strike me down. Lan Ke hurriedly covered his mouth, scolding him. Are you out of your mind? If something were to happen to me and then to you, what would happen to the children? Without a mother and father, they would be orphans. Gu Chen, I warn you, regardless of what happens to me, you must live well and raise our two children. When they grow up and start families, if you wish to find me, that would be acceptable. I warn you, do not find them a stepmother. Otherwise, I will haunt you in your dreams every night. Gu Chen smiled, watching her animated lips, and suddenly leaned in to kiss her deeply. Too adorable, truly too adorable. Lan Ke, without you, how could I survive? Each day of living is a torment. My children will have their own fortunes, and by then, my mother, my sister, and my nephew will be around. They will take good care of the two children and ensure they do not become orphans. Lan Ke felt as if she were suffocating from the kiss, desperately pounding her fists against his chest. Gu Chen lingered on her lips, reluctant to part. My love, I will not allow you to encounter any misfortune. Even in death, I shall precede you. Bah, 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 you crow. Lan Ke's mother, upon receiving money, immediately rushed to the neighbor's home to repay her gambling debts. She felt deep remorse, for every time before sitting at the gambling table, she would warn herself not to gamble anymore, not to burden her daughter. Yet each time she sat down, it was as if she were possessed, completely losing control. Chapter 21. With a call of sister-in-law, money flowed out like water. The little rascal truly costs money. I'll return this money to you from now on. Do not call me again. I will not gamble anymore. Don't rush to leave. If you don't want to play, you can at least watch. Yes, sit down and help me figure out how to play this round. I want to watch. If I do, my hands will itch. This time, going to my son-in-law's house for money, I truly have lost all face. Remembering her daughter's angry tears, guilt welled up in her heart. She secretly vowed once more, no more gambling. If I do, I'll chop off my hands. But somehow, she found herself once again dazed and seated at the gambling table. Dazed, she borrowed money to continue gambling. By the time her senses returned, she had already lost 100,000. In despair, she cried out, turning and rushing back home, straight into the kitchen, grabbing a knife to harm herself. Lan Ke was trying to coax her two picky eaters to eat when her phone suddenly rang, displaying her mother's name. Not answering? Who is it? Gu Chen inquired curiously. Lan Ke flipped the phone over, camera facing up, allowing it to ring. Gu Chen sensed something was off, if it were a spam call or an unknown number. Hanging up would be the norm. His wife would never behave in such a manner. Diao, yawning as she descended the stairs, caught sight of Lan Ke's face and noticed a pimple on her forehead located precisely in the area associated with parental lineage, and it was on the right side. Has Ansan's mother encountered trouble? Let me consult my little notebook. Upon hearing the heartfelt thoughts of Diao, Lan Ke's heart skipped a beat. In a flurry of anxiety, she hastily grabbed her phone to answer the call, only to find that the other end had already hung up. Before she could dial back, she heard Diao's inner voice. Damn, that's ruthless. To go so far as to chop off her hand to quit drugs, she nearly bled to death. Lan Ke felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She pressed her fingertips firmly against her upper lip to regain her composure. She needed to remain calm. In such a dire situation, fainting was not an option. She redialed, and on the other end, a voice answered. Hello. May I ask if you are the daughter of the phone's owner? Yes, that's me. Your mother has had an accident and has been taken to our hospital by ambulance. She is currently undergoing emergency treatment at the City First Hospital. Lan Ke's voice trembled with urgency. All right, I will be there immediately. After hanging up, tears welled in her eyes as she murmured, Gu Chen, my mother has chopped off her hand. Can you take me to the City First Hospital? The couple rushed out, leaving two picky children staring wide-eyed at each other. The little girl, trembling, asked brother, did I hear that correctly? The little boy swallowed hard, his heart racing. Grandma really chopped off her hand? Diao pressed her lips together and approached the two children, unsure how to comfort them should they cry. She glanced at the girl, then at the boy. Seeing that their eyes were not red, she felt a bit relieved. Don't worry, your grandmother is fine. The hand that was severed has been preserved, and it can still be reattached. Huh? It can be reattached? Their disappointment was all too evident. The little girl sighed like a miniature adult, but Grandma always gambles and Mom's earnings never cover her losses. The little boy expressed his frustration. Actually, it's probably for the best that she lost her hand. She won't be able to play cards anymore. I will take good care of her. I can feed her and help her with many things, as long as she doesn't gamble. The little girl looked up at Diao, asking, Sister-in-law, why does she gamble? Diao sighed and gently stroked the girl's face. How can I explain? Your grandmother is a victim of circumstances. Who could resist the allure of a gambling addict? In major casinos, there are always traps laid out, even inviting little spirits. How many business owners have a conscience? She looked down at the girl's face, suddenly freezing. This little girl is in danger. Do you have watches or phones?
No.
Do you have running shoes with GPS?
No.
Do you have safety vests? What is that? We don't have any. Let us go. Today, I'll take you shopping. She pulled out a bank card she had just received from Gu Emo, which contained 100,000. At the hospital, as soon as Lan Ke's mother regained consciousness, she bit her lip and silently wept. Mom, why are you so foolish? Please don't cry. Lan Ke wiped her tears, but her mother only cried harder.
Mom,
please say something. Stop biting your lip. It's bleeding. Lan Ke's mother shook her head violently, turning away, continuing to weep. She didn't know what to say. She truly felt ashamed to ask her daughter for money to pay off gambling debts again. Mom, did you gamble again? Are you afraid to admit it? How much do you owe this time? Lan Ke's mother suddenly burst into loud sobs. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong, but I cannot control myself. I thought that by chopping off my hand, I could quit gambling. I sincerely want to quit. Her eyes filled with despair. Daughter, you must believe me. I genuinely want to quit. I've even thought about ending it all. Why can't I stop? I hate myself so much. Lan Ke, tears streaming down her face, gazed at her mother's heavily bandaged hand, severed at the wrist. What kind of resolve must one possess to commit such an act? She understood that her mother was earnest in her desire to quit gambling. If it hadn't been for the blood spilling out to the hallway, noticed by neighbors, and if help had arrived even a moment later, her mother could have lost her life. If quitting was truly impossible, then so be it. Lan Ke spoke hoarsely. I can earn money. You can bet smaller amounts. Just don't gamble too much. I'll earn money for you to play with. I don't want to live without my mother. Gu Chen stood at the door of the hospital room, recalling Diao's inner voice. This was a scheme meticulously crafted for his mother-in-law. Under the machinations of those with ulterior motives, even if she genuinely wished to quit gambling, it would be exceedingly difficult. He quietly left the hospital room and, standing in a corner of the corridor, made a phone call. Investigate thoroughly. If necessary, we can resort to some illicit means. Diao, holding one child in her left hand and another in her right, strode confidently. Choose whatever you like. I have the money. Sister-in-law, I want ice cream. Sister-in-law, I want ice cream too. Buy it. Sister-in-law, I want chocolate cake. Sister-in-law, I want strawberry cake. Buy it. Sister-in-law, I want a skateboard. Sister-in-law, I want a Barbie doll. Buy it. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, buy. Miss, your card balance is insufficient.
Huh?
Money is way too easy to spend. The little brats are indeed costly. My master did not deceive me. No wonder he always says I spend all the money on myself. Chapter 22. Renaming is akin to defying fate. and Di Jiao's expenditure was comparable to capturing over 100 spirits. Di Jiao returned to the villa joyfully with the two little ones, and upon entering, she was met by Lan Ko, whose eyes were red and swollen as she rushed toward her. After calming her mother, Lan Ko hurried back to her children, feeling a twinge of unease knowing Di Jiao had taken them out without prior experience. However, upon seeing Di Jiao returning with one child in each hand and the smiles on their faces, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. "Thank you, my mom."
She finds it hard to speak.
Di Jiao gently patted her back. "I understand. No family with a gambling addict can ever be at peace. If only I had a reliable peachwood sword, I could slay the demons." Suddenly, Di Jiao felt her hand gripped tightly. She looked at Lan Ko, who was flushed and her eyes sparkling. Di Jiao asked with concern, "Are you feverish? While taking care of your mother, don't tire yourself out. Rest assured, I will look after the two children. They are fond of me." Di Jiao glanced at the two children, who responded with obedient expressions. Di Jiao was satisfied. "See? They are quite fond of me."
Yes.
"Our sister-in-law is fond of us," the little girl exclaimed loudly. The boy, a bit shy and blushing, said softly, "Mom, don't worry. We will listen to sister-in-law. She treats us well." Gu Chen hurriedly arrived and pulled Lan Ku away before she could speak. "Chen, why are you stopping me? What do you want to say? Can you hear your niece's thoughts? Aren't you afraid of frightening her?" "But she said my mom is possessed by a gambling spirit and she can slay the demons. I will seek a master to handle this matter." In the VIP ward, the hospital bed was placed in the center, where Lan Ku's mother lay unconscious, while 7 monks chanted around her. Lan Ku's eyes brimmed with skepticism as she whispered, "Are you sure this will work?" Gu Chen smiled confidently. "It will." An hour and a half later, Lan Ku frowned tightly. "Are you certain?" Gu Chen's smile faltered. "It seems I am not so sure anymore." An hour had passed, and the 7 monks concluded their work. Their faces reflecting deep reverence. The malevolent spirits have been dispelled. Gu Chen saw the 7 men off, while Lan Ku remained in the hospital room, feeling somewhat uneasy. She took out her phone and dialed Di Jiao. "Could you bring the 2 children to see their grandmother?" "Sure. Send me the address." Just as Gu Chen returned to the ward after escorting the visitors away, he encountered Di Jiao, who was already holding a child in each hand.
"Sister-in-law."
"What brings you here?" Before Di Jiao could respond, Lan Ku hurried out of the ward. I called Di Jiao over.
Di Diao? Brother? Or Didi?
"I can't help but feel slightly offended by the way you address me." Hearing Di Jiao's thoughts, Lan Ku cleared her throat and wrapped her arm around Di Jiao's shoulder. "Diao Diao. Suspicious? Crafty? I always feel like you're cursing at me."
I'm Little Di.
"Thank you. I'm leaving the 2 children in your care for now. I absolutely detest hospitals. They are teeming with spirits. It's unbearable. I must leave this place swiftly." "Wait. Don't rush off just yet," Lan Ku said apologetically. "I still need your help to take the 2 children back." Gu Chen took the children away, while Lan Ku held Di Jiao's hand, preventing her from leaving. The couple exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Di Jiao was pulled into the ward, casting a casual glance at the elderly lady slumbering on the bed, and within her heart, she mused, "This gambling addict is rather formidable." Upon hearing her thoughts, Lan Ku shot a fierce glare at Gu Chen. Gu Chen rubbed his nose, wary of speaking up. He quietly exited the ward to call Gu Emo, accompany your wife to the antique market, and look for a peachwood sword. "Uncle, stop joking. This is a matter of life and death. I'm hanging up. Listen to me." After a lengthy pause, Gu Emo replied with a solemn expression. When the elderly lady awoke to the concern of her grandchildren, she burst into tears, covering her face. "Grandmother is a sinner. Woe is me. How pitiful. Who would scheme against an old woman?" The target was likely the Gu family. After all, an old lady holds little value for exploitation. Just as Di Jiao was contemplating, there was a knock at the ward door, and Gu Emo entered. Di Jiao was taken aback. "What brings you here?" Gu Emo cast a fleeting glance at Gu Chen and replied monotonously, "To take you all home. TSK. You look like someone forced to swallow something unpleasant. Are you constipated? Oh, then you hold the children." Di Jiao had no intention of sending the willing driver away. She led the way, entrusting the honorable duty of carrying 1 child in each arm to Gu Emo. Just before exiting the ward, Di Jiao paused and turned to Gu Chen and Lan Ku. "Have they already registered their new names?" "We must change their names," as the previous one seemed to bear some misfortune. Gu Chen, who was about to nod, immediately shook his head. "No. We are currently struggling to come up with suitable new names for the children. Could you help us with that? Diao narrowed her eyes at the two children, pondering for a moment before shaking her head and muttering, I need their birth dates. After Lan Ke provided the information, Diao began to calculate, rolling her eyes and shaking her head, appearing somewhat eccentric.
Lan Ke.
Gu Chen whispered, Is your wife not quite right in the head? Gu Emo chuckled. What do you think? Can a normal person have a notebook for gossip? Can a normal person read minds? It was already well known that Diao was rather eccentric. He was deficient in metal, hence the name Xian. She was deficient in water, thus the name Miao. Diao withdrew her reddened fingers, inwardly complaining, I really need to trim my nails. I've heard that getting a manicure is quite enjoyable. I ought to try it. But will getting a manicure affect my divination skills? Never mind, I won TB reading fortunes for others anyway. This time is an exception, for I feel a connection with these two little ones. Hearing Diao's thoughts, Gu Chen decisively declared, All right, from today onwards, they shall be named Gu Xian and Gu Miao. Gu Xian and Gu Miao, quickly thank your sister-in-law. Lan Ke prompted the two children to bow in gratitude. The children, somewhat bewildered, complied. Their names had changed numerous times in a short span, leaving them somewhat confused. Little Gu Miao asked softly, Mom, is this the final name? Is it hard to write? It's not difficult. You will use this name from now on, and you must never change it again. Lan Ke held great trust in Diao, believing that her children, having had their names altered by Diao, would lead a smooth and prosperous life. Diao yawned, inwardly musing, I'm so weak. Merely changing two names has left me exhausted. Sensing her thoughts, Gu Emo leaned closer to Diao. In the next moment, Diao was already standing, fast asleep. Though seemingly a simple act of renaming, it was, in fact, a significant alteration of the predetermined destinies of two pivotal figures in this world. A heavenly reversal of fate, and Diao's exertion was akin to capturing hundreds of spirits. Chapter 23. Hee. Not a single little cat can resist the temptation of dried fish. Gu Emo strode ahead, cradling Diao in his arms, while Gu Chen and Lan Ke trailed behind, each holding a child. Gu Chen remarked in a lowered voice, The way he holds her is quite proper. It's indeed a princess Carrie. Lan Ke chuckled lightly. Of course, he*s holding his wife. It's only fitting. Gu Chen scoffed. Don't think I didn't notice. He specifically wore gloves when holding the children. Lan Ke giggled. You know your nephew has a cleanliness obsession. Then why isn't he wearing them now? Does it make a difference? Apparently, his obsession disappears in front of his wife. Lan Ke asked with a knowing smile. What about you?
Ah.
All right. The men of the Gu family are perfectly healthy in front of their wives. We have no major ailments at all. Wives are our miraculous elixirs. Little Gu Miao grinned. Brother, do you have a serious illness? Do you need me to find you a wife? Oh, I mean an elixir? Gu Xian grimaced. Sister, you've learned some bad habits. At 4 a.m, Diao climbed out of the soft bed, initially sitting dazedly for 3 seconds before performing a nimble leap off the bed, only to emit a muffled grunt upon landing. Diao looked down at her feet, encountering a pair of icy cold eyes. Oh my, it's the domineering CEO. Why is he sleeping on the floor? Is it too late to pretend I'm sleepwalking? Remove your foot. Gu Emo's voice was low and hoarse, a result of a night without water, resonating like a melancholic saxophone in the stillness of the night. Diao hurriedly retracted her foot, but her swift movement caused her to tumble down, landing squarely on Gu Emo's handsome face.
Diao, so embarrassing.
I could just die from humiliation. Oh my goodness. I wish this were all just a dream. It's a dream. This is definitely a dream. Move your backside.
Ah.
Could you refrain from speaking? I can feel your breath on my backside. Ironically, his noble high nose was now wedged in an indescribable position.
Kui Montag.
A silence as profound as death enveloped them. Diao awkwardly shifted away and, like a gust of wind, bolted out of the room to avoid facing Gu Emo's wrath. Gu Emo, sitting up with tousled hair, wore a deeply flushed expression. Diao dashed down the stairs, arriving at the large tree in the yard, where she plopped down, only to discover something beneath her. Looking down, she found a wrought tin mat. She picked up the cushion, glancing left and right, and when she looked up, she locked eyes with Gu Emo, who was peeking through the window. 3 seconds later, with a resounding thud, Gu Emo slammed the window shut.
Diao stood in place, pouting.
And then her lips curled into a mischievous smile. Tieske, Gu Emo is quite thoughtful, isn't he? In the early morning, Gu Chen drove Lan Ku and the two children to the hospital. Diao observed this and asked in confusion, why not leave the children at home? Today you're going out, so I'm taking the kids to the hospital to keep their grandmother company. Am I going out? What's this about? How come I don't know anything about it? Gu Yimo drove over, honking the horn, his cool voice commanding, get in the car. TSK. You just expect me to get in without any dignity. Diao turned and walked in the opposite direction. The car followed her at a snail's pace, no longer urging her. When Diao paused, the car came to a stop as well. A soft meow from the bushes caught her attention. Her eyes lit up. A kitten? A stray? If it's black, I'll be your mother. Pushing aside the leaves, she discovered a pitch-black kitten, devoid of any stray hairs. With one blue eye and one green eye. Baby, mommy is taking you home. Come here to mommy. She waved enthusiastically at the little cat. The kitten, despite its youth, wore a stoic expression, its peculiar eyes flashing with caution as it regarded Diao, emitting a low growl as a warning. Hey now, quite fierce, aren't you? Listen. If you come home with mommy, you'll feast on delicious treats, countless catnip snacks, an abundance of toys, and a warm little bed. The black cat growled fiercely, baring its teeth. It seemed that without a little incentive, it wouldn't recognize a mother's kindness. You wait right here. Diao rushed back to the villa to summon the aunt to prepare some dried fish. By the time she returned with a steaming bag of freshly fried yellow croakers, she found Gu Yimo standing by the car, cradling the previously indomitable little black cat. At that moment, the kitten nestled in Gu Yimo's arms, showing none of its earlier defiance or hostility.
Wow.
This cat is biased. Diao glanced at the bag in her hand and quietly pulled out a golden, crispy little fish, taking a bite. So fragrant. The bones are chewable, absolutely delicious. Yum. Yes, quite good. I'll have another. She savored the fish, entirely forgetting that it was meant for the cat, all while the black cat watched her with wide eyes. The little black cat bared its teeth, nearly leaping from Gu Yimo's embrace to brandish its claws. Gu Yimo gently pressed down on its head, soothing it into submission, while the kitten closed its eyes, choosing to ignore the situation, though its pink nose continued to twitch. Diao secretly chuckled. Craving a bite, are we? Not a chance. Who told you not to choose your owner wisely? Get in the car. I refuse. Gu Yimo furrowed his brow, looking at her. Stop messing around. I'm not stopping. No stopping means no divorce. I'm going to make a scene. I'll take you to the antique market. Diao's eyes brightened at the unexpected offer.
Is that so?
She rummaged through her pocket, retrieving the card Gu Yimo had given her. But I'm out of money. I spent it all shopping for the little ones. Gu Yimo cast her a cool glance. What you fancy, I'll cover.
Ha.
I can fancy anything. Even if I don't like it, I can sell it for cash. Only 3 items. Gu Yimo's gaze was unwavering. One more, and it's a no-go. Humph. Such a miserly CEO. Other CEOs casually toss out checks worth millions. You're such a cheapskate. Am I being possessed by a miserly spirit? Just as Diao prepared to scrutinize Gu Yimo's face, he covered her eyes with his hand. For items at most. Keep talking and you won't be going at all.
Deal.
No backing out. Diao immediately hopped into his car. Gu Yimo settled into the driver's seat, placing the little black cat in her lap.
Ha.
In the end, you're still in my hands. The little black cat. The two exchanged glances. The human and the cat, staring each other down. Just as the black cat emitted a threatening sound, a crispy, golden yellow croaker appeared before it, and its claws transformed into paws that eagerly seized the fish.
Ha!
I told you, no kitten can resist the allure of dried fish. Diao felt a swell of pride, gently stroking the kitten's soft fur, reveling in the moment. Life with a cat is simply delightful. Chapter 24. Does the domineering CEO dabble in metaphysics during his leisure time? How astute. After feeding and petting the cat all the way, Diao believed she had finally won over the little glutton. Yet, upon arriving at their destination, the well-fed kitten leaped from her arms into Gu Yimo's. It turned back to give Diao a haughty, disdainful look. Diao, how infuriating. Unbelievable. Now that it's full, it doesn't recognize me. The tall, slender man held the black cat in one arm while opening the car door for her, his voice rich and magnetic. Don't want to get out? Meeting his gaze, Diao wrinkled her nose. Is being handsome that impressive? Why does the infuriating, beauty-obsessed cat prefer the handsome ones? Am I hideous? The black cat suddenly meowed sharply. Diao, she looked into its condescending eyes, feeling as though the cat was responding. Yes. You're ugly. Fine. You win this round. Tomorrow, I'll buy a calico cat, the most beautiful calico cat, and we'll see if you still ignore me. Humph. Diao shot a glare at the man. She redirected her frustration at Gu Yimo, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized his prized car. I've heard men cherish their cars above all else.
Now.
I'll rush to the driver's seat, slam the door, and hit the gas. Then I'll sell the car and vanish. The domineering CEO will suffer the loss of his beloved vehicle. Gu Yimo, for items, are you backing out? Just as Diao was about to shift to the driver's seat, she pressed her lips together. Who says I'm backing out? I must find 4 items more expensive than this car. I'll make the CEO go bankrupt. Gu Yimo, even if you cleared out the antique market, I wouldn't go bankrupt. Entering the bustling antique market, stalls filled with a myriad of wares lined the paths, with street vendors on either side. The stalls were transient, bearing a significant risk, as the vendor might change by the next visit. Diao loved browsing through the stalls, as they held a mix of genuine treasures and counterfeit goods, unlike the stores where everything was meticulously vetted by experts, leaving little chance for a lucky find. What do you think of that peachwood sword? Gu Yimo finally couldn't help but suggest after Diao had wandered for quite some time, without settling on a target item. Diao barely glanced at it, scoffing. I'm not a Taoist priest. What would I want with that? Humph. I've already seen it. Do I need you to remind me? Just a counterfeit. Not worth my time. A counterfeit? Gu Yimo extended his hand to grasp the peachwood sword displayed at the stall and inquired, Boss, isn't this made of peachwood? The vendor replied, Absolutely. This is genuine peachwood. There can be no imitation. Diao inwardly scoffed. The Taoist talisman, the peachwood sword, is said to quell demons and vanquish evil. Peachwood, revered as the essence of the 5 woods, is also known as fairy wood, capable of suppressing all forms of malevolent energy, protecting homes, warding off malevolence, and cutting through harm. The market is replete with an array of peachwood swords, he mused. However, a true Taoist talisman is not crafted from ordinary peachwood. It must originate from a solitary peach tree. Though this is indeed peachwood, it is not from a solitary tree. Gu Yimo gently caressed the blade and shook his head. While this is peachwood, it lacks the solitary essence. Both the vendor and Diao cast astonished glances his way. The vendor exclaimed, Whoa! Today, we have an expert among us.
Diao quipped.
Could it be that this domineering CEO dabbles in metaphysics during his leisure time? How astute. Hush, dear customer, please lower your voice. The vendor glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was paying attention, and continued in a hushed tone, You too possess knowledge. I shan't deceive you. This is indeed merely a peachwood sword made from common wood, serving as a mere ornament in the hands of connoisseurs, devoid of any true power. Do you have a sword made from solitary peachwood? Gu Yimo inquired. The vendor appeared troubled. A solitary peach tree, akin to the ginkgo tree, must have no other trees surrounding it. Such specimens are hard to come by. Just as Gu Yimo was about to leave with Diao, the vendor hastily called out to them, shifting his tone. However, it's not entirely out of reach, albeit at a steeper price. He then dragged a wooden box from beneath the stall, opened it, and revealed an object wrapped in red cloth. As he unwrapped the layers, he proclaimed, Behold, this is a peachwood sword crafted from solitary peachwood. The vendor rubbed his hands together. This item is precious. The price is somewhat high. How about 20,000? Will you take it? Diao cast a cursory glance, internally scoffing, merely made from sidewood, and he dares to ask for 20,000. Not even 200 would anyone desire this. Indeed, it is solitary peachwood, but this sword is far from a qualified product. Solitary peachwood is the epitome of yang wood. A sword made from it must utilize the root for the hilt and the trunk for the blade, drawing from the heart of the tree, not from side wood. Moreover, a single tree can yield only one sword. Gu Yimo gleaned from Diao's thoughts that while this was solitary peachwood, it was merely a sword crafted from its branches, not the heart, thus greatly diminishing its power. Shall we peruse other stalls? Gu Yimo asked Diao for her opinion.
Diao shrugged. Fine.
Hey, customers, please don't leave. If you find 20,000 too steep, we can negotiate. How about 10,000, 5,000, 3,000? Gu Yimo and Diao walked away, without looking back, as the little black cat leaped onto Gu Yimo's shoulder, baring its teeth at the vendor. There are many frauds among the stalls. Let us inspect the wares in the shop. Before Diao could protest, she found herself pulled by this domineering man into a store. An elderly man with a goat beard and a Daoist hairstyle reclined in a chair, fanning himself with a hand fan. Upon their entrance, he merely lifted his gaze, showing no intention of welcoming them. Gu Yimo inquired, "Do you have a peachwood sword made from the heart of a solitary peach tree?" The old man's hand paused as he fanned himself, not responding, but instead asked, "Why is peachwood regarded as the pinnacle of Yang wood? Why can it contain the fire of Yang?" Gu Yimo furrowed his brows deeply. Diao stifled a laugh nearby. Seeing the CEO at a loss is truly delightful. He must have been an exemplary student, never bested in his life, right? In truth, this question is not difficult. Gu Yimo perked up his ears, hoping to glean the answer from Diao's thoughts. From the Shan Haijing, north of the seas, Quafu chased the sun, but upon reaching the sun, he became parched and sought to drink, first from the Wei River, which was insufficient, then from the Great Lake to the north, but before he arrived, he died of thirst. He abandoned his staff, which transformed into the Denglin. The Denglin is a peach grove. The peach grove originated from Quafu's staff, which absorbed the essence of the sun and Quafu, hence it is a supreme Yang object. Gu Yimo echoed the response, earning a look of newfound respect from the old man. Not bad, not bad. You are fated to see the treasure of my shop. Whether you can purchase it depends on your wealth. Chapter 25. How dare you offer such a price, you unscrupulous old man? The old man produced the treasure of the shop, a seemingly ancient peachwood sword, its blade etched with a Big Dipper. He spoke at length. This sword adheres to the principles of the I Ching. The blade is 9 inches long, not exceeding a foot, while the hilt measures 3 inches, not surpassing 4. The total length is 12 inches. The meaning, with 3 talents in hand, wielding 9 yang, commanding the 12 energies of heaven and earth. This is the standard method for crafting a Taoist peachwood sword. Such a sword is known as a pure Yang fairy wood sword, capable of subduing Yin demons and malevolent spirits. Diao squinted at the peachwood sword, satisfied in her heart. Indeed, it is made from heartwood. The old man proudly elaborated, this sword hilt is adorned with a red tassel, accented with cinnabar. Only thus can the peachwood sword's powers be maximized, subduing various adverse influences around it. The cinnabar depicts auspicious elements, and the Big Dipper engraved on the blade is not haphazardly drawn. Each star is meticulously inlaid into the peachwood sword, the craftsman paying attention to detail to ensure perfect harmony with the blade. The Big Dipper is believed to bring fortune and auspiciousness. The tassel is adorned with 2 peachwood beads, resembling 2 small gourds, and 3 auspicious Daoist copper coins enhance the energy field, amplifying its power. The wealth-attracting coin signifies the broadening of financial avenues, inviting wealth from all directions. The 5 Thunder Piece coin welcomes fortune and peace. The 8 Trigrams Mountain Ghost coin strengthens the aura, warding off misfortune. Each copper coin is strung together with red silk thread, and within the square holes of the coins, there are agate beads, 3 in total, symbolizing prolonged joy and enduring fortune. Gu Yimo, indifferent to the old man's lengthy discourse, focused instead on Diao's thoughts. Upon hearing her clearly state that this was indeed a heartwood sword, Gu Yimo began to inquire about the price. Sensing the interest from his counterpart, the old man ceased his rambling, took a sip of tea, and with his finger dipped in the tea, wrote a 3 on the table, then began adding zeros. Diao mentally counted. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros, 5 zeros, good heavens, that's already 300, 000, and he is still adding zeros? 3 million? Is he mad? Gu Yimo retrieved his checkbook, intending to write a check for 3 million. Diao snatched the checkbook from him, exasperated. Damn it. You're so stingy with me, yet you're willing to spend so freely on others. Come with me. Diao yanked Gu Yimo's hand, forcibly dragging him out of the shop. The old man shouted from behind, Do you still want the peachwood sword? Diao turned back and yelled, There's not even a hint of the heavenly gang above the Big Dipper. How dare you offer such a price, you unscrupulous old scoundrel. What a foul-mouthed girl. The old man retorted, grabbing a stool and rushing out of the shop. Initially being pulled by Diao, Gu Yimo tightened his grip on her hand and urged her to run faster. Breathless, they reached the car, and Diao calculated with her fingers before pointing towards the east, saying, Drive in that direction. That unscrupulous old man, trying to sell a half-finished peachwood sword for 3 million. Even 3,000 would be excessive. This foolish CEO really intends to spend 3 million. Couldn't he just give me that money? Since he desires a peachwood sword, I shall craft one for him. At that time, Diao rubbed her hands together, secretly musing, I won't ask for much, just a modest 240,000, a mere 20 discount. Gu Yimo, having discerned Di Diao's unspoken thoughts, pressed the accelerator and steered the vehicle eastward. Di Diao pointed out several directions along the way, and Gu Yimo, a man of few words, complied with her guidance. Before them lay a dense thicket of reeds, obstructing the path of their vehicle. Di Diao urged Gu Yimo to disembark hastily, and without hesitation, she plunged into the reeds. Gu Yimo hesitated at the edge, gradually losing sight of Di Diao's figure. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately steeled himself to venture into the unclean thicket. Upon traversing the reeds, they arrived at a desolate expanse, where a solitary peach blossom tree stood. Do we have tools to dig up the tree?
Diao inquired.
None.
Came the reply.
Am I to excavate it with my bare hands? Not that I would mind, she said, rolling up her sleeves and crouching down, ready to dig. However, Gu Yimo swiftly pulled her up. I will have someone bring tools. With a mere phone call from the domineering CEO, within 15 minutes, 10 bodyguards clad in black appeared, bearing shovels. Di Diao gave a thumbs up to Gu Yimo. Tell them to be careful not to damage the roots. 2 bodyguards carried the tree, following Di Diao, who inwardly reveled. Master, I have made progress. I now have subordinates to assist me in unearthing trees. In a sinister cave, flames flickered as an old woman clad in a cloak cackled maliciously. The names inscribed with their birth dates have been burned. They shall soon fall ill. 2 men across from her displayed sinister smiles, one stating, as long as those 2 little brats are hospitalized, we will have the opportunity to relocate them. The other inquired, how much longer can that gambling addict endure? The old woman chuckled, as long as I desire it to last, it shall. Di Diao and Gu Yimo had the peach tree carried back, prompting the elder Mrs. Gu and Gu Shui to emerge and witness the spectacle. Where did this peach tree come from? The elder Mrs. Gu asked. Gu Shui, equally puzzled, queried, is it to be planted in the courtyard?
Diao,
busily directing the bodyguards, had already begun to strip the bark from the tree. Seeing Di Diao engrossed in her work, Gu Yimo gestured for the elder Mrs. Gu and Gu Shui to follow him to a secluded spot, where he disclosed the situation to them. You mean third brother instructed you to take little D to the antique market to select a peach wood sword. But little D found it too expensive and decided to procure an entire peach tree to craft one herself? Gu Shui was utterly astonished. Are you certain she can make a peach wood sword? The elder Mrs. Gu's attention, however, fixated on the term gambling addict, and she whispered, is such a thing truly real? Gu Yimo pursed his lips, casting his gaze towards Di Diao, who was commanding the operations in the courtyard, and solemnly stated, what she has expressed inwardly should not be doubted. After selecting suitable materials for the sword, Di Diao immersed them in a water tank for 3 days before taking them out to dry. Only after they had dried did she commence the crafting of the wooden sword. Her design was devoid of excessive embellishments. No copper coins, red strings, or gourds were required. The essence of the peach wood sword lay solely in the wood itself. After engraving the Big Dipper on the blade, she further adorned it with the character for Tiangang, the 36 star deities in the heavens, to ward off negative energies and dispel impurities. She inscribed the character for Ziwei, the great emperor of stars, who presides over the fortunes and misfortunes of all beings. By etching this character onto the peachwood sword, she invoked a righteous spirit, providing protection and blessings. When the peachwood sword was finally completed, half a month had elapsed. At that moment, the 2 men in the cave pressed the old woman. It has been half a month. And those 2 children are as lively as ever. They have not fallen ill at all. The old woman furrowed her brow tightly. How can this be possible?
how can it not be?
They retorted. You are ineffectual. You deceived us. It is not my fault. The birth dates you provided were incorrect. The old woman could conceive of no other explanation. The names and birth dates of the children were extracted from their grandmother's lips. There can be no error. Chapter 26. Look at these pronounced dark circles, the pallid complexion, and that excessively handsome visage. That person should be discharged from the hospital soon, right? The old woman narrowed her dangerous eyes, producing a silver bell that she began to shake. The 2 men, having witnessed this maneuver before, knew that once she employed the silver bell, the gambling spirit affixed to that person would soon take effect. Wan Ke's mother, unwilling to remain in the hospital any longer, hastily discharged herself as soon as she was eligible. Wan Ke, concerned for her mother, repeatedly offered to take her to the Gu family for easier care. But each time her offer was rebuffed. Left with no choice, Wan Ke returned home to tend to her mother. This predicament left Gu San Shu lamenting. After finally having a wife to hold him during the night, he suddenly reverted to the solitude of his bed. Uncle Gu, shall we keep you company while you sleep? Gu Xin shyly suggested. Gu Miao nudged his brother's leg. Call him Dad. Look at how dark his expression has become. Gu Xin scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, I am still a bit unaccustomed. I forgot to call him Dad again. Glancing up, Gu Xin stole a furtive look at Gu Qin, and in a small voice murmured, Dad. Gu Qin sighed inwardly, acutely aware of his prolonged absence during the children's formative years. He understood that mending this gap would require a considerable amount of time. Gu Chen's phone rang. It was Lan Ke. Through her tears, she implored, What should I do? My mother is about to splurge again. Slow down, don't cry. What is happening? My mother has fallen back into her gambling addiction. Wait there. I will come immediately. Your presence is futile. Find little D. Hurry, seek her out. Has the sword been completed? It should be finished. But my sister-in-law mentioned it needs to be sun-dried for a few more days for it to be truly complete. We cannot wait. I suspect that thing is once again exerting its control over my mother. If it can be used, we must utilize it. All right, do not panic. I will go find my sister-in-law. Gu Chen stood before the door of Gu Yimo and Di Diao's quarters. Instead of knocking, he first called Gu Yimo. Di Diao grumbled irritably. Why didn't you turn off your phone? You woke me up. Due to the earlier name changes for the two children and the recent effort in crafting the Peachwood sword, Di Diao had been thoroughly worn out, retiring to bed by 8 every evening. Though it was merely 10 o'clock now, an hour when most would just be settling down for Di Diao. It was the most comfortable time for slumber. Gu Yimo spoke in a low voice. It was my oversight. Please continue to rest. Typically, he would switch off his work phone but never turned off the family phone. Previously, when not residing in the ancestral home, he kept it on 24/7 out of concern for his elderly grandmother, fearing he might be unreachable in case of an emergency. Now that he lived in the ancestral home, that habit remained unchanged. He had not anticipated that his uncle would call him so late. As he opened the door to step outside to take the call, he discovered his uncle waiting at the threshold. Gu Yimo. He pressed the phone off with a forceful click. Unfazed by the abrupt disconnection, Gu Chen chuckled as he stepped closer, draping an arm around Gu Yimo's shoulder. Nephew. I need to speak with you. Upon hearing that Di Diao should now assist in exorcising the gambling spirit, Gu Yimo's expression darkened. She is already asleep. But my mother-in-law. Anything that needs discussing can wait until tomorrow, Gu Yimo stated, turning to return to his room. Gu Chen grasped his arm tightly. If you do not help me speak, I shall go myself. That is out of the question. I understand I should not disturb her slumber, but this is a matter of life and death. I believe she would willingly assist. And how do you intend to broach the subject with her? Will you tell her you heard her inner thoughts, and thus know she can help your mother-in-law exorcise the gambling spirit? I believe we ought to be transparent with her about this matter. Gu Chen's expression suddenly grew grave. Xiao Mo, you are her husband. You should take the initiative to disclose this to her. Keeping it from her now, along with the entire family, will only make it harder for her to accept the truth when she eventually learns it. That is not something you need to fret about. You should seek other means to assist your mother-in-law. Gu Yimo, are you truly unwilling to lend your assistance? There is a matter to attend to. I shall return at 4 in the morning. Gu Yimo pushed Gu Chen aside and made her way back to her room. Di Diao was already sound asleep, and Gu Yimo tiptoed onto the bed, gazing at Di Diao's serene face through the dim light. Gu Chen was seething with frustration. He longed to confront Di Diao directly. Yet he feared that disturbing her might provoke her ire, leading her to refuse assistance. Ultimately, Gu Chen had no choice but to seek out other masters before driving to Lan Ke's mother's house. Upon seeing a strange man standing beside her husband, Lan Ke furrowed her brow tightly and whispered to Gu Chen, Where is Xiao Di? She's already asleep. I dare not wake her. You know how she can be in the mornings. Even my nephew is cautious around her, and I cannot rouse her, Gu Chen replied. Lan Ke glanced at the clock, her face etched with worry. Then we must wait until after 4. Having lived in the old mansion for some time, Lan Ke had come to understand Di Diao's habits well, but the urgency of her mother's situation had momentarily clouded her judgment. That man appears rather youthful, doesn't he? Lan Ke vividly recalled the last time her husband had gathered numerous monks for chanting and was filled with skepticism regarding his ability to procure capable masters. This time, the individual her husband had chosen seemed rather unreliable. Just look at those pronounced dark circles, pale complexion, and overly handsome face. He resembled a carefree socialite who frequented bars. Look, this Master Zhang is well regarded in the industry. Refrain from speaking carelessly lest you offend him. Such matters are judged not by age, but by skill and capability. Some old Taoist priests begin their training later in life, whereas Master Zhang has been honing his craft since infancy. Regardless of whether he trained in utero or as a babe, I sincerely hope he can resolve my mother's predicament. Fear not, Gu Chen assured in a hushed tone. Even if he cannot completely dispel the entity, he can ensure my mother's safety for several hours. Once Xiao Di awakens at 4, I shall summon her immediately. Hearing her husband say that this was merely a temporary measure and that they would ultimately need to call upon Xiao Di, Lan Ke felt a wave of relief wash over her. Compared to outsiders, she placed far greater trust in Xiao Di, who could even hear her innermost thoughts, providing her with a sense of security. Master Zhang, despite appearing quite fatigued and somewhat lacking in vitality, did possess genuine skills. Under his guidance, Lan Ke's mother gradually calmed and slipped into a deep slumber. In the cave, the old woman's expression darkened as she noticed cracks appearing on the silver bell in her hand. What is happening? Has your bell broken? Why does it no longer ring? The old woman cackled ominously. It seems the Gu family has caught on to my presence. They've summoned a skilled practitioner to deal with me. However, he is still quite inexperienced. As she spoke, the old woman produced a black bell made of old silver, now tarnished. With the sound of the silver bell, Lan Ke's mother let out a blood-curdling scream, abruptly awakening. Master Zhang hastily performed a counterspell, but his power fell short, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He is bleeding. Is he going to be all right? What time is it? Lan Ke asked anxiously. Gu Chen glanced at his watch, exclaiming, "It's 4 o'clock. I will call Xiao Di. Let me do it. You might not articulate it well. I'll handle it." Just as Diao was waking and preparing to meditate beneath the tree, her phone rang. "Hello, Lan Lan, are you looking for me?" Over the past few days, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Diao had intended to call her third aunt, but Lan Ke insisted on being addressed as Lan Lan, feeling that the former made her sound older. "Xiao Di, a situation has arisen with my mother. We've called upon a Taoist priest, but his peachwood sword has broken. I remembered that you recently crafted a peachwood sword, and was wondering if it could be of use. It can be utilized, but if it sits in the sun for a few more days, its power will be amplified. I have an unusual request. Could you lend your peachwood sword to him? He claims my mother is possessed, and that the sword is essential for exorcising the malevolent spirit." Gu Chen gave his wife a thumbs up. This fabrication rolled off her tongue effortlessly. Meanwhile, Master Zhang wiped the blood from his lips, glanced at his intact peachwood sword, hesitated for a moment, then deliberately broke it in two. Gu Chen was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Master Zhang would be so agreeable and cooperative. Chapter 27. I thought I was merely delivering a sword, but it seems I must take action myself. Diao hurriedly retrieved the sword from the ceiling and rushed outside, where a car came to a stop before her. The window rolled down to reveal Gu Yimo's face. "I'll drive you. Did my third uncle call you?" "Yes." "All right. Then drive quickly." As Diao got into the car with the sword, she noticed that her little black cat was also inside. What does this mean? What's with this little creature hogging the passenger seat? Gu Yimo chuckled softly. Little Black moved to the back. With a swift leap, the black cat jumped to the rear seat. Why is this feline so obedient to Gu Yimo? After settling in, Diao turned to glance at the little black cat, which held its head high, casting a disdainful sideways glance at her. Fine. You may look down on me now, but one day you will beg for my favor. Tomorrow, I shall find the most exquisite calico cat. Diao silently clenched her fists. Hearing her thoughts, Gu Yimo's lips curled into a slight smile. Upon arriving at Lan Ke's mother's house, Diao encountered Master Zhang. He is utterly different from what I imagined. I had envisioned an elderly Taoist with white hair and a long beard, akin to my master. But he is surprisingly youthful. This Master Zhang is rather good-looking. Gu Yimo tightened his grip, inadvertently causing the little black cat to squeak and leap onto Diao's shoulder. Diao felt a sudden weight on her shoulder and turned to see the little black cat perched there. In jest, she remarked, "Is the sun rising in the west today?" Gu Chen introduced, "Master Zhang, this is my niece, and this is my niece's husband." Diao handed a tissue to Master Zhang, saying, "You have blood at the corner of your mouth. Wipe it off." "Thank you," Master Zhang replied, taking the tissue and stepping back to maintain distance. Diao felt a twinge of frustration. Why can't third uncle just introduce me by my name? Why must he refer to me as his niece's husband? My second spring has yet to blossom, and the other party is already keeping their distance due to my marital status. How infuriating! Such a handsome Taoist is a rare find. I have accompanied my master to numerous mountains and Taoist temples, yet none have caught my eye. My master often says that finding a Taoist is beneficial, as they must sign a marriage contract before the ancestral master, ensuring a monogamous union. It is far more reliable than a marriage certificate, for those who violate their vows will face dire consequences. Once I divorce Gu Yimo, I shall visit this young Taoist mountain. Perhaps I will encounter an even more handsome Taoist. He he he. A wave of amusement washed over Diao, causing a smile to involuntarily grace her face. Hearing her thoughts, Gu Chun and Lan Ke fell silent, both too apprehensive to glance at Gu Yimo's darkening expression, feeling the oppressive atmosphere around them, which had grown rather cold. Lan Ke cleared her throat and remarked, "It seems the air conditioning is set too low. I shall adjust it. I'll go fetch some water." Gu Chun quickly added. The two hastily exited, leaving Master Zhang under Gu Yimo's cold gaze. Master Zhang cleared his throat. "I need to use the restroom."
Huh?
"Why has everyone left? Who will hand over the sword?" Diao removed the sword from her back and held it up, looking toward the restroom. Gu Yimo snatched the sword from her grasp, declaring, "I will give it to him." When Master Zhang emerged from the restroom, Gu Yimo handed him the sword with a stern expression. Master Zhang accepted it, praising a fine magical tool. "Is there anything else for me to do?"
Diao inquired.
Lan Ke and Gu Chun exchanged a glance, and Lan Ke quickly linked her arm with Diao's. "Stay and watch." For the Taoist's exorcism of malevolent spirits is indeed a rare spectacle. Diao's lips twitched as she thought, "I've witnessed such scenes countless times. It's truly impressive only when I take the stage myself. Who cares to observe others slaying demons?" Despite her thoughts, Diao remained, eager to see how the Taoist of this world would expel evil spirits. With the aid of his talisman, Zhang the Taoist's aura surged as he cast a spell once more. Inside the cave, the elderly woman vigorously shook the black silver bell in her hand. "Are you capable of this? That bell of yours seems on the verge of shattering." "Silence," the elderly woman scolded, stowing the bell away just before it cracked and replacing it with a skull to strike. "Is that a human skull? It appears rather small. Could it belong to a person or perhaps a monkey?" The elderly woman grinned ominously. "You are quite curious. Do you wish to take a closer look?" She extended her hand, but the two recoiled several paces, frantically waving their hands in refusal, fearful of the sinister object. Who could know whether touching it might invoke a curse? Just as Zhang the Taoist seemed to hold the upper hand, he suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, splattering it across Lan Mu's face. "Zhang Taoist." Gu Chun and Lan Ke rushed to support the collapsing figure. "He's fainted. What do we do?" Lan Ke was at a loss. Gu Chun hoisted him onto his back. "I'll take him to the hospital. I'll accompany you. You stay and look after mother." Gu Chun instructed Gu Emo, "Nephew, lend a hand." Gu Emo remained motionless.
Guimontak.
Gu Chun called him by his full name. He feigned ignorance. Unable to bear it any longer, Diao gave him a firm kick. "Go help." Only then did Gu Emo begrudgingly assist. The two men transported the unconscious figure to the hospital, while Lan Ke wept as she wiped the blood from her mother's face, who suddenly began to tremble violently, as if seized by a seizure. Diao sighed silently, picking up the peachwood sword that Zhang the Taoist had dropped.
"Ah."
"I thought I was merely delivering a sword. I never anticipated I would have to intervene myself." Given that little Taoist's abilities, paired with the enhancement of the peachwood sword, this minor nuisance should be dealt with swiftly. If it cannot be resolved, it must be severely weakened, evidently due to the spellcaster's ongoing incantations. I wonder which malevolent force this is. It's high time that this nefarious creature tasted the bitter fruit of its own misdeeds. Grasping the peachwood sword, Diao formed a spell with one hand while brandishing the sword with the other, murmuring, "Teach me to slay demons, O Supreme Lord Laozi, with your divine methods." With a commanding shout, she summoned the heavenly thunder. Outside, the thunder rumbled ominously. A fierce wind howled, and the trees danced wildly. Lan Ke, previously startled into silence, now stared at Diao in awe. In that moment, Diao bore no resemblance to her usual playful self. Her countenance was solemn, her gaze authoritative, enveloped in an indescribable aura of intimidation that inspired respect. With both hands gripping the sword, Diao delivered a powerful strike. Lan Ke's mother sensed a fierce gust approaching, her eyes widening in terror, not from the individual wielding the sword before her, but from the vague apparition of an infant she glimpsed. The infant smiled at her, but the grin was sinister and chilling, suddenly opening its mouth wide. Though infants should lack teeth, This one was filled with a plethora of sharp fangs, lunging toward her. Just as Lanka's mother was about to scream, her voice caught in her throat as the sword came crashing down. A phantom blade cleaved through the air, striking the infant's head. The infant emitted a wretched wail, its body severed in two, swiftly dissolving into black smoke as it attempted to flee, but was immediately struck down by another blade, vanishing entirely without a trace. Inside the cave, the elderly woman's eyes widened in horror, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the skull in her grasp shattered into two, crumbling into dust, which then turned to ash, leaving nothing behind. The woman trembled violently, struggling to suppress the blood surging upward, but ultimately expelled a mouthful, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Yet this fainting spell lasted only 3 minutes, after which she was jolted awake by the pain, curling up and rolling on the ground. Chapter 28. Please, do not uncover my secret. As Diao sheathed her sword, the imposing aura surrounding her dissipated entirely. She broke into a radiant smile. Lan, did I perform convincingly as a Taoist? Please, do not discover my secret. I have no desire to return to my former profession. Meeting Diao's expectant gaze and hearing her inner plea, Lan Ko, having regained her composure, replied with a dawning realization. I heard that before marrying Gu Emo, you were an actress. Your acting is quite impressive. What a pity that I lack fame and have had little work since marrying. After Gu Emo and Gu Chen delivered Zhang the Taoist to the hospital, Gu Emo's assistant arrived, and he entrusted the subsequent matters to her, returning with Gu Chen. When they arrived back, Lan Mu was peacefully asleep, and Lan Ku pulled Gu Chen into a room for a hushed conversation.
As Gu Emo approached Diao,
the small black cat that had been resting on her shoulder leaped into his embrace, burrowing into his collar as if frightened, trembling all over. Diao met the black cat's gaze, which promptly buried its head in Gu Emo's arms. Goodness! I forgot this little creature had been perched on my shoulder all along. This little one possesses heterochromia. It surely saw things beyond the perception of ordinary beings. Diao slapped her forehead, feeling a twinge of guilt. It seems I must acquire a calico cat without delay. I shall go now. Diao handed the peachwood sword to Gu Emo. I'm selling this sword to you at a discount, for 4 million. Hurry and transfer the funds. Do not delay my shopping expedition. Gu Emo had known since the day she began crafting the sword that she intended to sell it to him. He wasted no time, taking the sword and producing a card he had prepared earlier, handing it to Diao. This card contains 5 million. Your peachwood sword is superior to those in the store. There's no need for a discount. It is worth this price. My uncle mentioned that hiring Zhang the Taoist would cost 100,000. If such an amateur demands 100,000, and considering you have resolved the issue, the additional funds should serve as your reward, even if you are reluctant to acknowledge your contributions. While he did not comprehend Diao's desire to conceal her capabilities, he respected her choice. If she chose not to speak, he would not pry. Diao accepted the card and planted a grateful kiss on it. Winking at Gu Emo, you're a good friend. Should you need another sword in the future, come to me, and I shall give you a discount. Hooray! It appears the CEO has finally loosened his purse strings. Diao called toward Lan Ke's room. Lan, I'm heading back now. Lan Ke hurriedly opened the door. I'll return to the villa with you. I'm not going home just yet. I want to visit the pet store. Are you planning to adopt another pet? Didn't you just take in a little black cat? Diao smiled brightly. It's too lonely on its own. I wish to select a kitten to keep it company. The recent encounter with a gambler must have left a psychological scar on the little black cat. I should find the most beautiful calico cat to be its companion and make amends. Upon hearing Diao's thoughts, Lan Ke suddenly understood. She had always heard that black cats possessed a mystical connection. Combined with this one's heterochromia, it must have witnessed things beyond ordinary comprehension. Indeed, the mother had briefly awakened moments ago, revealing that she had witnessed a terrifying infant. She had heard whispers that some gamblers resorted to using infant spirits, and the little black cat must have witnessed that scene as well. Then I shall accompany you on a stroll, she said. Do you still have the leisure to accompany me? Diao waved her hand dismissively. You should remain here to care for your mother. Even if you choose not to stay, you ought to return to the villa to spend time with the 2 children. They miss you dearly. In that case, I will take the 2 children to the pet store and select 2 little kittens for them. Soon, there will be 4 kittens in the villa.
Diao snapped their fingers.
Excellent idea. Let us return to the villa to fetch them, and then proceed to the pet store to choose the kittens. Gu Emo and Gu Chen wished to accompany them, but were promptly dismissed by the 2 women. Gu Chen intended to visit Zhang Daoshang at the hospital, while Gu Yimo, who had initially planned to go to the company, was caught by Gu Chen's arm. Stop thinking about work all day. Did you not hear your wife's sentiments? She has been yearning for a divorce and wishes to find a handsome Daoist to be her partner. Gu Yimo brushed Gu Chen's hand away, his expression frosty. If you paid a modicum of attention to company matters, I would not be this busy. I was once a cripple. I recovered just in time to marry. And I deserve to spend more time with my wife and children. Ha! You were merely feigning illness. Do not be like that. Uncle will assist you. In a year or so, I shall help you at the company. Gu Yimo turned to leave, wishing to avoid further conversation. Do not go. Would you like Uncle to teach you how to please your wife? Ha! If you truly knew how to please your wife, she would not have taken the children and gone missing for so many years. Had it not been for Diao informing you of their whereabouts, you would never have found them in this lifetime. What can you teach me? Do you even qualify? Gu Chen was left speechless by the rebuttal, ultimately expressing his frustration with a pinch of his nose. But my wife and children are happily nestled at home, far more fortunate than you. I know that although you and your wife share the same room, you are sleeping in separate beds. Gu Yimo's face darkened. Mind your own affairs. Although Di Diao has dealt with the gamblers, the forces behind them still lurk in the shadows. Be cautious. Gu Chen responded solemnly. This matter requires a thorough discussion with Zhang Daoshang. He should be aware of the individuals who employ such sinister techniques. In the cave, the elderly woman writhed in agony, pleading for death. Are you all right? Do you need to be taken to the hospital? Get out. Just leave. The old woman's face contorted in pain, her bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely, her voice hoarse and rough. Confronted by the woman's fierce, reddened gaze, the two men retreated repeatedly, turning to flee the cave, racing to their vehicle, and finally exhaling a sigh of relief. One of them pressed the horn forcefully to vent his frustration, cursing under his breath. I thought she was formidable, but it seems she cannot match the experts hired by the Gu family. The other replied, could it be that her age has caught up with her, resulting in some underlying condition flaring up? Judging by her appearance, she clearly lost the battle and suffered the backlash. What shall we do now? Let us return and inform the boss. We shall see how he decides. If all else fails, we can seek assistance abroad. The truly skilled individuals are hiding overseas. Di Diao and Lan Ku, accompanied by the two children, arrived at the largest pet emporium in the city center, an 8-story shopping complex, a favored haunt for pet enthusiasts. The first and second floors were stocked with pet food and toys, while the 3rd through 8th floors housed various pet shops, offering creatures that flew in the sky or crawled on the ground, lizards, spiders, snakes, anything that was not a protected species. At the end of the 5th floor, there was a pet store with a cozy decor, filled with the sounds and scents of various animals. Di Jiao's gaze scanned the many cages. Her goal clear, she sought a calico cat. At last, in a corner of the shop, she spotted a lively calico kitten, bouncing around in its cage, curiously peering outside, exuding an abundance of vitality. Little Di, we finally found the calico.
Lanke et Galim.
Gu Miao and Gu Xian were cradling their chosen kittens, Gu Miao having selected an adorable ragdoll, while the boy Gu Xian opted for a striking Devon Rex. After exploring from the 1st to the 5th floor, both children had found their desired kittens, but none of the calicos were available. They had initially thought that the 5th floor would yield no results and were prepared to ascend to the 6th when unexpectedly, this last shop offered a delightful surprise. This little calico kitten boasted a unique fur pattern, a white belly adorned with patches of brown and black artfully distributed across its body, resembling a natural work of art. Its eyes were round and bright, akin to two shimmering jewels, clear and innocent. Di Jiao gently opened the cage and carefully cradled the kitten in her arms. The little creature seemed to sense Di Diao's kindness, snuggling contentedly against her, emitting soft, gentle mews. Di Diao tenderly stroked its small head, savoring the softness of its fur. The kitten nuzzled against her hand, as if reciprocating her affection. It is decided, you shall be mine, little darling. Di Diao's spirits soared as she inquired about the price from the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper smiled. 10,000. What? Di Diao questioned, doubting her hearing. Lan Ke frowned as well. The ragdoll and Devon chosen by my children were priced similarly. How can your calico be listed at such a price? That seems unreasonable. I do not appreciate your remarks. A woman emerged from within, elegantly dressed, cradling a calico cat. Upon closer inspection, the older calico bore a striking resemblance to the one Di Diao held. Raising an eyebrow, the woman remarked, the ragdoll and Devon are priced at 10,000, and you consider that reasonable? Is it that our native cats hold no value? I do not concern myself with the prices of native cats elsewhere. Here, my Mimi's offspring is worth more than foreign breeds. If you wish to buy, then do so. If not, the door is open. Feel free to leave. Lan Ku advised, Little D, this price is clearly a scam. Let us explore the upper floors for other options. The calico kitten in Di Diao's arms lifted its head, its large, watery eyes gazing up at her. So adorable, I must have it. Do not say 10,000. I would pay 100,000 for it. Who says I just received a windfall? Lan, I am destined to have it. It is worth 10,000. Di Diao produced the card Gu Yimo had given her and handed it over.
Charge it.
I adore this one, it shall be mine.
Ha.
You have a discerning eye. The woman teased the calico mother in her arms, laughing, Mimi, your little one has encountered someone who'll treat it well, rest assured. The woman did not take the card, instead instructing, take the little calico home. It is yours now. But you have not processed the payment. It is a gift. The exorbitant price of 10,000 was not intended to profit from the sale, but rather to gauge whether anyone would genuinely spend such a sum for the kitten. Knowing they could acquire a calico for a lesser price, and that this amount could procure a more expensive breed, yet still willing to purchase this calico, indicated true affection. Those who could afford to spend 10,000 on a cat were evidently not financially constrained. Thus, a genuine lover of calicos, who was also affluent, would naturally treat the little calico well in the future. A gift to me? Were you testing me just now?
Diao realized.
With a master like you, the calico's future will undoubtedly be bright, so I can rest easy. The woman retreated back into the inner room. Di Diao hurriedly chased after her. Wait, how can you lose money while running a business? As she entered the inner room, her voice abruptly faltered. A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, was playing with a group of kittens. This was not particularly unusual, except that the little girl was transparent. Di Diao turned to glance at the proprietress, noting the striking resemblance between the girl's facial features and those of the woman. Though she knew she shouldn't meddle, she looked down at the calico cat in her arms and, recalling the serendipity of receiving the cat, decided to inquire further. Excuse me, madam. Did something happen to your daughter? Meow. The calico cat in the woman's arms let out a sharp cry and leaped from her grasp.
I'm sorry, Mimi.
The woman murmured in a hushed voice, regretting her momentary lapse in emotional restraint as she had petted the cat too forcefully. Raising her head, her gaze turned icy. How do you know? The girl, who had been frolicking, paused and approached Mimi, gently comforting her. Mimi, Mommy didn't mean to. Please don't be mad at Mommy. Di Diao pointed to the calico cat's position. She is right there, a little girl of your daughter's age. And she resembles you closely. She's a fraud. The woman suddenly shouted, her voice rising with fury, her eyes fierce as she screamed. Get out. Lan Ku instructed the two children to wait outside and pulled Di Diao away. Xiao Di, this person seems unstable. We should leave. Her child is in trouble. Her soul wandering outside, unafraid of the daylight. The child must have become a vegetative state, unconscious. I must help her. She gifted me a cat. I shall assist her child in returning to her body. Lan, take the children home first. I have some matters to attend to. Had she not heard Di Diao's thoughts, Lan Ku would have been reluctant to leave. However, upon learning of the situation, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the proprietress. Being a mother herself, do you need my assistance? Di Diao entrusted the calico cat to her. Please take it back for me. Once Lan Ku departed, Di Diao noticed the woman had calmed down somewhat before speaking. I know something has happened to your child because her soul has remained by your side. She has no way to return, but I can help her. The woman regarded her with disdain. Another swindler. Did you hear something and come to deceive me as well? Have you been conned before?
Ha.
A villa, a luxury car, 10 million in savings, all taken from me. If you could awaken your child, what would it matter if you lost everything? But they are all frauds. No one can accomplish this. I tell you, aside from the shop, I have nothing left for you to swindle from me. Abandon your schemes. I do not want your money, not a single cent. Di Diao sighed. You gave me a cat. Consider it a mutual exchange. Trust me once. After all, you have nothing to lose, do you? What kind of mother are you to your daughter? Don't you have any self-awareness? The proprietress fell silent, eyeing Di Diao with suspicion.
Di Diao smiled.
Sensing she was no longer in a frenzy, despite her previous misfortunes, the woman, for the sake of her child, still clung to a glimmer of hope. Recalling the gambler who had wronged Lan Ku's mother and those who had deceived this proprietress, Di Diao felt a surge of anger. Because of such malevolent practices, talented individuals like her master were reluctant to descend from their lofty heights. Previously, she believed her master sought tranquility by remaining uninvolved. But her master had asserted that those with true skill seldom intervene, as they wished to avoid entanglement in others' karmic affairs. Yet some, due to circumstances and fate, must act. Diao lowered her gaze. Had it been in her past life, she might have sought out those who deceived the proprietress and dealt with them accordingly. Yet, having lived a lifetime, she was disinclined to entangle herself further in the affairs of others, preferring to keep her involvement minimal. Approaching the little girl, she spoke softly. "Little sister, do you wish to return to your body? You can see me?" The girl circled around Diao and provided an unexpected answer. "I don't want to go back. This is wonderful. So free. I like it this way."
Why?
"Because I can always stay by mommy's side. Wherever she goes, I can follow." The girl looked down, gently petting the calico cat. "Mommy is always so busy, overwhelmed with work, rarely spending time with me. Only the kitties keep me company, and I have to learn so many things. Piano, singing, dance, painting, chess, calligraphy. I'm so busy every day. I'm so tired." She lifted her head, her eyes sparkling. "But now it's great. I can be free, without all that tiring learning, and I can always be with mommy. I'm so happy. I love it like this." Bouncing and floating, she exclaimed, "Sister, look. I can fly now. It's so much fun." Watching the innocent, radiant smile on the girl's face as she bounced and then leaped into the air, Diao sighed. "Though you feel free this way, your mother is deeply saddened. You must have seen her sorrow over your situation. She has even been deceived by many." The girl floated up to the light fixture, tilting her head with a mischievous grin. "But then mommy only thinks of me. She can't hold on to anything else. Nor will she go out with those uncles. Her heart and eyes are filled only with me. I love the way mommy is now. I can feel her love for me, for the me who lies in the hospital, unresponsive. In the past, when I awoke, she had already left. When I fell asleep, she hadn't returned. She didn't love me. I didn't exist in her heart or mind." Diao met the girl's eyes, sometimes clear and innocent, sometimes cold and sinister, and her heart sank. The prolonged absence of the soul from the body, coupled with the child's resentment towards her mother, meant that if this continued, she might never return and could become a vengeful spirit. You cannot remain by your mother's side forever. Once your physical body has completely perished, you will never return. You will become a soul whose time has run out, and the ghostly messengers will come to take you away. I won't leave. I want to go with anyone. I want to stay by mommy's side, forever." The girl's once bright eyes turned pitch black, enveloped in a dark aura. "This is bad." Diao reached for her talismans, only to remember she had none on her person. "Do not be angry. Remain calm. Listen to me. If you die, even if no one can take you away, your mother will not be happy. She simply cannot see you. You don't want to see your mother weep for you every day, do you? After this incident, your mother understands your value. She is already changing. Will you return to your body and give her a chance to embrace you? You may be by her side, but she cannot see you or hold you. Are you truly happy? To be alive is to feel love, to experience the warmth of an embrace." With no talismans at her disposal, Diao could only attempt to reason with her. In such circumstances, a single thought could lead to malevolence. It was up to the child to find clarity. The proprietress stared at Diao, unable to hear the child's voice but able to hear Diao's urgent words. Observing her earnest expression, she nearly believed her. However, recalling her past experiences of being deceived, she regarded Diao with skepticism and scoffed. "Your acting is quite good." Diao, incensed by her words, turned and shouted, "Acting? What play am I performing? I have no money to gain from this. What have I deceived you about that you still do not trust me? I must inform you that my bank account boasts 5 million. Do you truly believe I am in need of this? My husband is an influential magnate. Whatever sum I desire, he will readily provide. Why would I resort to deceiving others? You foolish fool. Your daughter is on the brink of death, and you remain consumed by suspicion. I warn you, should you fail to bring your daughter back today, prepare yourself to receive the grim news of her demise. How dare you curse my daughter? Curse? There is no need for me to invoke a curse. Your daughter has already succumbed to a vegetative state. Do you not possess any self-awareness regarding how you treat your daughter? What were you engaged in when your daughter suffered her accident?" Diao flipped through her mental notebook, recalling the little girl's earlier words about her mother constantly meeting with uncles, and her anger intensified. "You relentlessly force your daughter to study this and that, ultimately just to relinquish her to her teachers so that you may frolic freely. You have never been a good person. In your youth, you clung to wealthy men, taking up with one 30 years your senior. Once he passed, you inherited his fortune and began courting youthful suitors, projecting onto them the grievances you endured while with older men, believing that their adoration would somehow soothe you. Yet you have never considered that your child is a living being, a free spirit, whose daily academic pressures may suffocate her. With her father gone, she yearns for her mother's companionship, while you remain entirely self-absorbed. Ultimately, every cause has its consequence. The deception you face arises from the fact that this wealth was never meant to be yours. I tell you, your child harbors deep resentment towards you. If you cannot alleviate this bitterness, if you cannot persuade her to return to her body, within the hour, you shall receive a call from the hospital, asking you to collect your daughter's remains. At that moment, the phone of the female boss rang. It was the hospital, reporting that the child's heart monitor was erratic and feared she would not survive. What should I do? Can I trust you? I do not know whether to believe you or not. Chapter 31. The price of artifacts is not on the same level. Master, your disciple has achieved something here. In the hospital ward, Diao formed hand seals and grasped the little girl's ethereal braid. Her movements were swift, precise, and forceful. The little girl could not escape. Diao acknowledged that her methods were somewhat blunt, but compared to her past self, she had become significantly more zen. In her previous life, she would have slain a darkened spirit without hesitation, granting them release without a second thought. The little girl shouted in fury, "Let me go. I do not wish to return. Let me in." Diao flung the light spirit into the corporeal body. "I do not wish to return." This cry emerged from the little girl, who had her eyes shut.
Ting ting.
The female boss lunged towards the hospital bed. Diao clapped her hands. "The debt of affection for the cat has been repaid. I hope we do not meet again." With that, Diao turned to leave.
Wait.
The female boss attempted to pursue but noticed her daughter's eyelashes fluttering. In the next moment, her daughter opened her eyes, disregarding Diao and instead pressing the call button for the doctor. Diao brushed past the doctors and nurses hurrying to the ward in the corridor. She thought to herself, the cultivator has done all that can be done. The rest is in the hands of the doctors. Hearing her thoughts, Gu Chen hurriedly exited the ward. As expected, he spotted Diao in the hospital corridor. "Third uncle. Little D, what brings you to the hospital?" "I am here to conduct business with a handsome Taoist." If third uncle is here, then the dashing Taoist must reside in this hospital as well. Perhaps I could inquire if he wishes to commission a peachwood sword. It is not expensive, merely 2,400,000. Let me check my notebook to see the current situation of the handsome Taoist.
Wow.
What a revelation. The handsome Taoist is actually the third senior brother of the true heiress. The true heiress has descended the mountain and is on her way to the hospital. Will she not soon encounter her dear third uncle? Hee hee, how delightful, a live commentary awaits. Hearing Diao's thoughts, Gu San uncle frantically composed messages to the family's telepathic group, which Diao was not part of. They had known since the last birthday banquet that the true heiress was returning, and now they were finally going to meet. Upon seeing the messages, old Madame Gu nearly fainted with excitement. Thankfully, Gu Shui was beside her, promptly pressing on her acupoint to keep her alert. "Xiao Xue, is it true? She is coming back. Mother, little D would not make a mistake. She has her notes. Hurry, let us go to the hospital. Mother, please calm down. Our sudden appearance may startle our niece." Yes, you are right. We cannot arrive empty-handed. I must prepare a proper gift." "Mother, that is not what I meant." Gu Shui face-bombed, utterly unable to curb her mother's enthusiasm for her granddaughter. Having encountered a counterfeit niece, Gu Jiao, she had already witnessed the worst and feared that the returning true heiress would be equally troublesome. "Mother, before you rush to prepare gifts, how do you plan to handle the situation with the fake heiress upon the true heiress's return? Was my demeanor during the birthday banquet not clear enough? I have already expelled her. She is no longer a member of the Gu family. You are letting her off so easily? I fear she may trouble our true niece." "I will handle it." Old Madame Gu's gaze suddenly sharpened. At the hospital, the handsome Taoist was diagnosed with a concussion. Yet, Diao and Gu Chen were well aware that it was far more than a mere concussion. TSK. This handsome Taoist may require 3 years of recuperation after this incident. Third senior brother. A calm female voice resonated at the door of the ward. Gu Chen and Diao turned simultaneously. "So adorable."
Barbie.
Gu Chen was bewildered. This niece is rather too robust. Standing at 150 centimeters, her muscular build contrasted with her cherubic face, her features strikingly similar to Gu Chen's. Little junior sister, you have also descended the mountain? Third senior brother, look at what I brought you. Gu Yu placed a jar of liquor before the handsome Taoist. Behold, the wine immortal. The handsome Taoist, who had appeared barely alive moments ago, sprang from his bed at the sight of the liquor. He seized the jar, uncapped it, and drank deeply. This scene left the nurse, who had come to deliver medication, aghast. You are insane. You cannot drink alcohol. The handsome Taoist wiped his mouth. This is far more beneficial than the Western medicine you possess. He was reluctant to finish it all in one go, saving half a jar for later. This was his master's prized collection, made from rare nourishing ingredients, priceless and irreplaceable. I am discharging myself, having just consumed the liquor. The so-called concussed handsome Taoist was now lively and seemingly healed. You are all insane. The nurse called for a doctor. The handsome Taoist grabbed Diao and fled. Run. Third senior brother. Did you mistakenly grab the wrong person? Gu Yu chased after them. In the end, only Gu Chen remained, listening to the doctor's instructions and completing the discharge paperwork. Third senior brother, we have already left the hospital. You can release this sister's hand now. Gu Yu muttered, running all this way and still not realizing you've caught the wrong person. Little junior sister, I did not seize the wrong person. The one I intended to take was indeed this esteemed Diao's lips twitched. I cannot accept the title of esteemed. She appears to be only a few years my junior. Sister, you must be quite remarkable. Anyone who can elicit the term esteemed from my third senior brother must possess talents akin to my master. Little junior sister, you are unaware. She is a master of artifacts. Master of artifacts. Gu Yuyu's eyes instantly sparkled as she grasped Diao's hand tightly. Sister, do you lack a younger sister? She flexed her bicep, declaring, Sister, I can take on 10 of them. I can open bottles and carry things. When you go shopping, you certainly need a diligent sister like me. Senior D, don't forget about the deal for selling me a peachwood sword for 5 million. I'll give you the money first. As she spoke, the handsome Taoist produced a checkbook. 240,000 will suffice.
No.
Your sword is worth that amount. If it were on the black market, it might fetch even more. 1 million. Diao's pupils dilated in shock. Do Taoists earn that much? Why do you have a checkbook? She lamented her master's poverty. Was it possible that Taoists in this world were quite affluent? No wonder that shop dared to price a substandard peachwood sword at 300,000. It appeared that the value of talismans differed vastly in these two realms. The peachwood sword she crafted, while decent, could hardly fetch more than 50,000 in her previous world if it wasn't fully sun-dried. Yet according to this world's experts, her sword could easily be sold for 5 million, and on the black market, it could double in price. 1 million for a peachwood sword? Had she heard such an absurd price in the past, she would have surely burst into a fit of rage. But in this world, money seemed remarkably easy to come by. If she crafted 10 peachwood swords and sold them on the black market, wouldn't she effortlessly achieve a small goal? Master, your disciple is thriving here. She longed for her impoverished master to come and earn money together. Master, I miss you a bit. Chapter 32 now, he no longer harbored disdain for her. In fact, he found himself drawn to her, yearning to touch her. Junior sister, are you returning home this time? Master said my ancestors are anxious and wish for me to return to my roots and burn some paper for them. I'll accompany you. No need, I can manage on my own. The first time you go home, the ones who have taken over your family may give you a hard time. Don't worry, senior brother. Before I left, Master read my fortune. And this trip home will go smoothly. I'm still not at ease. I'll go with you. Really, it's unnecessary. Are you certain? Seeing the girl who has taken your identity being doted upon, it must be painful for you. You used to cry for your parents when you were little. Gu Yu took a deep breath, but could not suppress her emotions, bursting into tears. I only said a few words, and you're crying like this. With your timid nature, how can you dare return alone to claim your family? Senior brother, Master said my connection to my parents is shallow. They had passed when they found me. The handsome Taoist slapped himself in the face. My fault, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
Please stop crying.
Senior brother, I truly wish to face my family alone. The handsome Taoist, troubled, thought that just mentioning her parents made her cry like this. What would happen if she faced them alone? She was young, innocent, and rarely left the mountain, and she was prone to tears. He simply could not let her confront those people by herself. Fine, you may go alone. Though he said this, He had already resolved to secretly follow her. The moment she cried, he would rush in to take her away. Little sister had a powerful set of lungs. Even as a baby, her cries were thunderous, impossible to conceal. As long as she cried, there would be no need to acknowledge her family. The handsome Daoist clenched his fists in determination.
Meanwhile, Diao,
who had been quietly observing, raised her hand. May I speak? Sister, you are still here? Senior, you are still here? Diao, should I have gracefully departed while you were discussing family matters? The two exchanged glances, urging her to comprehend the unspoken context. At that moment, Diao wished she were blissfully ignorant, unable to decipher the glaring implications in their eyes. Clearing her throat, Diao said, It's not that I don't want to leave. Rather, I feel it necessary to accompany you. Accompany us? The two exchanged puzzled looks. You must be going to the Gu family, right? Could it be that sister has divined this? Your fortune-telling skills surpass even that of my master. Let us just assume it's my intuition. Diao began to weave a tale, and Gu Yuyu listened, astonished. Taking a while to realize, so my family has actually been searching for me, and you are my sister-in-law? When Gu Chen exited the hospital, the three were still at the entrance. He hurried over and immediately spotted his mother and younger sister approaching. Gu Chen rushed to pull them away. What are you doing here? The old matriarch scanned the crowd. Where is she? Where is my little granddaughter? Her gaze landed on the girl beside Diao, tears cascading down her cheeks. She resembles her so much, just like your sister-in-law. Gu Xuan nodded vigorously. She has the same physique as my sister-in-law. His sister-in-law had been a champion bodybuilder, her beautiful muscle definition utterly captivating his brother. Gu Yu felt an intense gaze upon her and abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with an elderly woman filled with tears. Diao introduced, She is your grandmother. Reunions among kin are often accompanied by tears, a bittersweet blend of joy and sorrow. Diao felt a pang of longing for her master. If Gu Yimo were to divorce, where would I go? I certainly wouldn't go to the Di family, as there would be no place for me there. Perhaps that wicked stepmother would try to send me back to a mental institution. Suddenly, I'm not so keen on the idea of divorcing Gu Yimo anymore. Yet that notion was utterly extinguished after Gu Yimo became thoroughly intoxicated and vomited profusely. Divorce. This marriage must end. Don't vomit, hold on. You jerk. Why must you vomit on my bedding? As the true heiress returned, the Gu family hosted a family banquet that evening. Gu Yuyu brought out the remaining half-bottle of wine from her third senior brother, proclaiming it a fine vintage to nourish the family as health. Who would have thought the potency of this wine was so formidable that Gu Yimo became inebriated after just 2 cups? The bedding is ruined. I'll sleep in the bed tonight. You can take the floor. Diao unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground, even stepping on him twice. After assisting that little girl back into her body, she had exhausted quite a bit of energy. Not wanting to dampen the mood, Diao, who was supposed to retire by 8, attended the family banquet for Gu Yuyu's return. The entire family was eager to learn about Gu Yuyu's life over the years. And she was quite the storyteller. She recounted her experiences on the mountain and her few excursions down, captivating Gu Shui, Gu Miao, and Gu Xian, who were utterly engrossed. Unwilling to sleep, intent on sharing tales late into the night. The meal stretched until past 10, and had it not been for Gu Yimo's drunken state, Diao might still have been at the table, listening to Gu Yuyu's endless narratives. Once Diao fell asleep, Gu Yimo opened his eyes. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, but not excessively so. He was not truly drunk. He feigned intoxication upon seeing her yawn with fatigue. In the middle of the night, Diao felt warm and groggily awoke to find herself clutched tightly by Gu Yimo, akin to a plush pillow.
Gu Yimo, let go.
The inebriated man only tightened his grip, whispering in her ear, Diao. What did you say? She heard him call her name. But the rest was a jumble of incoherent murmurs. Diao pushed several times, but to no avail. With a surge of determination, she exerted considerable force, only to find her hand pressing against his muscular chest, eliciting a low, muffled groan from him. As he leaned closer to her ear, that sound reverberated within her, sending a jolt through her body, leaving her momentarily numb. Goodness, that was utterly delightful. I can hardly believe it. The domineering CEO actually made that sound. It's strangely pleasing to the ear. Unable to resist, Diao pressed again. Haha, this is amusing. As she continued her playful antics, fatigue overcame her, and unable to push him away any longer, she succumbed to sleep in Gu Yimo's embrace. The steady rhythm of his breathing enveloped her, and Gu Yimo opened his eyes once more, this time devoid of any red veins, his gaze clear and alert. His deep, dark pupils rested on the sleeping girl in his arms, and he chuckled. Is she sleeping so soundly in my embrace? Yet she still contemplates divorce? You are already my wife, Gu Yimo, and I shall not let you go. He had long believed that his obsessive cleanliness would condemn him to a life of solitude. However, familial pressures had compelled him into marriage with someone rather unappealing, even irksome. He admitted that he had often thought about divorce, but out of respect for his aging grandmother, he wished to avoid causing her distress. He had considered the worst-case scenario, waiting until after his grandmother's passing to offer Diao a settlement and part ways amicably. Yet, he had not anticipated that after the last birthday banquet, Diao had transformed. Although her body remained the same, her essence had shifted. This new essence was captivating, intriguing. Now, he found himself not only tolerating her but also yearning for her presence, desiring to touch her. Chapter 33. As long as I become a green tea, the Goof family will disdain me. Divorce is just around the corner. When Diao awoke, the sun had already risen, and she was astonished to discover that she was nestled in Gu Yimo's arms. The CEO must have been drunk last night. I certainly wasn't he, and when he wakes, he will surely misconstrue the situation. Wait, I am the one seeking a divorce. Wouldn't it be better if he misinterpreted things? I should let him think whatever he wants. With that thought, Diao closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep. I must admit, the CEO's embrace is remarkably comfortable. No wonder my senior sister married early. She always said dual cultivation is wonderful. Oh, I can't wait to experience what dual cultivation feels like. I must hasten to divorce the CEO. I want to find my dual cultivation partner. Gu Yimo's temples throbbed. After drunkenly holding Diao through the night, he had assumed that once 4 o'clock struck, she would rise as usual, allowing him to avoid an awkward confrontation. Yet here she was, sleeping soundly and even now pretending to still be asleep. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yimo opted to continue feigning slumber. At noon, during mealtime, the matriarch inquired, "Are they still not up?" Lan Ku, Gu Shui, and Gu Yuyu exchanged mischievous glances. Grinning slyly, Gu Chen's lips twitched as he stood up. "I'll go summon them for breakfast." "No," the matriarch exclaimed, clutching her oblivious son. "Let them sleep. If they don't rest well, how can they give me great-grandchildren?" Gu Shui quickly covered Gu Miao's ears. "Mom, please watch your words." The matriarch cleared her throat. "Have the kitchen prepare something special for them. We'll eat first." In the room, Diao's stomach growled audibly. "I can't hold out any longer. I'm going to starve." Diao extricated herself from Gu Yimo's embrace, glaring at the still sleeping drunkard. "Sleep it off." She retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Once she vacated the embrace, Gu Yimo opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. A wave of vexation swept over him as he raked his hand through his hair, feeling an indescribable frustration. When Diao emerged from the bathroom, she saw Gu Yimo still asleep and cursed under her breath as she exited the room. What a splendid opportunity! If the CEO awoke and found her in his arms, he would surely think she had climbed into bed with him during the night and, in a fit of anger, would initiate a divorce. Instead, this drunken fool remained in a deep slumber. After Diao left the room, Gu Yimo finally got out of bed and headed to the bathroom for a cold shower. The combination of alcohol, the woman in his arms, and the prolonged time spent in bed was taking its toll. If he continued like this, he feared he might lose his mind. After finishing breakfast with the matriarch, Gu Shui, Lan Ke, and Gu Yuyu, Diao set out for a shopping excursion. The matriarch, wanting to pamper her returning granddaughter, aimed to buy her a dress. Having grown accustomed to Taoist robes on the mountain, Gu Yuyu, who occasionally descended in sportswear, felt a flicker of excitement. She had never worn such a formal little dress. However, when she donned it and caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, her lips twitched, and she promptly changed back. Glancing at the white pearl dress in her hands, memories of her aunt's ambiguous expressions when she chose that very dress flooded her mind. "I truly am a roughneck. I cannot pull off such attire." Dejected, she exited the fitting room. Before she could wallow in disappointment for long, a bearded man in a dress snatched the white dress from her hands. "Excuse me, miss, please wait." "Who are you?" Gu Yu inquired, puzzled. The matriarch grasped her granddaughter's hand, beaming with affection. "The dress you love will surely suit you. But I just tried it on." She lowered her voice. "I look like a roast chicken wrapped in a spring pancake." In less than 15 minutes, the man returned with an altered version of the dress. Handing it to Gu Yu, "Try this on." Skeptical but encouraged by her grandmother's reassuring gaze, She stepped back into the fitting room. This time, upon seeing her reflection, she was taken aback. The form-fitting dress accentuated her muscular physique, making her appear incredibly alluring. It was a stark contrast to the previous roast chicken impression. When she emerged, she was met with unanimous praise. "Is it really that beautiful?" Gu Yuyu asked, her uncertainty palpable. "Absolutely stunning," Gu Shui applauded. "You look like a supermodel," Lan Ku agreed. Diao enviously remarked, "I want muscles like yours. They look incredible." Gu Yuyu flushed, whispering, "I was just thinking about whether I should lose weight to fit into pretty dresses." "You don't need to change, Yuyu." The matriarch held her hand. "Just be yourself. Anything unsuitable will transform to fit you." The matriarch commissioned the designer to create several outfits for the girls. "I must break tradition. I almost forgot."
Diao declared.
"I want colorful clothes. In black, of all colors," she emphasized. The designer replied, "Is that feasible?" Diao, with an air of entitlement, responded, "Can't you handle such a simple request?" "It can be done, but it will be time-consuming and costly." "Haha, I'm frivolously spending money. I'm willful and capricious. You all must despise me. Hasten to loathe me." The matriarch waved her hand dismissively. "No price is too high." Gu Shui chimed in. "Colorful black is a low-key elegance. It suits you perfectly, little D." Lan Ku nodded in agreement. "It will look fabulous on you." Gu Yuyu, with envy in her eyes, remarked, "Sister-in-law has a voluptuous figure. Everything looks good on her." Hey. Aren't you supposed to criticize me? Aren't you supposed to disdain me?" After a day of shopping, Diao felt as though her legs belonged to someone else. She plopped down onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Despite the fatigue that enveloped her, a sense of joy radiated within her, for the women of the Gu family had adorned their nails in a matching style. She beamed with delight as she admired her diamond-studded nails, her heart swelling with happiness. "They are all real diamonds. So dazzling, so bright, so valuable." On the 10th day of Gu Yuyu's return, the false heiress made her entrance. This marked the first encounter between the genuine and the counterfeit heiress. Gu Jiaojiao retained her irksome demeanor, weeping and wailing like a cup of strong tea. Gu Yuyu was the type to take action rather than engage in idle chatter. When Gu Jiaojiao attempted to ensnare her with the same tricks she employed against Yi Diao, Gu Yuyu swiftly retaliated, breaking Gu Jiaojiao's hand in the process. Gu Yuyu had literally broken Gu Jiaojiao's hand. This left the matriarch of the Gu family in a state of alarm, not due to Gu Yuyu's violence, but out of concern that she might inadvertently harm herself in the process. Gu Jiaojiao returned several times thereafter. Each time meeting with misfortune, either her hands or her feet were broken. Diao noticed that the entire family harbored a deep disdain for Gu Jiaojiao and found it perplexing. After all, despite being a false heiress, Gu Jiaojiao had grown up in the Gu household, and surely there should be some semblance of affection, right? Ultimately, she concluded that it was Gu Jiaojiao herself who was insufferable, and thus, the family was unable to warm to her. The realization dawned. The Gu family despised green tea. "I must learn to be like green tea. As long as I transform into green tea, the Gu family will surely loathe me. Divorce shall be within reach. The revolution must continue." Consequently, when Gu Yimo returned home, he witnessed someone awkwardly hurling themselves towards him, adopting an exaggerated tone. "Oh, husband. Thank you for catching Diao. Gu Yimo." The Gu family, who had heard her thoughts and witnessed the entire spectacle. Chapter 34. Beyond the green of green tea, there exists the green of a cuckold. And there is always a shade of green that can drive the domineering CEO to divorce. Diao feigned being green tea for several days. And before the Gu family could express their disdain for her, she found herself unable to maintain the act any longer. Rolling about on her bed, she lamented, "I lack the talent to be green tea. What other means exist to make my husband despise me and my in-laws reject me?" Just then, her phone chimed. It was a call from the original owner's dubious friends, inviting her out for a night of fun. Ostensibly, it was a playful invitation, but in truth, these individuals sought a gullible soul to foot the bill. Diao initially hesitated, pondering a refusal, but suddenly remembered something and abruptly changed her tune. "Send me the address. I'm on my way." Leafing through her mental notes on gossip, she realized that these so-called friends were indeed unscrupulous, intending to coax her, a married woman, into the company of young men for some excitement. Moreover, as luck would have it, her domineering husband was conducting business in the next private room. To be honest, she found it hard to believe that Gu Yimo would conduct business in such an establishment, yet the gossip notes had provided this clue. indicating it must be true. Beyond the green of green tea, there exists the green of a cuckold. There is always a hue that can lead a CEO to divorce. He.
Diao.
Invigorated as if electrified, rummaged through her wardrobe for the most exquisite dress to wear. It was indeed the high-fashion piece that the matriarch of the Gu family had arranged for the women of the household. At the time, Diao had challenged the designer with her request for a colorful black. Who could have guessed that the designer was exceptionally skilled? Crafting for her a stunning black mermaid gown? The form-fitting black mermaid dress accentuated her figure, its scales crafted from pearl powder and other special materials, shimmering under sunlight or artificial light as if imbued with a layer of iridescence. In the designer's own words, this was his unique creation, a vibrant amalgamation of ancient iridescent silk and gemstones, resulting in a dazzlingly colorful black. Impressive. She had merely requested a colorful black, and the designer had delivered a masterpiece that exceeded her expectations. Clad in the gown, she prepared to leave when Gu Yuyu hurried after her. Sister-in-law, where are you off to? Take me with you. To the place I'm going. You must not call me sister-in-law anymore. A married woman cannot go there. What place is it?
He.
Diao leaned in to whisper in her ear, and Gu Yuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. How thrilling. Sister, take me along.
I want to see.
I've heard tales of such places from the mountain. I'm so curious.
Ah, that.
ISNT that inappropriate. Will it lead to corrupting a young girl? Sister, I beg you. If you don't take me, I'll go by myself, without your protection. Who knows if someone might bully me?
Diao scrutinized her.
To be honest, I'm more worried about you bullying others than you being bullied. Reflecting on the image of her having broken the false heiress's hand and wielding a baseball bat to break her leg, Diao genuinely feared for the safety of those unfortunate young men. If you don't take me, you can't go either. Gu Yuyu clung to her, refusing to relent. Please take me, my dear sister.
Diao.
I can no longer delay. The domineering CEO in the private room is about to leave. Perhaps bringing his sister along would add to my troubles. They might blame me for leading Gu Yuyu astray, and the whole family would scold me and kick me out. All right. I'll take her along. Gu Yuyu. She quietly pulled out her phone and messaged the family group chat, omitting the sister-in-law title, emergency. Brother is at the club. Sister is going to catch him. Lon. Oh my, who would have thought he would go to such a place? Gu Chen. My nephew is not that kind of person. He has OCD and never goes to such establishments. Gu Shui. His OCD has certainly lessened. Is he planning to indulge in everything he has missed out on? The matriarch of the Gu family, Gu Yimo. Where are you? After a prolonged silence, Gu Yimo finally responded in the chat. I'm at the club. Gu Shui. Could it be that I guessed right? Are you planning to indulge in everything you have missed out on? At that moment, Diao and Gu Yuyu had arrived in front of a certain club. Let us go. Sister will show you a good time. Sister, I suddenly feel a bit timid. Perhaps we shouldn't go in? How can you back out at the last moment? Let us go. Diao insisted, tugging her inside. I feel a bit timid too. I can't let you escape. Having someone with me will bolster my courage, Gu Yuyu, let us have a moment of silence for my brother. He is going to be caught by my sister-in-law. Diao approached the door of a private room, and before she could push it open, the door swung wide, revealing a room full of spirited young men and women with vibrantly colored hair, truly a sight to behold. Honestly, had they not been corporeal, Diao would have brandished a peachwood sword, slaying them as if they were ghosts. Diao, you're here. Come, sit here. Look, this is the prince we ordered. You pick one too. It's been ages since we played together. You choose first. Thank you so much. Diao covered her eyes. Gu Yu also shielded her eyes. Sister, your friends have such unique taste. I can't quite appreciate it. She furiously messaged. I finally understand why sister-in-law looks down on my brother and constantly considers divorce. Gu Shui. Why is that? Gu Yuyu. Given the taste of sister-in-law as friends, her vision must be rather poor. Diao, hurry up and choose. Don't be shy. When you come out to play, you must let loose. Choose quickly. A row of 10 men stood before Diao. A figure clad in a white shirt and denim jeans masqueraded as a university student, yet his greasy visage, adorned with an overly dewy Korean makeup style, was truly an eyesore. Another individual, shedding his upper garment, flaunted his muscles, yet the contours of his physique paled in comparison to the graceful lines of Gu Yuyu. One person sported a flamboyant hairstyle and wore a devilish grin, but to Diao, he appeared rather sordid. Suddenly, I yearned to be the domineering CEO, standing amidst them. It would enhance my appearance significantly. At that moment, the door swung open from the outside. Gu Yimo strode in, seizing Di Dao's arm. What are you doing here? I contemplated bestowing upon you a green hat, yet this particular hat is so unsightly that it fails to capture my interest. Brother, how did you end up here? Is this how you honor my sister-in-law? Gu Yuyu implored with frantic glances. Gu Yimo forcefully dragged Di Dao out of the private room. Gu Yuyu hurried after them. Brother, you mustn't turn the tables. Sister-in-law is here to confront you. Gu Yimo shot her a glare. Shall I call your third senior brother? Gu Yuyu clasped her hands in pleading. No. Please don't. If he learns that I succumbed to curiosity and came to the club to seek a prince, he would surely drag me up the mountain and deny me meat for days. Gu Yimo tossed Di Dao into the car and turned back with a cold voice. Home. Gu Yuyu obediently entered the vehicle, offering a few words of comfort to Di Dao. Sister-in-law, just admit your mistake to brother, and this matter will be resolved. Besides, brother came to such a place himself. He still owes you an explanation. Di Dao maintained her silence, though internally she was screaming. Is Gu Yimo angry? Why should I fear his ire? I should cause a ruckus. I should argue with him. If the news of the Gu family's young mistress visiting a club to seek a prince spreads, the Gu family would lose face in the elite circles. And perhaps I would be cast out. Yet he truly seems irked, and I fear he might withhold my share in the divorce settlement. If I were to frivolously engage in a divorce, any photographs captured by reporters would serve as evidence, and I could very well find myself out on the streets with nothing. No, I cannot emerge from this unscathed. Gu Yuyu, attuned to her sister-in-law's inner turmoil, noted her brother's increasingly somber expression, silently lighting a candle for Di Dao in her heart. Chapter 35. I already know the future. Why should I still gamble? Upon returning to the Gu residence, Gu Yimo disregarded the attempts of his grandmother, aunts, and uncles to impede him, firmly grasping Di Dao's arm and leading her upstairs, where he forcefully closed the door behind them. Di Dao sat on the bed, feeling somewhat disoriented. She had anticipated a physical reprimand from Gu Yimo, yet instead, he tore away a portion of the bedsheet, revealing a collection of notebooks and contracts underneath. These constitute all my current assets. She gazed at the property deeds for villas, commercial buildings, and several undeveloped plots. The codes and contracts for the bank safes. The shareholding documents for various companies under the Gu family. The dividends had an innumerable number of zeros, which Di Dao could not quite fathom. She lifted her gaze, perplexed, to meet Gu Yimo's intense stare. He regarded her solemnly. A peaceful separation. Post-divorce. You shall receive half. Is that for real? I am about to strike it rich. Divorce. We must divorce immediately. Gu Yimo replied in a low tone. If the divorce is due to infidelity, you shall receive not a single cent. Goodness. The color of the green hat indeed signifies financial ruin. Gu Yimo turned to open the door, glancing back before departing. You are currently my wife. What is mine is yours, and I kindly ask you to safeguard it. What? Di Dao's eyes widened in disbelief. All of this is for me to manage? This is truly a case of a mouse falling into a grain bin. Such a domineering CEO. Isn't he afraid I might embezzle? Wait, is he serious? Di Dao watched him leave, her bewildered gaze returning to the pile of assets before her. Gu Yimo descended calmly, facing the inquisitive expressions of his family. Yet he uttered not a word. Gu Shui wished to inquire, but was restrained by the matriarch of the Gu family, who shook her head, leading Gu Shui to swallow her question back down. In the room, Di Dao picked up the notebooks and began to peruse them, familiarizing herself with the potential half of the assets she might acquire post-divorce. However, as she continued to read, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. A mix of confusion and a pang of conscience. She tapped the property deed against her forehead. I possess an overly strong sense of morality. My master once said, those with a heightened sense of morality tend to lead burdensome lives. Especially for individuals in our line of work. To put it plainly, a cold heart and detached emotions are more conducive to the path of cultivation. If one is too compassionate and overly concerned with everything, they will lead a taxing life, entangled in too many karmic relationships, ultimately finding it difficult to extricate themselves. After a while, perhaps due to the overwhelming number of documents, or perhaps genuine fatigue, she lay back upon the bed and fell asleep. Sometimes, the very things you ardently desire and long for propel you forward with fervor, as if you are invigorated, striving toward a goal. Yet when these things inexplicably become yours, that fervor dissipates, leaving you feeling aimless. A life devoid of goals breeds confusion. Upon waking, Diao opened her eyes to the ceiling, not immediately rising. She was unaware of how long she had been awake until Gu Yu knocked on the door, calling, "Sister-in-law, dinner is ready." "All right, I'll be right there." With a swift motion, Diao sprung from the bed, opened the door, and descended the stairs. Nothing could impair her appetite. She indulged in her meals, as she typically would. Her demeanor appeared unaltered, yet when Gu Yimo accompanied her back to their room, and they found themselves alone, she suddenly felt unable to contain herself, halting in front of Gu Yimo, her eyes fixed intently on his. Gu Yimo loosened his tie. "Don't block the way." "Why the sudden change? My life has lost its direction in an instant. What do I need all this wealth for? A divorce should suffice for me to lead a modest life. I have no need for your entire fortune." "Are you foolish? Knowing we are on the verge of divorce, why would you bestow upon me all your assets? Are you not concerned I might abscond with them? Do you not fear that I might sell off Gu's shares at a loss? Are you out of your mind?" The more Diao pondered, the angrier she became, feeling a sense of frustration akin to failing to meet expectations. Yet Gu Yimo merely chuckled softly. "How dare you laugh?" Diao covered his mouth, unable to bear the sight of his smirk. Suddenly, she felt a dampness in her palm. Diao's eyes widened, brimming with disbelief. "Goodness! Is the domineering CEO a dog? He is actually licking my palm." "Ah!" Diao felt a surge of panic, yanking her hand back and vigorously wiping it against her body. "Disgusted?" The man leaned closer, his lips mere inches from her cheek. She felt her face flush with heat. Whether it was his breath or her indignation, she could not tell. She sensed her face was likely already flushed with anger. "You want money? I can give you money. Whatever you desire, I can provide."
"Why?"
Confusion deepened in Diao's eyes, her gaze losing focus. Gu Yimo cupped her face, as if wishing to delve deeply into her soul. "You're quite intelligent, aren't you? Can you fathom why? I wish to divorce. Why won't you divorce me? How beautifully you speak. Whatever I desire, you can provide. So, why not divorce me?" She continued. "You are aware that my motivation for divorce is financial gain, and the assets you have bestowed upon me far exceed anything I could acquire through our separation. Is your intent with all these actions merely to prevent our divorce?" She pressed. "Why the change of heart? Were you not eager to part ways from the outset? Our marriage was originally a binding of gratitude, never truly by your own volition. But why now do you?" She lowered her gaze. "Do you cherish me? Because of this affection, you wish to remain married, willingly choosing to be with me and offering me everything but a divorce. Is it really necessary to be so insipid? Have we spent only a brief period together, and you've developed feelings so swiftly?" The affection of a domineering figure indeed comes quickly. Yet, such fleeting emotions fade just as rapidly. A powerful man has his own ideal partner. I am merely a transient in his life, and becoming ensnared now will only lead to a more tragic conclusion. To be candid, the domineering man is not unkind, and he treats me well. Few can remain unaffected by his charm, yet such infatuation is but a momentary affair. After the thrill, reality resumes and permanence is unattainable. My mentor has stated that the human heart is inscrutable. Moreover, I already foresee the future. Why gamble? Fate is immutable. The deeper one delves into this industry, the clearer the truth becomes. One must remain lucid in this world. There is no possibility for Gu Yimo and me. The only suitable path is divorce." Diao's eyes grew progressively colder. She took a few steps back, creating distance from Gu Yimo. Her voice steady. "I cannot manage such a vast fortune. You should reclaim it. Ultimately, we are destined for divorce. You made that abundantly clear from the beginning. Our union was merely a product of our elders' goodwill, and once they are no longer with us, our marital bond shall dissolve as well." Chapter 36. It has been 3 days since I left home. Is this a late onset of rebellion from the boss? It has been 3 days since Gu Yimo stormed out in silence after I angered him. Initially, Diao thought he had immersed himself in work, but instead, Uncle Gu became preoccupied. Seeking solitude from the tumult surrounding his nephew, Uncle Gu ultimately found himself returning to the Gu family business to steer the ship once more. Whenever Lan Ku encountered her, he seemed to hesitate, words caught in his throat. Guyu had been taken back to the mountains by her third senior brother, as her excursions to the club had been exposed. Gu Shui was expelled by the matriarch, commanded to engage in meaningful work rather than idling at home. In truth, the matriarch feared her daughter's loose tongue could lead to trouble, and it was better to cast her out. At the dining table, Diao appeared unfazed. eating and drinking as if she had not lost her husband. In the private room of the club, Gu Yimo had resided for 3 days, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Goodness, if someone had told me 10 years ago that the fastidious, studious man would one day take refuge in a club to drown his sorrows, I would have laughed uncontrollably. Gu Yimo did not spare a glance at the others, instead finishing his drink and reaching for another. Stop drinking, it's not a big deal. It's merely a quarrel over divorce. Just win her back. Women can be soothed, cheer them up, and they cease their fussing. She is different. Gu Yimo uncorked another bottle. The door swung open, and 3 men entered. No way. Old Shui wasn't lying. This is real. Quick, take a picture. An unprecedented spectacle. Gu Yimo ignored them, turning his back to continue drinking. He had known these 4 men since kindergarten. They had been classmates throughout their educational journey. Although they grew up together, Gu Yimo merely considered them classmates, while they regarded him as a brother. After Gu Yimo studied abroad, the 4 followed suit, forging genuine bonds during that time. The club's owner, who had summoned the trio, was flamboyantly dressed, reminiscent of a flamboyant butterfly, once aspiring to be an athlete. His dreams were extinguished by his family, leading him to rebel and become a notorious playboy. The other 3 lacked his rebellious spirit. Like Gu Yimo, they dutifully inherited their family businesses and now led their respective clans. After returning to the country, they each became engrossed in their own affairs, rarely gathering. The club owner, Shui Kai, often organized reunions, and 3 days prior, he had orchestrated one such gathering. It was during that gathering that the 4 first laid eyes on Gu Yimo's wife. Initially, they sympathized with Gu Yimo, astonished that such an arranged marriage still existed in this day and age. However, as his brothers, they understood Gu Yimo's peculiarities. His obsessive cleanliness made the prospect of intimacy unfathomable. He likely would wash his hands dozens of times after merely brushing against a woman. Given such circumstances, having a wife, even if only in name, was preferable to being without one. They silently mourned for their brother's premature marriage. But when they beheld Gu Yimo's wife, their sentiment shifted, particularly when Gu Yimo took her arm and led her away. They were left in stunned silence, jaws agape, fearing their chins might dislocate from sheer astonishment. Bro, you truly aren't allergic to your sister-in-law? Is it true you can kiss her? Have you ever? Gu Yimo shot them a harsh glare, his eyes fierce and menacing. No need to say more, I understand. This means you haven't kissed her. Ha ha ha. You've been married for so long and haven't even kissed? No wonder your sister-in-law wants a divorce. Let me tell you, a good woman fears a clingy man. You need someone who knows how to please. Ha ha ha. Bang. Gu Yimo smashed the bottle. Stop bothering me. Is it so difficult to find a quiet place to drink? Everyone shut up. Shui Kai pushed the 3 brothers aside, grinning as he produced a bottle of fine liquor. This is a rare vintage I've been saving for 10 years, to bolster your courage. And this book, 36 Strategies for Pursuing Women. You should study it diligently. It will surely offer you insights. Old Shui, you possess such treasures? No wonder of the 5 of us. Only Old Shui has married. Are you foolish? Didn't Guga marry as well? He is not comparable to Old Shui. Old Shui pursued his female tycoon. But Gu's marriage doesn't count. Gu Yimo snatched the book and strode out of the room. No way, he actually took it? This is hilarious. Did you see Gu's face? It resembles a monkey's behind. Old Shui, do you have more of that book? Let me see what's written inside. You don't even have girlfriends. It's pointless for you to read. Isn't it precisely because we lack girlfriends that we should study and learn? Shui Kai waved his hand dismissively. Without a girlfriend or a target, reading will only leave you restless. Trust me, reading more will do you no good. I can sense the underlying meaning. Your book, haha, it wouldn't be of a risque nature, would it? Indeed, only emperors can wear such colors. Shui Kai shook the bottle of liquor. A decade of fine brewing, and if you don't appreciate it, do you want a drink? Zhang Ao loosened his tie. Since we're here, we must drink until we drop. Old Zhang, aren't you supposed to negotiate business overseas tomorrow? We can postpone. There will always be business. We can't let Old Shui's fine liquor go to waste. Gu Yimo's driver had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Gu Yimo entered the car, he inquired, Boss, shall we head back to the Gu residence? Gu Yimo remained silent for a brief moment before finally uttering a nasal hum. The driver exhaled in relief, thankful to be returning at last after 3 long days. Was this a belated phase of rebellion for his employer? This driver had been at Gu Yimo's service since the latter's primary school days, and over the years, he had witnessed the young master transform into a formidable magnate, distinguished by his exemplary character and devoid of any vices. Unlike the second and third generation heirs of affluent families, he had not even experienced the typical rebellious phase. Yet, unexpectedly, after all these years, he had resorted to a 3-day bender, evading home, indulging in alcohol at clubs, an escapade more befitting a 16 or 17-year-old's rebellion.
Boss, we've arrived.
No response.
Boss.
We're home. Gu Emo continued to be silent, the only sound in the car being the rustling of pages. Noticing his engrossment in reading, the driver raised his voice. Boss.
We've arrived.
Gu Emo could no longer feign deafness. He snapped the book shut and coldly remarked, Uncle Zhang. You're not getting any younger. It's time for your retirement. The driver wiped the sweat from his brow. Well, I'm still quite young. Could we possibly discuss postponing my retirement? Ignoring him, Gu Emo exited the vehicle. No answer was a tacit agreement, and the driver felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had grown quite familiar with the young master's temperament. After 3 days, Diao encountered Gu Emo once more, this time savoring chocolate ice cream. Gu Emo fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes brimming with resentment. Having been absent for 3 days, he was astounded that this woman seemed utterly unconcerned. She was even in the mood to enjoy music and ice cream at home. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll poke your eyes out. Don't think I don't know you've been reveling at the club these past 3 days.
Humph.
A drunkard, stinking to high heaven. Diao pinched her nose, attempting to evade him. He shifted his body to block her path, and when she attempted to sidestep, he obstructed her once more. What are you doing? You return only to pick a fight. It would have been better if you hadn't come back at all. Diao noticed her ice cream was melting and was about to take a bite when it was snatched from her hand. She widened her eyes in shock as Gu Emo placed the ice cream, which she had licked, into his mouth. The astonishment was not limited to Diao. Gu Chun, Lan Ke, and the old matriarch also stared in disbelief. The old matriarch was the first to react, pulling Lan Ke to leave, while Lan Ke grabbed Gu Chun's hand, and the trio quickly exited. Gu Emo casually glanced at them and continued to eat the ice cream with an air of indifference. Diao swallowed hard. Is it good?
Gu Montag nodded.
Still blocking her path. Has the CEO's obsession with cleanliness completely vanished? Having tasted my saliva, you now belong to me. Get out of my way. Why haven't you finished? Hurry up and leave once you're done. Diao waited impatiently, and seeing he showed no intention of moving, she ground her teeth, feeling a tingle in her hands. If you don't leave soon, I'll hit you. Internally, she was in turmoil. Yet she stood her ground, refraining from striking him. After finishing the ice cream, Gu Emo carelessly tossed the stick aside, his gaze deepening as he murmured. You finished that so quickly. What if you haven't had enough? Let me get you a new one. No need. As Diao was taken aback by his sudden proximity, he leaned in, his eyes fixed on the corner of her mouth, murmuring, "Isn't there one right here?" In the next moment, Diao realized exactly where the ice cream he referred to was. Her lips were ensnared by a hungry wolf. He was still licking. Are you really drunk? You scoundrel. Diao raised her knee and delivered a forceful blow. Gu Emo's expression shifted from satisfaction to pain, turning pale. Diao, apologetic, exclaimed, I'm sorry, but inwardly scoffed, drunkard. You had it coming. Oh no, my first kiss. In the past, I would have definitely castrated you.
Fuming, Diao stormed off.
Upon returning to her room, she slammed the door shut with considerable force and bolted it. Having occupied this room for 3 days, she had no intention of relinquishing it. What has happened to Gu Emo? He lacks any semblance of a domineering CEO. Vanishing was one thing, but returning to act drunkenly and lecherously towards me. Don't think I can't see through it. That gaze of his is anything but intoxicated. His drunkenness is merely a facade. Does he think that by borrowing courage from alcohol, he can do whatever he pleases? It seems this place is no longer tenable. The CEO is entirely oblivious to the rules of the world, recklessly charging forth. It's tantamount to self-destruction. These ordinary people simply do not comprehend that once a person is born, their fate is already sealed. This so-called little notebook of gossip resembles a prophetic tome, yet it is more akin to a book of human destiny. Everything is destined to happen. Even if there are changes along the way, the ultimate trajectory will always circle back. The existence of those from the mystic realm serves merely as psychological counselors for the locals. With knowledge of the future paths, they remind people to take fewer detours. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Why burden oneself with a futile struggle against fate? If one's predetermined fate is to become a painter, why pursue dance instead? Diao had previously encountered a person such as this. Should this individual choose the path of a painter, they would achieve renown before the age of 30, making significant strides every 5 years, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of their career and becoming a world-renowned artist. However, this person's true love would arrive quite late, only encountering their destined partner after turning 30, once they had achieved success. Yet, they foolishly fell in love with a girl, abandoning the path of painting to enroll in a dance academy, wishing to be in the same school and discipline as her. Their pursuit of love indeed led to a brief relationship during university, but due to their limited talent in dance, while the girl excelled and was favored by her mentors, she was later sent abroad for training. Unwilling to part ways, the girl asserted that they were destined for different worlds and elegantly boarded her flight. In the prime of learning, he pursued an unsuitable discipline, and unless one truly excels in dance, finding employment post-graduation is even more challenging than for those from other fields. The pain of their breakup ignited a determination within him to become remarkable, to make his ex-girlfriend regret her decision to abandon him. Dreams are alluring, yet reality is harsh. He faced repeated setbacks in job hunting post-graduation, ultimately resorting to relying on his family, gradually falling into despair. His ex-girlfriend stood on an international stage, occasionally appearing in the news, growing increasingly accomplished, just as she had foretold. The distance between them would only widen. They were not of the same world. The clearer his understanding of reality became, the more anguish he felt, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. By 30, he had achieved nothing. Eventually, when his mother fell gravely ill, he sold their once grand house and, while moving, discovered a box he had stashed beneath his bed during his youth, filled with brushes, paints, and other artistic supplies. After the surgery, his mother still passed away, and soon after, his father fell ill as well. Disturbed by these events, he picked up his paintbrush once more, immersing himself in his art. Eventually, his father also succumbed to death. He isolated himself in his room, channeling all his emotions into his paintings, dedicating 5 long years to this solitary pursuit until an old classmate visited him, saw his artwork, and subsequently assisted him in becoming an apprentice to a renowned painter. As fate would have it, by the age of 60, he reached the pinnacle of his career, becoming a celebrated artist both domestically and internationally. Such instances abound. She followed her master closely, having witnessed numerous individuals whose destinies were seemingly favorable but who, through reckless choices, ultimately could not escape their fates. Since the gossip notebook has foretold that I am destined to divorce Gu Yimo and that he will end up with his first love, why would I choose to act against my own interests? Even if a flicker of emotion stirred within her, it should be extinguished promptly, to prevent further loss. Diao's inner thoughts were clearly heard by Gu Yimo, who leaned against the door outside. He feigned intoxication, following the advice from his readings, allowing him to indulge in reckless behavior while secretly capturing her heart. He succeeded, for she felt a twinge of affection, however slight. Although the book was insightful, it paled in comparison to the predictions within her own gossip notebook. Previously, he believed Diao's possession of that notebook was advantageous, providing foresight into many matters and alerting her to potential dangers in real time. Now, however, he found it amusing. He had thought that those from the Xian men were the ones who could alter fate, the very individuals least inclined to believe in destiny. Yet, ironically, it turned out that they were the most conformist, too fearful to deviate even slightly from the prescribed path. Was it because they understood the laws of the universe that they felt such reverence? Gu Yimo clenched his fists tightly, but he remained unconvinced. As a scion of the Gu family, he had always obtained whatever he desired since childhood. Nothing was ever beyond his reach, instilling in him a defiant spirit against fate. Like his uncle, he too was driven by purpose, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. Just as his uncle feigned disability for years for the sake of his aunt, he would do the same for Diao. Chapter 38, The Entertainment Industry. The most lucrative realm for Xian men practitioners. Diao thought that after her ruthless severing of ties, Gu Yimo would retreat, at least keeping his distance. Instead, he seemed to have taken some wrong medication, continuing to play his part. I got drunk yesterday, didn't he do anything to you, did I? You kissed me.
Diao replied bluntly.
Gu Yimo looked incredulous. I vaguely remember eating 2 ice creams. One was the leftover ice cream I had, and the other was from my own lips. Gu Yimo cleared his throat. Don't think you can deceive me just because I don't remember. You kissed me, I kicked you, and you nearly lost your progeny, Diao said with a frosty expression. Gu Yimo shook his head. Stop joking.
Diao dashed upstairs.
playing back the surveillance footage from the living room. You can see for yourself. Gu Yimo's expression darkened. I didn't see anything. Maybe there was a formatting issue? Diao leaned in closer, only to discover that all the videos had turned into gibberish. She had feared Gu Yimo might play tricks. So she had requested the footage from the butler. How could it be malfunctioning now? Did you tamper with it? I did not, Gu Yimo replied innocently. As they passed, Gu Chen glanced at his nephew, quickening his pace to make a hasty exit. Once back in his room, he was seized by his wife, who whispered urgently, "What's going on? Are the young couple still quarreling?" Gu Chen sighed. I find my niece-in-law's temper to match yours, if not exceed it. In the past, he had indeed had a first love, and when Lan Ke left in a huff, he vanished for several years. Now his nephew's first love was baseless, yet far more painful. No smoke without fire. If your nephew truly had no issues, why would Di Diao's gossip notebook say he ends up with the eldest daughter of the Su family? He had met that Su Enki woman before. After Lan Ke married into the Gu family, Su Enki had visited several times, seemingly having moved into the neighborhood, which would only increase their encounters in the future. Are you suggesting? Gu Chen furrowed his brow tightly. They were all aware of the power of Di Diao's gossip notebook. They too had benefited from it. He had used it to locate his long-lost wife and child. The true daughter of the Gu family had also been found due to the predictions in that gossip notebook. Because they were beneficiaries, they hesitated, wavered, and even harbored doubts about Gu Yimo's relationship. I do not know what the future holds, but I know her gossip notebook has never been wrong. The contents have always been true. Lan Ke lowered his head, sighing deeply. I hold great affection for Di Diao and hope she can be with Gu Yimo forever, but one cannot live in self-deception. Gu Chen sighed in agreement. His nephew, who had never shown interest in women before, was destined for a tragic ending, was he not? But in this world, how many first loves truly endure? He thought of his own first love, sighing. The feelings once stirred were not false, but forgetting now was also not untrue. Time, people, events, and things will gradually alter even the deepest affections. Nothing remains unscathed, and healing will eventually come. Gu Chen embraced his wife tightly, cherishing the person before him. Di Diao locked her door, yet Gu Yimo could still enter with his spare key. Infuriated, she covered her head with a blanket and went to sleep. At midnight, while Di Diao was in the depths of slumber, unbeknownst to her, someone carried her to bed. Gu Yimo never imagined that one day he would act like a thief.
Stilti stulinga kish.
He gently brushed his lips against hers, afraid to press too hard, lest he awaken her. He gazed at her quietly until 3 a.m, when he returned her to the floor. When Di Diao rose at 4 to practice, he stood by the window like a voyeur, observing her every move from below. Di Diao sensed someone watching her. Her instincts were keen, and she had an inkling of who it was. She pretended not to notice, continuing her routine as usual. Behind the scenes, she had already contacted her former agent. Chen Hong was taken aback. She never expected the artist who had married into a wealthy family would reach out to her. Di Diao had first caught her eye on the street, and she thought she had struck gold. Later, it proved true, as Di Diao was indeed a wealthy heiress who had married into affluence, providing Chen Hong with a substantial contract termination fee. Although she had not catapulted Di Diao to stardom, allowing her to rake in a fortune, it had nonetheless brought Chen Hong considerable wealth. Once just an agent at a studio, she had later ventured out on her own, establishing her own entertainment company. She never imagined that this heiress would contact her again, seeking work due to the boredom of married life. Work? What a joke. Isn't enjoying life enough? Despite her confusion, Chen Hong expressed her respect. Deep down, however, she harbored a tiny hope that if Di Diao re-signed with her, perhaps her family would come looking, and with a wave of a hand, she might receive another check for termination, thus profiting once more. Even if the Di family members do not seek to terminate the contract, given Di Diao's exquisite beauty, it is entirely plausible that she could carve out a niche for herself in the entertainment industry. Regardless of the outcome, this venture is far from a loss. Consequently, Chen Hong acquiesced to Di Diao's desire to make a comeback and arranged a meeting to renegotiate a new contract. After hastily finishing her breakfast, Di Diao rushed out, prompting old Madame Gu to inquire, "Little Di, where are you off to? Shopping, perhaps?" With a cheerful smile, Di Diao replied, "I'm off to work. My marriage leave has concluded." Old Madame Gu expressed her astonishment. "Are you returning to the Di family for work?" Di Diao waved her hand dismissively. "My father is rather confused. My stepmother has long since usurped control of the family business, leaving me without a place to belong." Gu Shui, puzzled, asked, Then where exactly are you going to work? Like my aunt, I am not returning home to work. I have my own career. Gu Shui, skeptical, pressed on. What kind of work? I recall you were trying to make your way in the entertainment industry? Diao snapped her fingers, correct. My marriage leave has ended, and I am set to continue my journey in the entertainment world. Deep within her heart, Diao harbored a clandestine ambition. While others aspire to become renowned stars in the entertainment industry, I aim to become a celebrated master. Previously, Diao had a master uncle who took an unconventional path into the entertainment realm, while everyone presumed he sought stardom. His true purpose was to provide fortune-telling and talisman services. Those young stars in the industry would eagerly spend money on this. When the time comes, they would certainly vie for a love talisman. My uncle amassed his fortune through this means, and whenever a new production commenced, directors would burn incense to pray for success. They inherently believed in such practices. The entertainment industry is the most lucrative domain for those of the mystical arts. Chapter 39. The unbearable competition among women in the entertainment industry. As Diao prepared her belongings to shoot a reality show, Gu Yimo merely stood at the door. Watching her depart, Gu Chen approached Gu Yimo and questioned, "What are you still staring at?" "The car is long gone." Gu Yimo ignored him and turned to leave. However, Gu Chen obstructed his path. "Have you gathered your emotions? It's time for you to go to work. This has always been your responsibility, hasn't it?" Gu Yimo brushed past him and ascended the stairs. Gu Chen followed, earnestly imploring, "After my accident, didn't I entrust everything to you? You've done a better job than I ever could from that position. The value of Gu Corporation has doubled over the years, proving you are more suited to helm the company." Gu Yimo paused on the staircase, looking down at his uncle. "I have more pressing matters to attend to." Gu Chen attempted to pursue him, but Gu Yimo coldly shut the door, nearly causing Gu Chen to collide with it. He stepped back several paces, shouting into the room, "You think dating is more important than anything else? Are you neglecting your work? Thankfully, the Gu family has no throne for you to inherit. Otherwise, you would abandon your duties for a woman." The door swung open abruptly and Gu Yimo glared at him. "I learned this from someone."
Bang!
The door slammed shut again.
Ah!
This time, he truly bumped his nose. Rubbing his nose, Gu Chen returned to his room, looking utterly defeated. "Dear, our travel plans are indefinitely postponed. That scoundrel of a nephew refuses to go to work." Lan Ku approached with a radiant smile, linking her arm with Gu Chen's. "Give him some time." Sighing, Gu Chen hung his head, feeling a swell of frustration. He knew that when he feigned disability years ago, his nephew had shouldered the burden of the Gu family. And now the tides had turned. It was time for him to step up while his nephew took a back seat. Yet it was all so bothersome. His phone rang just as he was about to embrace his wife for a kiss, and Gu Chen, irritated, thought of smashing it. "Why does everything come to me?" Lan Ku prepared a cup of chrysanthemum tea for her husband, cheerfully saying, "Work well. The children and I will head to bed." Alone at his computer desk, Gu Chen gazed at his wife's retreating figure, a wave of melancholy washing over him as he lamented, "When will this life come to an end? No, I must devise a plan to bring them together. If they reconcile, my nephew will return to work." Diao arrived at the filming location, a show themed around horror and mystery solving. As a barely recognized 18-line celebrity, few were familiar with her, yet her agency had inexplicably assigned her 2 assistants, which piqued curiosity. Who is this woman, and how does she have 2 assistants? Which company employs her? An informed individual leaned in closer and whispered, "Sister Bai Tao. She's an artist from a recently established entertainment company. It's rather small, lacking any notable reputation or famous artists. The most prominent among them is still less renowned than you." A small company? How could such a company provide her with 2 assistants? Bai Tao's expression darkened. This was questionable. She was quite attractive, suggesting someone might be backing her, unwilling to let her struggle, perhaps discreetly offering financial support for 2 assistants to care for her. Humph, such a toxic environment. It is precisely because of people like this that those of us with genuine talent cannot secure quality roles. The other person was at a loss for words, realizing that Bai Tao was hardly a powerhouse herself. She had merely gained fame from a single web drama, and now she was inflating her own status. Bai Tao was a 3rd-tier actress who had graduated from university and had since appeared in 6 web dramas. Recently, one of her dramas finally gained traction, elevating her to 3rd-tier status. Although she had achieved this tier, her newfound fame did not translate into lucrative endorsements, and her pay remained modest. Despite starring in 6 web dramas, the previous lack of popularity meant she earned only a few $100,000 for each production, which, while substantial for an average individual, was mere pennies in the entertainment industry. The agency had assigned her a single assistant, with the assistant's salary deducted from her earnings, leaving her deeply dissatisfied. I cannot abide such individuals. I must teach her a lesson. Bai Tao crossed her arms and stood up, her high heels clicking authoritatively on the floor. Li Lu, you are truly despicable, easily provoking that foolish Bai Tao into trouble. TSK, do you have a grudge against this 18-line actress? A thick-lipped starlet remarked coldly. Li Lu, the one who had just called out to Bai Tao, pulled out her powder compact to retouch her makeup, casting a glance at Bai Tao, who was now approaching Di Diao, and scoffed, back when I debuted. That woman named Di Diao snatched my endorsement, only to withdraw from the entertainment industry midway, leaving the endorsement for someone else. What a disgusting person. She took it and then walked away, making me look utterly useless. I never expected her to return to the industry now. I must settle this score. Especially since I am now more famous than she is. This industry operates on such principles. Jiang Liyun, there are no outsiders here. Do you think I am despicable? You think you are so virtuous? Well, at least I don't bully newcomers.
Oh, really?
You don't need to bully newcomers because you have a powerful backer. You don't need to lift a finger, unlike me, who must toil and fight for everything. The two women, both from the same company, were aware of each other's backgrounds. Thus, they would only spar privately in the absence of others, but when in public, they would unite against common foes. Di Jiao lounged in a reclining chair, sipping on milk tea bought by her assistant Xiao Jia, while another assistant, Xiao Hao, fanned her gently. In truth, both assistants were housemaids from the Gu family, assigned by old Madame Gu. Di Jiao did not wish to indulge in special treatment, yet the comfort was irresistible. Unable to resist, she said, Xiao Hao, why don't you join me for a while? Have some milk tea and snacks. Young mistress, they replied.
Sure.
Di Jiao glanced around to ensure no one was listening and sighed. I am still in a secret marriage. Let us not let the cat out of the bag. Xiao Jia lightly tapped her lips, a look of chagrin crossing her face. I forgot again. Sister Di, I assure you, I will never mispronounce it again. Xiao Jia held this opportunity to accompany the young mistress in high regard. When the old lady selected candidates, she summoned all the maids under the Gu family's banner, leading to a room filled with over 100 eager young girls vying for this chance. The housekeeper had mentioned that not only would they retain their maid's salary, but they would also receive an additional assistant's wage, along with extra allowances for outings. One job, 3 incomes. Moreover, they would have the chance to explore the entertainment industry alongside the young mistress. How delightful. She certainly did not wish to be replaced for her repeated mistakes. Unaware of how many eyes were covetously upon her position, Di Jiao, noticing her serious demeanor, patted her shoulder and chuckled. No need to be so anxious. Just remember it. Which company are you with, Di Jiao? Suddenly, a haughty female voice rang out, clearly laced with hostility. Di Jiao looked up to see a girl with fair skin and plump apple cheeks, exuding a blend of innocence and allure. Although the voice was unappealing, her beauty captivated Di Jiao, reinforcing the notion that her decision to enter the entertainment industry was indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, she would not have encountered such exquisite women. This sister here is from Chunhong Entertainment, Di Jiao replied. Who is your sister? The girl retorted. Should I call you elder sister instead? Do I appear that old? Who is your elder sister? Do you realize that addressing someone as sister in the entertainment industry is quite impolite? Faced with her unreasonable tirade, Di Jiao raised her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Then how should I address you? Just call me by my name. May I inquire what your name is? Bai Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. You actually don't recognize me? Should I know you? Xiao Jia pulled her young mistress aside and whispered in her ear. I've seen her in a recent hit web drama. Her name is Bai Tao. If you don't recognize her, it implies she lacks fame, which is quite impolite. Is that so?
Di Diao felt perplexed.
Xiao Hao leaned closer and murmured. Mistress, I sense ill intentions from her. She's here to stir trouble. I've heard that the entertainment industry resembles a vast harem, where female stars engage in fierce rivalry. It's terrifying. Each star's thoughts are convoluted. I don't know her, nor do I even know her name. Why would she target me for trouble?
Di Diao reasoned.
Believing that someone of her obscurity would hardly warrant attention, and that seeking conflict with her would be a waste of time. Unbeknownst to her, on her very first day in the entertainment industry, she had become a target. Di Jiao sighed, gazing at the beautiful actress. Bai Tao, I am not one for scheming. I have no desire to engage in a tit-for-tat with someone unfriendly. I am in good spirits today, and prefer not to quarrel with someone as lovely as you. However, I must say, I perceive a darkness in your parental palace. Your mother may be in peril. Perhaps you should return home and check on her. Initially, Bai Tao assumed this young star was aware of her own fame and was simply trying to appease her. However, upon hearing the latter remark, she found the sweetness of Di Diao's words somewhat tolerable until the third statement provoked her fury. How dare you curse my mother? Bai Tao was taken aback by the audacity of someone who could speak such venomous words with such innocent eyes. Throughout her years in the industry, she had encountered sharp-tongued individuals and those who would make things difficult, but never had she encountered someone who would curse a parent upon first meeting.
Taking a deep breath,
She glanced around, noticing Li Lu and Jiang Liyun watching from a distance, fearful that if she acted out, these two women would capture the moment on film. Being in the limelight, she could not afford any negative press regarding a fight. Glaring at Di Diao, she threatened, "You better not use the restroom today." While she could not strike Di Diao in public, she certainly could in a more secluded area. For the sake of those cursed words against her mother, she was determined to deliver a slap to Di Diao in the restroom. Bai Tao resolved to keep a close watch on Di Diao, planning to follow her at the first opportunity. Fuming, she stomped away, while Di Diao, feeling utterly bewildered, shrugged. I merely noticed her beauty and intended to offer a kind warning. Xiao Jia and Xiao Hao exchanged glances, recalling the old lady's admonition, "Take good care of your young mistress. I chose both of you because you can fight. Your young mistress is naive and easily offends others. Especially in the entertainment industry, being too candid is akin to inviting conflict. You must protect her." Xiao Jia practiced Thai boxing and had even won awards abroad, while Xia Hao was a champion in Sanda, making them formidable allies. Though they appeared as mere assistants, their salaries included an added portion for bodyguard duties, amounting to 3 times that of a typical assistant. "We must keep a vigilant eye on the young mistress," Xiao Jia urged. "I will remain by her side at all times, even in the restroom." Xiao nodded vigorously. "What are you two whispering about? It's time for my costume change." Di Diao laughed as she stood up. "Today, I'm tasked with portraying a ghost to frighten people. How delightful." Initially, she had been eager to start work to avoid Gu Yimo, but now the true allure lay in this program, especially since she had drawn the role of a ghost. Seeing Di Diao heading toward the restroom, Bai Tao quickly pursued her, only to watch as Di Diao bypassed the restroom and headed toward the makeup room. Frustrated, Bai Tao stamped her foot, and at that moment her phone rang. It was her mother calling. Bai Tao's parents had divorced, and she had grown up with her mother, while her father, having remarried, seldom visited her and provided minimal support. She enjoyed a close relationship with her mother, which made Di Diao's curse all the more infuriating. The once domineering presence transformed into a dutiful daughter upon answering her mother's call, her tone softening. "Mom, I'll return home for a few days after this program wraps up. No need to visit. It's quite far from us." "Mom, is someone knocking at the door?" "Then go answer it. I'll hang up for now." After ending the call, Bai Tao felt an unsettling flutter in her eyelids, sensing something was amiss, and recalled Di Diao's words. Reflecting on past experiences of ordering takeout, her mother had always cautioned against it, leading her to believe that the visitor at the door was likely not a delivery person. Nowadays, packages were typically left at designated points rather than delivered directly to the door. Following her parents' divorce, her mother had strained ties with her family, resulting in a lack of relatives visiting. Her mother worked 3 jobs to support her education, rarely socializing with friends and maintaining distant relationships with colleagues.
now.
Bai Tao longed to support her mother, wishing she could tell her to stop working, as her mother seemed to spend most of her time watching television at home. Who could be at the door? Bai Tao's eyelids twitched more rapidly as she called back home to inquire. To her dismay, the line was dead. Her heart raced. Just then, Di Diao emerged from the makeup room, adorned in a pristine white dress, cradling a blood-stained teddy bear, her makeup accentuating a ghostly pallor with tears of blood at the corners of her eyes. Although she was meant to portray a ghost, it was evident that her character leaned more toward an ethereal beauty than a terrifying specter. Di Diao was far from satisfied. She yearned for something truly terrifying. Yet this lacked any semblance of fear. Bai Tao rushed over, her face a mask of terror. Di Diao, puzzled, questioned, "Are you truly frightened by me? Your threshold for fear seems alarmingly low. Are you speaking truthfully?" Bai Tao pointed to her right temple, exclaiming, "Can you truly read fortunes? My mother's call won't go through. I was speaking with her when someone knocked at the door and the call abruptly ended. I pondered deeply, as there are usually no visitors to my home, and I fear my mother may be in peril." Di Diao's demeanor darkened, her expression growing grave. You are not mistaken. Something has indeed occurred. In her mind, Diao rifled through her notes, locating an entry that read, 1 hour later, Bai Tao's mother has been taken hostage by Bai Tao's detractors, tragically resulting in her demise. Call the police, she suggested. No, we cannot. What if something goes awry? If I call the police, will Bai Tao panic? Diao made the call on her behalf. At 20 Phoenix Road, apartment 601, there are intruders attempting to break in. Please hurry, there is still time. How do you know my address? How do you know there are intruders? Bai Tao stammered.
Sure.
Be quiet. Now is not the time for questions. You should return home immediately. Although Bai Tao's mind was filled with inquiries, she understood that her mother's safety was paramount. Casting a brief glance at Diao, she slipped off her high heels and fled barefoot. As Diao watched Bai Tao's retreating figure, her mismatched eyes, now devoid of contact lenses, glimmered with an eerie light, accentuating her ethereal makeup. She squeezed the blood-stained teddy bear in her arms, triggering a recording within that emitted a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. Chapter 41. The Spectral Groom. Greetings, my bride. The director, bursting with excitement, announced the influx of investment, proclaiming that the show would elevate exponentially. Though the script required some alterations and asked them to wait. Bai Tao's departure did not hinder the filming process.
Diao, feeling idle.
Engaged in conversation with Xiao Jia and Xiao Hao. As the program editor passed by, he expressed confusion. I don't recall adding the setting of the Yin-Yang Eyes. Diao pursed her lips. Should I change my makeup? No, this is splendid. It's eerie, beautiful, and perfectly fits your role as the ghostly bride. The screenwriter chuckled. How did I not think of the Yin-Yang Eyes concept? Quite brilliant. Diao was momentarily taken aback. Am I not the ghost doll? Originally, you were a ghost doll, but the script is changed. Now you are the ghostly bride. Regardless, it's still a white dress, so it's inconsequential. Is there a new script? Why have I not received it? The new script is known only to us. You participants can improvise. The screenwriter dashed away, mumbling. Almost let it slip. Diao narrowed her eyes, pulling Xiao Jia close, whispering conspiratorially. Xiao Jia's eyes darted mischievously, responding with a sly smile. I'm on it. Before long, Xiao Jia stealthily procured the script. Upon examining it, Diao was left dumbfounded. I've become the final boss? Initially, she had merely drawn a role as a ghost that required scaring people, yet now she had unexpectedly transformed into the ultimate antagonist without any prior notice. Had it not been for the screenwriter's slip and Xiao Jia's covert acquisition of the script, she would have remained oblivious. No way.
Diao clenched their fists.
Xiao Jia, perplexed, remarked, Isn't this a good thing? More screen time means a more significant role, leading to greater exposure for the audience to remember you. This is clearly advantageous. Why do you appear so displeased, as if you've been duped?
Diao gritted her teeth in anger.
They pay me as an extra, yet expect me to portray the main villain. They must increase my pay. Upon understanding the reason for Diao's frustration, Xiao Jia and Xiao Hao exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. You dare to laugh. I'm telling you, if I get a raise, you both will too. Our finances are interconnected. The two young women perked up instantly. We must fight for this. This is clearly the salary of a major villain. How can they only compensate us as extras? Diao, accompanied by the two, stormed towards the director. Upon seeing her, the director beamed and waved. Diao, the script has undergone changes. Your role has been elevated. Here is the new contract. Take a look, and if you find it satisfactory, please sign again.
Diao,
take a look, Xiao Jia urged, already having retrieved the contract. Diao glanced at the remuneration section and was astonished to find it had increased by 2 zeros. This was a 100-fold increase. She had never anticipated such a vast discrepancy in pay between an extra and the final boss role, initially intending to merely earn some pocket money in the entertainment industry. Diao was momentarily lost in thought. How many lives would that cost? How many talismans would I need to draw? It appears that playing the final boss is quite lucrative. While Diao remained in her stupor, the director began to weave grand plans. Let me tell you, if our show becomes a hit, your character will elevate your worth significantly. This is merely the first season. If you perform well, you'll be invited back for the second season, and by then, the pay will surely be even greater. Diao swiftly signed her name, thumping her chest in assurance. Rest assured, I shall terrify them. No need to terrify them to death. Just frighten them to the point of wetting themselves. It's not easy for the staff to clean up after that. Perhaps tone it down a bit. Fine, I'll rein it in a little.
Di Diao contemplated,
deciding against playing a malevolent spirit and opting instead to study the mannerisms of a typical little ghost. Her Yin-Yang eyes fell upon a small apparition that shrank back behind the wall in fear. I'll just emulate this little one,
Di Diao mused, stroking her chin doubtfully.
The director exchanged glances with the assistant director, who swiftly tucked away the contract signed by Di Diao. The director, beaming, announced, "As you are the ghostly bride, we have arranged for you to have a ghostly groom." Before Di Diao could react, Xiao Jia and Xiao Hao stepped forward protectively, with Xiao Jia declaring fiercely, "Di Diao will not engage in a CP." Xiao Hao nodded vigorously. "No need for a ghostly groom." The director brushed them aside. "You two assistants have far too many opinions. Di Diao, listen, this is a necessary arrangement. You won't be required to shoot intimate scenes with the ghostly groom. Merely stand together to frighten people." Di Diao found it inconsequential. She hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from Xiao Jia and Xiao Hao. She waved her hand dismissively.
"I have no issue with it."
The director, already plotting in his mind, considered that if Di Diao refused, he could leverage the breach of contract to his advantage. This arrangement must be executed.
"Oh, really?"
"You agreed?"
Di Diao nodded, "Yes."
The director laughed heartily. "Excellent. Please prepare yourself. I will send someone to introduce the ghostly groom shortly." Back on her lounge chair, Di Diao pulled out her phone to select gifts. Initially, she had limited funds, planning only to treat everyone to a meal for her first day of work. Now that her pay had increased 100-fold, she could afford to choose gifts properly. "This doll is simply adorable and would surely delight Xiao Miao Miao." Xiao Jia pleaded earnestly. "Di Diao, how could you agree to the director? What if this show becomes popular and you end up in a CP?" Xiao Hao echoed her concern. "What if that male star becomes infatuated with you?" Di Diao looked at them in confusion. "It's just a partnership for a show, not a drama." The director mentioned it's merely about standing together to frighten people. There won't be intimate scenes. Besides, I've entered the entertainment industry. I can't afford to be overly cautious. But, Xiao Jia stamped her foot. "Neither you nor young Master Gu have ever taken wedding photos. How can you pose as a bride and groom with someone else?" Xiao Hao was equally flustered. "What if the old lady sees this? She will definitely blame us for not stopping you." They still recalled the old lady's admonition. "Don't let those young heartthrobs get close to your young mistress. The entertainment industry is a chaotic place." Do you remember? At that time, the two had sworn with great conviction, "We will never let anyone approach the young mistress." Yet, on the very first day of her foray into the entertainment world, the young mistress was already pretending to be a bride with someone else. What were they to do? Di Diao questioned suspiciously, "Are you two spies sent by my grandmother?" The two immediately covered their mouths, their eyes filled with regret. They were quite capable. Yet in terms of intellect, they fell a bit short compared to other maids. The thought of possibly being replaced filled their hearts with sorrow. "No need to panic." Di Diao sighed. "I am now a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Even if I am in a concealed marriage, no one knows my identity. And I truly must maintain my distance from male celebrities. Rest assured, I will not partake in intimate scenes. I have considered this. This is merely a variety show. Just standing together to create a spectacle, nothing too serious." At that moment, the ghostly groom, guided by the staff, approached Di Diao, sporting a smile. "Hello, my bride." Xiao Jia and Xiao Hao widened their eyes, tightly covering their mouths, fearing the words young master would slip out. Upon seeing the newcomer, Di Diao's pupils trembled as she silently scolded herself. "Is this a joke? The domineering CEO has also entered the entertainment world? What is this attire? A vampire count? Are those sharp teeth glued on?" Chapter 42. The transformation of the domineering CEO. I can barely resist. The man wore dark red contact lenses, his face pale, lips of vivid crimson, and those sharp teeth gave him an ethereal, almost otherworldly beauty. Initially, Di Diao was taken aback by this striking appearance. The CEO, usually donned in formal attire with an air of aloofness, now radiated an exquisite allure. That man even wore a wig. At home, he buttons his shirt all the way to the top, yet outside he opts for a V-neck? Di Diao suddenly felt a hint of irritation and shot Gu Yimo a frosty glare. If Gu Yimo did not possess mind-reading abilities, he might have assumed she was angry due to his unexpected arrival, but now, having heard her true feelings, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. "Ahem. I shall take my leave for a moment," Di Diao retorted. "Get lost." Xiao Jia and Xiao Hao were exasperated. Their young master truly left without a second thought. Not even glancing back. They urged Di Diao, "Sister Di, don't be upset. The young master is quite obedient. A good man. If you tell him to leave, he will indeed leave. He must have missed you, which is why he came here. Diao waved her hand. Hold your tongues for now. I need to call my grandmother. The Gu family would never allow the CEO to expose himself to the public. It was well known that even after the media repeatedly sought interviews following Gu Yimo's management of the Gu Corporation, he had never allowed a single photo to circulate. Their confidentiality was impeccable, primarily due to Gu Yimo's past abduction. Because of this incident, the public had barely seen a glimpse of the Gu family's young master. Hello, grandmother. I saw Gu Yimo on the set. He is actually going to film.
What?
You knew about this? Shouldn't you have stopped him? After hanging up, Diao's emotions were quite complex. The old lady's stance was crystal clear. She was aging and no longer cared. Previously, it had been to protect him that he remained hidden, but now that he was an adult, she had relinquished that concern. If he wanted to reveal himself, there was no reason to prevent it. Diao also learned from the old lady that the leadership of the Gu family had changed hands. Gu Chun was now in charge and had become the exclusive investor for this variety show, driving away other investors. All plans were Gu Chen's design, including arranging for Gu Yimo to come to the set. However, while the plan was proposed by Gu Chen, Gu Yimo could have easily declined, yet he did not, and drove overnight to the filming location. Diao pressed her temples. It seems the CEO is not easily dissuaded. Knowing the outcome, why persist in such stubbornness? What is the point of fighting against fate? Gu Yimo stood before Diao, lost in her thoughts. It was only when Xiao Jia's desperate cough broke her concentration that she looked up. She met his dark red, brooding gaze, and was startled. Taking a breath before glaring at him, you walk without making a sound. Gu Yimo smirked. You were too engrossed in your thoughts. What were you contemplating? Diao averted her eyes, muttering nothing. Why did the CEO change his outfit? The V-neck looked quite nice. Why switch to a shirt? Is he going for a vampire aesthetic? Is that why he buttoned up completely? Though I must say, this look does carry a strong sense of authority. Suddenly, Gu Yimo leaned closer, his lips brushing against her earlobe. Do you like this outfit? Mind your words and maintain your distance. Diao pushed him away. Casting a glance around, relieved that no one had seen them. You and I are merely partners now. Don't let anything slip. I am in a concealed marriage. Is it embarrassing to be a married person? Gu Yimo asked in a low voice. Or is it embarrassing to be married to me? Is the CEO out of his mind? How prestigious it is to marry into the Gu family. But how does a married person navigate the entertainment industry? Moreover, since a divorce is inevitable, carrying the identity of a Gu family young mistress now, what will happen later? Will I bear the title of a Gu family abandoned wife? It might be better to keep my past marriage a secret altogether.
Ha!
Gu Yimo suddenly chuckled. Diao glanced at his profile, the reserved vampire look, his bangs obscuring his eyes. When he smiled, revealing his sharp teeth, he exuded a blend of gloom and mystery that made her heart race. All right, you look handsome. Stop exuding your charm. I can resist the cold, domineering CEO, but this alluring vampire aesthetic of yours is a bit too much for me to handle. The sinister smile on Gu Yimo's face faltered as his gaze pierced through his bangs to meet Diao's. At that moment, the girl's eyes darted around. Her cheeks flushed, one hand clutching her chest. Gu Yimo's expression morphed from one of melancholy to one of playful intrigue. I've caught you. So, you do like me this way. Gu Yimo narrowed his eyes, his smile reaching his eyes. Xiao Hao, when are we starting to film? Diao endeavored to ignore Gu Yimo's intense gaze, shifting her focus to Xiao Jia and Xiao Hao, eager to find an excuse to escape the situation. I'll go ask. Xiao Jia prepared to inquire with the director. Before she could, the director had already taken a large megaphone and began calling out, Everyone, take your positions, prepare. The backdrop of the ancient castle, with chilling winds, was accompanied by the cawing of crows as the scene unfolded. As the esteemed guests, Bai Tao and her companions embarked on a thrilling investigation, they entered the ancient castle. Within its walls lurked headless knights, a disembodied hand flitting about, and centaurs of half-man, half-beast nature. Progressing through a series of terrifying challenges, they drew ever closer to the truth. Bai Tao pushed open a door, only to be greeted by an eerie laughter. Locking eyes with a pair of ominous, otherworldly pupils, which sent her into a terrified scream. The guests trailing behind her, still unaware of the source, succumbed to the infectious panic, joining in her terrified cries.
Stay calm.
Everyone, remain calm. This is the final challenge. A man stepped forward, declaring, I shall lead the way. Bai Tao hid behind him, while the others clustered closely, resembling a train as they ventured into the dimly lit chamber. Suddenly, a thud echoed as an object fell at their feet. They looked down to find a blood-stained teddy bear. "My little bear is hungry. Are you here to feed it?" Chapter 43. The Castle Murder Case Victim. Li Lu. A chorus of screams erupted. Diao, believing she had startled them, felt a surge of delight. A ghost. There's a ghost. Bai Tao trembled. Run. Remembering Diao's maternal rescue, she grasped Diao's hand, urging her to flee. Confused, Diao turned to see the teddy bear rising, its eyes dark and shrouded in a sinister aura. Wielding a large knife in one paw and a pair of scissors in the other, which emitted a menacing snip-snap sound. Squinting, Diao perceived the truth. While the others saw a teddy bear, she recognized it as a vessel possessed. Gu Emo, appearing when least expected, swiftly swept Diao into his arms and dashed outside. "Wait for me."
Bai Tao screamed.
The group fled the chamber in a frantic rush. The director, trembling, exclaimed, "What did I just witness?" The assistant director stared at the black screen, shivering in silence. The screenwriter inhaled deeply. "I've heard rumors about this castle. Could they be true?" The terrified gazes of the director and assistant director fixed upon her. Under pressure, the screenwriter recalled, her voice trembling, a century ago. Blood flowed like rivers overnight, leaving the castle devoid of life. A haunted house. The director fumed. "Why would you rent me a haunted house for filming?" The assistant director pointed out, "We couldn't secure funding at the time. The budget was limited. Besides, that was a century ago. Who knows if it's true? It was cheap. But now we have investment from the Gu family. We have the funds." The director roared. The assistant director sighed in resignation. "We've already rented it and started filming. I didn't foresee this happening. We must leave immediately. Tell everyone to evacuate." The director bolted for the exit. Assistant director, "Redeem yourself. You will be the last to leave, ensuring everyone's safe exit." The assistant director, trembling, chased after him. "Screenwriter, this is in your hands. I'll increase your pay." The screenwriter wailed, "Help. I can't manage this." As the director stepped out of the castle, barely able to relish his escape, he suddenly screamed and collapsed unconscious. The assistant director rushed to support him, glancing outside and nearly losing his footing. At the castle's entrance hung a disembodied head, a blood-soaked human head. They had encountered numerous realistic props before, but this was different. The head they had seen on set, while lifelike, lacked the visceral quality that now assaulted their senses. The gruesome sight before them was unmistakably real, heightened by the acrid scent of blood. The woman's eyes remained open in death, her parched lips and severed neck oozing crimson. Her long hair used like a noose to suspend her from the castle's gate. It was Li Lu. The screenwriter, trembling, pulled out her phone. "I'm calling the police. Right now." The assistant director took a deep breath. "Let us remain calm. Perhaps it's just a prop." "A prop. Don't deceive yourself." The gravity of the situation hit hard. The assistant director sank to the ground. "The filming will be severely affected. We finally secured funding from the Gu family." "And you're still thinking about that?" The screenwriter snapped. "Nothing is more important than our lives. The murderer is certainly still here." The police arrived promptly. Several detectives cordoning off the scene. Gu Emo shielded Diao, whispering comforting words. "Do not be afraid."
Diao remained expressionless.
"Fear me? I have seen far worse in my past life." Rubbing her temples, she expressed fatigue. "I sought refuge from chaos and found none. Not only did Gu Emo pursue me, but now a murder has occurred here." Hearing her thoughts, Gu Emo pursed his lips, but showed no intention of leaving her side. The police began their inquiries, focusing on Bai Tao and Jiang Liyun, as Li Lu had interacted with them extensively prior to her demise. Bai Tao, visibly anxious, stated, "I returned home for 3 hours and did not see her during that time. After I came back, I still did not encounter her." "Why did you leave?" "My mother had an incident. You can verify that I reported it." After investigation, the police temporarily ruled out Bai Tao as a suspect, shifting their scrutiny towards Jiang Liyun. Noticing the malevolent gaze of the questioning officer, Jiang Liyun quickly asserted, "We work at the same company. Indeed, we've had minor disputes over resources, but it could never escalate to murder. How could I possibly kill her? I was busy rehearsing lines. I was the ghost in the first act." "What was your relationship with her?" "Satisfactory, considering we are colleagues." "Did she ever confide in you about having enemies or someone who had wronged her?" Jiang Liyun pondered. Suddenly remembering, her eyes lighting up, "I recall now, Diao. She had a grudge against Diao. Do they know each other? According to our investigation, Diao did not know her prior. Jiang Liyun continued. Diao once stole an advertisement from her. Later, inexplicably, she withdrew from the industry and gave the ad to someone else.
Jiang Liyun harbored resentment towards Diao.
Previously, Bai Tao had also stirred trouble for Diao, which she instigated from behind the scenes. Bai Tao believed she had clarified her position and would not be implicated further, but the police approached her again. Did you previously make things difficult for Diao? Yes. Was it because of Li Lu's words that you sought trouble with Diao? That is correct. Elaborate on how you troubled Diao and what transpired afterward. I was displeased that the company was deducting from my pay for an assistant. Seeing Diao with 2 assistants, I grew suspicious of her connections and intended to bully her a bit. Don't look at me with that expression. This industry operates on hierarchy, and I've been bullied before. And then, later, Diao cursed that my mother would meet with an accident, which infuriated me. I wanted to confront her, but Jiang Liyun and Li Lu were watching. I couldn't act out of fear of being recorded. I thought Diao would eventually need the restroom, and I would settle the score there. But, to my shock, my mother really did have an accident. Are you suggesting Diao had a premonition? Bai Tao clenched her teeth, resolving to betray Diao. In matters of life and death, one must prioritize self-preservation. She spoke candidly. Indeed, she possessed an uncanny foresight, akin to that of a fortune-teller, seemingly privy to the events that lay ahead. She claimed to have discerned from my features that my mother would face peril. Thanks to her admonition, I was able to save my mother. During this time, another peculiar incident occurred. She should have had no knowledge of my family's address, yet when she assisted me in contacting the authorities, she recited it with impeccable accuracy. Chapter 44. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join a special department. Would you be amenable? The weasel was led into a dimly lit room, and she furrowed her brow, sensing that her treatment was markedly different from that of others. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, revealing a green-hued desk lamp that cast a dim yellow glow. Is that you, the weasel?
It is I.
Please take a seat. She settled across from a man clad in military attire, exuding an aura distinctly different from that of the police, one imbued with a palpable sense of lethal intent. The weasel's brow knitted even tighter. Are you frightened? The weasel regarded him with confusion. I fail to comprehend the essence of your inquiry. If you are asking whether I fear the sight of decapitated heads, I must confess, I am not particularly afraid. My question pertains to whether you feel apprehensive about being brought here for questioning. Questioning? I believe you ought to be cautious with your choice of words. I am not a suspect. You are. What do you mean? The weasel felt a surge of bewilderment. I do not even know the name of the deceased. It was only through the director that I learned she was named Li Lu and that she was one of the guests. The man unfolded the statements from Bai Tao and Jiang Liyun, offering them for her inspection. See for yourself. Am I permitted to view this? The weasel harbored doubts about his intentions.
Look.
After much hesitation, she finally picked them up for a closer examination. As she read Jiang Liyun's account, which mentioned that the original host had once snatched an advertisement from Li Lu, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her, struggling to recall the original host's memories. Truth be told, she could hardly remember. If the original host had deemed it trivial, it was even less significant to her. Setting down Jiang Liyun's statement, she picked up Bai Tao's. The more she read, the more alarmed she became. An overwhelming urge to lash out at Bai Tao surged within her. This was a case of ingratitude. Taking a deep breath, she put down the documents, her tone grave. I have finished reading. And what are your thoughts? The weasel felt bitterness rise in her mouth. One cannot be a good person. Good people do not live long.
Huh?
The man chuckled. The previously solemn atmosphere shattered by his laughter. The man's seriousness faltered as he introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am from the special department. My name is Jiang Hai. The weasel stared at him in bewilderment. Jiang Hai produced a sword case, retrieving a peachwood sword from within. I have another identity. I am the second disciple of Gu Yuyu.
Familiar.
The peachwood sword I crafted. The weasel. This case is not merely a homicide. It involves the supernatural, which is why I was dispatched to assist in the investigation. I wish to invite you to join the special department. Would you be willing? Are you recruiting me? Indeed. What is the salary? 5,000 a month, with 5 insurances and 1 fund, plus various allowances. The weasel recalled the remuneration for portraying a major antagonist and promptly declined. I have no interest. We are both individuals of the mystical realm. You must understand that wealth is but a fleeting material possession. Indeed, the weasel silently added. But lacking funds is utterly untenable. Serving the nation, resolving cases, and addressing issues is also our merit. What we truly require is the accumulation of virtue. Not listening, like a turtle reciting scriptures. The weasel maintained her smile, refraining from further comment. Finally, escaping from Gu Yu's second disciple, she exited to find Gu Yimo leaning against the wall, though she could not ascertain how long he had been waiting. Are you all right? He inquired with concern.
I'm fine.
Almost sold out. If I joined the special organization, I would be sold to the state for life, losing my freedom. The master said that individuals like me should enjoy freedom. In truth, she had previously received invitations to join national organizations or certain prestigious families, but she had turned them all down. Her love for freedom was paramount. Are you hungry?
Gu Yimo asked.
The weasel nodded. After all the commotion, she was indeed famished. Gu Yimo took her hand, his gesture so natural and unassuming. She forcefully withdrew her hand, glancing around. Let us be clear, we are not a couple at present. Gu Yimo frowned. We are both novices in the entertainment industry. Let us not stir up rumors. Fortunately, no one has captured this moment. You must refrain from any inappropriate actions in the future. Gu Yimo maintained a serious demeanor. Even if caught, what of it? It wouldn't be published. You're impressive, indeed. You have money with nowhere to spend. The weasel retorted, striding ahead. Money with nowhere to spend? Donate it. Why engage in such absurd activities? If we were truly photographed, it would surely cost a fortune to buy the images. With that money, one could construct numerous bridges. Gu Yimo promptly composed a text message, instructing his assistant to build bridges. The assistant, having been enjoying their time off, was jolted by the sudden ringing of a special alert. Wasn't it said that I wouldn't be working for a while? Wasn't I supposed to be on leave? Build what bridges? This is absurd. Though filled with vexation, the assistant abandoned their friends, concluding the trip to toil in the mountains, laying roads and constructing bridges, compelled by the boss's orders, the allure of high wages, and their fondness for the job. Due to the investment from the Gu family, the production team had secured an entire hotel where all staff and guests resided, with a buffet-style dining arrangement. Upon arriving at the dining hall, the weasel encountered Bai Tao and Zhang Liun. Bai Tao appeared exceedingly uneasy upon seeing her. Yet, recalling the debt of gratitude for saving her mother, she approached to greet her. Weasel, you haven't eaten yet. The white-cut chicken here is quite delicious. And the lamb chops are also commendable. The weasel cast a fleeting glance at her, remaining unresponsive.
Bai Tao pauset momentia, haboding an unstensel pisian.
The weasel was taking notes after her. Could it be that the police had leaked her statement? Surely not. The police wouldn't be that unreliable. But if they hadn't disclosed it, how could they conduct an interrogation? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that her statement had been revealed. And the weasel was now aware of her betrayal. Bai Tao felt her anxiety rise to the point of wanting to dig her toes into the ground. Seeing Bai Tao ignored, Zhang Lian let out a derisive laugh. She has two assistants. Perhaps there's a powerful figure backing her. Don't let her cold shoulder you.
Bai Tao pulet Zhang Liun asai, whispered.
They had a decent rapport, having acted together in the past. That particular project had been filmed in the desert, during which they had forged a bond of camaraderie. Are you suggesting that she foresaw your mother's misfortune? Is she a master of divination? Indeed.
Do not jest.
She does not appear to be a master in the least. I swear, I am not deceiving you. She knows my family's address. Is that true? Absolutely. It is unequivocally true. But can she ascertain who killed Li Lu? To be honest, I am terrified. I dare not stay here. I long to return home. Yet I fear something may happen on the way. Finally, unable to suppress her inner turmoil, Zhang Liun voiced her concerns. Bai Tao, too, felt apprehensive. Hesitating, should we inquire with her? Let us give it a try. Just as the weasel had finished gathering her meal and was about to dig in, two individuals sat down before her. The weasel raised an eyebrow. Is there something you need? Bai Tao lowered her voice. Master, regarding the incident with Li Lu, do you think it is the result of human interference or the malevolent spirit haunting the ancient castle? How do you know there is a malevolent spirit in the castle? Bai Tao gasped. Are you implying that there truly is a spirit? I heard the assistant director and the screenwriter mention that a massacre occurred in that castle a century ago, marking it as a haunted house. Chapter 45. He is a timid flower, seeking protection. I see. Diao replied nonchalantly, then proceeded to eat, remaining silent despite Bai Tao and Zhang Liun's incessant inquiries. What a joke. Having been sold once, do you think I would fall for your probing again? Nonetheless, that castle is indeed rather peculiar. However, this matter likely does not stem solely from a vengeful spirit. There are traces of human involvement as well. TSK. I've meddled again. Whether it's a spirit or human actions, what does it have to do with me? Let the special department and the police handle it. Gu Yimo sat at the table adjacent to Diao, wishing he could be at her table, but having been firmly rebuffed by her, he settled for a second choice. He could clearly hear their conversation and Diao's inner thoughts. After finishing her meal, Diao shrugged off by Tao and Zhang Liyun but could not shake off the persistent Gu Yimo. As they approached the elevator, they appeared to be strangers. But once the doors closed, Gu Yimo stood directly in front of her, his deep-set eyes fixed upon her. Diao sighed. Can't you let me have some peace? You frighten me so much I nearly hid outside. I can't. Diao looked exasperated. I was scared today. Just let me be and go home. Because you are scared, I must stay by your side to prevent you from having nightmares tonight. Nightmares? Nonsense. How could I possibly have nightmares over this? Diao scrutinized Gu Yimo, noticing his pale complexion, and narrowed her eyes. Could it be that you are scared? If you are afraid, tell your sister.
Hee.
I promise I won't laugh at you. Although the domineering CEO navigates the business world, such grisly scenes must be rare, right? A young master raised in a greenhouse has only encountered trivial business battles. How could he withstand a sight of a head hanging on the door? Perhaps he will even draw a map tonight. Gu Yimo took a deep breath, choosing between dignity and his wife, ultimately opting for the latter. Even if he had to feign a frightened coward, it was better than being cast aside. With complete honesty, Gu Yimo admitted, I'm afraid, so will you accompany me? Diao's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and she struggled to suppress her amusement, clearing her throat. Who would have thought you were so timid? Yes, I am timid. So could my wife accompany me? What the hell?
Wife.
How cheesy. I'm getting goosebumps all over. Don't call me that. It's troublesome if others hear. Then how should I address you, wife? Diao covered her ears, internally exclaiming, I can't take it. When the CEO calls me wife, could he not use such a drowning gaze filled with affection? Just call me by my full name, don't forget. We're currently masquerading in the entertainment industry. Fine, I'll follow your lead. He smiled gently, his gaze obedient. Yet his hands were anything but obedient, having tightly grasped Diao's hand.
Ding.
At that moment, the elevator arrived at the top floor.
Hey.
Let go of me. What if someone sees us? No one will see us. The top floor only has you and me. What do you mean? This is Gu's property. Understood. Gu's investment has dictated where the cast stays on which floor. Since this is Gu's hotel, the surveillance here and everything else falls under Gu Yimo's control.
Damn.
I knew the CEO had 100 ulterior motives. Diao forcefully yanked her hand away. Even if no one sees us, I don't want to hold your hand. Let go of me. Gu Yimo feigned weakness, his tone softening, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Whenever I close my eyes, it feels as if I see that head. Are you genuinely frightened? Is your voice trembling? Diao felt a twinge of sympathy. Just then, the hallway lights extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Diao felt as if she were being tightly embraced by an octopus. Wife, I'm scared. Scared of what? Oh no. The malevolent spirit is truly coming. Gu Yimo, who had initially feigned vulnerability, dared not even breathe upon hearing Diao's thoughts. She sensed his body tense up and gently patted his back, reassuringly saying, No need to be afraid. I am here. Gu Yimo. Although he felt a sense of security, he couldn't shake the feeling that their roles were misaligned. Diao stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Gu Yimo, her gaze fixed on the end of a corridor. At the corridor's end stood a figure, lacking a head, blood spurting forth like a fountain, and in its hands, it cradled a severed head. The eyes of that head were blood red, staring lifelessly in Diao's direction. Oh no, it's Li Lu. What deep-seated grudge could compel her to seek me out even in death? Wasn't it just an advertisement that was taken? What a huge vendetta. Gu Yimo. His body stiffened further. Diao sighed and retrieved a talisman from her pocket. The talisman, purchased online and prepared with a bit of blood from her family's black cat, was one of the few she had on hand. After her previous encounter with the malevolent practitioner who had cursed Lan Ku's mother, she had decided to keep some talismans ready. Never expecting that on her first day in the entertainment industry, she would need to use one. Diao swiftly formed seals with her hands, the talisman flying forth. It appeared soft and yellow, but as it soared through the air, it resembled a playing card, exuding a tangible quality, speeding directly towards Li Lu's forehead. Diao saw Li Lu about to utter something, yet something seemed to pull her back. She was momentarily immobilized by the talisman before being drawn away. The abrupt arrival and equally sudden departure of Li Lu caused Diao to furrow her brow tightly. Li Lu's tragic death should have warranted a ghostly guide to escort her away. Yet here she appears, vanishing suddenly, evidently having been nurtured by someone. To have been killed by horrific means and then kept as a pawn, such methods are truly insidious. The corridor lights flickered back on.
Diao patted Gu Yimo. All right.
It's all over now. Gu Yimo steadied his breath. What just happened? Diao urged, let us discuss it inside. She took out her room card and entered the room assigned to her by the production team, with Gu Yimo following closely behind.
Diao frowned.
Aren't you in the room next door? Gu Yimo shook his head. I'm in the same room as you. Who booked the room? It was arranged by my uncle.
Great.
Just great. I'll remember this. Oh, uncle, how ungrateful. I helped you find your wife and child, and now you're setting a trap for me. Far away in the office, Gu Chun sneezed several times in succession. Gu Yimo squeezed through the door. Diao had something to say to him, and she didn't stop him. After he entered, she forcefully shut the door. Gu Yimo, you must have noticed my unusual demeanor. Haven to you? Chapter 46. After the CEO's obsessive compulsion improved, he became a straightforward man. The directness with which he communicates leaves me at a loss for words. I perceive no difference in you. Stop deceiving yourself. Let us have an honest conversation today. I must frighten him a little. Gu Yimo, you should have noticed my peculiarities the last time we met in the buffet restaurant when you found Lanko. Diao pointed to her own eyes. I am not wearing contact lenses. I possess naturally heterochromatic irises. There are many individuals with different eye colors, Gu Yimo remarked solemnly. Diao shook her head. Indeed, many people exhibit unusual eye colors, but most of them manifest no extraordinary abilities. I, however, have been able to perceive another dimension since childhood through these eyes. Gu Yimo pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed on her, awaiting her to elaborate. What is the matter?
No inquiries?
Is it just me performing a monologue?
Fine.
If you want to ask, I shall continue. Diao pondered briefly before adding. Besides, don't you find it peculiar that I can craft peachwood swords? It's merely wood carving, something many can do. This is not an ordinary wood carving. The peachwood swords crafted by others serve only as mere decorations, while mine possess the power to vanquish demons. Are you frightened? I refuse to believe that this does not terrify you. I think I can accept all of this with composure. What? You speak of these supernatural matters. Is that even possible? I am someone who has resided in a mental institution. Shouldn't you consider me insane? Shouldn't you despise me for this? Thinking my mind is unwell? Gu Yimo, are you out of your mind? If you can accept this, what could possibly disturb you? Listening to her impassioned outburst, Gu Yimo lowered his eyelids, a glimmer of amusement shining through his clear eyes. I was sent to a mental institution by my father when I was young. I am aware. Do you not think my illness has resurfaced? You are not ill. If I am not ill, why would my biological father send me to a mental institution? In truth, I am unwell. It was your stepmother who bribed the doctor. I have investigated this matter. Investigated? Diao looked at him in surprise, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Gu Yimo raised his gaze, speaking candidly. Although our marriage was arranged by our elders, I conducted some inquiries before marrying you. He displayed a self-effacing demeanor, his eyes dimming. I suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder. I cannot touch women without feeling nauseated or developing red welts. My psychological issues have escalated to manifest physically, resulting in bodily changes. In truth, I never considered marrying me a stroke of fortune, or rather, the woman who marries me is quite unfortunate, as I cannot provide her with a normal marriage. Upon learning of your mental struggles, I was driven by curiosity and perhaps empathy. I had you investigated, and the findings revealed that you were not ill but rather wronged by your stepmother, who colluded with a doctor to confine you in the hospital. I understand your situation within the D family is dire. Had your circumstances been better, I would not have consented to this marriage. However, if your situation in the D family is worse than marrying a man deemed useless, then perhaps marrying me is fortuitous for you. Out of gratitude, I contemplated treating you as a sister. I cannot provide a conventional marriage, but I can offer you a temporary refuge, which is certainly better than your circumstances in the D family. I previously mentioned divorce, not out of disdain for you, but because I believe that should you encounter someone you truly adore one day, I would allow you to leave. After our divorce, I would provide you with a substantial alimony as a dowry when you leave the Gu family. Diao was taken aback. You truly are a living bodhisattva. Sending your ex-wife off with alimony as a dowry, how ingeniously you've thought this through. Truly remarkable. Diao's lips twitched, utterly at a loss for how to respond to the man before her. Self-proclaimed useless? How original. Diao clapped her hands. Your ideas are commendable. Please maintain your original thoughts and do not change them. I am fine now. Fine? Is that even true? My obsessive-compulsive tendencies have improved, though not entirely resolved. I find myself responsive to you. My ears are about to explode. What have I just heard? Must you speak so bluntly? Alas, the once cold, domineering CEO with obsessive tendencies has transformed into a straightforward man. I want to escape. Just as Diao contemplated ushering him out, a shadow lunged toward her, the tall man enveloping her in his embrace. I can hold your hand, embrace you, and kiss you. I feel no revulsion, nor do I experience any aversion. And there are no red welts to speak of.
Quiche.
I have kissed you, and not just once.
What?
Where is my 30-meter broadsword? I want to slay this scoundrel. After you fell asleep, I kissed you numerous times. I have tried multiple times and felt no aversion. In fact, I found it quite anticipated. Can we please refrain from this conversation? I do not wish to hear more. Who can endure this? You are being so direct that I am unsure how to respond. Aside from you, I still cannot touch other women. I do not wish to make contact with my grandmother or my aunt. The last time you saw me in the private room, it was a gathering with childhood friends. They brought in women to test my reactions, and I promptly vomited. Wait, the domineering CEO has childhood friends? I thought he was a solitary warrior. I believe that you and I are a match made in heaven. No one can replace you. I apologize. Diao forcefully pushed him away. Her expression stern. I am not an easy person. Marrying you was a demand from our elders, and at that time, I truly needed to leave the D family. Between you and me, it is merely a matter of mutual use. It makes no sense that now that you are better, you wish to become intimate with me. I am a person of dignity. I clearly recall your numerous mentions of divorce and the disdainful looks you cast upon me. Diao spoke earnestly. I believe your original plan was quite sound. We should maintain a respectful facade until I meet someone I desire. Then, you can divorce me, bestowing upon me the alimony as a dowry, sending me off grandly from the Gu family as your ex-wife. Rest assured, when that time comes, I shall call you brother, and it will not be in vain for this fateful connection we share. Gu Yimo. Hehe. You previously ignored me, but now that you are well, and I show no reaction to other women, you think I can be of use, and thus wish to avoid divorce? What a delusion. Am I someone you can summon at will and dismiss at your convenience? Moreover, you have your white moonlight. You and your white moonlight will reconcile, and your destinies are already set. You can accept me after spending time together, and certainly, you could accept another woman after some time. I suggest you consider another partner. We are simply incompatible. Chapter 47. He had been a dead man since that kidnapping incident. Gu Yimo was wounded by her nonchalant tone. He grasped Diao's hand, causing her to look at him in surprise. His eyes, deep as a starry sea, locked onto hers. His voice gravelly. There has never been anyone else before, nor will there be anyone else in the future. It has always been you. No one will hold the record of spectators. He cannot eavesdrop on others' thoughts. Gu Yimo understood that his childhood traumas had rendered him extreme, reclusive, suspicious, and obsessive. To the outside world, he is the helmsman of the Gu family, a young and accomplished man, endowed with both talent and beauty, as well as wealth, making him an ideal partner. Yet, he is acutely aware that, to put it plainly, he is merely a gilded facade concealing a flawed core. He cannot touch women. Nor does he trust them. He is inherently suspicious and devoid of security. Furthermore, he lowered his eyelids, his gaze resting upon the Buddhist beads adorning his wrist, his fate. Few are privy to the truth that, following that harrowing kidnapping, he has been a dead man. This life was salvaged, and ever since, he has been plagued by sleepless nights, perceiving things from another dimension. For half of his life resides in the realm of the living, while the other half lingers in the land of the dead. Rather than possessing the so-called vision of yin and yang, he is bound to the essence of both. Were it not for those two masters and the suppression offered by these beads, he would have long since succumbed to madness, spiraling into insanity each night as he gazed upon those entities. His obsessive cleanliness is but a trivial quirk. It has never been the crux of his true dilemmas.
Ouch.
The grip of that domineering CEO is rather excessive. Gu Yimo hastily released his hold, turning to flee in a flustered manner. Diao rubbed her wrist and, upon witnessing his hasty retreat, noticed a dark shadow trailing him in the corridor. Her gaze sharpened, and she swiftly flung a talisman. The talisman struck the shadow with precision, eliciting a piercing shriek that resonated beyond mere sight. Within the black mist, a pair of blood-red eyes filled with resentment locked onto Diao for an instant, before the mist erupted violently, dissipating into nothingness. The yellow talisman fell to the ground, half consumed by flames, while the remaining fragment lay desolate on the floor. Unaware of the events transpiring behind him, Gu Yimo had already used a key card to unlock the door of a nearby room, rushing inside and shutting the door firmly. Diao approached, retrieving the charred half of the talisman from the ground, blowing away the remnants of black ash before pocketing it. She then stood before Gu Yimo's door, forming a seal with her hands. From her pocket, she extracted a small vial. Dipping her fingertip into the red liquid, an amalgamation of black cat's blood and cinnabar, and traced symbols upon the door. The moment the incantation was inscribed, a flash of golden light flickered across the surface. Having completed her task, Diao did not return to her room, but instead made her way towards the elevator. By day, the castle's mysteries remain obscured, but nightfall unveils the quest for truth. Had Li Lu's malevolent spirit not manifested within the hotel, she could have easily turned a blind eye, leaving the resolution to the special department and the police. Yet, with Li Lu's spirit now haunting the hotel and appearing before her door, it was clear that this matter was aimed directly at her. Since it was a personal affront, she could not remain passive. She must confront it. Indeed, it was a confrontation and nothing less. Her intuition hinted at a connection between this incident and the malevolent entities she had previously encountered. Upon reaching the castle, Diao found the entrance cordoned off with yellow tape, the doors sealed tight. She circled around, seeking an opportunity to scale the wall at the back of the castle for a better view, only to encounter Jiang Hai, Gu Yuyu's second senior brother. Jiang Hai had changed into a Zhongshan suit, contrasting the military uniform Diao had seen earlier. Though merely in his 20s, this attire lent him an air of paternal authority. "Is it really you?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Yes. I assumed you would remain an onlooker. I had intended to do so." Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow slightly. "Might I inquire what prompted the change of heart?" "She has come, right outside my hotel room." "Who?" "The decapitated spirit." "Oh no. It should be referred to as a malevolent spirit." At her words, Jiang Hai's expression turned grave. "How dare they? Who is responsible?" Diao shrugged. "I do not know. However, it appears to be the work of malevolent practitioners." "Do you believe this incident to be of human origin?" "It could be interpreted as human or as a supernatural event. After all, that person employed sinister methods to orchestrate this occurrence." "I see. Thank you, young friend." The man bowed respectfully. Diao waved her hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. It feels rather awkward, considering you are Gu Yuyu's senior brother. Are you here to enter? Is that even a question?" "I am standing right here. I will lead you through the front door." He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Diao's petite frame and then at the towering wall, shaking his head. "There's no need for that." "Are you looking down on me?" Diao retorted, springing onto the wall with a deft leap, simultaneously forming seals with her hands. A yellow talisman ignited at her fingertips, and she vaulted over the towering wall, landing gracefully on the other side. As she touched the ground, the talisman turned to ash, scattering in the wind. Jiang Hai stood rooted, astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. A gust of cool wind blew past, snapping him back to reality. "What was that talisman?" he called out. "A mere trinket, hardly worth mentioning." Diao's voice faded into the distance. Jiang Hai remained in a state of shock, unable to fully regain his composure. His third junior brother and junior sister were both mischievous, contrasting with his own and the elder sister's steadiness, yet during their rebellious phases, he too had occasionally joined their escapades. He recalled the days of his youth, around 15 or 16, when his third junior brother had presented him with a mountain of fantastical novels. Though he had feigned disdain, he would secretly delve into those grand tales of cultivation under the covers at night. As a member of the Taoist sect, he was acutely aware that those stories were mere fabrications. There was no such thing as immortality, nor any of the cultivation powers or extraordinary artifacts described, nor the miraculous talismans that enabled teleportation or acceleration. Each day, he bore the burden of dark circles under his eyes until his master discovered his secret, catching him in the act one night. The master confiscated the books, demanding a 10,000-word confession. In his letter of repentance, He sincerely expressed remorse for indulging in fantasies and believing in such things. However, his master instructed him to omit that self-reproachful passage, cryptically stating, "Where there is existence, there must be a trace." Confused, he pressed for clarification, but his master gazed at him with profound eyes, saying, "All things in this world are illusory. Thoughts arise and fall, governed by their own laws. Just because they are not present here does not mean they do not exist." Though he could not comprehend, his master ceased to elaborate, merely calling him dull, assuring him that one day he would understand. After much contemplation over the years, as the tumult of youthful rebellion faded into memory, he gradually forgot all of this. Yet today, it suddenly resurfaced, bringing with it a flicker of enlightenment. All things arise from thought. In a single thought, all things are born. The written word encapsulates the world, and although the myriad aspects of existence may seem illusory, they undeniably persist. Chapter 48. One need not worry for Diao's safety, but rather for the safety of others. Upon entering the castle, Diao was struck by the stark contrast between the shadowy interior at night and the bustling atmosphere of daytime.
By day,
The presence of staff often stifled the oppressive aura, but at night, with no one else around, the air grew cold and damp, imbued with the scent of decay emanating from the floors, walls, and ceiling. Through the lens of her yin-yang vision, she discerned that all areas exuding a musty odor were shrouded in black mist, reminiscent of the dark presence that had trailed Guillermo at the hotel. This black mist lacked a definitive form. It was ostensibly a mere manifestation of Yin-Qi, Yin energy, or Sa-Qi, Sha energy. Yet Diao had previously discerned a pair of eyes within that very mist. These vapors likely represented the numerous eyes of that entity. Diao formed seals with her hands, chanting incantations softly, her eyes half closed. The yellow talisman nestled between her fingers ignited, releasing tendrils of green smoke that wafted outward, merging with the surrounding dark mist. The dense, swirling black mist loomed ominously, yet as the needle-like tendrils of azure smoke penetrated it, they surged forth with unstoppable force, akin to a black balloon being pierced, bursting and dissipating instantaneously. Each time a section of the dark fog was dispelled, for a fleeting moment, a pair of eyes filled with deep-seated resentment would emerge. These eyes grew increasingly malevolent, their hue intensifying with an unsettling crimson, veins suffusing the sclera, while the pupils shrank to pinpricks, exuding an aura of gloom and foreboding. As Diao cleared the last remnant of the mist, she cast a derisive gesture towards those eyes, her gaze brimming with provocation. She successfully incited the ire of her adversary, summoning forth an unexpected dark sorcerer who had no business entering the castle. No longer content to skulk in the shadows, you seek your own demise. TSK. A wretch who can only resort to the vile manipulation of malevolent spirits and spectral mists, truly, the embodiment of ugliness. I shall ensure you find no solace in life or death. The figure produced a drum, and as he struck it, piercing, anguished wails erupted. The shrieks seemed capable of piercing eardrums and penetrating the very soul, echoing in the mind as if to shatter consciousness. Diao experienced a moment of dizziness. This sound wave assault, comparable to the lion's roar technique, emanated from the anguished cries of a spirit from another dimension. The drum was crafted from the very skin of that tormented soul. Hence, with each strike, the drum's reverberations were accompanied by the spirit's haunting cries. Such wails might be imperceptible to the uninitiated, designed as a sonic attack against cultivators. As Diao comprehended this, her gaze towards the man grew increasingly ferocious. This man bore an unsightly visage, with a grotesque face, a pig-like upturned nose, and cracked, yellowing lips that bore witness to his wicked disposition. "Where did you procure that drum?" Diao's voice rose, laced with venom. The man, revealing a broad grin showcasing his yellowed teeth, replied smugly, "Where else could it come from? I crafted it myself. You shall perish." Diao's rage surged as her eyes transformed, the pupils swirling in a dance reminiscent of yin and yang fish. The man faltered momentarily, captivated by her gaze. In that fleeting distraction, Diao's hair billowed. Her sleeves fluttered with the wind, and in an instant, she stood before him, grasping his neck with a seemingly delicate yet powerful grip, a burning talisman affixed to the back of her hand. As he attempted to retaliate, she swiftly placed another talisman upon his forehead, incanting a spell as the talisman ignited. The man's expression shifted from shock to dread, then to sheer terror, as the sensation of suffocation overtook him, his eyes rolling back, lips trembling. "Stop!" Jiang Hai entered through the main door, having anticipated that no significant event would transpire in such a short span, even if danger arose. He assumed he could arrive in time. However, it seemed Diao was unharmed, yet another was on the precipice of death. His concerns for Diao had been unfounded. At this moment, his worry was not for her safety, but rather for the transformation she might undergo into a murderer, regardless of how heinous the adversary might be. It should not be Diao who delivers the fatal blow. Within the depths of Diao's eyes, the yin and yang fish spun rapidly, creating a dizzying effect upon mere contact. She cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Hai, who became momentarily transfixed, his mind going blank.
Diao smiled.
Her grip tightening rather than relenting. She recognized that drum all too well. In her previous life, she had witnessed the entire process of its creation. The drum's surface was fashioned from skin, not from that of the elderly, but rather from the delicate skin of the young, meticulously peeled away while still living. For such skin remained taut. The sound produced when struck, accompanied by the spirit's anguished wails, echoed the cries of the one who had been flayed alive. Such drums were crafted from the skin of young girls, none older than 16, taken from their backs. Diao closed her eyes, striving to escape the invasive memories. Yet her thoughts spiraled uncontrollably into recollections of her past. She and her master had ventured to a secluded mountain villa, where her master spoke of a recluse skilled in crafting various magical artifacts. She sought a personal talisman, and thus her master sought out this individual for assistance. Little did they know, the man had long since succumbed to darkness, having become a true monster of unspeakable cruelty and horror. Within that cave-hung skin, the ground littered with bones, black blood flowing in grotesque rivulets. She encountered a pair of eyes, unblinking in death. Later, she learned that the girl had willingly sold herself to procure medicine for her ailing mother. Why could they not show compassion for this dutiful child, forcing her to endure such unimaginable suffering, her soul forever trapped within that drum? That day, her hands were stained with blood. She had taken a life. Yet her master bore the burden of the crime on her behalf. Through the machinations of her master's friend, her master killed in self-defense, evading any criminal charges and emerging unscathed. From that moment forth, Diao possessed her own talisman, one which would later draw the ire of her fellow practitioners. She seldom employed it. When she did, it was never against spirits from another dimension, but rather against demons of the same realm, unworthy of the title of humanity. Just like the fiend before her, on the brink of suffocation.
Stop.
He is dying. Jiang Hai cried out, biting his tongue to regain focus. But his feet felt as if weighed down by lead, immobilizing him. He could only shout at Diao, hoping to rouse her reason.
Death.
Diao shook her head. A mere physical demise cannot atone for all that he has done. A peculiar smile graced her lips, illuminated by a flash of lightning in the night, revealing a strikingly beautiful face that now bore an air of solemnity and cold indifference. As the talisman on her hand burned away, her fingers tightened once more, the man's complexion turning an alarming shade of purple and white, his body convulsing before falling utterly still, his eyes wide open in eternal terror. Jiang Hai collapsed to the ground, shock and horror etched across his features. You have killed him. I have never taken a life that was human, Diao replied languidly. Wiping her hands clean, she turned to him, offering a radiant smile, her eyes devoid of the swirling yin and yang, their clarity revealing sincerity. Chapter 49. The worth of a magical artifact lies in its user. Her smile, radiant and pure, struck Jiang Hai as that of a demonic entity. As she produced a piece of yellow paper, methodically folding it into the shape of a small boat, he stammered, "What are you doing?" His voice was hoarse, tinged with an underlying tremor. Diao offered no reply, instead closing her eyes, silently reciting an incantation. Her fingertips traced a symbol upon the forehead of the lifeless man, gently drawing something from his brow. Threads of a translucent essence emerged, intertwining to form a miniature figure, a spirit resembling the deceased. Jiang Hai could not perceive the soul Diao extracted, but he heard her incantations and observed her drawn symbols, understanding vaguely what she intended. The knowledge sent shivers down his spine, his heart racing. He held his breath, afraid to make a sound, his gaze fixated on Diao's hands. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, she seemed to latch onto something struggling against her grasp. A derisive laugh escaped her lips as she forcefully captured the essence, placing it within the yellow paper vessel. Instantly, the boat changed hue, enveloped in a shroud of gray mist, its form obscured and indistinct. This was an accursed object. Jiang Hai witnessed her intent to forge this object into a personal talisman, and he ultimately summoned the courage to shout. He did not know Diao well. He only recognized her as the sister-in-law of his junior apprentice, renowned for her expertise in crafting talismans and peachwood swords. Thus, he thought to broaden his talent pool by inviting her to join a specialized department. Although his position within this department was not particularly elevated, he still held the authority to invite someone for a trial period. Whether she would be retained after 3 months would depend on her own skills and fortune. This day marked their first encounter, during which he extended his invitation, only to be met with her rejection. He presumed he would never see her again. However, to his astonishment, when he came to investigate in the dead of night, he found her once more. At that moment, he was merely astonished by her ability to draw talismans, unaware that her talent for crafting magical artifacts was equally profound. Yet, when he witnessed her dispatching the malevolent cultivator with such precision and devoid of any remorse, it became evident to him that this was not her first act of killing. Leaving him deeply alarmed, he felt a pang of fear that having witnessed her act, she might eliminate him to cover her tracks, prompting him to remain silent and avoid drawing her attention. At this juncture, seeing her intent to refine such a sinister object into her personal talisman, he could no longer restrain himself and offered a word of caution. He was acutely aware that this impulsive utterance could very well cost him his life. Yet he spoke nonetheless. Sinister object? Diao's gaze turned toward Jiang Hai, her tone imbued with a chilling amusement. Do you know what this is? The evil spirit ship, which gathers the most wicked souls of those who have committed heinous acts in their lifetime, trapping them within the vessel across lifetimes for your use. As she toyed with the small ship in her hands, a haunting smile graced her lips. In this world, there exists no distinction between evil and divine artifacts. The classification of a talisman as righteous or wicked ultimately relies on the hands that wield it and the manner in which it is employed. Regardless of whether you use it for benevolence or merit, in the eyes of the world, your personal talisman will be deemed an evil object. Even if you accumulate boundless virtue, you shall still face criticism. What of it? Diao's eyes suddenly hardened, as she recalled her previous life where she too had slain a man and imprisoned his soul, transforming the evil spirit ship into her personal talisman. From that moment forth, she became the nightmare of malevolent cultivators, for she not only claimed their lives in this lifetime but also deprived them of the opportunity for reincarnation, enslaving them within the ship for eternity. Thus, she was condemned by those of the Shuanggu sect, labeled as a demoness, a tyrant, and a scourge, denounced as more vile and cruel than the most malevolent spirits trapped within her vessel. How laughable! What worth do those who slander and criticize her possess? With their seemingly sacred artifacts, how many virtuous deeds have they truly accomplished? She felt no guilt, never considering the evil spirit ship an object of malevolence. For in her hands, it was used for good. Since a talisman could be employed for virtuous acts, why could it not be deemed a good talisman? Talismans possess no inherent goodness or evil. It is the user who defines its purpose. As the colors of the evil spirit ship within Diao's palm gradually faded to transparency, she closed her hand, revealing a small ship tattoo within her palm that appeared charming and delightful. With a light chuckle, she mused, such an adorable little ship. How could it possibly be an evil object? Little ship, I thought I would never forge you again in this lifetime. Yet here we are. You have become my personal talisman. It appears our fates are intertwined across lifetimes.
Diao's spirits lifted considerably.
But her smile faltered when she encountered the figure standing at the doorway. When did the CEO arrive? Has my ruthless side been discovered? Gu Emo leaned casually against the doorframe, his arms crossed, casting a languid gaze at Diao. As he met her stiff and awkward smile, his deep-set eyes shifted to Jiang Hai, and he inquired, "Are you considering silencing him?" "Jiang Hai, Diao, did you see? You indeed witnessed me kill. Silencing him is unnecessary. I only slay the most wicked individuals to imprison them in the ship. Jiang Hai is Yu Yu's second senior brother and is protected by the light of virtue. He is not a deserving target." Jiang Hai had anticipated that Yu Yu's brother would arrive as an ally, but little did he know he was now facing reinforcements from the opposing side. A sense of dread washed over him, his complexion as pale as parchment, tears welling in his eyes, lips trembling, his voice hoarse. "Could you grant me a moment to write a farewell letter?" Diao was taken aback by this figure clad in military attire, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Yet here he stood, akin to a delicate flower before death, his pitiful appearance marked by reddened eyes. Diao retrieved her phone and snapped a picture, sending it to Gu Yu. "Jiang Hai, I won't kill you. Not kill me? Jiang Hai appeared to grasp something, shaking his head vehemently. I will not fabricate false testimony. Since when did I request you to provide false testimony? You intend to spare my life, yet having committed murder. You must be planning to coerce me into fabricating false testimony, claiming it was an act of self-defense. Jiang Hai declared with unwavering righteousness, even in death. I will not assist you in lying. He resolutely closed his eyes, tilting his neck upwards. Come, kill me.
Diao rubbed their forehead.
This troublesome individual was already challenging to deal with, and now Gu Emo began to stir the pot, his voice calm, yet ominous. I was the one who killed him. Di Diao's lips twitched. You claim you killed him, and that suffices? She pointed to the bruises on the deceased's neck. I was the one who choked him. My fingerprints are on him. I am the one who killed him. I do not require either of you to fabricate false testimonies or take the blame for me. Are you willing to confess? Jiang Hai was astounded. This is murder. Chapter 50 Madman. Both of you are lunatics. What of it? I conduct my affairs with courage and accountability. In her past life, her master had taken the fall for her. In this life, she needed no one to take the blame. At that time, it was her first act of killing. Frantic and helpless, overly reliant on her master, which had granted him the opportunity to take the blame. In this life, she was far more composed and indifferent, no longer wishing to hide behind anyone. What surprised her was that Gu Emo would, like her master, display such irrational protectiveness. She regarded Gu Emo with a complex expression, and after much internal struggle, finally managed to utter, "Let us get a divorce. We might as well sit in prison for a few years. I do not wish to cling to the identity of Mrs. Gu. This is likely a means through which this world forcibly draws the plot back into line, arranging such a spectacle to provoke me into committing murder, so that I may languish in prison and relinquish the title of Mrs. Gu. Upon reflection, this method is entirely unfavorable. As Gu Emo has just begun to develop feelings for me, I could withdraw to a place where he cannot see me, and with time, the burgeoning emotions will wither, allowing him to naturally return to his original narrative path, soaring with his white moonlight. Though I recognize this as the best course of action. Detaching for the benefit of all parties involved leaves me feeling unsettled. Perhaps it is the recollections of my past life or being led by the nose that vexes me. Regardless, it cannot be for any other reason. It cannot be for any other reason. I am devoid of emotional attachments. There can be no other reason. She repeatedly emphasized to herself, striving for clarity. Exhaling deeply, Di Diao turned to Jiang Hai. Will you report it, or shall I? Jiang Hai promptly replied, You do it. Confessing may yield a lighter sentence. Just as Di Diao was about to report it, Gu Emo's expression grew increasingly ominous, a dagger now resting in his hand. While the beads he typically wore were nowhere to be found. What are you doing?
Jiang Hai shouted.
As Di Diao ended the call and turned around, her pupils dilated in shock and disbelief. The man raised his face, bloodstains still visible, a sinister grin spreading across his features. Clutching a dagger, he plunged it repeatedly into the lifeless body, a smile lacing his voice. I am an accomplice. Let us share a cell.
Di Diao, I am a madman.
I have unleashed my seal. I will not allow you to escape. Jiang Hai was driven to madness, pacing back and forth. Madman. You and your spouse are both lunatics. He began to worry about his recently reunited little junior sister. Judging by the current situation, her relatives seemed far from normal. Previously, he had thought she was an oddity, and upon returning to her family after descending the mountain, she would be out of place. But now it seemed he should not be concerned about her causing a shock to her relatives. Rather, it was her relatives who were all deranged. Would they lead her astray as well? The police arrived, taking the couple into custody. They were a legally married pair. The authorities had reasonable suspicion of their collusion, and the man had already confessed everything, admitting he was the principal offender. The woman refused to acknowledge him as the main culprit, insisting that the victim was already beyond saving before he struck. To the police, it appeared as though the wife was too enamored with her husband and wished to bear the burden of guilt for him. Jiang Hai felt disoriented. He initially expected the police to question him, yet suddenly, superiors dispatched personnel to take him, the sole witness, away. He returned to the special department, making a beeline for the top floor, the commander's office. Why won't you let me reveal the truth? Gu Emo is innocent. It was Di Diao who killed him. What difference does it make whether I speak or remain silent? The man is already dead. Yet Gu Emo claimed he was the principal offender, and Di Diao was merely an accomplice. He would face imprisonment, while he was blameless. Rest assured, it makes no difference.
What do you mean? Neither of them will serve time. Commander, what do you mean by that?
The elder rose, towering over Jiang Hai, emanating an air of authority and oppression. Are you questioning me? The elder's voice was calm, but laced with cold detachment. Commander, I witnessed Diao strangling the victim. Why is she not imprisoned? The victim had no chance to retaliate. Nor did he pose a threat to Diao's life. This was not self-defense, but premeditated murder. Aside from self-defense, there exists another identity that can absolve her of guilt. The elder's gaze was like a vortex, his voice steady and profound. For a brief moment, Jiang Hai felt bewildered, but clarity soon dawned upon him. And he looked at the commander in shock, his tone fervent. Commander, you mean she was ordered to kill? Precisely. Diao was confined in a cramped cell, lost in a haze of confusion. She never anticipated things would unfold this way. She held no regrets about the act of killing. Turning over such a heinous individual to the authorities would only result in him serving time until death, as capital punishment had long been abolished in this country. Imprisonment was a drawn-out affair, fraught with unpredictable events over decades. If he were to feign genuine remorse and strive to redeem himself through his lifelong skills, or if he had connections outside, he could potentially manipulate circumstances to earn a reduction in sentence. Diao could not allow such a person to be released, for he was inherently evil to the core, irredeemable. Even if he truly repented while incarcerated, upon release, he would revert to his vile ways. Even if he did not, and genuinely changed, Diao could not take that risk. Betting on goodness against malevolence was a gamble she could not afford, one that would sacrifice many innocent lives. Those innocents bore no guilt, yet they would become collateral damage. Rather, she would bear the blood on her hands, severing all possibilities, ending him directly to eradicate this extreme evil. She was not blindly killing, her target was not a good person, and even if it was intentional murder, it was the other party who instigated. She believed that following police investigation, she would receive a defense and a plea for leniency. She was, after all, eliminating a wicked individual. She estimated that at most, she would serve 8 or 9 years. Upon her release, she would still be under 30, a strong woman. In those 8 or 9 years, she could distance herself from Gu Emo. Perhaps she could even divorce him and rid herself of this nuisance. Yet, she never anticipated Gu Emo would descend into madness, exceeding her expectations. The iron door swung open, and Diao was taken aback by the unexpected visitor. She turned to see an elderly man, his hair white as snow, exuding an ethereal presence. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Songyu, the minister of the special department. Diao's breath momentarily hitched. He looked remarkably like her master from her previous life. The imposing elder, with his regal stature, overlapped with the languid, otherworldly demeanor of her former teacher.
Diao steadied herself, forcing calmness.
Her previous master was a recluse, embodying a transcendent philosophy of nature. Yet the man before her possessed an air of authority, taller and more imposing. They were not the same person. 2 worlds had diverged. It was impossible for her to encounter her master here. She lowered her gaze, unable to conceal a flicker of wistfulness. You need not my introduction to understand why I am here, Songyu remarked, unperturbed by her aloofness, his tone softening. 6 months ago, I ascended the mountain to visit my master, who told me it was time to take on a disciple. Diao's eyes widened in surprise, remaining silent as she awaited further elaboration. My master divined my fate. My disciple would appear within the next 6 months. Someone with whom I share a profound connection, not merely in this lifetime, but across 7 lifetimes. At his words, Diao felt her heart constrict.
Since that day,
I have been dreaming of a mischievous child, either getting pecked by birds while foraging for eggs or besieged by monkeys while trying to steal their bananas. Diao pressed her lips tightly together. Such embarrassing incidents had only occurred before she turned 7, after which she became a refined young lady. In my dreams, I was unconditionally indulgent towards my disciple. Even if she committed murder, I would take the blame for her. Diao clenched her sleeves, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Why are you crying? Songyu sighed softly, offering her a tissue. Wipe your tears. Diao accepted the tissue, bowing her head to dry her eyes. Although it was merely a dream, the visions of powerful beings often held deeper meanings, guiding insights or premonitions from past lives. You acted just like my dream disciple. In method and circumstance, everything is too similar. I have a question. Was that a past life?
Diao's lips trembled.
She choked for a moment before regaining her composure. I do not know. She genuinely did not know if it could be considered a past life. She felt more akin to someone transposed from an alternate or parallel universe. Did you, too, share the same dreams? For me, they are not dreams but memories. Song-yu met Diao's candid gaze. Though questions swirled within him, he chose to embrace belief in this moment. Indeed, it seems we are destined as master and disciple.
Master?
Do you not yet comprehend my purpose?
My disciple is no fool.
Diao, dazed, felt compelled to kneel but was steadied by Song-yu. Such formalities are unnecessary. My dear disciple, what I can do, so too can you. Will you also take the blame for me? Diao immediately shook her head, asserting, I shall bear the consequences of my own actions. I require no one to take the blame for me. Confused, Song-yu lightly tapped her forehead, saying, I am not the idle cultivator from your dreams. I possess my own methods. The once somewhat distant Diao found herself unable to hold back her tears once more at Song-yu's gentle gesture. Her previous master had also been like this, tapping her forehead, either scolding her playfully or offering heartfelt advice. Through her tear-blurred vision, the imposing figure before her seemed to merge with the languid, ethereal elder from her past life. You were never this fragile in my dreams. Why do you weep so easily now?
Song-yu sighed.
Once again, offering his newly acquired disciple a tissue. Diao accepted it, feeling a sense of ease as the shadows of both her masters overlapped, and began to blow her nose. Song-yu. Once she finished, Diao wrinkled her nose in displeasure. Master, why do your tissues smell so fragrant?
Oh.
That was your master's wife's insistence that I keep it in my pocket, claiming it would come in handy. I never thought she would be right.
What?
Diao exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. The eyes that had just wept were now like freshly washed dough eyes, round and filled with shock and incredulity. Her reclusive old master had a wife. What had her previous master always said? Oh yes, he often remarked, women only hinder my cultivation speed. Master, you truly have a partner?
Who could possibly be interested in you?
Good heavens. This is unbelievable. Faced with the questioning gaze of his precious disciple, Song-yu cleared his throat. What is so strange about it? I possess wealth, power, and cultivation. It was your master's wife who pursued me back in the day. Diao was profoundly shocked and felt an overwhelming desire to meet this mysterious wife. Come, let me take you home. The word home nearly caused Diao to break into tears once more. Do not cry, please do not cry. Song-yu rubbed his brow, recalling how mischievous that little rascal in his dreams had been, charging into the monkey-esque den for revenge without shedding a single tear, yet now, upon their first meeting, she had cried thrice. Was his approach to accepting a disciple flawed? He had to think of a way to bring a smile to her face. This is a token of my appreciation for accepting you as my disciple. Accept it. In her hands was a piece of warm jade, exuding a gentle heat.
Diao,
being discerning, immediately attempted to push it away. Master, this is far too precious. Such an item could serve as a magical tool or a suppressive object, and its value was beyond measure. It is not expensive, take it. Song-yu waved his hand dismissively. Observing his disciple's expression, he thought, it seems this gift is insufficient. She still hasn't. He smiled. After pondering, he retrieved a small, well-worn gourd from his pocket. The gourd was palm-sized, a cherished possession he was reluctant to part with. Yet he chose to gift it to his beloved disciple to cheer her up. This, take good care of it. As Diao saw an object flying toward her, she hurriedly reached out to catch it. Looking down, she discovered a perfectly shaped, smooth gourd that was robust and not the kind that would easily break. Such gourds took years to develop their sheen, and encountering one of such quality was a rare stroke of fortune. The gourd's mouth was intricately carved with fine details, almost imperceptible to the eye, but discernible to the touch. Song-yu explained, it can be used to collect souls. Master, this is a magical tool. It is undoubtedly a cherished possession of yours. I cannot accept it. If it were not dear to me, it would not have developed such a patina. It is evident that I hold it in high regard. Although Song-yu felt a pang of reluctance, he thought that compared to his disciple's smile, such sentiment was trivial. He waved his hand generously. I possess many of such items. Diao, cradling the gourd, revealed a shy smile. She preferred this gourd over the piece of warm jade, as her previous master had a similar gourd that he never parted with, which he finally gifted her on her 18th birthday after much pleading. The two gourds were nearly identical, stirring a multitude of memories within her. Seeing his beloved disciple smile, Song-yu felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled back. Now, Let us go retrieve your husband. Chapter 52. Your master's wife was far more fervent in her pursuit of me back in the day. As they walked, Diao's emotions were a blend of the surreal and the absurd. Arriving in this world was already nonsensical. Who would have thought she could reunite with her master? Though he could not be purely considered the master from another world, the difference was negligible. Even more absurd was the fact that her current master had a wife, and she herself had a husband. Diao rubbed her face with her hands, still feeling a bit dazed. Disciple, your husband is quite commendable. He is a man. I thought you would say he is a madman.
Mel.
Song Yu chuckled nostalgically. Your master's wife was far more fervent in her pursuit of me than he is.
Ugh.
Why offer me such dog food at a time like this?
It's suffocating.
Diao felt a wave of frustration and looked at her master with exasperation. The composed, authoritative demeanor he had exhibited upon their first meeting had dissipated, revealing the essence of her previous master, whose qualities were strikingly similar. Though this master had a knack for playing the big shot. Master, are you truly fine with bringing me out like this? What if the authorities find out? I am a murderer. Will your official title be revoked? You are my disciple. Our affairs in the special department of the 49th Bureau are beyond the reach of other departments. Song Yu smiled enigmatically. They would not dare interfere. Initially, when he took on the role of the head of the special department, some colleagues from other departments attempted to create difficulties for him, but they soon faced dire consequences. Encountering inexplicable obstacles or enduring relentless nightmares, leading to strange occurrences at home. Gradually, no one dared to meddle in the affairs of the 49th Bureau, transitioning from disbelief in the supernatural to a state of fearful belief. Master, please do not bend the law for my sake. Song Yu laughed heartily, ruffling his obedient disciple's hair. Rest assured, there is a valid reason for my actions in bringing you out. Diao remained silent, merely pursing her lips and gazing at him quietly, her eyes filled with concern. Song Yu sighed. Very well, I shall explain everything to you. The person you killed was someone the 49th Bureau sought to eliminate. Unlike other departments, the 49th Bureau retains the right to execute first and report later. Although the country has abolished the death penalty, we are the exception. As my disciple, you are now part of the 49th Bureau. The person you killed was indeed deserving of death, and you have not only done nothing wrong but may even be eligible for a reward. Diao was momentarily stunned. Is it really possible to operate this way? Disciple, every place has its own rules and principles. The law varies from person to person. Those who transcend human existence cannot be defined or penalized by the limited laws governing humanity. The existence of irredeemable evil cultivators poses a tremendous threat, potentially leading to national ruin. Song Yu's gaze deepened as he reminisced. 20 years ago, the 49th Bureau was shrouded in mystery, and very few cases required its handling. It was not truly mysterious. Rather, it was suppressed, having lost its authority and trust. It was not until 10 years ago, following a significant case, that the Bureau was reinstated, and since then, its power has surged. May I inquire about the nature of that case? It was closely tied to the fate of the nation. The dragon vein was destroyed through the act of creating a birth stake. Creating a birth stake.
Diao gasped in shock.
Song Yu reigned in the profundity in his eyes, shifting to a demeanor of ease as he laughed heartily. It is all in the past. The matter has been addressed by the 4th Bureau. Since then, the Bureau has been reinstated, with many rules and privileges distinct from those of ordinary departments, which you will come to understand in due course. Isn't Jiang Hai part of the 4th Bureau? Why did he appear so tense when I killed that man? Diao murmured. He was a scoundrel who deserved death. I do not believe I acted wrongly. Indeed, Jiang Hai is rather pedantic. Even his Zhongshan suit is far from my taste. Look at me. This entire ensemble is chosen by your master's wife, deemed the quintessential fashionable elder. Song Yu's attire was a sophisticated fusion of Eastern and Western styles, featuring a pair of British trousers complemented by striking black and grey Yeezy sneakers, understated yet exuding a certain charm. Balancing sobriety with a hint of trendiness. Your master's wife has exquisite taste, and your master has an impressive physique, making anything he wears look splendid. Diao's words were genuine, devoid of blind flattery. Her master, towering at 2 meters, stood with a straight back, devoid of any paunch at his age. It was evident how well he maintained himself. His height and long legs, paired with quality garments, lent him an aura akin to a seasoned male model. Song Yu's lips curled upward, finding his beloved disciple's words delightful, far more agreeable than that irksome little fellow who spoke so harshly in his dreams. Because you are not part of the 4th Bureau, Your act of killing has alarmed Jiang Hai, this overly rigid fellow. However, now that you are my disciple, no one can deny your affiliation with the Bureau. You are tasked with apprehending this malevolent practitioner, and in the ensuing confrontation, casualties are inevitable. Should someone perish, it is not a matter of great consequence. Diao hesitated, cautiously glancing at her master, her words caught in her throat. Songyu raised an eyebrow. Disciple,
Speak your mind.
Master, I do not wish to join the Fourth Nine Bureau. Songyu's expression turned perplexed. Why? Master, having lived once again, I do not desire to be a part of the mystical sect. Foolishness. Songyu chided, tapping Diao's forehead, this time not gently, but with a measure of force. Diao cradled her forehead, muttering internally, why does my master, like the one from another world, resort to poking foreheads when he is angry? Now that you have committed murder, if you refuse to join the Fourth Nine Bureau, your crime remains just that, murder. Then I shall acknowledge my crime and serve time in prison. I am surrendering. Besides, I killed a criminal. At most, it will be 8 or 9 years. You are driving me to distraction. Songyu glared. Do you understand that if this case is not handled through the Fourth Nine Bureau, many details will be suppressed? The man you killed, his misdeeds will remain concealed. In court, his past will be obscured, while all your actions will be magnified. The world will know only that you killed a man, while the truth of his actions will be hidden. Songyu continued to poke her forehead. In that case, it won't just be 8 or 9 years. Even with a confession, you will be looking at a minimum of 10 years. Wouldn't that be profoundly unjust? Diao retreated, clutching her forehead, her eyes filled with lament. Master, you really ought to trim your nails. Are they too long? Songyu glanced down, clearing his throat. I will have your master's wife help me with that when we return. Diao shot him a look akin to a dead fish, fed with a mouthful of dog food. Songyu, with little patience left, declared, you have no other options. You must join the Fourth Nine Bureau.
Diao sulkily replied, Oh, I see.
It seems that serving time in prison, distancing herself from the main narrative for 8 or 9 years, was not a viable plan after all. The two had arrived at the iron gate of Gu Emo. Someone opened the door for them, only to turn and flee. Master, do they fear you? To be precise, they fear everyone from the Fourth Nine Bureau, as they find us rather peculiar and dare not associate closely with our kind. Chapter 53. Half soul, half spirit.
Yin-Yang soul.
As they pushed open the door, what appeared to be an empty cell revealed a figure upon closer inspection, a tall man curled in a corner by the wall, arms wrapped around his knees, head buried in them. Through Diao's yin-yang vision, she could see numerous black specters swirling around him, devoid of consciousness, merely drawn by some scent. They seemed eager to devour something, yet they halted just shy of coming within a centimeter of Gu Emo. Diao's heart trembled, uncertain whether it was fear from the horrifying sight or sympathy for the man's unusual frailty in contrast to his usual demeanor. She dashed forward, swiftly performing several incantations, waving her sleeve to disperse the black specters. The specters fled towards the door, only to be caught by Songyu, who incinerated them into ashes. Are you alright? Diao crouched beside him, cautiously reaching out, but he flinched like a startled ostrich, unwilling to show his face. Songyu approached, his gaze falling upon Gu Emo's wrist, sighing, he has removed his protective Buddhist beads. Diao lifted her head, her expression one of confusion. Songyu spoke solemnly. This child was saved by me alongside a Buddhist master. There is a certain connection. Search him for a string of beads. If found, put them on him quickly. She sensed that something extraordinary had transpired with Gu Emo, but the newness of this body and his low cultivation level obscured her understanding of the anomalies present. Diao longed to inquire further, yet she recognized that Gu Emo's condition was precarious, and her priority was to help him recover. Rummaging through his clothing in a flurry, her mind racing, she finally discovered a string of Buddhist beads tucked away in his inner pocket. As she prepared to adorn him with the beads, Gu Emo lifted his head, his eyes deep and somber. He grasped Diao's wrist, halting her motion. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed her master had silently approached Gu Emo from behind, delivering a swift, precise strike that rendered Gu Emo unconscious. Master? This lad has lost his sanity. There is no need to dally with him. It is easier to manage if he is unconscious. Quickly, put the beads on him. Diao's mind was awash with questions, yet she opted to postpone them, reaching for Gu Emo's hand, which felt as frigid as a block of ancient ice. The moment the beads were placed upon him, his icy hand suddenly radiated warmth. Diao gasped, her heart filled with uncertainty. Just moments before, Gu Yimo's hand had felt like that of a long-deceased person, cold and lifeless, but with the beads, it was as if he had been resurrected, truly bizarre. In a brief period, Song Yu summoned help, a testament to his prowess as a figure in a special department. A burly man arrived, muscles bulging like those of a robust bull. He obediently complied with Song Yu's request to lift Gu Yimo, hoisting him over his shoulder like a tool. Diao discreetly took out her phone to capture a photograph, preserving this moment as part of Gu Yimo's dubious history. Song Yu noticed his disciple's little act. Chuckling softly, amused by her mischievousness reminiscent of her antics in his dreams. Song Yu announced his intention to take Diao and Gu Yimo home to meet their master's wife, prompting Diao to glance at the silent giant and whisper, "Master, who is he?" "My secretary." "Secretary?"
Diao's mouth twitched.
"Chosen by your master's wife." Diao understood. Indeed, compared to a delicate little secretary, a sturdy and robust figure would surely assure her master's wife. "Big bull, mute his hearing," Song Yu commanded. Without hesitation, the burly man produced 2 silver needles and swiftly inserted them into the acupuncture points around his ears. Song Yu's gaze settled on the Buddhist beads adorning Gu Yimo's wrist. "Feel free to inquire. Big bull can't hear." Diao did not deny that she had subtly gestured to her master earlier, indicating her desire to ask questions. Could this person be trusted? Diao hesitated for a moment before finally voicing her inquiry. Before wearing the Buddhist beads, his hands were excessively cold, almost as if he were not a living being. "Did you notice?" Diao's gaze trembled. "Is it as I suspected?" Song Yu nodded. "Years ago, while passing over the mountain with Master Yunyu, we encountered a child concealed within a dung barrel who had already drowned. We were too late." "Already dead?" Diao's heart sank in terror. Master Yunyu, seeing his plight, recited scriptures to grant him salvation, and thus he lived again.
"Ah?"
Diao's mouth fell agape. Having lived 2 lives, she had never heard of such an unfathomable occurrence. He was a corpse revived? Song Yu's eyes darkened. "In those days, I was in the prime of my youth, limited in knowledge. And I was as astonished as you are now. Fortunately, Master Yunyu has lived for a full 60 years, possessing knowledge far surpassing mine. He informed me then that this soul was neither accepted by the heavens nor the underworld, hence only the mortal realm could harbor it. Thus, it remains neither dead nor alive."
"Ah?"
Diao continued to gape, feeling somewhat dazed. "It sounds utterly surreal, does it not? I was no better than you are now." Song Yu recalled his own astonishment, which had nearly dislocated his jaw, and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "Master, the impact is too overwhelming. I feel I need a moment to recover." Diao massaged her temples, silently flipping through the notes in her mind. The matter spoken of by Master would undoubtedly not be recorded in the gossip tomes, yet faint shadows of answers could be discerned. For instance, Gu Yimo is the male protagonist. The protagonist possesses a halo of sorts. How could the world allow the male protagonist to perish? If he were to die, would there be any necessity for this world to continue its existence? Everything in this realm revolves around him, hence it could endure without anyone else. But it cannot do so without the male protagonist. Upon grasping this, Diao felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. She opened her mouth to speak with her master, yet the words lingered on her tongue, unsure of how to articulate them. Should she tell her master that this is a world within a book and that he is merely a character, a figment of paper? Is the purpose of existence merely to revolve around the male protagonist? Although she, as a member of the Xianmen, firmly believed in fate, accepting that this world is but a book would likely require considerable time to digest. Diao closed her mouth, refraining from voicing her thoughts. "Master. What else did Master Yunyu say?" Master Yunyu mentioned that he had once crossed over to death, and his body bore the aura of death, rendering it irresistibly alluring to many spirits, making it the favored vessel for ghosts. At that time, we did not recklessly intervene. We wished to observe the child further. And we discovered that many spirits sought to occupy his form, yet were repelled at a mere centimeter away, as if a transparent barrier shielded him from all. Although the spirits could not seize his body, they harassed him, appearing nightly to terrify him. "Wait, Master, are you saying he could see them?" "Indeed. Prior to donning the Buddhist beads, he could perceive them." Master Yunyu, with kindness in his heart, gifted him this string of beads to help shield him from the spirit's harassment, allowing him some peace so that he would no longer see those entities. The sandalwood beads embody Buddhist power, nourishing his form, which is why you perceive warmth in him now, as if he were a living being. So, essentially, he is no longer considered a true living person? Song Yu sighed softly. Yes and no. He is a half-living soul, half-spirit, an entity of both yin and yang. Chapter 54. Master, you should abandon the gentle persona. I have seen through you. Diao was profoundly shocked, left speechless for quite some time. Song-yu understood that she needed a moment to digest all of this, so he refrained from speaking further and closed his eyes to rest. Even in their silence, the large figure continued to hold 2 silver needles. When the vehicle came to a halt, Song-yu instructed him to remove them, which he did, restoring his hearing. Before the self-built house, a woman dressed in noble elegance stood waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing his wife in such a manner, a subtle twitch occurred at the corner of Song-yu's mouth as he cleared his throat. The one ahead is your master's wife. Diao glanced over to see a gentle and graceful noblewoman, her makeup soft, clad in a camel-colored dress and adorned with sparkling high heels. Master, your wife appears so gentle and beautiful. Hearing the word gentle, Song-yu's lips twitched again. They exited the vehicle, and the noblewoman hurried over, grasping Diao's hand tightly. You must be Diao, dear child. You have suffered. Diao blushed, her voice shy, her large eyes sparkling as she obediently called out, Master's wife.
Oh,
such a good child. You look so obedient. The two walked away in a warm and affectionate manner, and watching their retreating figures, Song-yu's lips twitched once more. His wife was notoriously fierce, while his disciple was a tomboy grappling with monkeys in the mountains. Now, his wife appeared gentle, and his disciple looked obedient. How truly ironic. Suddenly, the large figure carrying Gu Yimo stirred awake. Song-yu ceased his musings and turned to look at Gu Yimo. Gu Yimo furrowed his brows, finding the person before him somewhat familiar, and suddenly recalled something, rasping. You are Taoist, Song-yu. The memory of his youthful bravado in front of the child resurfaced, and the now-aged Song-yu felt a twinge of reluctance to reminisce, clearing his throat. Call me master. Master? You are the husband of my disciple, so naturally, you must address me as master alongside her. Once a teacher, always a father. My disciple's biological father is unreliable, but I am a master worth my salt. Young man, should you dare to bully her, I will ensure your end is most unpleasant. Gu Yimo was still somewhat taken aback, awakening to find that his wife had acquired a new master, and that her master was also his savior. Master, rest assured, I would never bully her. He sighed. How could I bear to bully her? Song-yu felt a twinge of toothache, waving his hand. Since you are awake, step down. Black Bull has had quite a burden as well. Only then did Gu Yimo realize he had been carried all this time, his face flushed. Put me down. Black Bull released him, silently standing beside Song-yu like a shadow, his presence barely noticeable. At the dining table, the gentle master's wife continued to serve dishes to Diao and Gu Yimo, her voice soft, movements graceful, and her smile warm. Diao remained exceedingly well-behaved, resembling a soft and obedient neighborly girl. At the table, Gu Yimo and Song-yu exchanged glances and then silently averted their gazes, lowering their heads to eat.
Little Di.
How long have you and Yimo been married? Diao obediently replied, We just recently tied the knot. Newlyweds, indeed. Here, this is a welcome gift from your master's wife, along with a wedding present. Master's wife clapped her hands, and soon, individuals brought forth a series of wooden boxes. Upon opening the boxes, they sparkled with precious gems, all of considerable value.
Diao gasped in delight, feeling tempted.
Yet she struggled to suppress her desire, fervently shaking her head. No, I cannot accept this. Master's wife clapped her hands again. If little D does not fancy these, let us replace them with another batch. Diao's eyes widened. This time, they presented priceless antiques and calligraphy. Once more, Diao shook her head. Master's wife. I cannot accept this. Master's wife clapped her hands yet again. If these do not suit little D either, let us change them once more. Diao, she looked beseechingly at her master, inwardly lamenting. Master, save me. Your wife is too extravagant. Song-yu rubbed his forehead. His wife was acting up again. That was just her nature. If you refused, she would persistently alter her offerings, striving to satisfy you until you were pleased.
Just like in the past.
He had no desire for romance, no inclination towards marriage, and certainly no wish to become a partner in the path of cultivation. His mind was solely occupied with the pursuit of spiritual practice, believing that women would only hinder his progress. Yet, she intruded upon his life, stubborn and relentless, charging headfirst into the wall without a hint of retreat. Whenever he expressed disinterest, she would inquire as to the reasons for his aversion, asking what his preferences might be. If he remained silent, she would metamorphose daily, adopting a new guise and feigning their initial encounter. If he remained unmoved, she would tirelessly strive to embody his ideal until he finally accepted her. Song Yu sighed, just accept her already if you don't. I shudder to think what extraordinary gifts she might bestow next. No sooner had he spoken than his wife clapped her hands, and her subordinates presented an array of extravagant offerings. Xiao Di, this is an airport, a gift for you. Xiao Di, this is an automobile parts company, a gift for you. Xiao Di, this is a jewelry exhibition building, a gift for you. Diao glanced at her master and then at the imposing matriarch, suddenly enlightened. My master's wife is a powerful figure, isn't she? And my master is, surprisingly, living off her generosity. Diao's gaze instinctively drifted towards Gu Emo. Her eyes laced with a hint of criticism. Look at what my master's wife has gifted me, and then reflect on your own stinginess.
Gui Montag,
At first somewhat miserly, had only provided a bank card with a modest sum. However, not long ago, he had bestowed upon her all his possessions and company shares. Surely, that surpassed what her master's wife had given her? Accept it quickly. Song Yu urged in a hushed tone. Diao felt a pang of trepidation. If she did not accept, who knew what her matriarch would present next? She mustered a smile. Master's wife, I truly appreciate these gifts. There's no need for further exchanges. The matriarch beamed, patting Diao on the shoulder. I was worried you might not like these. Perhaps I should add the several castles I bought overseas in previous years. Oh, and I possess a city as well. The force of the pat nearly sent Diao tumbling, rubbing her sore shoulder. My master's wife possesses quite a bit of strength. Song Yu coughed forcefully. The matriarch, having momentarily shed her gentle, maternal facade, abruptly paused, retracting her laughter, and resumed her original graceful demeanor, her voice soft and gentle. Xiao Di, why not stay here with master and me tonight? I shall have someone prepare a bath for you, infused with pomelo leaves to cleanse away any ill fortune. Master's wife, you really ought to maintain your gentle persona. I see through you now. Indeed, one ought to bathe with pomelo leaves after emerging from within. Chapter 55. Wife, only here are there pomelo leaves. The advantage of self-built homes lies in their spaciousness. Once the land is secured, one can construct as large as desired, designing the house according to personal taste, far superior to the fixed, monotonous structures of a villa district. For instance, the bathroom where Diao found herself was larger than even the old Gu family residence, immersed in an impressively vast pool reminiscent of a public bath. The refreshing scent of green pomelo leaves enveloped her. She felt as though she were luxuriating in a pool of pomelo leaf-infused water. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening startled Diao. Her eyes widened in shock as a man emerged from the mist, completely unclad. Hastily, she covered her eyes, then recalled something, recoiling sharply, her body sinking beneath the water surface, grateful that the pomelo leaves afforded her some concealment.
Gui Montag, get out!
Diao shouted in alarm, assuming he was oblivious to her presence and lamenting her failure to lock the door. Instead of retreating, he advanced closer, approaching the edge of the pool.
Hey!
Don't come any closer. Diao's voice trembled with urgency. At long last, the man halted his advance. Diao sighed in relief. Surely, he is leaving now. However, her relief was premature. Upon hearing her thoughts, he resumed moving toward her.
Gui Montag,
Are you doing this on purpose? Get out, you scoundrel. Her frantic outburst was met only with the sound of splashing water. He jumped in. What to do? I'm not wearing anything. This is dire. Help. Hearing her panic-stricken cries, the man responded with a low, seductive chuckle. The sound echoed through the bathroom, imbued with a sense of intoxicating allure. Diao attempted to distance herself from him, retreating until her back pressed against the pool's wall. She held her breath. Is this man out of his mind? Oh right, he certainly is. Her gaze fell upon his wrist. She vividly remembered that he had worn the prayer beads on his right hand, yet now it was bare. What the? He took them off. Is he about to lose control? The man paused, slowly lifting his left hand from beneath the water, revealing the prayer beads adorning his wrist. He had merely switched them to his left hand while changing clothes, finding it inconvenient to wear them on his right during work. Phew. He still wears them. The beads serve as a seal. Removing them unleashes a spirit-touched disposition. His fingers brushed against the beads as he let out another low, sultry laugh. It's not good to soak in the water. I must remove them. No. Diao lunged forward, grasping his hand before he could take off the beads. She looked up, her gaze captured by his deep, dark eyes, where a flicker of something stirred to life, descending downwards. Feeling his gaze drift downward as if it were tangible, Diao followed it, glancing at herself.
Ah!
Once again, she screamed internally like a frantic groundhog. Yet she forced herself to maintain a semblance of calm, reminding herself not to falter. Stay composed. Just stay composed. With the leaves in the way, he likely hasn't seen much. Surely, he saw nothing. No harm done after all, I saw him too. Taking a deep breath, Diao prepared to silently retreat, distancing herself once more, but the man's strong arm had already ensnared her waist beneath the water. As he pulled her closer, her body collided against his chest to chest.
Ah!
Stay calm. Let go. Don't compel me to strike you. She raised her hand, but he deftly captured it. He leaned in, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Wife, only here are there pomelo leaves. It was brought to me by the matriarch's subordinates. Matriarch, you've ruined my innocence. We are married. It is merely candid interaction. There is nothing to fear. I shall not do anything. What do you mean you want to do anything? What about the hand resting on my waist? Please remove your hand. Release me. Diao gritted her teeth, her eyes glaring fiercely at him. She believed that her fierce expression was sufficient to intimidate men, yet unbeknownst to her. In the steamy haze of the bathroom, her flushed cheeks and misty eyes lent her gaze an air of innocence rather than menace. Coupled with her damp bangs, she appeared almost pitiable. Yiming's breath caught in his throat, and a warmth enveloped his body. They were positioned closely, and Diao's eyes widened in terror. What is pressing against me?
Ah!
Help! There's something filthy. Diao's reaction at that moment surpassed her fear of encountering a ghost. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being ruthless. Diao ground her teeth, her knees slowly rising beneath the water. Just before her foot could collide with his vulnerable spot, Yiming released her and swiftly swam backwards to lean against the wall of the pool. Diao exhaled in relief, also leaning against the wall, maintaining a considerable distance from him. Fortunately, the pool was long and wide enough for them to be at opposite ends, and with a layer of pomelo leaves floating on the surface. Diao felt a temporary sense of safety. She was now determined to outlast him in the water. Only once he left could she surface. Yet as time passed, Diao felt as if she were about to dissolve, while the man remained submerged. Haven't you finished bathing? Perhaps due to her prolonged immersion, her voice carried a hint of hoarseness and languor. Yiming kept his eyes closed, thinking, aren't you still unbathed? I'm a woman. It's perfectly normal to take my time. Men should bathe quickly, shouldn't they? Apologies, I am unlike most men, and I regret disappointing you. He lifted his eyelids, his deep-set eyes gazing at her, his voice lowering further, laced with seduction. I possess endurance, unlike them who are so swift. I suspect he is flirting, but I have no evidence. Diao pressed her back against the pool wall, her eyes filled with longing as she met his gaze. Fine, then continue soaking. I wish you a healing experience. Yiming's profound eyes studied her for a moment, and before she could explode in indignation, he closed them again, as if genuinely savoring his time in the water. Diao, infuriated, kept her eyes fixed on him. Noticing his closed eyes, she took a deep breath. Let us make a wager. If I surface now, he will surely still have his eyes shut. I must ensure I am swift. Wrapping myself in the towel the moment I emerge, covering myself entirely. He won't see a thing. Yiming, hearing her thoughts clearly, subtly curved his lips upwards. Chapter 56. Do not lend me a hand. You are stabbing me in the back. Diao gritted her teeth, mentally counting down. 3,
2, 1.
As she broke the surface, eager to rush for the towel, she locked eyes with a pair of dark, abyssal eyes that seemed to draw her in.
Ah!
This time, it was not a mere internal squeal, but an audible exclamation. She clutched the towel tightly around herself, too frightened to glance back, fleeing like a panicked rabbit. And in her frantic escape, she nearly missed the door, having to turn around to find it before bursting out. In her mad dash, she encountered her smiling teacher. Teacher, you've ruined my innocence. How so? The teacher chuckled, clearly amused. Diao, with a sorrowful expression, replied, Teacher, why must you forego your gentle and elegant demeanor to utter such vulgarities? Now that I've lost face, you know I am not that kind of person.
Ha ha ha.
She erupted into hearty laughter. The teacher, now devoid of her previous opulent appearance, donned a loose t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and canvas shoes, her face bare, revealing a natural sun-kissed complexion. Diao covered her face, feeling the heat radiating from her cheeks, her mind racing. Teacher, you've tarnished my purity. It's all over. He saw everything. I've heard you have a fondness for him. Fear not, I shall lend you a hand to win him over. Teacher, the one who likes him is the original owner of this body. I've only known him for a short while. What do I like about him? Please do not lend me a hand. That would be akin to stabbing me. Diao suppressed her urge to rebel against her master, feeling tearful. Teacher, I am exhausted. Where is my room? Come, I will show you. The teacher, sensing her distress, hesitated to ask. When he entered and saw you inside, did he scold you?
No.
Diao hung her head. Were you soaking in there?
Yes.
Did he also immerse himself?
He did.
So, while you were in the pool, nothing intimate happened? Teacher, please spare me. Diao cried out in despair. Don't be shy. Your mother passed away early. Consider me your dear mother. Is there anything we cannot discuss? Diao, having grown up without parents, thought even a biological mother would never discuss such matters. The teacher grasped her hand. Good child. I can tell you are still pure. Teacher, can we change the subject? Don't be shy. Let us chat. You've been married for a while. Hasn't he touched you? Diao struggled to pull her hand away, but the teacher's grip was too strong. Why does she have such strength?
Ah.
Diao internally screamed. Is it because he asked reluctant about this marriage that even if you take the initiative, he doesn't approach you? I haven't taken the initiative. Don't be shy. I've inquired about your situation at the Gu household. Before you returned to the ancestral home, you delivered his meals to his company daily, yet he didn't even glance at you, and he worked late into the night, hardly returning to your new home.
Teacher.
Who told you all this? I have my own channels of information. Good child, the teacher will ensure you win his heart, to bed him. Although she felt a surge of frustration, she couldn't help but feel touched by being called a good child. Having never experienced maternal love, Diao felt slightly dazed. The teacher gently patted her head, her words striking. I've meddled a bit in the pool, and tonight he won't be able to resist. Rest assured. Tonight will be your wedding night. With what? Diao exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. What about me? I've also been affected. You needn't worry. It's in minute quantities. Diao's lips trembled. Good, we've arrived. This is your room. As the door opened, Diao was consumed by a wave of indignation. The room was adorned with a pair of long dragon and phoenix candles, crimson curtains, a scarlet bed, and the bed was strewn with dates, peanuts, longan, and lotus seeds, with a red carpet leading to the bed, covered in flower petals. And the room was lit with incense for merriment. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry inside. The teacher shoved her from behind, leaving her numb as she stumbled in. The teacher kindly closed the door, and from outside came her excited, hearty laughter. Prepare yourself. I'll bring your husband over. Enjoy tonight.
Ah.
Enjoy what? Diao opened the door, intending to flee this place, to escape the lion's den, for it clashed with her fate, and she vowed never to return. Just as she dashed out, she spotted her master sneaking toward her, tiptoeing as if afraid of being discovered. Master.
Sure.
Sir her. Master glanced around, his irritation palpable as he shot her a glare. Are you calling for your mistress? Keep your voice down. Upon hearing the term mistress, Diao felt as if faced with an imminent threat. Like her master, she hastily scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was approaching before exhaling a sigh of relief. Master, the mistress is meddling in matters of romance. I am aware. You must rein her in. Do you truly believe I can control her? Indeed not. Master spread his hands in exasperation. She is as stubborn as she was when she pursued me years ago. I turned her down countless times, yet she remained resolute. Just as she is now. Even if you were to tell her you have no feelings for Gu Yimo, she would merely assume you are shy, trusting only in her own conclusions. I genuinely have no feelings for Gu Yimo. To be honest, Master, I would rather serve a prison sentence than be near him. I believe that if I spend a few years in jail, he would tire of waiting and certainly divorce me. Do you truly not like him? Yet your mistress has inquired and believes you are quite taken with him. Despite his indifference, you remain persistently attached. Diao felt a lump rise in her throat. Master, there is no fate between us. It is impossible for us to last. If you doubt me, you may consult our birth charts. Master, surprisingly, took the time to examine the birth charts of Diao and Gu Yimo, focusing intently on their marital and fortune aspects. After a thorough analysis, he sighed. It is ominous. your marital aspect is fraught with calamity. To unite would spell disaster. Diao had already seen this for herself, aside from the gossip and predictions. The very reason she sought to distance herself from Gu Yimo was this. Moreover, it was a deadlock that could not be broken. If we were to force a union, one of us would surely perish at the hands of the other. With a pitiful look, Diao beseeched her master. Master? Surely you do not wish for a white-haired person to send a black-haired one to the grave? A cold chuckle echoed from behind them. Both master and disciple whirled around to meet the gaze of a pair of dark, penetrating eyes. Gu Yimo. Did he hear everything? Chapter 57. Ever since my grandmother's birthday, I have been able to hear your innermost thoughts. The man leaned casually against the wall, his bathrobe hanging loosely, exposing water-streaked skin with clear muscle definition. As Diao had imagined, he was the quintessential scion of a wealthy family, delicate yet robust, his skin pale yet strong. She suspected that Gu Yimo secretly engaged in daily workouts to maintain such form. Instinctively, she swallowed hard, maintaining an expression of calm. Her mind was in turmoil. His skin is even fairer than mine. He appears so tender. No wonder the spirits are enamored with his physique. Those pecs look inviting to touch. Get out of my head, you foolish thoughts. Damn it, can't he tie his bathrobe a little tighter? The initially brooding man found his mood lightening upon hearing the incessant chatter of thoughts from someone nearby. Meeting the inquisitive gaze of Songyu, he chuckled softly. Songyu, did you not realize when you saved me years ago that I was but a living corpse? Songyu's face flushed at the address, and he cleared his throat. Call me master. Can I still refer to you as master? Gu Yimo's gaze shifted to Diao. After all, she is intent on divorcing me. In that moment, Diao fell silent, wishing to dissolve into thin air. I must not provoke him. He is quite unstable. If he were to become agitated and remove his prayer beads, it would spell disaster. You are still married. For as long as you are, you shall call me master. Very well, I shall continue to call you master. Gu Yimo shot Diao a knowing glance, laced with amusement. Humph, what are you so smug about? Eventually, we will divorce. After that, I would like to see how you can still call me master with such shamelessness. The man's expression darkened, his brows furrowing. Master, the scenario of a white-haired person sending a black-haired one off will never occur. Really? Songyu gazed at him, anticipating further explanation. The birth charts hold no significance for us. What do you mean by that? I have finally managed to convince my master. Why must he undermine my efforts? In truth, Diao understood that the birth charts were likely irrelevant now, as Gu Yimo was akin to a living corpse and she was a time traveler, not the original owner of that identity. Hence, the birth charts no longer pertained to her. Based on the original owner's birth chart and Gu Yimo's pre-accident chart, they were indeed fated to bring misfortune upon one another, doomed to a life of marital strife. Gu Yimo regarded Diao with an intense gaze, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly. What is with that gaze? Why does it feel as though he can see right through me? What is he staring at? Diao shot back defiantly, yet felt an inexplicable unease within her. Ha! What is so amusing? You laugh in a most unbecoming manner. Diao glared at him. He only smiled wider, his laughter echoing. Has he gone mad?
Dio's eyelids twitched uncontrollably.
Her master grasped her arm, lowering his voice. You know he is unstable. Why provoke him? Diao grumbled. I just find his demeanor displeasing. Her master sighed, realizing his precious disciple had yet to comprehend that when someone's emotions could influence your own, there lies a problem. Enough with the laughter.
Diao glared,
Her agitation causing her to tug at her hair. Why does his laughter send shivers down my spine? Why do I feel so unsettled? Gu Yimo ceased his laughter, his gaze heavy upon Diao, imbued with a piercing sense of understanding laced with mockery. He enunciated each word with rigidity. You insist that fate cannot be altered. Diao, incensed by his gaze, nearly shouted, Am I in the wrong? She pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Yimo, her demeanor fierce. You, Gu Yimo. It would be difficult for you to meet your end, wouldn't it? A cold, mocking smile spread across her face, her eyes reflecting pity. This world demands your existence. Even if you were to perish, you must continue to live. Gu Yimo remained silent, undeterred by her frantic outburst akin to a crazed kitten. His eyes still fixed upon her with an intensity that seemed to penetrate all facades, exuding an air of superiority intertwined with coldness. Diao felt a chill run through her, as if she were but a mere jester. Overwhelmed, she abandoned all restraint, her fury spilling forth in a torrent. Do not look at me with such eyes. You seem to tower above, as if nothing escapes your notice. Yet you know nothing at all. Fate is not something we, in our insignificance, can resist. If you could truly oppose it, why would you wear those prayer beads? If you are so capable, why not cast them aside? If I could defy the injustices of fate, would I be here? Do you think I desire to be in this wretched place, merely a nominal wife to you? I possess knowledge of many things in this world, far beyond what any fortune-teller could comprehend. But do you understand? The more one knows, the greater the agony. There are numerous occurrences that, despite being aware of their inevitability, I must stand by and witness unfold. I am but a spectator in this world, yet I am inexorably drawn into this maelstrom, forced to struggle within it. You know nothing. I refuse to speak further. After venting her frustrations, Diao turned to leave, yet stumbled, barely managing to steady herself. A powerful hand seized her wrist, and she assumed it was her master. Turning around to express her gratitude, she was met instead by the face of Gu Yimo. She glanced around, searching for any trace of her master. Where is master? He was taken away by the mistress while you were raging. Mistress. Mistress. If you wish to survive, stay far away from the mistress. Wait, I didn't voice that question, did I? Indeed, you did not articulate it aloud. What are you saying? Diao's pupils quivered, her mind buzzing. What is happening? I was clearly asking in my heart, why did he respond to me? Is he exceptionally clever, able to discern my unspoken thoughts just by observing my expression?
No. No?
What is he saying? It is not because he can read your expression. What nonsense. I never uttered a word.
Diao clamped her mouth shut.
A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. He can't possibly be the parasite in my belly, can he? Just to clarify, I am not the parasite in your belly. I possess the ability to read your thoughts. What? Read minds? Is it the kind of mind reading I understand? When did he acquire such a skill? Since when has he been able to read my mind? It is indeed the kind of mind reading you comprehend. I can hear your thoughts. Since the day of my grandmother's birthday, I have been able to hear your inner voice. A simultaneous chorus of screams erupted from both her heart and mouth. Chapter 58. The veil has been pierced. Too mortifying to ever face Gu Yimo again. Diao submerged herself in the frigid waters of the pool, burying her head until she nearly suffocated, only to surface for a few desperate gasps of air before once more plunging her head beneath the surface, repeating the cycle. Reflecting on her panicked escape moments ago, she felt utterly humiliated at the thought of facing Gu Yimo again. She was utterly mortified, socially dead. She had arrived in this world on the day of her grandmother's birthday, and it was on that very day that Gu Yimo began to hear her thoughts. This meant that from the moment she arrived, she had been completely exposed. She had revealed that she was not the original owner of this body. She had laid bare her secrets. She had exposed far too much. No wonder he looked at her with those piercing eyes, as if he could see through her every facade. Each time she spoke one thing while thinking another, he must have regarded her as a jester. Just the thought of it made her feel like a ridiculous clown, fully exposed yet still prancing around in disguise. She recalled her childhood days spent teasing monkeys on the mountain, using her human intellect to outsmart them, witnessing their unguarded expressions that betrayed their desires. Other small creatures, like kittens and puppies, also failed to conceal their thoughts. Humans could effortlessly see through their intentions, which made playing with them particularly delightful. It was akin to a god observing the clumsy attempts of these small animals to mask their thoughts, yet failing miserably, their true selves laid bare, satisfying her wicked amusement. She speculated the worst of Gu Yimo, imagining him as one who, like those who tease kittens and puppies, took pleasure in watching her feign ignorance while eavesdropping on her innermost thoughts, observing her act contrary to her true feelings.
Ah!
She let out another scream, thrashing her arms against the water surface. The yuzu leaves had already been cleared away, and the water was now the cold liquid she had just released. Distrustful of the mistress's subordinates to handle it, she sought to calm herself through labor, yet even after cleaning the bath, she remained unsettled and plunged into the icy water, hoping the chill would penetrate her pores and restore her composure. Why was this happening? She leaned wearily against the pool wall, her gaze vacant. She was uncertain how to confront Gu Yimo in the future. She did not wish to see him again. She did not want her thoughts to be overheard. Gu Yimo felt like a ferocious beast lurking in the lake, something to be avoided at all costs. She resolved to distance herself. Yet, another voice within her seemed to dissuade her from such thoughts. It was as if two little beings were quarreling in her mind, one urging her to steer clear of Gu Yimo, while the other beckoned her to remain by his side.
Why?
From the very moment she entered this world, she had longed for a divorce from Gu Yimo, dreaming of securing alimony and soaring away, living a carefree life. Images of him relinquishing all his possessions to her flooded her mind. Memories of their shared moments surfaced, particularly that night in this very bath, when he embraced her with an intensity that scorched her. His bare physique lingered in her thoughts. Scattered thoughts. When did such vulgar notions intrude upon my mind? I was never like this before. I am not a lascivious woman. Why am I entertaining such thoughts? After all, Gu Yimo is the male lead of this world, blessed with beauty and an enviable physique, a testament to the world's favoritism towards him. A slight flutter of affection and wavering feelings for him are entirely understandable. After all, I am a normal person, capable of desire and swayed by beauty. No, I am a practitioner. How can I so readily accept the notion that I am a lascivious woman? There are countless men more handsome than him, those movie stars on television. Are they not all handsome? Perhaps I have been secluded on the mountain for too long, my exposure to men limited. Thus I was ensnared by this male enchantress. Diao bit her lip, her gaze fierce. You scoundrel, male enchantress, how dare you be so shameless? Knowing I am here, you waltz in unadorned to soak in the bath, clearly intending to see me flustered, to hear my rambling thoughts while I strive to maintain a facade of composure. At that moment, you must have been laughing at me in your heart, knowing I am a lascivious woman, aware of my superficiality. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, plunging once more into the water, wishing she could drown herself, praying to return to her previous life, never to remain in this mortifying world again. Gu Yimo leaned against the closed bathroom door, hearing Di Diao's mutterings within, along with her agitated thoughts. He had never seen her as a mere plaything, nor was he as malicious as she imagined. He would not deny that at times, witnessing her feigned stubbornness coupled with her inner turmoil was pleasing to him, not in the way one finds joy in teasing a pet, but rather in the way one delights in the charming innocence of a favored young woman. Since the kidnapping incident, he had grown distrustful of others, becoming increasingly paranoid, harboring faint feelings even towards those who genuinely cared for him, including his grandmother and parents. He unconsciously rejected such affections, convinced that there would always be someone who held a higher place in their hearts, someone destined to abandon or sacrifice him. He felt profoundly insecure until he could hear her thoughts. In that moment, his anxious heart seemed to find a semblance of stability. The ability to read her mind, to grasp her true intentions, gradually mended his doubts and provided him with a sense of security. He finally found solace in the ability to trust someone completely, no longer burdened by the constant anxiety of being betrayed or sacrificed. His parents were perpetually busy. From the moment of his birth, they entrusted him to a wet nurse. For a time, he genuinely believed he was her child. It wasn't he until he witnessed the tender smiles she bestowed upon her biological son, contrasted with her reprimands toward him for his misdeeds, gentle slaps that barely stung, that he felt a profound sense of loss. At that tender age, he sensed a chasm between himself and her own offspring, yet was unable to articulate the distinctions, for she would smile at him too, albeit with an invisible barrier separating them. She never struck him, regardless of his mistakes, opting instead for soft admonishments. Yet he yearned for her to treat him with the same rough affection she displayed toward her son. In those moments, he felt rather pathetic, even wishing for a few slaps, convinced that such treatment would signify a deeper place in her heart. He felt the warmth of the wet nurse's love, mistaking it for maternal affection, until the day she and her husband abducted him, casting him into a cesspool while hurling insults that still echoed in his mind. My own child barely had a sip of milk, yet because your family is wealthy, I am to serve you, like a beast of burden. My son died, due to my negligence while caring for you. Why did you have to fall ill? Why did your illness lead to my son's demise? It was merely a sip from my son's cup, just a fleeting moment of play. And yet you fell sick. How precious you are. Your mother claims you caught some bacteria for my son. How filthy is he? And how pristine must you be to withstand the slightest impurity? I shall make you dirty, filthy enough to perish. What audacity! Believing we would spare you for the money we received. Let me tell you, my son is dead. You shall not escape your fate, for you will accompany my son in death. Chapter 59. You wretched creature, do not dare to feign victimhood with me. Rise at once. The grotesque grin that haunted his mind manifested before his eyes as he beheld the wet nurse, leading a child, the very friend with whom he often played. His gaze was vacant and bewildered, fixated on the figure before him. Meanwhile, A crack appeared in the sandalwood bracelet adorning his left wrist. With a sudden crash, the door was thrust open. Gu Yimo, lost in thought, was thrust to the ground by the force of the push. Diao remarked. No wonder the door wouldn't budge. This wretched creature was bracing against it. She glanced down at the man sprawled on the floor, disdainfully snorting as she stepped barefoot onto his back, striding past him. You dog. You listened in on my thoughts, treating me like a fool. Growing increasingly irate, Diao returned, stepping on his back once more, even jumping twice. No response? Is this creature truly unresponsive? What if he is dead? Diao recalled a similar incident involving a wealthy family that adored mahogany furniture. The dense wood, known for its durability, often served as a status symbol. They owned a grand mahogany bed, beneath which their 3-year-old son loved to play. One day, upon spotting a cockroach, the child fled in terror, but in his haste, he struck his head against the bed's railing. The delicate skull of a 3-year-old shattered upon impact. Tragically, the child retained consciousness as he crawled out, clutching his head in desperation, only to topple backward, striking his skull once more. That fateful blow claimed his life. The most pitiful part was that the child died unjustly, only to be captured by a malevolent spirit for soul extraction, becoming a vengeful spirit. Diao exerted great effort to protect the child's soul, pleading with the Reaper for a chance at rebirth. Shutting his eyes, Diao felt a pang of compassion. Even if the child were reborn, lacking his 3 souls and 7 spirits, he would likely descend into the path of beasts. If fortune favored him, rebirth as a human would still render him mentally impaired. Diao snapped back to the present, stepping on Gu Yimo once more, her voice tinged with irritation. Stop pretending to be dead and get up. She crossed her arms, waiting, but he remained prone. Diao crouched to investigate but quickly stood again, scolding herself. Why do I care? It would be best if he perished. Wretched creature. Despite her inner vitriol, a flicker of panic crept into her gaze. Could he truly be dead? While my strength is considerable, it pales in comparison to the might of Yu and Shermu. What impact could I have? Let me assure you, do not attempt to deceive me.
If you are a man, rise.
She nudged aside with her foot, lifting it forcefully. Gu Yimo rolled over, his face now exposed.
Diao gasped.
For his eyes were open, yet they appeared devoid of life, dark and hollow, sending a chill down her spine. She quickly crouched, reaching to check for breath. Thank heavens. He still breathes. You wretched creature. Diao slapped Gu Yimo's face. Don't scare me like that. Wake up. Her heart raced as she glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, relieved to see it still intact, but her relief was short-lived as her gaze narrowed. She thought she must be mistaken, leaning closer and taking his icy hand into her own, examining it closely. It was cracked. The bead cracked. Master, where are you? This is dire. Diao cried out, her voice echoing through the space. She knew her master had been taken by Shermu, yet he must be nearby. Her desperate cries could surely reach him. Indeed, her master and Shermu hurried to her side. What has happened? Master, look at the bead. It's cracked. His eyes remained unblinking, resembling death itself. His hands were freezing. Diao clutched Gu Yimo's hand tightly, attempting to warm it with her own. Her master waved his hand before Gu Yimo's eyes, noting the vacant stare, and his brow furrowed with concern. He swiftly performed a hand seal, pressing a finger to Gu Yimo's forehead, and a dark energy flickered by. Her master reached out to grasp that dark energy, but could not seize it. His tone grew grave. This is malevolent energy. How could it be present here? Shermu understood the gravity of the situation, her usually playful demeanor replaced with a serious expression. This malevolent energy has been lurking within him all along. You mean, Gu Yimo harbors an evil spirit? Yet he has always worn the bracelet. Even if it were removed, those malevolent spirits should not be able to invade his body. If an evil spirit has taken residence, then what of Gu Yimo? Has he been possessed? Diao bombarded her master with questions, urgency lacing her voice. Shermu wrapped her arm around Diao's shoulders. Calm down, Di. You're trembling.
I am trembling.
Diao looked up at Shermu, bewildered. Shermu gestured for her to look at her own hands. Diao followed her master's wife's gaze to the trembling hand that held Gu Yimo's, shaking as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. The trembling mirroring Gu Yimo's own. It was merely the chill of his hand, she insisted to herself, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge the flurry of anxiety that caused her own hands to quiver. Master, I suspect he willingly allowed the malevolent spirit to enter his body. The spirit lacks the full capacity to seize control, coexisting within him instead. Moreover, it is not a solitary spirit. I discerned a hint of crimson amidst the dark mist just moments ago. The master traced incantations in the air above Gu Yimo's forehead, luminous runes forming and then vanishing into his brow in a flash of golden light. As several runes were inscribed, a flicker of light emerged in Gu Yimo's hollow eyes, his lashes trembling gently.
Gu Yimo.
Wake up, Diao implored, reaching out to slap his face, reddening his cheeks with her strikes. The master's wife intervened. Calm down, little D. Even if he awakens, your slap would just render him unconscious again. Diao observed his flushed cheeks, noting they appeared slightly swollen. Embarrassed, she retracted her hand and coughed lightly. Mistress, I have not struck him. The master's wife blinked, nodding in playful accord. Rest assured, I shall keep your secret. After a moment, Gu Yimo's lashes continued to tremble, yet his eyes remained unblinking, the spark within them seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. Diao anxiously lifted her gaze. Master, why hasn't he woken yet? Are you even capable? Chapter 60. Mistress. You should take care of me too. The master's wife laughed. Man, are you truly capable? As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance, laden with implication. Master, if he is a man, he cannot say he is not. Song Yu bit his fingertip, drawing blood, and inscribed runes upon Gu Yimo's forehead. Gu Yimo opened his mouth, emitting a series of haunting, inhuman howls that sent chills down Diao's spine. Is something within him crying out? She shuddered. The master's wife wrinkled her nose in distaste. The cries of phantoms are truly unpleasant. The master, equally displeased by the cacophony, produced a radiant talisman and affixed it to Gu Yimo's lips. Silence enveloped the world. It was evident that Gu Yimo continued to exhale, yet the talisman sealed his mouth, rendering him utterly mute. Diao's eyes widened, reddening with emotion. The master's wife gently patted her shoulder. Do not weep. I know you care for him deeply. Through her tears, Diao gazed at the master's wife, gasping. How could I care for this wretched creature? I am concerned for my master's gold. Goodness. The masters of two worlds are simply incomparable. Look at how extravagant this is. This talisman is crafted from pure gold, a treasure beyond imagination. Recalling her past life, where her master was miserly, burning half of the talismans and extinguishing the flames as soon as the malevolent spirits were dispelled, folding them for future use, Diao felt a pang in her heart. She too had inherited her master's frugality, currently possessing a half-burned talisman folded away for future endeavors. Such comparisons are futile. Truly, they cannot be compared. She cast her gaze upon Gu Yimo, whose mouth was sealed, her eyes glistening as she contemplated the gold talisman. Is it possible to tear it off for further use? It is pure gold, after all. Mistress, does my master typically use gold talismans? The master's wife nodded. He has high standards. He scoffs at anything less than 4 nines of pure gold. Diao's breath quickened as she pressed further. So, after he casts a gold talisman, does he retrieve it afterward? Why would one retrieve what has been cast away? It would be beneath his dignity. After all, your master is a man of status, and his pride is delicate. Diao ground her teeth in frustration. My master is such a spendthrift. The master's wife, embracing Diao, chuckled. Fear not. My man is still within my means. I have plenty of gold for him to squander. Diao's breath hitched, her reddened eyes turning to the master's wife, sweetly imploring, Mistress. Oh, dear child. Mistress. You should take care of me as well. Haha, worry not. You are my precious darling. Everything I have is yours, as much as you desire. Gu Yimo's eyelids fluttered, and as his awareness returned, the first sight he beheld was his beloved nestled within the arms of his master's wife, sweetly asking, Mistress. You should take care of me too. Gu Yimo abruptly shut his eyes. Hey, you rascal, if you're awake, get up. Don't lie there feigning death. The master approached, delivering a swift kick to him, landing squarely on his soft flank. Gu Yimo winced in pain. The master raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing on his lips. You still feel pain. It seems you've returned to the land of the living. Gu Yimo, supporting himself by the waist, rose from the ground, his gaze locking onto Diao with a palpable intensity. Diao, having sensed his stare, feigned ignorance. Wretched creature. Aren't you quite capable? Can't you hear my thoughts? Wretched creature, from this moment on, I shall curse you in my heart daily. Wretched creature, shameless scoundrel, vile miscreant. Gu Yimo. Humph. I haven't spoken it aloud. I merely mutter in my mind.
What can you do about it?
Since you eavesdropped on my thoughts. You deserve the curses. Little D, now that he is well, you may proceed to the bridal chamber. Delay any longer, and the dragon and phoenix candles will burn down to nothing.
Diao gasped.
Her eyes wide with fear as she regarded the smile on her master's wife's face.
Ah.
Is the mistress a demon? I knew it. I must keep my distance from her. A stepmother is never benevolent. Diao attempted to flee, but her shoulder was firmly grasped by the master's wife, her grip unyielding. She sought her master's assistance, turning to find no trace of him. The master's wife chuckled. Your master expended much effort to awaken this boy.
He has gone to rest.
I must return to tend to him. I'll have someone escort you to the bridal chamber. With a clap of her hands, a robust man appeared.
Familiar.
Master's secretary, Black Bull. Diao sniffled. Brother Black Bull, could you please set me down? I feel utterly undignified, like a pig awaiting slaughter. Black Bull remained silent, merely advancing forward. He was as solid as a mountain, his arms robust as a bull's, effortlessly carrying Diao in one arm and Guillermo in the other, as if he were transporting 2 slabs of meat to be butchered. Wretched creature. Why don't you resist?
Diao glared fierce at Guillermo.
Guillermo offered a weak smile. I am internally injured, unable to resist. Diao was incensed, mentally cursing. Wretched creature, do not think I am unaware. You are merely pretending. You are not missing limbs, and you bear no injuries. Those 2 malevolent energies are sealed within your consciousness by my master and will not affect you for the time being. How infuriating. This body is so weak. Like a delicate young lady, lacking strength. If only I were as strong as you. If only I possessed the innate strength of the master's wife.
Ah.
Why am I so feeble? Once I escape from the master's and mistress's clutches, I shall dedicate myself to fitness. I will cultivate a physique as graceful as Diao. Diao cast a glance at Heino's muscular arm, her thoughts wavering. No. Such superficial muscles are of no use. I aspire to possess a robust physique akin to Heino's.
Guillermo surveyed Heino's imposing form.
Resembling a fusion of the fierce Zhang Fei and the brawny Lu Jishan. The notion of Diao's delicate features paired with such a physique was difficult for him to fathom. Upon momentarily envisioning it, he was struck with fright. Diao shot him a sidelong glance. You mutt. What are you pondering? Your face has gone pale with fright. I was merely imagining your dark and muscular self.
Haha.
You coward. So, you fear the thought of me becoming dark and robust? Just wait, I shall turn as dark as coal and frighten you to death. Guillermo merely pursed his lips, falling into silence. You mutt, are those 2 spirits within you of your own making? Guillermo lowered his gaze, his pressed lips resembling a tight line. You won't speak? Why should you be privy to my innermost thoughts while I remain shrouded in mystery before you?
Speak.
Quickly. Chapter 61. In this life and the next, I am bound to you.
Guillermo's gaze drifted elsewhere. Ha.
Diao clenched her fists, her teeth grinding in frustration. Do you think that by keeping silent, I am oblivious? Guillermo, you seem to have forgotten something. Guillermo's eyes returned, now imbued with a hint of confusion.
Diao glanced at Heino.
Do you require me to seal your ears with silver needles? Heino inquired. Diao chuckled. That won't be necessary. He is but a worm in my belly. Guillermo. Heino, having just been fed a dose of dog food, scoffed. Humph. Who doesn't have a wife? My wife is also a worm in my belly.
Diao inwardly scoffed. You mutt.
Have you forgotten I possess a notebook for gossip? Even if you remain silent, I can uncover the truth myself. She began to leaf through her notebook. Although she resolutely sought the truth, a tinge of uncertainty lingered within her, for she feared that her notebook might falter. There were times when it displayed garbled information, rendering it unreadable. Thankfully, this time, her notebook did not disappoint. Evil spirit, Guillermo's wet nurse. Evil spirit, the son of the wet nurse. She had sought the identities of the 2 malevolent spirits trapped within Guillermo, never anticipating such a revelation. She vaguely recalled the old lady Gu mentioning that when the mutt was kidnapped years ago, one of the culprits was indeed Guillermo's wet nurse. Diao regarded Guillermo with a peculiar gaze. She had kidnapped you, eager to bring about your demise, yet you allowed her soul to reside within you? Do you harbor some form of Oedipus complex? Guillermo twitched the corners of his mouth, a smile that seemed to mock. What are you laughing at? You are the true jest. Guillermo turned his gaze away, remaining silent. Your silence matters not. I shall investigate on my own. And I am certain I will uncover the reason. Gu Emo's gaze darkened as he turned away. Deep within, he felt a flicker of fear. Fear of her discovering the darkness within his thoughts. Should she learn of his intentions, would she deem him a lunatic? Would she view him as twisted and sinister? Gu Emo shut his eyes, silently wishing for her notebook to malfunction. He knew that Diao's notebook was unpredictable. Not all matters could be revealed. Yet this time, he was met with disappointment. He heard Diao's thoughts. Oh, so it's for revenge. How dull to die. Letting them reincarnate would merely grant them an undeserved reprieve. They sip from the Mengpa soup, forgetting the sins of their past lives. But how could the living, those driven mad by their torment, ever forget such suffering? Rather than one person bearing the weight of such agony alone, it is far more satisfying for the enemy to remember. To imprison the enemy within one's body, allowing them to witness one's prosperity, to thrive while they languish inside, is indeed a cruel torment. After all, the motive for their kidnapping was money, wasn't it? They failed to claim their prize, forfeiting their lives instead, and now they cannot even be reborn, condemned to watch me live well. No wonder the souls confined within him have morphed into malevolent spirits over the years. Each time they see him thrive, their resentment only deepens, leading them further into darkness. Remarkable. This man truly has a knack for wielding darkness to his advantage. Very audacious. Well done. Gu Emo was taken aback. He stared blankly at Diao. What are you staring at? Mutt. See for yourself. Even without your words. There is nothing that can elude my keen perception. Suddenly, Gu Emo broke into a smile. A flicker of mirth glimmered in the depths of his dark, profound eyes, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, deep, radiant, and vast, as if seeking to ensnare one's very soul. He was inherently handsome, though he often wore a cold demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness that made him seem distant and unapproachable. Yet in that moment, his smile bore an unexpected charm. Diao found it absurd that she perceived this man as adorable when he smiled. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, she turned her head away, finding her gaze drifting elsewhere. Unwilling to meet Gu Emo's eyes, Gu Emo noticed the flush creeping into her ears. He blinked, as if piecing together the puzzle, and smiled once more, this time with an even brighter radiance. If he had previously embodied darkness and distortion, ever since encountering her, it was as if he had discovered a light in his life, a warmth so profound that it inspired him to yearn for the sun, to aspire to become warm himself. Hey Nyo, blissfully unaware of the emotional transformations occurring between the two during their brief journey, unceremoniously deposited them onto a grand bed adorned in crimson, before turning to leave. Hey Nyo, so bothersome. Another late day at work. I wonder if my wife is waiting for me to dine together. I must hurry home. I cannot let her and our unborn child go hungry. Alas, my wife loves me so dearly that even when I tell her not to wait, she still does. At that moment, a certain pregnant woman, indulging in a feast, sneezed. She wiped her mouth with a tissue, answered her husband's call, and upon learning that he was on his way home, hurriedly tidied up the remnants of her meal, obediently waiting for her husband's return as the model wife. Gu Emo and Diao, left on the grand bed, exchanged glances. Diao was the first to spring up, followed closely by Gu Emo. She rushed to the door, her hands fumbling to open it. Open, open, open. Will it not budge? Diao kicked the door several times with all her might, but it remained unyielding, her foot now throbbing with pain. Don't waste your energy. This security door won't budge with kicks. Come help me, let us kick together. Gu Emo lay back on the bed. I want to assist you. Do you wish to be trapped here? It's merely a matter of sharing a room for a nap. We've slept together at the old residence before. Clarify your words. What do you mean by sleeping together? We've slept apart, not on the same bed. Moreover, can our current relationship be compared to the past? What difference does it make? He tilted his head, his gaze deep and contemplative. You are still my wife. We have not divorced. It's different. We have laid our cards on the table. There's no need to maintain the pretense of the past. Divorce is merely a matter of time. As long as you acquiesce, we can proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to formalize our separation. I do not consent.
Diao strode forward.
Positioning herself at the bedside, her hands planted firmly on her hips, glaring at him with indignation. You wretched creature, do you intend to confine me for eternity, exploiting my curiosity and eavesdropping on my innermost thoughts? To be fair, I have contributed significantly to the Gu family's affairs, and I owe you nothing. My family has even rendered favors to your grandfather. In truth, it is your family that owes mine. You, Gu Yimo, owe me. Yes, I owe you. The Gu family owes you. Thus, I cannot divorce you. I intend to repay this debt over my lifetime. Perhaps a lifetime will not suffice. Gu Yimo chuckled softly, his gaze piercing into hers, his voice low and magnetic. In the next life, the life after that, for 3 lifetimes and beyond, I shall repay you. I am determined to bind myself to you. Chapter 62. Who can truly conceal their innermost thoughts? Diao snatched up a bright red slipper from the floor and flung it at him, exclaiming furiously, "What kind of horror story are you telling? Is it frightening? Is he a vengeful spirit? 3 lifetimes entwined with me? Even vengeful spirits aren't this terrifying." He removed the slipper from his face, rubbing it gently. Actually, that didn't hurt, but for some reason, my face was already experiencing discomfort. Is my toothache acting up? Gu Yimo opened his mouth and patted his cheek. Diao glanced at his slightly swollen face, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She almost divulged the truth in her heart but suppressed it, mentally reciting, "Taishang Laojun." Gu Yimo raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" Diao replied with a triumphant smile, "Reciting a spell in my mind." Gu Yimo narrowed his eyes. "Are you attempting to prevent me from hearing your thoughts in this manner? Does it not work?"
Diao furrowed her brow tightly.
She believed this to be a well-thought-out strategy. "It works." Gu Yimo nodded slightly. Diao was astonished. "Even if it works, you shouldn't tell me, should you?" "Why should I not tell you? I recited a spell to guard against you, yet you still informed me?" "Indeed, one must be cautious, but not of me." "What do you mean?" Diao took a step back. "Your words give me an unsettling premonition." "Your premonition is quite accurate." Gu Yimo looked at her with forthright eyes. "Aside from me, there are others who can hear your thoughts."
Who?
"Who else? What on earth? How many eavesdroppers are around me? This is outrageous. Is this a trap laid by the heavens? Absolutely. What secrets do I have left to share? Being inexplicably transported here is already infuriating. And now I have to exist as a transparent person without secrets. It's beyond excessive."
Diao clenched her fists.
Wishing she could confront the heavens in a fight. Under her fiery glare, Gu Yimo spoke slowly. "Currently, aside from me, my grandmother, aunt, and uncle can also hear your thoughts." "What?" "Thundershock. If they can continuously hear my thoughts, it implies I have become the subject of ridicule. The facade I maintain in front of them, pretending to be the green tea persona, was meant to make them despise me so I could divorce the CEO. Yet they have known all along. This explains why, despite my unlikable demeanor, they still indulge me with affectionate tolerance. They have merely viewed me as a source of amusement, watching me make a fool of myself. Ah, social death. Utterly socially dead. This world no longer wants me. I want to leave. I refuse to remain here any longer."
Diao internally screamed in distress.
Her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Gu Yimo. She genuinely felt like crying, when only Gu Yimo could hear her thoughts. She never felt this much anguish or humiliation. Seeing her in pain, Gu Yimo's heart ached painfully. He regretted not being honest with her from the start. Initially, he had no fondness for the original Diao, unaware of her time-traveling origins. Upon discovering her new essence, he felt more suspicion and wariness, fearing she might be an evil entity possessing the original Diao. His twisted and suspicious nature led him to observe her more closely, resulting in his despicable act of eavesdropping on a girl's thoughts. "I am sorry." He lowered his head, his hands unconsciously clenching. He did not wish to provide excessive explanations to justify himself. He was wrong, and he knew it. He should not have continuously eavesdropped on her thoughts, and later, he even became greedily enamored with the sensation of overhearing them, as it allowed him to feel secure and to trust someone fully. Yet, he had forgotten how embarrassing and painful this would be for her once exposed. Diao turned her back. She did not want to accept his apology, nor did she wish to forgive him. She did not want to see Gu Yimo or any member of the Gu family. In her mind, she recited spells to prevent Gu Yimo from knowing her true feelings. But who can consistently recite spells in their mind? Who can continuously conceal their innermost thoughts? Facial expressions can be disguised, words can be fabricated, but one's true thoughts are difficult to feign. In front of the Gu family, she felt like a transparent sheet of paper, utterly exposed, devoid of secrets. She detested this sensation, akin to walking naked in the streets, bereft of safety, even inducing fear. She strode to the door and kicked it again. The door remained unyielding. She felt a surge of desperation, frantically pounding and crashing against the door. Open the door. Let me out. She did not wish to remain here, did not want to see Gu Yimo. A mere glance made her feel suffocated, uneasy, and panicked. A person without secrets is akin to having their belly opened up, their very organs laid bare. She could not endure this. Master, open the door for me. Master, open the door. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs, unsure whether her heartache or the pain from pounding on the door caused her tears to flow. Her master and his wife stood just outside the door. The master turned to his wife. Open the door. But his wife insisted. We cannot open it. The master could not comprehend, looking at her with the gaze one might reserve for an extreme lunatic if you wish to go mad. Do not impose your madness upon others. The wife glared at him, her eyes dark and intense. The master softened his tone. My disciple is already crying. Cannot you open the door? She does not like Gu Yimo. Your earlier words have been hidden in her heart, haven't they? The wife smiled again, her smile radiant. It was beautiful, reminiscent of their first encounter when she had smiled in the same way. You have lost your composure. She suddenly spoke. The master was taken aback. Because you have lost your composure, I have found my courage. She leaned in close and whispered in his ear, if I were not certain, I would not embark on this endeavor, just as I do with every investment. Everyone claims I am formidable and have never failed in investments. That is because I know I will not lose before placing my bets.
Ha!
The master chuckled bitterly. So from the beginning, you knew you would surely win? Indeed. The wife lifted her head with pride. I shall not lose. She gazed at the closed door. This time will be no different. She harbors feelings for Gu Yimo. I can assure you. However, if she were to be released, the two of them would forever be parted in this lifetime. Do you wish for your disciple to regret missing out on her beloved in the future? The master's wife silently added in her heart, do you hope she will regret it as she did in her past life? After they broke the silence surrounding their eavesdropping, Xiao Di had not seen the Gu family again, avoiding them at all costs. Following Gu Yimo's death, Xiao Di found herself weeping in secret, yearning for the one who had departed. But what use is it to discover one's love for him when he is no longer alive? The master's wife harbored a secret. At the tender age of 10, she was reborn. In her previous life, she had lived until 60. And it was not she who pursued Songyu, but rather this man who confessed his feelings when she turned 40. At that time, she had already endured a failed marriage, and they were both embarking on second unions. Later, he mentioned that he had fallen for her at first sight, captivated by her smile, yet he had failed to express his feelings, losing out on 20 years of companionship. In this lifetime, she refused to squander so many years. She did not wish to remarry him after a failed second marriage. Thus, from their very first meeting, she devised ways to pursue him. For she knew she would ultimately prevail. She was aware of the events that would unfold over the next 50 years, which was the true reason behind her unbroken streak of victories. Chapter 63. I am a reborn individual. My rebirth may very well be a gift from her. Upon meeting his wife's unwavering gaze, the master fell silent. He assumed the man would, as usual, allow the matter to pass in silence. Yet this time was different. The man stepped forward, resolutely confronting the door. The door was specially crafted, secured with a password lock, sealed from the outside, and could only be opened using the correct code. Had he been able to open it, he would not have wasted so much time arguing with his wife. Seeing her steadfastness and the familiar determination in her eyes, he felt a surge of agitation and resorted to the most primal method. He began to ram the door. Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to break yourself apart? If I break, I break. Stop ramming. She reached out to grasp the man. Yet he was as relentless as a charging bull, paying no heed to her pleas. I will not harm Xiao Di. Trust me, this is for her benefit. For her benefit? The master shook his head. This is merely your interpretation of what is best for her. It is not her own choice. She chose to give up Gu Yimo, and even if she regrets it in the future, that remains her decision. The master's wife wanted to retort but was interrupted by the master's firm voice. Do not speak of what is good for her anymore. Xiao Di is a practitioner. Every experience in this world is a trial. Do you think my disciple is losing love? Perhaps she is gaining the path to greatness. The master's eyes brimmed with unquenchable longing. Severing attachments and emotions leads to an unfeeling path. Or perhaps the path of natural freedom, which requires experiencing emotional tribulations to attain the ultimate truth. A resounding slap echoed as the master's wife struck his face. The master gazed at his wife in disbelief, his expression a mix of shock and indignation. Though his woman possessed great strength, she had always been gentle with him. This was the first instance of domestic violence. The force of her slap was staggering. The master pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek, feeling a sharp sting. After that slap, the master's wife stood frozen, staring at her own hand, lost in thought. Her eyes reflected guilt, anger, and a multitude of conflicting emotions. Just as she was about to flee in panic, the master rubbed his face and chuckled. "Are you going to run after striking me? What do you intend to do?" He raised his chin, signaling her to unlock the door. She shook her head. "I will not open the door. The path to greatness. The path to greatness." It was precisely because of his so-called path to greatness that they had lost 20 years.
Now,
he would have his disciple live as a widow for the sake of this path. The master's wife closed her eyes, her voice hoarse. "You do not understand. She will not walk the path of indifference. She will not choose to forget him." Taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes. Her gaze resolute with a newfound determination. She would choose to redo everything. The master felt a twitch in his eyelids as their eyes met. Soon after, he heard his wife's calm voice. "I am a reborn individual. My rebirth may also be attributed to her." Having spoken, she exhaled a long breath. Some truths, when kept buried within, can be suffocating. She had long wrestled with whether or not to share this with others, but once the floodgates opened, everything flowed more smoothly thereafter. The master was initially shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. He heard a different version of the story from his wife, one where he, in his pursuit of the path, had fallen in love at first sight, yet struggled to suppress his emotions, ultimately missing out on his beloved. Yet this connection did not end there. During the darkest period of his wife's life, following her marital failure, he had appeared, mustering the courage to confess his feelings. And they shared a portion of time together. In this narrative, Xiao Di and Gu Yimo had a fierce argument because Gu Yimo's entire family had eavesdropped on Xiao Di's inner thoughts, making her feel like a fool, as if she were in a farcical play. The sense of being manipulated left her feeling socially dead and embarrassed, leading her to resolve never to face the Gu family again. Gu Yimo respected her choice, divorced her, and prevented his family from seeking her out. Xiao Di underwent a trial of love and, indeed, made remarkable progress in her cultivation. She did not opt for the path of indifference, but chose the path of nature. The path of nature, where the great way transcends feelings, embodies great love while relinquishing petty affections. In contrast to the indifferent path, which is devoid of feelings, the path of nature embraces compassion for all living beings, transforming the mundane into the essence of the universe. This world resembled a miniature realm crafted specifically for her trials, intertwined with numerous factors, including her precognitive abilities and the dreams revealing another world, solidifying her conviction regarding this disciple. From many perspectives, Songyu had long suspected that this world might be a setting devised solely for his disciple. Much like certain celestial beings who, after residing in the heavens for extended periods and nearing the end of their lifespan without breaking through their bottlenecks, would seek out the star of literature to request the decree of Destiny Lord to tailor a world for their trials, experiencing various tribulations to ultimately achieve transcendence. Songyu even contemplated that the so-called dreams were merely hints from the main soul, guiding him to assist his disciple in her ascension. In truth, Songyu had harbored an ever-present sense of dissonance with this world since childhood, as though he were an outsider, a mere observer quietly watching everything unfold, faintly feeling that he did not belong here. Reflecting upon it now, he resembled a fragment of a powerful being from another realm, woven into the fate designed for Xiao Di by the decree of Destiny Lord, aiding her in overcoming tribulations and achieving elevation. How did Gu Yimo meet his demise? He posed a question that puzzled him greatly. Gu Yimo was an immortal. Previously, he had not understood why, but now he had begun to piece it together. Gu Yimo was a pivotal character set within Xiao Di's destined trials. How could such a character be allowed to perish in childhood? This miniature world itself functioned as a tome of trials, wherein the heavenly laws and the underworld did not exist. For a singular realm could not possibly encompass the 3 realms and 6 paths. Everything was designed solely to assist Xiao Di in her ascension, meaning Gu Yimo could not die before Xiao Di encountered him and faced her tribulations. If it were a trial of love, no decree of Destiny Lord would orchestrate Gu Yimo's death, rendering Xiao Di unable to forget and escape from her emotional tribulations. That would be tantamount to tormenting her. Unless there was a profound enmity, no decree of Destiny Lord would devise such a tragic narrative. After all, If she succeeded in her trials and ascended back to the upper realm, she would undoubtedly confront the decree of Destiny Lord who had set her fate, seeking to avenge herself. Such instances were not unheard of. The position of the decree of Destiny Lord, while neither excessively high nor low, remained significant. However, those who are capable of transcending emotional tribulations and achieving ascendance possess an immortal status that is undoubtedly superior. Offending a powerful being of higher rank is perilous. Unless the Lord of Fate feels that the constellation of Wensiu has become unsuitable for his existence and wishes to traverse the Naiha Bridge once more. I am at a loss. The mistress let out a sigh. As for the specifics of his demise, I truly cannot say. Then what do you know? Share your insights with me and be meticulous, leaving no detail unspoken. What I am aware of comes from our previous life together. Little D chose to depart, opting for a life devoid of the Gu family, leading Gu Yimo to honor her decision and dissolve their marriage. I recall the day when you and I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to bring Little D home, and we saw them emerge together. Gu Yimo appeared utterly disconcerted, his eyes devoid of vitality. I whispered to you, wondering if he might take a drastic step, and you reassured me that he was immortal. Even if he were to falter, neither heaven nor the king of hell would claim his life. In order to spare Little D the pain of recalling her family, we endeavored to shield her from any news regarding the Gu family. After the divorce, Gu Yimo unexpectedly adopted a flamboyant demeanor. While the outside world was aware of a young helmsman in the Gu family, he had always maintained a low profile, shunning publicity and interviews. Yet, he suddenly altered his approach, granting numerous interviews and frequently gracing the covers of television and magazines. At the time, you remarked that it was a futile endeavor, as all his actions were merely aimed at capturing Little D's attention. Before long, rumors circulated regarding his engagement to the heiress, Miss Su. Chapter 64, Mistress. Employ any means necessary to prevent my divorce from him. The master's gaze darkened. Do not be quick to anger. We were both mentally prepared for this eventuality. You are aware that Little D possesses a degree of foresight. Her inability to accept Gu Yimo and confront her feelings for him stems from her premonition of the future, wherein she knows that Gu Yimo's true fate lies with Miss Su. Humph. The master snorted through his nose. The mistress soothed him, massaging his back to alleviate his anger, muttering, "You are not young anymore. Do not be so quick to rage, lest you invite a stroke." The master shot her a sidelong glance and huffed again. The mistress found herself at a loss, letting out a sigh. It was entirely expected that he would end up with Miss Su. You and Little D were not at all surprised by the news, and Little D did not appear to be heartbroken. She shook her head. On that very day, Little D even went to the brothel to order a champagne tower to celebrate, which clearly indicated her genuine happiness. The corner of the master's mouth twitched slightly, casting her an odd look, and asked in a low tone, "You attended as well?" The mistress immediately denied it. "At my age, I have no interest in young men. I only favor someone of your maturity and stability, a man with the weight of years and experience." Only then did the master retract his gaze. The mistress continued to soothe him, exasperated. "In the past, you often told me that upon reaching the age of understanding one's fate, you gained insight into the laws of nature, asserting that every individual comes into this world with a mission. Gu Yimo's mission has finally reached its conclusion. He can finally attain liberation. You have often remarked that Gu Yimo is a half-dead individual, and it is indeed a torment. Lingering in such a state is more agonizing than a swift demise." On the day of Gu Yimo's grand wedding, he orchestrated a lavish celebration of world-class proportions, with every giant screen along the route broadcasting their nuptials in real time. What I failed to comprehend is that while he appeared to be living well, you all claimed he was already deceased. Subsequently, Little D spiraled into madness, engulfed in sorrow and regret. At that time, I merely thought her love had perished, given that Gu Yimo was marrying another. 7 days later, news of Gu Yimo's actual death surfaced. Various rumors circulated, suggesting he met his end in a car accident, was stabbed by envious individuals, or was struck by lightning while walking, each tale more absurd than the last. You attended his funeral and returned to state. He was dead long ago. Upon hearing this, your disciple completely lost her sanity, drowning her sorrows in drink, and later secluding herself in a cave. Aside from delivering sustenance to her at the cave's entrance, there was little I could do. I babbled endlessly, attempting to console her, but she did not respond even with a single word. Thus, 10 years passed until she unexpectedly emerged from her seclusion. Her appearance had not changed. Yet her aura was frigid, her gaze icy, as if she could freeze anyone in their tracks. I dared not meet her eyes. You brought her back home. But despite your attempts to persuade her, it was futile. She remained as silent as a clam. Later, she unexpectedly invited me for drinks, uttering nonsensical words. At that moment, I thought her mind had unraveled, her speech disjointed, and I contemplated introducing her to a psychologist. However, I subsequently realized that her every utterance was laden with profound meaning, which is why I am convinced my rebirth is a gift bestowed upon me by her. The master gazed silently at his wife, offering no words, simply observing her. If you have something to inquire, why do you fixate on me? The master pressed his lips together. Did she not tell you that if one could return to the past, they could alter their fate? It seems that the adage, "No one knows a disciple better than their master," holds true. The mistress chuckled and shook her head. At that moment, I thought, could I believe the ramblings of a drunken madwoman? I merely sought to placate her, coaxing her into slumber. Thus I echoed whatever she said. She questioned me, asking if I regretted missing out on you, if I lamented marrying the wrong person, and if it was only in my second marriage that I found a worthy companion. Naturally, I nodded in affirmation. Besides appeasing her, I genuinely felt sorrowful over our missed opportunity. She smiled, her laughter wild and unrestrained. The mistress recalled that night, the image of Diao's smile remaining vivid in her memory, the beautiful woman's lips, moistened by strong liquor, glimmering with a tipsy allure, her expression exuberant and free-spirited. Yet her eyes held a tenacious gleam. She claimed to possess a method that would allow me to return to a time before our paths diverged, asserting that she too wished to return to the moment before she missed Guillermo. I expressed skepticism, questioning how such a thing could be possible. She insisted that if she desired something, she would have it, declaring that this world was born for her. I assumed she was utterly intoxicated, her mind muddled, speaking with audacity as though she were proclaiming to the world that it revolved around her. I cautioned her against voicing such sentiments, fearing she would be met with hostility. She laughed heartily, expressing a wish to be struck. At that moment, she set down her drink, fixating her gaze on me, saying that if she acted foolishly, I must ensure to discipline her. I jested that should I strike her, I would face retribution from her husband upon returning home. She seemed to ponder this for an extended period, leading me to believe she was thoroughly inebriated, perhaps on the brink of succumbing to sleep. However, her silence stretched on, causing me to grow anxious, and just as I reached out to push her, she seized my hand, earnestly declaring, "Mistress, by any means necessary, prevent my divorce from him." Upon hearing a commotion from within, the mistress felt a wave of exasperation. I thought her intoxicated and muddled. That night, I escorted her back to her room. But she expressed a desire to sleep alongside me, disinclined to be alone, and I acquiesced. When I awoke, I found myself transported back to the year I turned 10. Old song. I locked her and Guillermo inside as per her own request from her previous life, not out of any notion of benevolence on my part. I merely acted according to her wishes, to employ any means necessary to prevent her from divorcing Guillermo. I administered a substance to the bathing water and infused their room with incense. I believed any man would succumb to the effects, yet Guillermo remained unaffected. This predicament left me feeling somewhat helpless, as I was uncertain whether I could fulfill her wishes. I harbored a deep fear that she would ultimately divorce Guillermo, leaving me powerless to witness her descent into madness. As I pondered, I found myself pacing back and forth, listening to the incessant banging on the door, my mind a chaotic whirlwind. If this was my wife's obstinate pursuit after her rebirth, aimed at altering the future, he would undoubtedly intervene. However, at this moment, all of this stemmed from the desires of the disciple herself, and yet, this girl had no recollection of anything. What was to be done? It seemed that this wicked individual and his wife could only endure as they were. Resolutely, I turned to my anxious wife. The dosage you administered must surely be insufficient. Increase it. My wife gazed at me in astonishment. I scoffed. Guillermo is utterly useless. He merely stands by as Xiao Di creates a commotion. Shouldn't he embrace her and soothe her instead? The youth possesses no romantic experience whatsoever. It appears I must impart some wisdom on him. My wife rolled her eyes and muttered, "As if you possess any experience yourself." "Well, I have more than he does. Otherwise, how could I have a wife?" I retorted. "TCH, had it not been for my pursuit, you would have missed out on 20 years. I touched my nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. My wife lowered her voice to inquire, "Do you truly believe what I said? What if it was merely a dream, a figment of my imagination?" I believe you. In truth, I have sensed that this world is askew, resembling a tome of trials and tribulations. Do you know why Gu Yimo will perish? My wife had contemplated this mystery for 2 lifetimes. After a moment of reflection, I responded, based on what you just articulated. Coupled with the previous sealing of the malevolent spirit within his consciousness, I have a vague hypothesis. Chapter 65. I fear I cannot control myself. Gu Yimo could no longer bear to witness her distress, fearing she might injure herself against the door. He swiftly embraced her from behind. In that instant, Diao turned around, her frantic pounding on the door transforming into a furious assault on the loathsome creature before her. Hiss! Gu Yimo gasped in pain.
Diao paused.
Her gaze falling upon the marks she had left on his face. She looked down at her nails, now stained with blood. It was evident she had exerted considerable force to vent her frustrations. It must hurt, indeed. The thought of him eavesdropping on her innermost thoughts sent her into a flurry, and she began mentally reciting a calming mantra. Hearing her internal recitation, Gu Yimo's lips curled upwards momentarily before he sighed, extending his arms to embrace her. Diao evaded him, her eyes brimming with suspicion. Gu Yimo closed his eyes briefly, feeling quite uncomfortable in his current state. He reached for the prayer beads. What are you doing? Diao demanded loudly. Gu Yimo forced a smile. I am too hot. Removing these will help me cool down quickly. Before she could comprehend the meaning behind his words, he had already taken off the beads. The sacred light and sandalwood scent that had cloaked his alluring form now drew the attention of spirits from miles around. This was Tsongyu's territory, and some sentient malevolent spirits, sensing the alluring aura, approached cautiously, while the mindless wandering souls led the charge. These lost spirits, devoid of fear, recklessly surged into Tsongyu's domain. Surely, Tsongyu's abode was no place for such filth to intrude. As they drew near, the grand formation activated, and the protective image on the iron gate radiated a flash of light, while inscriptions emerged upon the surrounding walls. In an instant, those feeble spirits that dared to approach disintegrated into ashes. The remaining onlookers fled in panic, deterred from advancing further. Diao exclaimed in anger, "Have you lost your mind?" Gu Yimo surveyed the surroundings, a smile breaking across his face as he remarked, "It seems I was right. Those entities cannot breach your master's domain. Without spirits with millennia of cultivation in the vicinity, even my master could not withstand them." Put the prayer beads back on. Are you genuinely worried about me? He inquired. Leaning closer, are you afraid I will be possessed by a malevolent spirit? I merely fear you will cause trouble for my master.
Diao retorted.
Reaching for the beads to place them back on him, but he held them high out of reach. With a height disparity, Diao stood on her tiptoes, jumping, yet still unable to snatch the beads from his grasp. Gu Yimo, put them back on. You are clearly anxious about me. Why pretend otherwise? I am not. Gu Yimo sighed. All right, fine, you are not.
What kind of attitude is that?
You make it seem as if I am being unreasonable, when in fact, you are the one at fault. Yes, I am at fault. Diao detested such condescending tones, and in frustration, she stomped on his foot. If you wish to die, then go ahead. I cannot prevent the damned spirit from meeting its fate. Seeing her glare, her eyes ablaze with fury, he patiently explained. Your master's wife has drugged me, and I fear I may lose control and harm you. Those entities are ineffective against living beings adorned with prayer beads. But for a deceased body without them, they pose no threat. Diao froze, recollecting that her master's wife had indeed administered a substance. It appeared that the drug was only effective on men, as she felt no impact. She recalled how his hands had been cold and stiff when he had been without the beads, resembling a corpse encased in a millennium of ice. Naturally, a corpse would not exhibit any physiological reactions to such substances. Diao furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him in silence, her gaze piercing. Gu Yimo. Her gaze landed on a particular area. Gu Yimo shifted uncomfortably, aware of her scrutiny. Diao frowned. It appears to be somewhat prominent. Gu Yimo. Are you not merely a corpse? Why is there still a prominence? Gu Yimo took a deep breath. You're a girl. Could you exhibit a bit of decorum? He shifted backwards, yet could not evade the weight of her gaze. Diao maintained her unwavering stare, leisurely asking, why not simply comply with my master's wishes? After all, whatever you do, you can always shift the blame onto her afterward. I would very much like to do that. Ha! You truly are a vile creature. Let me finish my words, Gu Yimo replied, somewhat exasperated. Selfishly, I wish to do that, yet I do not wish to harm you in this place.
Oh.
You merely wish to harm me elsewhere? Diao shot back, her eyes sharp. Gu Yimo chuckled bitterly in a different place, at a different time. When our feelings for one another are mutual. That is impossible, Diao scoffed. Have you never harbored feelings for me? His gaze deepened, his eyes fixed intently upon her, as if wishing to peer into her very soul. Diao instinctively turned her face away. You are avoiding my gaze. So what? Diao raised her voice defiantly. Is it not permissible for me to avoid being stared at when you are so intensely fixated? Seeing her puffed up, feline-like demeanor, Gu Yimo smiled. Indeed it is. Diao huffed. Stop banging on the door. Pretend I do not exist and get some rest. With that, Gu Yimo sat down on the floor. I will not disturb you. Tomorrow morning, your master's wife will open the door for you. Diao glanced at him, and then the door, ultimately retreating to the large bed, throwing herself onto it with exasperation.
Ah, Diao sighed in frustration.
Gu Emo expressed his concern. What is wrong? It's nothing. Diao replied, rolling over, her voice muffled. It's the waterbed. Gu Emo remained silent. Diao turned away, lying on her side, her back to him. Just as Gu Emo had remarked, in this moment, he seemed to be a mere figment of existence. His body was frigid, eluding even infrared detection. He scarcely drew breath. Yet, despite the absence of any sound, Diao could not disregard his presence. Worrying that he might decipher her thoughts, she incessantly recited incantations in her mind, a rather vexing endeavor. As night deepened, the large red candle cast a dim, ambiguous glow throughout the room. Stealing a glance, Diao noted that Gu Emo's eyes were shut. She pursed her lips and turned away once more. It seemed as though they had both succumbed to slumber, yet neither truly slept. At 4 a.m, the chirping of birds outside heralded the dawn. Typically, this sound would rouse Diao from her slumber, but today, she remained in bed, feigning sleep. Gu Emo opened his eyes, his calm gaze resting upon the figure pretending to sleep on the bed. Throughout the night, her breathing had been erratic, her mind a whirlwind of incantations, weaving through Taoist spells and even Buddhist scriptures. You must have worked hard as a child, right? Diao was caught off guard by his seemingly nonsensical question.
What?
Memorizing all those scriptures must have been arduous for you as a child. She pressed her lips together, taking a moment before retorting, What business is it of yours? Chapter 66. He has even thought of names for your children. I feel for you. Diao's heart quivered at this, and she muttered awkwardly, Mind your own business. You are my wife. I merely wish to learn more about the events that transpired during the time I was not with you. That will soon change. Is that how you truly wish to divorce me? This has been my obsession. From the moment I entered this world, my primary goal has been to divorce you. You listen to my innermost thoughts daily, so you should be aware of this. She turned to face him, her eyes sharp and unyielding. Will you divorce me? Meeting her gaze, his smile was bittersweet, his eyes dimmed with a hint of desperation. Is there truly no way to avoid divorce? His voice was rough, tinged with a pleading undertone. Diao's eyes flickered momentarily, but soon regained their resolve. I have no reason not to divorce you. But I do. What reason? Gu Emo opened his mouth, poised to confess his love for her, to declare his unwillingness to lose her. Yet, the words failed to escape his lips as she coldly scoffed, Don't say you love me. I don't believe it. His heart was heavy. 1,000 words lodged in his throat, unable to emerge. Instead, he gazed at her with profound sorrow. Diao's heart trembled, unable to bear the desolation and grief mirrored in his eyes. If he uttered even 2 words, he fell into a long silence. She, too, remained silent, waiting for him to speak or not. Just when she thought he would remain quiet, he rasped. If I were to say I love you and do not wish for a divorce, would you consider not going through with it? Diao was momentarily stunned. After a lengthy pause, she found herself at a loss for words. She raised her gaze, meeting his imploring eyes, reminiscent of a forsaken puppy, filled with longing yet fear. Diao clenched her fists, once more averting her gaze from him. She continued reciting her incantations in her mind, a means to shield her thoughts from his scrutiny. This method might suffice in the moment, but for a lifetime? It was untenable. She understood she could not live perpetually on guard against another's intrusion into her inner world. She had always yearned for freedom. Being with Gu Emo would mean an eternal loss of safety and liberty. Even his family would eavesdrop on her thoughts, making existence unbearably burdensome. Did she harbor feelings for Gu Emo? Upon self-examination, she had to admit there were feelings. Who could resist the allure of such a tall, handsome man who offered everything he possessed? When he gazed at her with such fervor, it hardly mattered how long such passion might endure. Even if fleeting, it could not hinder the possibility of a passionate romance. If weariness ensued, separation would be the remedy. Diao did not reject the idea of a romance with such a man. However, loving him would inevitably lead to emotional turmoil, and perhaps it was best to forego that. Ice-cold and indifferent, she stated, "If you truly love me, you should fulfill my requests and desires." "What do you wish for?" Gu Emo recalled her desire for a substantial alimony. He had already relinquished all his possessions to her. He would grant her any wish, provided she refrained from divorce. Yet he also knew the truth, that her wish was to divorce him. Still, a flicker of hope remained, a fantasy that perhaps he could satisfy her with something else, persuading her to abandon her desire for divorce. However, reality delivered a harsh blow as he heard Diao's cold, unfeeling voice. "I want a divorce. If you love me, then divorce me. My sole request and desire is simply to divorce you. Is that too much to ask? What, then, do you mean by love? Is it a deception?" "Gu Emo, I wish to divorce you." "Very well." His voice was hoarse and barely audible. Diao wished to say more, but his words silenced her. She was momentarily stunned, uncertain how to respond. She had expected joy at this moment. Divorce had always been her objective, like an unattainable goal, a carrot dangling just out of reach. But now that she had finally grasped it, it felt insipid, akin to chewing wax. To her surprise, she felt no joy, only an inexplicable bitterness. The human heart is truly perplexing. Why is it that when a long-desired aspiration becomes reality, joy eludes us?
Diao lowered their gaze.
Her mind clouded with confusion. She had engaged in self-cultivation for years, yet still could not comprehend this. Perhaps this was the true reason she had failed to transcend in her past life? Or perhaps only through experiencing love could one truly understand it. Had she truly experienced such love? Not quite. Her relationship with Gu Emo could hardly be deemed a romance. They had never shared the mutual affection typical of a normal couple. Once divorced, she resolved to seek love with another. Anyone would suffice, as long as it was not him. Yet, strangely, it seemed that no one else would do. Diao lifted her eyes to him, her heart racing as their gazes met. His eyes appeared vacant, devoid of anything, eerily silent and hollow. "Are you not happy?" he inquired softly.
"Epi," Diao replied,
feigning enthusiasm. "My lifelong goal has been to divorce you. Why would I not be happy?"
Gu Montag chuckled softly.
"Are you truly happy?" Diao looked at him in astonishment. "Indeed, I am. You're happy, so I am happy too."
"Oh."
Diao felt a desire to ignore him, merely wishing to wait for the mistress to arrive and finalize their divorce, distancing herself from the Gu family, who could eavesdrop on her thoughts. After the divorce, "May I pursue you?"
"What?"
she exclaimed, utterly bewildered. What nonsensical words was this man uttering? Diao regarded him with a peculiar expression, as if to say, "Are you out of your mind?" Gu Emo continued to smile, his grin imbued with sincerity. "Your desire is for divorce, and I cherish you. I hope you can fulfill your wish. Therefore, I shall oblige. You and I will part ways." After the divorce, both of them would be single, and he believed he could pursue her anew. Gu Emo had contemplated this clearly. The previous marriage, rooted in the obligation of familial gratitude, lacked the foundation of love. Only by terminating this union could they embark on a fresh beginning. Their star was unlike others, devoid of romance, merely a marriage certificate without a wedding ceremony. He owed her far too much. After the divorce, he would court her, engage in a romance, propose once more, and grant her a grand wedding, ultimately welcoming a child into the world, preferably a daughter, with eyes as pure and clear as hers. What name would suit the girl? If she wished for their daughter to bear her surname, that of Di would suffice. What would be a fitting name for Di? Diao was utterly at a loss. While Gu Emo had already meticulously mapped out their future, even determining what to name their child. "What do you think of the name Heroine?"
Gu Montag inquired.
Diao stared in bewilderment. What? If that name was unsuitable, then perhaps Di Xian, Di Rue, or Di Meng. Diao was left even more puzzled. Were they not just discussing divorce? What nonsense was this man uttering? His thought process was utterly incomprehensible. Chapter 67. Is there a cooling-off period for divorce? The door creaked open from the outside, and the master and his wife entered. The master's wife surveyed the current state of the two. There was no hint of passion from a night of intimacy. Clearly, nothing had transpired. Had the plan failed? She sighed inwardly. lamenting that she had exhausted all means. If they were to miss their chance in this lifetime, she hoped they wouldn't blame her. A worry gnawed at her. If they were to miss their opportunity, would little Di go mad again, sending her back to relive her life? She felt a foreboding sense that if this endeavor fell through, she would be trapped in an endless cycle of rebirth. Put on the prayer beads, the master sighed. Following his gaze, the master's wife seemed to grasp something. She glared at her husband. Did you know all along that my plan would fail? No wonder you stopped banging on the door. The master pressed his lips together, not denying it. He had sensed the activation of the house's protective formation immediately and surmised that Guillermo was utilizing this method to counteract the effects of the drug within him. After a night, the drug's efficacy should have waned. Diao climbed off the bed, adjusted her clothing, and shot a sidelong glance at Guillermo, who was leisurely seated on the floor. Hey, weren't we supposed to be getting divorced? You're not having second thoughts, are you? She narrowed her eyes dangerously. Guillermo stood up, leisurely adorning the prayer beads, his tone lighthearted. I will honor my promise. The master's wife, growing frantic, asked, What are you two saying? Are you still going to divorce? After all this, nothing has changed? This was it. She could almost foresee the monotonous cycle of rebirth looming ahead. Diao cast a glance at the master's wife, huffing softly. This was the master's wife, her own mentor, and out of respect, she would let this slide. Yet, she lowered her voice, addressing the master rather than her. There won't be a next time. If there is, regardless of whether you are the master's wife or anyone else, this matter will not be resolved. The master understood his disciple's temperament. Whether in that dreamlike past or in this present, she had taken lives, exuding a fierce tenacity. She was not one to be trifled with. I will take care of her, he assured. Diao nodded. Master, I'm off to finalize the divorce. Goodbye. She tugged at Guillermo's arm, leading him out. As they distanced themselves, Diao's fierce voice echoed back. I warn you, no tricks. This divorce is happening today. The master's wife attempted to follow but was halted by the master. Her eyes reddened. They cannot divorce. They will regret it. Guillermo will die. He will die. The assertion resonated loudly. Diao paused momentarily. Guillermo faintly furrowed his brow. Diao halted, intent on returning to inquire further. She could not comprehend the master's wife's words. Could an immortal truly perish? Habitually reciting her incantations in her mind, only her thoughts were audible to Guillermo. He had previously found comfort in hearing her inner voice, knowing she couldn't lie in his presence, but now he found solace in her murmured incantations, a comfort derived from the soul, far more reassuring than the ephemeral sense of security he once felt. Will you die?
Yes.
The unexpected reply astonished Diao. Aren't you half alive? Someone whom neither heaven nor the king of hell would claim? Indeed. Is it only possible for you to utter one word?
Diao, exasperated, kicked him.
Guillermo felt a twinge of pain on his foot, his toes shifting within his shoe as he raised an eyebrow at her. Since we are to be divorced anyway, why do you care so much about me? Why aren't you giving me more than one word? Diao, hands on hips, retorted, I'm merely curious. How could an immortal possibly die? Just curious? What else could it be? Diao, flushed with anger, glared, I am not someone who concerns herself with my ex-husband. If it's merely curiosity, I shan't tell you. Why won't you tell me? Because I don't wish to.
Gui Montag.
You're deliberately opposing me. Why should I cater to my ex-wife as curiosity? I'm not one to maintain a good relationship with her.
Fine.
Truly impressive. You can throw the words back at me so quickly.
Diao fumed.
How come I never knew Guillermo could be so talkative? Indeed, the normally cold and taciturn man, when he spoke, had a knack for delivering stinging retorts. Diao simmered in silence, choosing not to engage further. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Guillermo's assistant had long been waiting, as Guillermo had instructed him to bring the necessary documents for the divorce. Approaching the desk, they declared their intention to divorce due to incompatible personalities. I've registered your information. After a 3-month cooling-off period, should you still wish to divorce, you may come back to collect the divorce certificate. 3 months? Diao was taken aback. It's supposed to be a straightforward process if both parties agree. In her previous world, a practitioner's partner, bound by a heavenly contract, could not part easily. Military marriages also had strict regulations against casual divorce. For others, as long as both parties consented, they could divorce on the same day they married, just as they received their marriage certificate. Actually, her original world had a cooling-off period for divorce, lasting 1 month. Yet within that month, many unforeseen events could occur, leading to couples regretting their decision to divorce. However, a more significant hazard was that the unwilling party might entangle the other, leading to extreme actions, such as violence or confinement, if reconciliation failed in the final days. With danger surpassing a certain threshold, regulations changed, and eventually, in her world, divorce could occur immediately without any cooling-off period. Diao had always believed that her divorce from Gu Emo would be straightforward as long as he agreed. Who would have thought she had overlooked this significant issue? This world actually had a cooling-off period for divorce. It is not merely a month. Astonishingly, it spans 3 months, over 90 days. As the two emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, their expressions were as contrasting as day and night. One beamed with the warmth of spring, while the other bore the chill of winter. Diao caught a glimpse of his radiant smile and felt a surge of indignation, firmly stepping on his foot and exclaiming, "It's just 3 months. I can wait." With that, she took off running, declaring, "See you here in 3 months." In her heart, Diao resolved that for the next 3 months, she would not see Gu Emo, not even once. As long as they remained apart, no unforeseen complications could arise. Gu Emo watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress the grin that spread across his face. Noticing their boss's mischievous smile, the assistant couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to chase after her?" "Of course," Gu Emo replied enigmatically. The assistant, puzzled, questioned, "Then why are you just standing here?" Gu Emo, with an inscrutable smile, responded, "The pursuit I speak of is not one of immediate action. It is a gradual endeavor to win her heart." Chapter 68. We shall watch together, learn together, and practice together. Diao had no intention of returning home, as she could not forget the throng of eavesdroppers lurking there, eager to glean her innermost thoughts. Her feelings toward the Gu family were both delicate and complex, and she was resolute in her desire to avoid any encounters. She also had no wish to visit her master, as she harbored doubts about her master's wife's sanity. Thus, she recalled her own mantra: keep distance from the master's wife and preserve her innocence. After much contemplation, it seemed the only viable option was to return to the filming crew of the variety show. However, the thought of Gu Emo residing next door caused her to frown as she muttered to herself, wouldn't he come over, would he? It seemed unlikely, after all. A domineering CEO venturing into the entertainment industry was bound to falter. Yet, upon opening the door to her hotel room, she was met with the sight of Gu Emo emerging from the adjacent room, his head popping out with a dazzling smile that showcased his 8 pearly teeth. Diao was momentarily dazzled, not only by his brilliant smile, but also by his strikingly golden hair. "Hello, I am a newly signed artist with CC Entertainment, and my name is Gu Emo," he introduced himself with a bright voice. Diao stared at him incredulously, her expression one of disbelief. Internally she ranted, "What on earth is wrong with you? Did a donkey kick your brain? Or did the hair dye seep into your head and turn you into a fool?" Gu Emo stepped out fully this time, showcasing his attire to her astonished gaze. She gasped at his choice of clothing: golden hair, ripped jeans, a graffiti-splattered white t-shirt with holes, and a pair of canvas shoes. "What on earth are you wearing?" she exclaimed. "Have you lost your mind?" She covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. With a playful smirk, Gu Emo replied, "This is my filming outfit. I have a scene to shoot shortly." "A scene? You're playing a minor character, a school bully. Are you serious? You expect me to watch you act?" she retorted incredulously. "If not, I'll head off now and show you the edited footage later."
Gui Montag.
Diao grabbed his arm. Suddenly, the fabric of his already tattered t-shirt tore further, creating an even larger hole. She released her grip, her eyes darting away, unable to find a suitable place to look. What had once been a small tear on his shoulder was now a gaping hole, exposing far too much skin for her comfort.
Gui Montag schroget nonchalantly.
"It's nothing. This afternoon, I'll be shooting some promotional photos, and I'll need to take my shirt off."
Diao gasped.
"You really intend to become a star?" She wondered if this was merely a delayed phase of rebellion for Gu Emo. Indeed. He chuckled lightly as he stepped into the elevator, winking at her with his left eye. With his golden hair, dazzling smile, and playful demeanor, he was captivating. Diao felt her breath hitch. Compared to his previous vampire-like appearance, this ensemble was rather appealing. She instinctively swallowed hard, warning herself not to be swayed by his charms. This was merely a fleeting phase of rebellion for Gu Emo, a playful diversion for the otherwise domineering CEO. Yet, as she imagined Gu Emo posing for promotional shots, an inexplicable pang of jealousy surged within her. Wasn't he still my husband? With over 90 days remaining, how could he disregard the sanctity of our bond? Memories flooded her mind of him entering the bath completely unclothed, leaving her parched and flustered, cursing under her breath. How infuriating! I barely caught a glimpse, and now he is prepared to flaunt it to the world? I am not so magnanimous. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, prompting her to dial Gu EMO's number. At that moment, he was engrossed in portraying a school bully preparing to skip class. His phone ringing unexpectedly. The director bellowed. What are you doing? Why do you have your phone? Do you realize you're disrupting the shoot? Ignoring the director, Gu EMO scaled the wall and distanced himself from the shouting, answering the call. Hello, what do you need?
Di Diao, having dialed impulsively.
Found herself at a loss for words upon hearing his voice. Should she remind him that during their marital period, he ought to uphold the sanctity of their vows and refrain from inappropriate displays? Why the silence? He inquired, his voice bright with amusement. Diao struggled to contain her frustration. Are you a voice actor? Is it necessary to alter your tone with every new persona? His voice, once crisp and cool as a CEO, now transformed into a lazy yet assertive timbre, infused with a hint of mischief. And now, with his new golden-haired persona, he adopted a youthful, slightly rebellious tone. What a nuisance. Not pursuing a career in voice acting is a waste of talent. Do you dislike my voice? Or is it my appearance that bothers you? He asked, maintaining a casual demeanor. Diao, exasperated, retorted, You're the one who is a problem. Surely there's a persona you prefer. I'm not interested in men, she exclaimed.
Huh?
Your master's wife was right. You're just like your master in his youth. He used to say the same thing. Why are we discussing your master's wife? Why does she keep coming up? My master's wife, what have you done now? Master's wife, you're ruining my reputation. Diao inhaled deeply. What exactly did she say to you? I need to record it, capture every word, and play it for my master. If he doesn't rein her in, I might just abandon my apprenticeship. I'm inexperienced in matters of the heart and have been learning how to pursue girls. Your master's wife offered me some advice, after all. She has been through it herself, and I figured her insights might hold some merit, so I decided to give it a try. Diao focused on the crucial point. Your master's wife approached you before you started learning? Learning what, exactly? I have no experience in romance, so I sought out some literature to glean insights on love. You're not telling me you resorted to reading romance novels? Well, I did read a few. His voice faltered slightly as he continued. I didn't expect them to be so explicit. Diao was taken aback. Oh my. The CEO reads romance novels? And possibly some rather risque ones. She nearly burst into laughter. Clearing her throat, she asked, What books have you read? Please share your recommendations. I'd like to read them too.
All right.
Diao was surprised by his willingness to comply so readily. The raspy voice of a man emanated from the microphone. Let us watch together, learn together, and practice together. Practice? The thought of certain driving skills from novels flushed Diao's face with heat, prompting her to clear her throat. First, send me the reading list. And please, refrain from adopting the antics of the teacher's wife. It would make me feel you have a split personality. Constantly changing your appearance and voice as if you were unwell. But I sense you quite enjoy it. Who enjoys that? The moment you laid eyes on me, there was a spark of astonishment. You adored my blonde hairstyle. Last time, when I donned the vampire look, you were utterly mesmerized. It must have been to your liking as well. In chapter 69, there was no cooling off period for marriage and dreams. Guillermo hung up the phone, returning to find the director still berating someone, while the assistant director sighed in an attempt to placate him. Replace him. This unruly individual exhibits no self-discipline as an actor. I demand a new cast member. The assistant director sighed. This is a newcomer from CC Entertainment. Bringing him in for this role incurs no cost to us. If you replace him, we will have to allocate funds from our meager budget. The director seethed. I cannot tolerate this insolence. The assistant director countered. Would you prefer the northwest wind or a deep breath? Which do you choose? Reflecting on the substantial losses incurred from film investments in previous years, he had even resorted to purchasing a home and a car, which left him financially depleted. With his body emaciated from hunger, he ultimately had to shamelessly accept roles in web dramas he initially scorned, merely to secure a livelihood. Stifling his indignation, the director muttered, Forget it. I am of an age where I shall not quarrel with the younger generation. Guillermo narrowed his eyes and posed a question. Do you lack investment? The assistant director signaled him, urging him to take his position and prepare for filming, advising against further waste of time with the director. The infuriated director shouted, "Why don't you go climb a wall and skip school? Once we finish your scenes today, you are free to leave." "I can invest," Gu Yimo interjected. The enraged director responded with disbelief. The assistant director immediately plastered a cheerful grin on his face. "Xiaomo, are you serious? Have the screenwriter revise my character's storyline, arrange for me a girlfriend, and include some romantic scenes." The director glared. "Even with investment, you cannot arbitrarily alter the script." Gu Yimo approached the chair where he had left his belongings, retrieving his backpack, which was filled with popular romance novels purchased by his assistant. The current drama he was filming was based on one of those novels. Although his assistant appeared unreliable, they proved to be competent in their work, possessing ample romantic experience. Thus, under their guidance, he felt inclined to explore the possibility of shooting a romance drama, allowing him to immerse himself in the narrative and perhaps experience a semblance of romance. Since he had not acted before, taking this minor role was merely an opportunity for exploration. His plan was to grasp the nuances of positioning and filming techniques, then transition into a leading role in the next project, eventually arranging for the female lead to be his wife. Imagining himself and his wife acting together in a romance drama, experiencing love within the storyline, caused a slight smile to grace Gu Yimo's lips. He pulled out a thick stack of books, selecting 3. "For these 3, I shall invest 100 million, making you the director." He had skimmed through these books, some of which were rather cliché, involving themes of torment followed by love, or tales of lovers reuniting after years apart. He would not portray any of the melodramatic scenarios with his wife. Instead, he chose 3 that were entirely sweet, devoid of any emotional debris, filled with romantic moments such as a Ferris wheel kiss at its apex, enveloped by fireworks. There were also scenes of the couple skiing, trapped in a small cabin on a snowy mountain, shivering and warming each other. Moreover, there were moments where the male lead, while asleep, was stealthily kissed by the female lead. The mere thought of her clandestine kiss, even if feigned, quickened his heart's cadence uncontrollably. In the hotel, nestled under the covers, Diao sneezed, rubbed her nose, and murmured, "I can't shake the feeling that a traitor seeks to harm me." Having pretended to be asleep all night out of trepidation, fearing Gu Yimo's primal instincts, she had not dared to sleep, leaving her utterly exhausted now. She admired the stamina of the domineering CEO. After sitting on the ground all night without rest, he still had the energy to transform into a blonde youth for filming. A flicker of curiosity arose within her. How well did that man perform? Diao rubbed her nose again, pouting as she muttered, "I must be ensnared by his beauty." Gu Yimo was indeed handsome. Last night he had restrained himself from harming her, and although he was quite tolerable, had he not possessed such peculiar abilities akin to mind-reading, she might have considered embarking on a non-marriage-oriented romance with him. Rolling over, she succumbed once more to slumber. In her drowsy state, she slipped into a dream. Within that dream, the man gazed at her in despair. "Must we divorce?" Her tone was cold and unyielding. "Let us divorce. I have no interest in you." "After the divorce, may I pursue you?" "I truly have no interest in you. To put it plainly, you are not my type. I can change. I do not wish for another to alter themselves for me. During the throes of passion, they will agree to anything. Once that fervor wanes, all that remains is complaint. They will regret their sacrifices that yielded no reciprocation. Humans are inherently greedy, are they not?" The man smiled bitterly. "You always live with such clarity, predicting future occurrences before anything transpires, choosing to evade unfavorable outcomes, thus opting for inaction. This is called foresight. I never engage in futile endeavors. Knowing well the likelihood of misfortune, why would I willingly court disaster? Only a fool would do so." Diao observed her own visage in the dream, brimming with arrogance and confidence, as if every word she spoke were an undeniable truth, impervious to contradiction. Before any event unfolds, all potential outcomes, be they favorable or adverse, are mere conjectures. By allowing the fear of potential misfortune to inhibit action, one may also forfeit the chance of positive results. If a situation harbors the possibility of negative consequences, it should be abandoned. Pursuing a minuscule chance at a favorable outcome is akin to a gambler's mindset. And I do not fancy gambling. The man's voice grew hoarse. Love is inherently a grand gamble, one that cannot be approached with reason. The more rational one is, the more elusive love becomes. With your mindset, you shall never love anyone. That matters not. I am devoted to my path. I could cultivate an emotionless way or follow the natural way. I care not for fleeting affections. Do you truly not wish to try with me? Gu Yimo. After our divorce, I shall retreat into seclusion for cultivation. I do not belong to this world. I hope we shall have no further entanglements. Very well. The man replied with difficulty. They proceeded to finalize their divorce. Yet in the realm of dreams, there was no cooling-off period in marriage. The rules of the dream world mirrored those of her original existence, where marriage was entirely free. One could wed and divorce on the same day, provided both parties consented. What transpired next left Diao breathless. In her dream, she appeared as a wraith, accompanying Gu Yimo, witnessing him remove his prayer beads, and observing two malevolent spirits materialize before him. One was his former wet nurse, and the other was her child. Though the child retained a youthful facade, their eyes betrayed a darkness not typical of innocence. Eventually, that child devoured his mother, transforming into a man of adulthood. This malevolent spirit ascended to become a ghostly cultivator, acquiring the ability to alter its appearance, standing there gradually morphing into Gu Yimo, seemingly yearning to become him. The ghostly cultivator spoke, "If you desire death, I can assist you." Chapter 70. He resisted the world with extreme measures. What are you doing? Gu Yimo, have you lost your mind?
No.
She screamed in madness, yet no one could see her, nor could anyone hear her voice. At that moment, a thought crossed her mind. How wonderful it would be if you could hear the voice of my heart. Gu Yimo, do not be foolish. She watched in horror as the ghostly cultivator entered Gu Yimo's body. He offered no resistance, even willingly opening his mind-sea to allow the ghost to seize control. Gu Yimo was a person whom neither heaven nor the king of hell would claim. He was invincible to death. This world required him, the male protagonist, and his disappearance was not an option. However, he was stubborn and obstinate, resisting such a destiny in the most radical manner, opting to be possessed, to have his soul scattered, and to vanish completely. For the world needed a male protagonist to fulfill the forthcoming tasks. He could not perish. Yet if his soul were to be obliterated, the will of the world would choose to compromise, allowing the ghostly cultivator to continue the protagonist's mission. This was a conclusion Gu Yimo had foreseen. Through these extreme measures, he rebelled against the world and achieved his objective. He harbored two malevolent spirits within his mind-sea, and aside from the torment of witnessing him lead a good life, their ultimate purpose was his soul's annihilation. He had long since lost his sanity, suffering from severe mental illness. It was not merely obsessive-compulsive disorder, but a profound disdain for existence itself. He found the world unbearably dull, with nothing capable of piquing his interest, devoid of purpose, and even the act of breathing felt burdensome. Upon reaching adulthood, he moved out of the ancestral home, with his family believing his compulsions prevented him from living with them, yet the greater reason lay in his intense misanthropy. To the point of loathing humanity, he felt inexplicable irritation and revulsion even towards his grandmother and parents, his own blood relatives. He feared that if his madness were to erupt, he might harm them. At times, he could no longer discern whether he was a living being, as he wore prayer beads yet felt as though he had no heartbeat, merely a walking corpse. The appearance of Diao was akin to casting a stone into a placid, stagnant pond, creating ripples in his mundane existence. Yet such ripples were always fleeting. She despised him, fervently wishing to divorce him. After the divorce, he fell into a dire state. His madness was beyond cure, and he resolved to abandon all treatment, for he was exhausted and yearned to depart. Diao floated within a dream, observing the ghostly cultivator rifling through Gu Yimo's diary, noting the increasingly crooked and densely packed handwriting that chronicled his descent. From the diary, she gleaned the reason for his actions. He was tired of living, truly weary of life, seeking self-destruction. The words conveyed a sense of bitterness, yet when discussing her, they turned childlike. He was a paradox, much like a person teetering on the edge of a cliff. The divorce certificate was the final instrument that would push him over the edge. The incessant ringing of his phone persisted, echoing repeatedly. Finally, Diao emerged from her reverie, drenched in sweat, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She wiped away the tears and pressed her lips together. Although she understood that even without her presence, Gu Yimo, this madman, would engage in similar madness, there lingered an uncomfortable feeling within her. Perhaps, without her intervention, his madness might have delayed its onset, or he might have departed from this world after bidding farewell to his grandmother and parents, rather than leaving that elderly woman to mourn her child. Her feelings towards grandmother Gu were complex. The old lady had her own self-interested motives, yet she treated Diao with genuine kindness. Even if this kindness stemmed from the exchange of overhearing her heart's voice and altering her fate, it was nonetheless sincere, especially considering that many in this world, having eavesdropped on the heart's voice and changed their destinies, believed it to be their innate talent, devoid of gratitude. In truth, Grandmother Gu had always emphasized, "Little D is our family's lucky star. It is because of her that we have thrived." At that time, Diao thought it mere flattery, but now, reflecting on it, she felt a sincere gratitude born from the alteration of her fate after overhearing her heart's voice. She did not wish for this elderly lady to suffer from the sorrow of a child burying a parent, for in her memories, the first impression of the old lady was that of a woman akin to Lady Shi, one who should not be worn down by grief. The phone continued to ring, irksome and incessant, hindering her ability to ponder the dream deeply. She could only reach for the phone. It was her agent, Chen Hong, calling. Chen Hong presented her with scripts for 3 online dramas, inquiring if she would be willing to participate. All 3 were directed by the same person, and if the collaboration proved enjoyable, she could accept them all. If she disliked any script, she was free to decline. Diao was perplexed. "Why would you choose me? I have no fame. Your photo has gone viral." Photo? The image of you in that variety show, hugging the creepy bear as the ghost bride, has exploded online. Is it really just because of a single photo? What else could it be? The entertainment industry operates this way. A small spark ignites the flames of fame, while true stardom often hinges on fate. I signed you because I saw a glimpse of brilliance in you on the road. I believed you had the makings of a star. What is my current standing? You're barely at a 4 or 5 tier level. But your photo success has caused the variety show to gain immense anticipation, with over 10 million pre-orders on online platforms. I created a Weibo account for you, posted some stills, and you've already amassed 8 million followers. I estimate that once the show airs, your follower count will double. So, I am considered an internet celebrity now? Haha, that's one way to put it. I'll review the scripts, but if I dislike them, I won't participate. I'm not fond of melodramatic plots. Rest assured, I've vetted all 3 scripts. There are no melodramatic elements, just sweetness, an abundance of sweetness. An abundance of sweetness? It's hard to explain. You'll understand once you read them. After the call, Diao opened her email to find the script sent by Chen Hong. The first script revolved around a sweet high school romance, devoid of melodrama, telling the story of a pair of childhood sweethearts. The second script was a fantasy drama featuring a female protagonist who was a turtle and a male protagonist, a heartless sword cultivator. Upon seeing this character setup, Diao initially thought it would lead to a plot of a husband killing his wife for enlightenment, only to find the character had switched paths to beast taming. The content was absurdly humorous and overwhelmingly sweet. Diao felt she had consumed too much sugar for the day and was reluctant to continue to the third script. Yawning, she realized she was quite hungry. While perusing the scripts, she had lazily lounged in bed, and since returning, she had yet to eat. She decided to order takeout. Before she could place her order, the doorbell rang. Diao called out loudly, "Who is it?" A voice from outside replied, "It's me. Open the door. I've brought something delicious." Chapter 71. Can't we still be friends after the divorce? Diao did not open the door, pretending not to be home. After a while, the person outside sighed, "I know you're in there. I can hear you chanting in your heart." Diao slams the door in anger. How infuriating. Seeing her glare at him fiercely, Gu Yimo responded with a sunny smile, his tone slightly playful. "You can't hide from me." Diao glared coldly at him, blocking the doorway. Gu Yimo raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to let me in?" Diao shot him an icy look, signaling him to leave. Gu Yimo's gaze was filled with a sense of lingering resentment, akin to that of a forlorn wife peering out from her secluded chamber at Diao. "I've rushed over with your meal right after wrapping up my shoot. And yet I haven't even had a sip of water. Can't you find it in your heart to show a little kindness?" Diao crossed her arms, lazily observing his performance, and scoffed, "You truly are a natural-born actor. The director praised me today. Would you care to see how I fared?" Gu Yimo lifted his phone with a hint of pride. "Praised on your very first day of shooting?" Diao regarded him with skepticism, but after a moment's contemplation, she thought to herself that the male lead was quite adept and seemed to excel at everything he undertook, acting included. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yimo would not confess that he had been mercilessly scolded by the director earlier. The flattery he received subsequently was merely a reflection of the power of monetary influence. Diao, genuinely curious about his performance yet feeling unable to concede, stood her ground with a defiant lift of her chin. "I know what you're scheming. Let me warn you, my decision is unchangeable. Once the cooling-off period is over, I will file for divorce. Gu Yimo pressed his lips together. The depths of his eyes shrouded in melancholy, yet when he raised his gaze, his smile remained intact. After the divorce, shall we no longer be friends? Before Diao could respond, he continued gently, your grandfather saved my grandfather on the battlefield. Diao paused, furrowing her brows. So what? Thus, even if we cannot remain as husband and wife, I believe I should look after you. We are family friends.
Diao remained unconvinced.
Gu Yimo gestured toward the lunchbox in his hand. Let us eat this meal first. The food will grow cold. Diao's stomach betrayed her hunger. Ordering takeout would take at least 20 to 30 minutes, and it would be more practical to eat his meal instead. After all, she had dined at the Gu residence often enough. One more meal would not make much difference. She was unaware of the bond between their grandfathers. But anyone who could withstand 2 bullets to protect her grandfather must have regarded Gu Yimo's grandfather as a lifelong friend. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yimo set the food on the table. Diao glanced at it, skeptical. Is this takeout? The ceramic container and the food's appearance seemed more akin to a home-cooked meal than takeout. Gu Yimo raised an eyebrow. I made it myself. Diao expressed surprise. You made this? I cooked it in the hotel kitchen. These 3 dishes are my specialties. During my studies abroad, I often cooked for myself, as the local cuisine did not suit my palate. Why didn't you bring a cook or a maid who could cook? It seemed too troublesome. Cooking for yourself isn't troublesome? Compared to bringing someone along, I find cooking simpler, plus I have a cleanliness obsession. I believe my own cooking is much cleaner. In truth, he had once struggled with anorexia due to severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies regarding cleanliness, but cooking for himself alleviated that issue. The 3 dishes Gu Yimo prepared were quite delectable: tomato beef ribs, steamed young chicken, and stir-fried cauliflower with meat slices.
Diao silently savored their meal.
Unable to voice any critique. Although she wished to find fault, the food was genuinely delicious, leaving her no grounds for complaint, and she could only eat in silence. Their appetites were modest, ultimately leaving behind half a bowl of tomato beef ribs. Just leave it here. I can heat it up later. Diao pressed down on his hand as he attempted to take the remaining ribs. I'll bring more food later. Being soft-hearted while consuming someone else's food, Diao would typically have scolded him, yet now, her reprimands faltered as they formed words. This is enough for me. No need to trouble yourself. It's no trouble. I enjoy cooking for you. Cut out. When we were at the old residence, you never cooked. Seemingly reading her thoughts in her gaze, Gu Yimo explained. I cooked for my grandmother. It made her cry.
Why?
Diao was puzzled. Wouldn't a grandson cooking for her be a source of comfort and joy? She felt I had suffered while abroad, and believed I should know how to cook. Ever since that incident in my childhood, my family has been overly protective of me. Diao understood, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was common for elders to feel guilt regarding Gu Yimo's past misfortune, wanting to shield him from any hardship. For an ordinary household, cooking might be a routine task, but in a wealthy family, it was perhaps seen as a burden. How did you perform? Let me see. Diao shifted the topic. Gu Yimo produced his phone and opened the footage he had recorded. Are you escaping school by climbing over the wall?
Diao inquired.
Gu Yimo laughed, indeed. You truly resemble a rebellious teenager of 15 or 16, Diao remarked, glancing at the black-haired man who had removed his wig. Then at the character on screen with bleached hair, narrowing her eyes. It seems that dyeing one's hair can indeed alter one's complexion. When Gu Yimo had blonde hair, his skin appeared exceptionally fair, almost luminous, giving him a youthful and vibrant aura. However, with black hair, he seemed more somber, exuding a mature air. Gu Yimo suddenly leaned closer. Which do you prefer, my black hair or the blonde? Diao, feeling a bit uncomfortable, took a step back. They're both similar. The director said I performed well, and will be adding more scenes for me. First battle one, not bad. Diao assessed him from head to toe, wishing you a successful rise to stardom. Could you join me for a scene?
Me?
The director mentioned adding some emotional scenes. And I prefer not to act with anyone else. You know I have my cleanliness issues. I have my own scenes to shoot. Sorry, I can't spare the time. I still have 3 scripts to read. Who wants to act with Gu Yimo? Just consider it a favor among friends. His voice softened, eyes glimmering with a pleading look. Diao felt a mix of emotions. Standing on set, she thought beauty could certainly lead one astray. She herself could not fathom how she ended up agreeing to his request. Damn it! How could anyone refuse such a charming plea from a domineering CEO? This scoundrel must have latched onto my weaknesses, constantly feigning vulnerability these past few days. The director approached. You must be Diao. Your ghost bride look has gone viral. Many youngsters are using that photo as their avatar. Diao blushed. It's all thanks to the stylist. You've read the script. Haven to you? Do you think we can start shooting this afternoon? I've gone through it. The lines aren't extensive, so we should be good. All right, prepare yourself. As the director departed, Gu Yimo, now sporting his blonde hairstyle, approached, having changed into a different outfit. Clad in a high school uniform stained with fake blood, his tousled blonde hair and made-up wounds painted a vivid picture. Chapter 72. Gu Yimo is different. He is both costly and labor-intensive. His voice was clear with a hint of mischief. It's your turn for styling. I eagerly await seeing you in a high school uniform. Diao was about to retort when a makeup artist whisked her away. Dressed in the high school uniform, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her hair styled in a high ponytail and her makeup light. Diao swallowed hard. So cute. You look truly beautiful, compared to the heavy makeup of the ghost bride. This fresh, youthful look suits you perfectly. The makeup artist and her assistant launched into a flurry of compliments. Felt herself blushing from the onslaught of praise, stammering. That's enough. I need to take another look at the script. She buried her face in the script, her ears flushed crimson.
Little D.
Your ability to handle flattery is lacking. If you become a sensation, your fans will shower you with praise far beyond ours. How will you handle it then? Exactly. You should practice. Don't worry, we'll keep complimenting you.
Diao.
She could only feel fortunate that her two assistants hadn't accompanied her. If those two girls had come along, with all four of them showering her with compliments, she would have truly lost her sense of direction. Everyone, take your positions, and let the shooting commence. With the director's command, Diao, portraying the class monitor, passed through the alley that was a mandatory route after school. Glancing inside to discover several upperclassmen assaulting someone. She hesitated to intervene but then heard a senior shout, Guzheng, this is what you get for being arrogant. Guzheng? Diao pulled out her phone, activating a recording of the police sirens and shouted into the alley, the police are coming.
Run.
Quick, run. The group of upperclassmen fled the alley. Once they had all departed, Diao stepped inside, spotting her classmate crouched down, nursing an injured ankle. She extended her hand. Shall I help you home? Gu Emo, playing Guzheng, looked up, his eyes fierce and wild. Taken aback, she summoned her courage. You seem unwell. I merely wish to assist you. Guzheng leaned against the wall, struggling to stand, limping as he walked. She followed him. Let me lend you a hand. Guzheng glanced down at her. Just you? Don't underestimate me. He swung his fist playfully. I've got plenty of strength. Guzheng then draped his arm around the girl's shoulder, almost cradling her in his embrace. Then you can support me. She stammered, her face flushing crimson, ultimately having to puff her cheeks to accommodate his closeness. As they exited the alley, Guzheng glanced back to see several upperclassmen peeking from around the corner. Upon noticing his gaze, they gestured, some giving thumbs up while others formed a 6 with their fingers. Guzheng smirked, and as the girl prepared to turn and see what he was looking at, he feigned to stumble, causing her to quickly brace him with her shoulder, softly inquiring, Are you alright? Should we go to the hospital first? No need, let's head home. Really no hospital?
No.
The soft glow of the setting sun illuminated their figures as they walked home, the boy seemingly leaning on the girl. Yet his tall stature made him appear as though he was sheltering her beneath his wings. All right. The director clapped his hands. Diao gave a gentle push but made no progress. Let go. How long is this doggone hug going to last? Gui Mo was reluctant to release her, but understood the need for a gradual approach. Thus he laughed and loosened his grip, his voice husky. Apologies. I got too immersed in the role. Diao shot him an annoyed glare. She knew he was taking advantage of her. She could still smell his scent lingering on her from their earlier embrace. I'm heading back. I'll walk with you. Aren't you done with your scenes?
No.
What do you want to eat? Just warm up the tomato beef ribs from lunch. I want some too. Can't you pity me? Just because you have food, you ignore me? The ribs are for you. I'll order takeout. Takeout isn't clean. I'm not a germaphobe. Eating something unclean wouldn't make me sick. The two had wandered far, their conversation reaching the ears of the gossiping director, assistant director, and head screenwriter. Once the pair was out of sight, the curious director could no longer contain himself. Now that's quite a tactic. The head screenwriter nodded. Gu Zheng's little tricks in the script pale in comparison to those of Gu Emo. The assistant director mused. Spending 100 million to give her resources is one thing, but Gu Emo even steps in to act alongside her, as if he fears others might taint her. After years in this industry, I've seen all sorts, and none of those wealthy patrons have gone to such lengths. The head screenwriter frowned. How can you compare him to those people? Why shouldn't I? Aren't they all playing tricks to win over girls? The assistant director replied, puzzled. The head screenwriter shook his head. It's different. Those are just rich second-generation kids playing around or married men seeking fun. They have plenty of money and think they can buy a girl's heart just by throwing money around. Guillermo, however, is investing time and effort. I have a little insider information. Would you like to hear it?
Do tell.
Don't keep us in suspense, the director urged. The head screenwriter glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then lowered his voice. He's a very prominent entrepreneur worth over $100 billion. No way, the director gasped. Over $100 billion. The assistant director exclaimed, skeptical. You don't believe he's worth that much? The head screenwriter frowned. If he weren't worth $100 billion, who would invest $100 million in us? He treats $100 million like we would 1,000. The assistant director cryptically remarked, you're right. He is indeed wealthy. But the information I received indicates it's not just $100 billion, but rather thousands of billions. The director gasped, nearly fainting, pinching himself to stay alert. Where are you getting this information? $100 billion, 1,000 billion? This is starting to sound implausible. If he really had that kind of wealth, how could he be completely unknown? If he were truly worth over 1,000 billion, he would have already graced the pages of financial magazines. The head screenwriter looked doubtful. How many on the rich list haven't appeared in financial columns? The assistant director asked mysteriously. There are always those who keep a low profile. You should be aware that CC Entertainment was just acquired by the Gu family this month, right? The director and head screenwriter exchanged glances, both realizing the connection with the surname Gu. The director's eyes widened. Is he from the Gu family? The assistant director nodded. He doesn't seem to be a second-generation member. I suspect he's from the third generation. I haven't gathered more specific information yet. So he truly has feelings for Diao? The director furrowed his brows. The Gu family would allow a star from the entertainment industry to marry in? The head screenwriter shook his head. It seems a real-life tale of a wealthy romantic tragedy is about to unfold. I must observe them closely to gather material for my future creations. The assistant director sighed. Given Guillermo's current efforts to pursue her in the entertainment industry, he must genuinely have feelings for her. I hope they don't end up breaking up due to familial pressure. Unbeknownst to Diao and Guillermo, the three older men were speculating about their affluent romantic entanglement behind their backs. The duo had already returned to the hotel, where Guillermo insisted on cooking in the hotel kitchen. Diao felt somewhat embarrassed to let him cook alone, so she joined him, ready to lend a hand. She believed her knife skills were quite decent and would prove useful. Chapter 73, The Untouchable Male Fox Spirit. However, the man wouldn't allow her to touch anything at all. Diao could only sit aside like a kitchen overseer, watching him. He wore a fitted white shirt that accentuated his physique. Due to the kitchen's heat, he had unbuttoned the top 3 buttons. The open collar revealed glimpses of skin beneath, clearly defined, with sweat trickling down his neck. A thin veil of moisture coated his skin, and the light reflecting off it enhanced its allure.
Diao swallowed.
Her gaze awkwardly drifting away, but not long after, she instinctively returned her curiosity to him. He rolled up his sleeves, donning a pair of black gloves. And each time he sliced meat, his arm muscles appeared even more defined. Diao recalled how he had enveloped her in his arms on set. At that moment, her mind had been completely hazy. Had he not urged her to continue filming, she might have completely lost her focus. She had never realized just how petite she was. In truth, among women, she does not fall into the diminutive category. Rather, she possesses fair skin, exquisite beauty, and long legs, with a notably larger frame. Yet, within the embrace of this man, she experiences a peculiar illusion of being extraordinarily petite. It is not that she is small, but rather that this man is rather imposing. The domineering CEO typically fastens his shirt buttons all the way to the top, enveloped in a tailored suit, rendering his well-defined muscles invisible when he is clothed, leaving her unaware that he is the kind of man who is fit both in and out of attire. She recalls the image of him stepping into the bathroom, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. It's too stuffy in the kitchen. I need some fresh air. She nearly fled in a panic. Guillermo, engrossed in his culinary endeavors, merely assumed she was bored and did not attempt to stop her. Watching her retreating figure from the kitchen, he sighed inwardly. His assistant had mentioned that men who can cook are quite alluring to women. Yet it seems this tactic has not made much of an impact on her. However, he hopes that her fondness for his cooking might win her over. Returning to her hotel room, Diao splashed cold water on her face to cool her flushed cheeks. Raising her gaze to the mirror, she noticed that while her face had calmed, her ears remained a vivid crimson. She patted her cheeks, addressing her reflection sternly. Diao, how can you be so lacking in resolve? Do not be like a foolish monarch, entranced by mere beauty. No matter how handsome Gu Yimo is or how enticing his physique, he is a male seducer you should not entangle with, for once ensnared, escape will be arduous. Maintain your composure. Remember. After drying her face, she shed her outer garment and lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Gu Yimo was not the type of man with whom she could frivolously engage without the intention of marriage. The arduous nature of their divorce was proof enough. Should she allow herself to be bewitched by his charms, there would be no escaping him in the future. For the next 3 months, she must remain steadfast and not be swayed by this male seducer. Hello, Sister Chun. I wish to join the production for filming. Which of the 3 projects will you take on? All 3. Very well. I believe this is a wise choice. All 3 scripts are commendable. However, if you undertake all 3 consecutively, you may find yourself without a moment's respite for the next 6 months. Perhaps it would be prudent to join the set a bit later? No, I do not require rest. I wish to start earlier. Nonetheless, you should wait until you finish this current variety show. I anticipate they will complete the first season shortly. Let's arrange for you to begin filming next week.
All right.
After hanging up the phone, Diao exhaled with relief. Next week she would begin filming the web drama, a commitment that would span over half a year, during which she would simply need to carve out some time to obtain her divorce certificate from Gu Yimo, avoiding him at all other times. Given that the variety show had undergone significant cuts due to a murder case, the director would undoubtedly finish everything this week. Calculating the time, only a few days remained. Gu Yimo would have little opportunity to play his tricks. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Rising to answer, she found Gu Yimo approaching with a rolling cart. The dinner he presented was lavish. He had not wasted any food, since Diao requested half a bowl of beef ribs. He had added some mushrooms and vegetables and reheated the dish. Alongside the reimagined tomato beef brisket, there was steamed mandarin fish, sweet and sour ribs, oil-braised prawns, stir-fried eels, sautéed vegetable hearts, and lotus root stir-fried with scallops. With so many dishes, will we be able to finish them?
Diao farro der brau.
After a long day of filming, I can manage. The portions are not excessive. Diao remained skeptical. Are you sure? I do not eat rice. I'll have a bit of wine with the dishes. I can finish this. If he does not eat rice, she thought, it indeed seems possible. Gu Yimo produced a small jar of wine, unbranded, yet Diao sensed its exceptional quality, perhaps even more expensive than renowned brands, possibly a bespoke handcrafted brew. Given Gu Yimo's status, even if he carried fakes, no one would believe it, and thus whatever he presented would naturally be deemed exquisite. Indeed, upon opening the jar, the aroma wafted forth, prompting Diao to involuntarily inhale deeply. Gu Yimo raised the wine jar, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling as they met hers. Will you join me for a drink? Diao nearly succumbed to his enchanting smile but blinked to clear her head and resolutely shook her head. I'm sorry, I do not drink. What nonsense! A solitary man and woman, in a hotel room, and he wishes to drink? Was he not clearly implying intentions beyond mere conversation? She must not be deceived. She had prepared herself to counter all of Gu Yimo's advances over the next few days. After all, it would only be a matter of time before she could escape with her suitcase and immerse herself in her work in the film crew, evading his persistent entanglements. Diao did not afford him another opportunity to persuade her to drink. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, offering commentary on each dish, acknowledging their deliciousness without insincerity, as she appreciated the effort that went into their preparation, even if the chef was Gu Yimo. Listening to her praises, Gu Yimo refrained from urging her to drink again, and instead began to drink on his own. He had never been fond of alcohol, yet some situations necessitated liquid courage. Otherwise, for someone so inexperienced as himself, hesitation could become paralyzing. Diao observed that he seemed to have imbibed too much. His eyes were unfocused, lost in thought. Noticing that she had nearly finished her meal, having consumed only the dishes and no rice, she found that between herself and the large man, they had indeed polished off all the food. I'm full and ready to sleep, Mr. Gu. I believe you should return to your room to rest as well, she said, smiling as she issued the dismissal. Chapter 74. Liquid courage. He held her tight, very tight. Gu Yimo had no intention of leaving. He had finally found an opportunity to enter, and he intended to remain. The wine jar in his hand fell to the floor, and he pretended to be intoxicated. Diao's lips twitched. You are unaware of how poor your acting skills are. Gu Yimo feigned ignorance, loosening his collar and beginning to undress. Diao quickly reached out to grasp his hand. What are you doing? You scoundrel. Why must you undress at every turn? Are you a flasher? Gu Yimo squinted his bleary eyes to glance at her. His lips, moistened by the wine, were a deep red, resembling alluring lip gloss, accentuating his fair complexion. Diao felt a wave of danger wash over her, promptly releasing his hand, but he seized her wrist in return, or rather, lunged at her. He encircled her in his arms as one would a fragile chick, and compared to the restraint he exhibited during the day as filming, emboldened by the alcohol. He held her tightly, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Diao pushed against him, but he was immovable. Once more, she was enveloped by his crisp scent, now laced with the intoxicating aroma of wine, prompting her to take a deep breath and speak with reluctant resignation. Gu Yimo, I know you are pretending to be drunk. The man feigned ignorance, his heart racing with guilt. Diao pressed her hand against his chest. Exasperated, why is your heart racing so quickly? One might suspect this scoundrel could faint from his rapid heartbeat. His jaw rested against her neck, alarmingly close, radiating an ambiguous warmth. Diao felt an itch at her throat. His heated breath, laced with the scent of alcohol, was rather uncomfortable, even a tad torturous.
Stop it.
She pushed him forcefully. Yet Gu Yimo remained as immovable as stone, refusing to relent. Just hold me a little longer, please? The man whispered softly into her ear, his tone a gentle murmur that resembled both a tender coo and a playful tease.
Diao felt utterly overwhelmed.
Her senses dulled, as if in a state of blissful trance. The sensation in her ears was almost intoxicating. A seductive fox spirit indulging in such charm? It was a perilous temptation. Who could possibly withstand that? Taking a deep breath, Diao reminded herself, I can do this. I am the cold and unyielding sovereign. No fox spirit shall disrupt my resolve. Once more, she pushed him away with renewed determination, her voice growing frigid. Enough, let go. Gu Emo released her, slowly straightening his posture and retreating with a gaze imbued with hurt and weariness. His eyes, clouded with the fog of inebriation, looked at her with a forlorn expression that made Diao falter. She averted her gaze, pointing towards the door. Leave. Gu Emo turned away gradually, walking at a languid pace towards the exit, hesitating to glance back, each motion deliberate, as if he awaited her to relent. Yet, even as he shut the door behind him, her heart remained steadfast. Once he had departed, Diao exhaled deeply. It was indeed a formidable challenge to maintain one's composure when faced with such beauty. She opened her palm to reveal deep imprints from her nails. Were it not for that pain, she might have succumbed, losing herself in the charms of this man's playful affection. Gu Emo was undeniably charismatic, wealthy, and handsome. With an alluring physique and cunning charm, he could easily change his appearance to captivate her, cook for her, or even lower himself to drunkenly beg for affection. She was acutely aware of his intentions. His deliberate loosening of his shirt to showcase his physique was no mere accident, nor was the way he embraced her tightly to let her feel the firmness of his body and muscles. If she were to let her guard down, there was no doubt he would transform their embrace into something far more intimate. That scoundrel. Diao clenched her fist and pounded the table in frustration, vexed by the undeniable allure he possessed and his ability to enchant her so easily. She lamented her own lack of resolve, realizing how quickly she could be ensnared by the slightest temptation. I must escape. This rogue has become cunning, perhaps even studying those romance novels. Who knows what tricks he has learned? He claims those stories are tainted, yet I wonder if his drunken charms are drawn from their pages. Time was of the essence. Diao dialed her phone. Hello, Sister Chen. Please discuss with a variety show director. I'm merely a guest here. Changing me out isn't a problem. Let me leave early. Chun Hong hesitated. Your ghostly bride look has gained quite a following. If someone else takes your place, comparisons will be inevitable. If they fall short, it's one thing, but if they surpass you, all the popularity you've gained will be for naught. With a single viral photo, fame can rise swiftly but also fade just as quickly. Many aspiring influencers have begun imitating your style on Dean, and while none have surpassed you yet, it's crucial to maintain your edge, especially with your unique eerie Yin-Yang eyes that no makeup artist can replicate. She continued, if the show brings in someone new, many starlets will surely vie for that role, and with similar makeup, they could easily eclipse you. Chun Hong was adamant against Diao's decision to withdraw mid-project, believing it irresponsible to her career. It's only a few days. Don't let your previous efforts go to waste, nor disappoint your fans.
If you leave now,
your fans might clash with the new star's supporters online. Let us avoid that conflict, shall we? Lil D, I hope you'll finish the shoot first. Chun Hong pleaded earnestly. I understand you're not in it for the money, but as an artist and public figure, you owe it to your fans and those who admire you. Diao listened in silence, her thoughts churning until she finally sighed. Fine, I understand. I will complete the shoot. Her gaze fell upon the wine jar on the floor. It was stifling, and suddenly she comprehended why Gu Emo sought solace in alcohol. She craved to sip herself. Approaching the jar, she shook it and discovered there was still some left. Tilting her head back, she took a swig. It was sharp yet not overwhelming, with a floral aftertaste that lingered in her mouth. The flavor was intoxicating and unable to resist. She drank again and again until not a drop remained. After finishing the wine, her cheeks flushed pleasantly, and with a yawn, she collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, she mused. Indeed, alcohol can numb one's worries, allowing for a blissful escape from troubles. Unbeknownst to her, Gui Mo, lingering by her door, caught wind of her thoughts and raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had been reciting mental mantras to shield her inner voice from him, and it was only after indulging in drink that her true feelings slipped forth.
Gui Montag.
Having heard nothing of her incantations or other thoughts, confirmed her deep slumber before finally stepping away from her door. Diao once again succumbed to dreams. Finding herself at the edge of a cliff, gazing at distant mountains, a jug of wine in hand, surrounded by a scattering of empty jars that bore witness to her indulgence. Chapter 75. The iceberg tyrant transformed into a chatterbox. A knock at the door roused Diao from her dream, and upon glancing at the clock, she noted it was 2 a.m. Assuming it was Gu Emo causing a ruckus, she prepared to express her irritation, only to hear the voice of a staff member from the variety show. Diao, we need to add a scene tonight. The director insists the weather is perfect for the shoot, and we cannot miss this beautiful night view. Diao acknowledged the request. Although she felt slightly groggy from lack of sleep, she typically rose before 4 a.m., so losing an hour or two was manageable. After tidying herself, she stepped outside, encountering Gu Emo as he emerged from the adjacent room. Upon seeing her, he flashed a wide grin. Diao shot him a glance, dismissing him entirely. Previously, he had greeted her with icy indifference. Now he wore an annoyingly toothy smile. On their way to the castle filming location, Gu Emo attempted to engage her in conversation, but Diao, stifling yawns, rebuffed him with her fatigue as an excuse. Yet, despite her icy demeanor, he remained utterly loquacious. Diao couldn't help but notice how he had transformed from a stoic iceberg to an incessant chatterbox, leaving her to wonder what had prompted such a rapid change within him. My dear, it's late-night filming. Tomorrow we should have no obligations. Let us go out for a stroll? I just want to catch up on sleep. What would you like to eat? I'll cook for you. It was hard to refuse him. His culinary skills were genuinely commendable. Whatever you wish to prepare. This week's filming will conclude. What are your plans afterward? I'm uncertain. It depends on the company's arrangements. She seemed to underestimate a man's determination in pursuing a woman he admired. For the sake of winning her affection, he would employ every tactic at his disposal, double standards, humility, feigned vulnerability, and more. Whatever worked, he would utilize without hesitation. Upon finally reaching the castle, Diao huffed. You're insufferable. You've been buzzing around like an incessant mosquito, chattering away without ceasing. As they arrived, two makeup assistants waiting at the entrance promptly whisked them away. Above the eerie castle, dark clouds loomed ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder echoed as torrential rain began to pour. The director shouted with enthusiasm, "This weather, this atmosphere, it's absolutely perfect. Quick, let us shoot." The ghostly bride and groom are about to make their entrance. Diao and Gu Emo, now donned in their costumes, descended from the castle's heights. Suspended by wires, Gu Emo wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning in to whisper, "Are you afraid?" Diao shot him a fierce glare with her strikingly unique eyes. "At this height? Am I supposed to be scared? I once lived on a mountain, scaled cliffs to gather herbs, and competed with monkeys for fruit. Nothing here compares."
Cut.
"That's a wrap," the director exclaimed. "One take. And you're telling me you lack experience with wires? You were remarkably steady." After landing, Diao, visibly exasperated, lowered her voice to complain to Gu Emo. "We were summoned at this ungodly hour just for this one shot?" Gu Emo took off his coat to shield her from the rain. "This director is a bit particular. He prefers not to rely solely on post-production effects." Turning back to glance at the castle beneath the thunderclouds, Diao noted its sinister and eerie presence. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and a glimmer flickered in her unusual eyes as she grasped Gu Emo's hand and sprinted away. The makeup assistant called out, "Hey, you haven't changed or removed your makeup yet." Diao's two aides quickly apologized. "Our clothes are soaked. We'll return to the hotel, clean them up, and bring them back to you." The makeup assistants, relieved by the prospect of less work, smiled. "Sounds good. Be sure to clean and dry the wigs as well." Xiao Jia and Xiao Hao nodded in agreement. Of course. As Xiao Hao prepared to head back to the hotel for the clothes, Xiao Jia pulled her back. "Are you out of your mind?" Confused, Xiao Hao replied. "Didn't we agree to wash and dry the clothes and wigs? There's no rush. The young master and mistress are currently basking in romance in the rain. We can't go back and be third wheels." Xiao Hao gazed at the couple's retreating figures, a smile of understanding spreading across her face. The young master and mistress seemed closer now. The old lady was right. Leaving the old home without the elders has only strengthened the bond between the young couple.
Diao, clutching Montage's hand,
Dashed through the rain back to the hotel, finally exhaling once they reached the elevator. Gu Emo's gaze remained fixed on their intertwined hands, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Thank goodness, we ran fast. Do you want to know what I saw?" Diao released his hand, patting her chest in relief. Gu Emo looked into her unique eyes, contemplating the words he had longed to share with her. There was no need to hide her eyes behind contact lenses. If she was concerned about other stares, a pair of sunglasses would suffice, as prolonged contact lens wear could harm her vision. Diao didn't hear his question and asked again, "Aren't you curious why I was dragging you along?"
"Why?"
Gu Emo finally responded.
Diao,
With a hint of mystery, replied, "There's a millennial-old ghostly cultivator in that castle. Did you see it?"
Gui Montag inquired.
"I didn't come face to face with it. But that thunder was peculiar. It wasn't just a thunderstorm, it was a calamity thunder. We don't have much screen time left. Let's South avoid that place in the future," Guam Emo stated gravely. Noticing his serious expression, Diao leaned closer, playfully asking, "Are you scared? After all, you're a small fry. Who knows how many ghostly cultivators would want to claim you?" "A little," Gu Emo admitted, not shying away from his concern. Before meeting Diao, he had been nurturing two malevolent spirits, his ultimate goal being self-destruction. Life or death held little significance for him, and thus he felt no fear. Even if a millennial-old ghost sought his body, he would willingly hand it over. But now, his life had taken a different turn. He yearned for that light, wishing to transform their sham marriage into a genuine one, longing to hear her call him husband. With aspirations came greed, worries, and a newfound fear of death. He didn't want to expose himself to that ancient creature, since he lacked the means to resist it. In that moment, Gu Emo felt a wave of vulnerability wash over him, and he craved the power to confront all ghostly cultivators, to protect his body. Only by living well could he pursue her and make her his true wife. Although he often called her wife, deep down, he understood he lacked the qualification to do so. In less than 3 months, he had lost all claim to that title. Diao hadn't anticipated his moment of vulnerability and chuckled, "You needn't worry. The Buddhist beads on your wrist are formidable. Even if that millennial-old ghost stands before you, as long as you don't remove the beads, it won't detect your peculiarity." Gu Emo gazed at her smiling face and gently asked, "Then why did you run?" Chapter 76, Observing Diao's expressions while eating. Diao pointed to her eyes. "He may not notice your peculiarity, but mine is plainly visible. It's best to avoid detection. Will he pose a threat to you?" Gu Emo instinctively clenched his fists. His desire for power intensified, not only to safeguard his body, but also to protect her.
Diao sighed.
"I'm uncertain if he's a pervert, but anything that has lived for over 1,000 years is bound to be somewhat twisted. I once encountered a millennial-old ghost who found my eyes beautiful and wanted to pluck them out for a headdress." Gu Emo asked anxiously, "What happened next? Were you harmed?" Though he was aware Diao hailed from another world, he knew very little about her experiences there.
"Who do you think I am?"
"I'm quite formidable. A millennial-old ghost is nothing. I incinerated it within 3 days." Diao proudly lifted her chin, reminiscing about her triumph. At that time, her master had estimated it would take her 3 months to defeat the ghost, yet she had accomplished it in just 3 days, leaving the spirit wailing for mercy.
"Oh."
Diao's mood shifted. A hero shouldn't dwell on past glories. "Now, I'm just a weakling." At this point, She couldn't even imagine contending with a 100-year-old ghost, let alone a millennial-old one. Glancing at the time, she declared, "It's 4 in the morning. I must go practice." Entering her room, she waved goodbye to Gu Emo and closed the door with a thud. Left outside, Gu Emo rubbed his nose, almost slipping in but ultimately finding himself locked out. With nothing else to do, he made his way to the hotel kitchen. In the hotel kitchen, the chefs whispered, "What on earth is going on with this young Master Gu?" Once again, the kitchen was cleared as Gu Emo began preparing breakfast. One chef sighed. "This isn't sustainable. He originally only monopolized the kitchen at noon and night, but now he is here at dawn." Another chef lamented, "Let us just consider our team on holiday." Fortunately, this hotel boasted 4 kitchens. Otherwise, the buffet would have to close. Gu Emo cooked seafood porridge and steamed shrimp dumplings. Around 6 o'clock, he wheeled the food cart upstairs. The hotel was filled with actors and crew members from the filming team. Some woke early and noticed him, but as this young star was handsome yet not well known, no one dared to approach him. As they awaited the elevator, Bai Tao whispered, "Who is that person?" Jiang Lian lowered her voice, replying, "I don't know, but he seems to be pursuing Diao." Bai Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Is a fresh face just entering the entertainment industry already seeking romance? Isn't he afraid of his manager's wrath? Jiang Lian squinted, her expression enigmatic. Some enter the entertainment industry to earn a living and build a career, while others have entirely different intentions, like charming women. She had a wealthy boyfriend, though she felt it was more apt to refer to him as her financial backer. Yet, they remained in a romantic entanglement, both unmarried, and she harbored hopes of eventually becoming his true girlfriend. This notion was sparked when he visited the set, and, upon seeing the vampire-themed Gu Mo, he had stared for an extended period before advising her to stay away, citing his obsessive cleanliness. She surmised that her boyfriend must know Gu Mo. After all, how could he possibly be acquainted with an unremarkable newcomer in the industry? This could only imply that Gu Mo possessed another identity, likely within the affluent circles. These wealthy men, after all, expend considerable effort to infiltrate the entertainment world, primarily for the allure of beautiful women. Bai Tao's demeanor grew serious as she pressed, "Are you suggesting Gu Mo is a rich second generation? That he entered the industry merely for amusement?" "Hush! Lower your voice." Jiang Liyun pinched her, "Don't let your imagination run wild. That as someone even my man wouldn't dare provoke. His background must be formidable. But what about Xiao Di?" Bai Tao recalled Xiao Di's act of saving her mother, her expression grave. "I cannot allow Xiao Di to be deceived. She is new to the industry and naive. If this rich heir toys with her, she will undoubtedly be heartbroken. Such matters are consensual. It's none of your business," Jiang Liyun retorted, adjusting her manicure with a dismissive pout. Just like herself, who once aspired to make a name through talent alone, ultimately yielding to the whims of others. No, if Xiao Di discovers his true identity, she will certainly be on guard. I must inform her. Bai Tao stormed towards the elevator, unstoppable, with Jiang Liyun trailing behind. Upon reaching the top floor, Bai Tao stepped out of the elevator. "Are there only 2 rooms here?" Jiang Liyun scoffed. "The best 2 rooms in the hotel, spacious enough to occupy an entire floor." Both he and Xiao Di are newcomers clearly. He funded this arrangement himself. Jiang Liyun chuckled. These men employ all sorts of tactics to win someone over, only to reveal a different face once they succeed. Which room belongs to Xiao Di?
Bai Tao inquired hesitant.
Jiang Liyun shrugged. "If you ask me, who should I ask? Then I'll knock on each door," Bai Tao declared, gritting her teeth as she approached the room on the left. Inside, Diao was savoring seafood congee when she heard a knock and wondered aloud, "Was that a knock? Do you have someone at your door?" Gu Yimo replied coolly, "Ignore it." He wished to preserve their intimate time together. His gaze remained fixed on Diao, noting her fondness for scallops and shrimp. He mentally prepared several dishes featuring those ingredients, intending to cook for her at lunch. He meticulously observed her expressions while eating, noting her delighted reactions to certain dishes, and would ensure to prepare her favorites again, while eliminating those she barely touched from future meals. The knocking ceased, leading Gu Yimo to believe the intruder had departed, only for the sound to shift to Diao's door. "Now they're knocking on my door, I'll check," Diao said, putting down her spoon. Gu Yimo pressed the spoon back into her hand, insisting, "Stay seated. I'll answer the door." Upon opening it, he was met with 2 unexpected visitors. His voice icy as he asked, "What do you want?" I'm looking for Diao," Bai Tao called out, having spotted Diao inside, waving frantically, "Xiao Di."
Come here. I need to tell you something. Chapter 77 describing the inexplicable sensation she felt seemed vaguely sour. Gu Yimo's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated being interrupted during their private moment. He considered shutting the door to ignore them, but Diao stepped out, smiling. I'll chat with them. You continue eating. Gu Yimo's lips pressed tightly together, his fingers whitening as he gripped the door. Reluctantly, he watched as Diao followed the two women into the elevator. Once they had departed, he could no longer conceal the disappointment in his eyes, a self-deprecating smile crossing his lips. He understood her reluctance to be alone with him, her aversion, yet he had feigned indifference, all the while caring deeply. Defeated, he returned to the table, staring blankly at the food before him. Diao accompanied by Tao and Zhang Liyun to the hotel cafe, where they found it nearly empty. Even the staff kept their distance, seated at tables far apart. Despite the distance, Bai Tao leaned in, lowering her voice. Xiao Di, what is your relationship with that newcomer Gu Mo? Diao scrutinized Bai Tao and Zhang Liyun's expressions, her brows knitting slightly. What did they mean? Were they seeking her out to inquire about Gu Yimo? Presently, Gu Yimo was no longer the head of the Gu family, merely a newcomer in the entertainment realm, lacking any significant work prior to this show. His only appealing attributes were his looks and physique. However, the industry was rife with attractive newcomers. Before achieving fame, mere appearances meant little. Moreover, Bai Tao and Zhang Liyun had been in the industry long enough not to waste time on a fledgling star. Considering that their interest might solely stem from Gu Yimo's looks, Diao felt an inexplicable discomfort. If she had to describe this strange feeling, it seemed slightly bitter. Startled by her own thoughts, she nearly spilled her coffee, the scalding liquid burning her fingers, the pain resonating as if it scorched her heart, tightening her chest. Am I jealous? Just the mere thought that other women might be interested in Gu Yimo is enough to make me feel this way? Unbelievable. She widened her eyes. Her pupils filled with confusion, lost in thought.
Xiao Di, Xiao Di, Xiao Di.
Bai Tao nudged her.
Huh.
Diao snapped back to reality, instinctively clenching her fingers. What are you daydreaming about? We're asking you a question. What is your relationship with that newcomer Gu Mo, and why is he having dinner in your room? Zhang Liyun, less patient than Bai Tao, adopted a tone tinged with irritation. Don't be foolish and get deceived. Diao, still in a daze, frowned, and realizing their inquiry was not out of genuine interest in Gu Yimo, blinked and countered. What does my relationship with him have to do with you? Bai Tao offered an awkward smile. It doesn't really concern us. It's just that you're my benefactor. And I think there are some matters you ought to be informed about. Stop stalling. Let me speak. Zhang Liyun shot a glare at Bai Tao. Zhang Liyun's countenance darkened, and in a solemn tone, she remarked, I understand that you find yourself in a rather tepid phase of your life, yearning to ascend to greater heights. However, it is far wiser to proceed with steadfastness in any endeavor rather than harboring delusions of achieving instant success. As someone who has traversed this path, I can unequivocally assure you that you will inevitably come to regret your choices. With her gaze cast downward, her voice softened, because I, too, harbor regrets. Diao gazed at Zhang Liyun in silence, then glanced at Bai Tao, sensing that Zhang Liyun's words were less clear than Bai Tao's straightforwardness, muddled and meandering. I cannot comprehend what you are discussing, she interjected. Zhang Liyun's eyes sharpened. Do not feign ignorance. I refuse to believe you are unaware of Gu Mo's background. Otherwise, you would not have so readily opened your door to him. Background?
Diao furrowed their brow.
Has Gu Yimo's identity already been revealed? Surely not. He has maintained a low profile while steering the Gu family, and no photographs have ever circulated. Diao, individuals of their ilk, the wealthy second generation, enter the entertainment industry not to become artists, but rather to pursue romantic conquests. To them, actors are but entertainers, akin to how ancient societies scorn performers. They merely desire to indulge in the allure of female stars like us. Once we age and wilt, they will discard us. Zhang Liyun's voice lowered, her expression pained, eyes filled with a struggle against despair. The notion of being discarded was something she abhorred more than anyone. Countless individuals had mocked her, predicting that one day she would be cast aside, forgotten. Zhang Liyun had never anticipated that she would utter such words to another. She recognized that sincere advice often falls on deaf ears, yet her intentions were genuinely well-meaning. Having already traversed a path of no return, she could only continue down this dark road, but she fervently wished for no newcomer to embark upon this irreversible journey. The resplendent red carpet may appear glamorous, yet beneath it lies a shroud of unspeakable filth. With a gentle sigh, Zhang Liyun urged, while you are still unentangled in the mire, steer clear of Gu Mo. Bai Tao nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, these affluent heirs are merely toying with emotions. Do not tarnish your reputation. If he ultimately discards you, those venerable figures will scorn you, knowing you relied on a man to ascend." Diao blinked, quietly absorbing their exchanges, thus grasping their sentiments. Both women perceived Gu Yimo as a privileged playboy whose sole purpose in the entertainment sphere was to indulge in romantic escapades. In truth, from a certain perspective, Gu Yimo's entry into the entertainment industry was indeed driven by his interest in women, particularly to pursue her. Diao pressed her palm to her forehead, feeling a complex mixture of emotions towards the two women. To be frank, they were somewhat meddlesome, yet their concerns were sincere. With Jiang Liyun exuding the intensity of a seasoned veteran who despises wasted potential. Intrigued by Jiang Liyun's story, Diao mentally leafed through her own collection of gossip, discovering that indeed, there was a tale to be told. Jiang Liyun was the daughter of educated youth, and the year they returned to the city, her mother abandoned her family. Jiang Liyun's maternal grandparents hastily arranged a match for her mother upon her return, as marrying without formalities was commonplace in the countryside. Thus her mother was technically unmarried. Soon, she wed the suitor, and within a year, became pregnant. During this time, her rural husband, having waited a year without his wife's return, came searching for her, only to find Jiang Liyun already wed and expecting, unwilling to return to her rural roots. Jiang Liyun's father was equally resolute, abandoning his child to return to the countryside alone. Jiang Liyun's identity became exceedingly awkward. Her mother rejected her, her father forsook her, and ultimately, her maternal grandfather took her in, raising her. Yet, as her grandfather aged, his ability to care for her waned. When she was in middle school, her grandfather fell gravely ill, compelling her mother to bring Jiang Liyun back, demanding she promise to raise her. Reunited with her mother, who now had her own daughter with her stepfather, Jiang Liyun was unwelcome. Daily, she endured cold stares, watching her sister bask in parental affection, leaving her stifled with resentment. Eventually, during her rebellious teenage years, she dropped out of school and entered the entertainment industry, leaving that household behind. She fought tooth and nail in the industry, initially driven by determination to rise on her own merits. Yet, she never anticipated that her seemingly pure and innocent sister, who had grown up in an environment of pampering, would turn out to be a siren. Her sister became the cherished muse of many men and ultimately wed the wealthiest and most powerful among them. However, those who admired her sister could not forget her, including her current patron. When he approached her, he made it clear he desired her to be her sister's stand-in. In exchange for her compliance, he promised her resources and protection within the industry. At that juncture, a repugnant director had also taken notice of her, subjecting her to relentless torment, leaving her with two choices: acquiesce or exit the entertainment realm. In truth, she had already prepared for the worst. After years of struggle, she had amassed over $1 million, adequate for purchasing a small apartment or opening a small shop, allowing her to live a comfortable life. Yet, that man presented her with a third option. She could retaliate against the loathsome director, and deep down, she harbored a stubborn desire to make the man who sought her as a substitute for her sister fall in love with her, to prove she too could win against her sister. However, as time passed, the wildness within her faded. Before each encounter, he would contact her assistant, who would instruct her to bathe, change into her sister's usual attire, style her hair like her sister's, and even apply her sister's signature fragrance, meticulously crafting her appearance to resemble her sister's. Though both women were sisters, they shared different fathers, yet bore a striking resemblance to their mother, rendering them 8 parts similar. The only discernible difference was that Jiang Liyun's nose was slightly higher and her eyebrows were thicker, giving her a more feral and assertive demeanor compared to her gentle sister. She painstakingly altered her own features, reducing her brows to delicate arcs, striving for a refined appearance that stripped her of her inherent essence, entirely mimicking another, one she had once envied and despised. Years passed, yet she could never truly replace her sister, nor win the heart of the man who was not hers to claim. Much like her inability to earn her biological mother's affection during her childhood, and unable to receive even a fraction of maternal love from her sister, she felt alienated from a family that was never hers, and equally deprived of a heart that belonged to another. Diao closed the mental chapter of gossip, her gaze towards Jiang Liyun now tinged with pity. Jiang Liyun was indeed a tragic figure, yet also deserving of disdain for the path she had chosen to squander her own being. With a sigh, Diao reflected on the irony of her situation. Here was someone who had strayed so far from the right path, yet was attempting to guide others towards a stable and luminous route, while she remained oblivious to the need for her own course correction, intent on continuing her descent into darkness. Jiang Liyun, perplexed by Diao's sympathetic gaze, felt an inexplicable irritation rise within her. That look seemed to penetrate her very soul, suffocating her with its pity. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet. Bai Tao and Diao turned to her in unison, as did several nearby tables. Feeling the weight of their attention, Jiang Liyun exhaled deeply and forced a smile. I need to visit the restroom. Bai Tao, genuinely believing her urgency, chuckled. Hurry along. It's not like we're filming a period drama. Don't hold it in. In their previous historical dramas, using the restroom had been quite the hassle, leading them to avoid drinking water prior to filming. Jiang Liyun offered an awkward smile before turning and fleeing. Bai Tao chuckled, running off in such haste. It seemed she was quite desperate. Bai Tao recounted amusing tales from yesteryears to Diao. Back when Jiang Liyun and I were filming in the desert, using the restroom was quite inconvenient. We had to resolve our needs right there in the sands. Diao's lips twitched. Did you just let it dry in the sun?
Ha ha ha. Bai Tao lao get?
Her eyes sparkling. What do you think? Next time, I'll take you along to experience it. Diao waved her hands in protest. In such a dreadful place. I shall not go. Such opportunities are rare. Only grand productions have specific demands for their settings. I would much prefer the director to handle post-production and film against a green screen. Little d, such thoughts are rather unwise. As actors, we must be dedicated. Diao hesitated to admit she was merely experimenting in the entertainment industry, without any long-term aspirations. In truth, she didn't care whether the scenes were grand or merely green screen productions. She simply wanted to act when a role came her way. Little d, while we may be meddling, our intentions are pure. I have always believed in relying on oneself. Leaning on mountains may lead to their collapse. And, depending on men, is even more precarious. Do you understand my meaning? Diao shrugged. I haven't thought too deeply about it. And, what of your relationship with Guemo? Is it as you presented it, a mere dining companion? Bai Tao inquired playfully. Diao lifted her chin slightly. Indeed. Are you suggesting he is nothing more than a friend? Diao offered a non-committal smile. Noticing Diao's evident desire to shift the topic, Bai Tao cheerfully asked, How did you come to know my address? I calculated it, do you believe me?
Bai Tao replied earnestly, Ido.
Diao chuckled. You're quite easy to deceive. Bai Tao covered her mouth, laughing. I don't believe you would trick me. Leaning closer, she whispered, Do you know Su Xuanzi? Diao shook her head.
Su Xuanzi.
A male artist known for portraying deities and rulers in fantasy dramas.
Diao confessed their ignorance.
Bai Tao eagerly pulled out her phone to enlighten her about this man named Su Xuanzi. Diao scrutinized the photo for a moment, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. That mouth, that nose, bore a striking resemblance to the beloved white moonlight of domineering CEOs, Su Enki. Bai Tao continued, Not only does he portray such roles, but he is also a practitioner of the mystical arts. Many in the industry seek him for divination, inquiring if certain scripts will be successful. Numerous agents consult him when signing newcomers. If he proclaims that someone will not find fame, that newcomer is likely to be shelved.
Diao gasped in astonishment.
He can determine someone's fate with a single pronouncement? Bai Tao nodded. His words are akin to prophecy. One cannot help but believe. There was once an agent who doubted him, introducing his beautiful cousin to the industry, certain she would succeed. Yet, Su Xuanzi foretold she lacked the fortune for stardom, warning that staying in the entertainment industry would bring calamity. The agent dismissed his words and secured her a leading role in a drama. Alas, during her first shoot, she suffered a catastrophic explosion, leaving her disfigured and severely injured. Chapter 79. Wealth can ensure even the most sinful are reborn into favorable circumstances. At that moment, Su Xuanzi, mentioned by Bai Tao, was furrowing his brow as he gazed at the sobbing woman seated across from him. The woman possessed a strikingly delicate and alluring visage, her eyes glistening with tears, her nose elegantly defined, lips full and rosy, skin fair, and her figure voluptuous and well-proportioned, a veritable beauty and the object of many young men's infatuations during their school years. Su Enki, have you finished crying? You may feign sorrow before others, but there is no need to put on a pitiable act in my presence. Su Enki sniffled, her voice laced with indignation. I am your sister. Upon seeing me in tears, shouldn't you offer me some comfort? I don't recall our relationship being amiable enough for that. Su Xuanzi nonchalantly took out a cigarette, preparing to light it. Su Enki covered her nose in distaste. Do you intend for me to inhale secondhand smoke? Smoking is not permitted here. Ignoring her, he lit the cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Su Enki began to cough violently, glaring at him in frustration. Put that out. Miss Jiao, if you have so many complaints, perhaps you should leave.
Put it out.
Su Enki reached to snatch the cigarette from him. The man scoffed, callously swatting her hand away. With a red mark blooming on her wrist, Su Enki sobbed and attempted to flee. Just before she dashed out the door, Su Xuanzi's cold voice stopped her. Dealing with that woman has cost me 2 of my top aides. I expect that loss to be swiftly compensated into my account. Or the consequences are not something you, a mere young lady, can endure. But I am your sister. Sister? Have you forgotten our relationship is hardly better than that of adversaries? 30 million. If it is not credited within 24 hours, you should know the repercussions. The man caressed a drum, his fingers lovingly gliding over its surface. I think it is time for a new skin. Su Enki shivered at the intensity of his gaze. And, terrified, she fled. Not long after her departure, Su Xuanzi's phone chimed with a notification. 30 million had been transferred. Upon receiving the funds, he kept not a single cent, donating the entirety. With a flick of his finger, a ghostly figure materialized before him, an elderly woman who bowed low to the ground. Streams of meritorious light swirled from all directions, entering the woman's body. Gratefully, she prostrated herself. Soon, the ghostly emissaries took her away, and upon seeing her radiant form, they treated her with utmost reverence, murmuring, "It seems you performed many good deeds in your life. You shall surely be reborn into favorable circumstances in your next life." The corners of the elderly woman's mouth lifted in a smirk, an expression that perhaps mocked the ghostly emissaries or the world's conventions. Despite the numerous rules, there are always loopholes to exploit. Money can persuade even the most malevolent to secure favorable rebirths. People often claim that evil deeds beget retribution. However, this is not entirely accurate. Even if she is guilty of heinous acts, how many lives can she be held accountable for? With Su Xuanzi managing her affairs, the 30 million could potentially save hundreds, if not thousands, of lives, thus balancing her deeds, if not tipping the scales in favor of her merits. The rules of this world have long been manipulated. Victory forever rests in the hands of the privileged few. As she reveled in her satisfaction, the ghostly emissaries and her path were obstructed by an unexpected figure.
Who are you?
The emissary was clad in ancient attire.
Ah.
I thought there were no deities or lords of the underworld. It appears the gaps have been adequately filled. Diao stood amidst the night, her expression grave. How can she possess meritorious light? Naturally, a great benefactor would radiate such light after death. A benefactor? Are you aware she is a nefarious practitioner, responsible for countless deaths? That does not concern me. I am merely here to escort her to her rightful place. The final judgment is, of course, left to the Lord of Judgment. Then I shall accompany you, for I am curious to witness how the Lord of Judgment adjudicates. You, a living person, wish to enter the underworld? Diao sat cross-legged, a golden light flickering between her brows. Moments later, her soul transcended, and a brilliant, golden-hued spirit appeared before the emissary. Now, may I accompany you to witness? You. The emissary was rendered speechless in astonishment. Such a blinding radiance, akin to the light of the sun, could only belong to a being of immense virtue. Yet he had encountered virtuous beings before, and none possessed such an intensity of luminescence. Is she of the upper realm? With this thought, the emissary dared not delay, gesturing respectfully. My lord, please follow me. The elderly woman remained silent, acutely aware of the presence before her, the very individual who had once bested her in combat, rendering her powers futile and ultimately leading to her demise. In life, she had been unable to prevail against this foe, and now, as a mere wisp of a soul, she dared not confront him. Deep within, she harbored a silent hope that the emissary of the underworld would take action against this man. However, to her astonishment, even the emissary treated her with utmost reverence. The old woman felt a surge of panic, confronted with an overwhelming sense of uncertainty that exceeded her expectations. She yearned to seek assistance from Su Xuanzi to escape back to safety, but was abruptly seized by the emissary, who inquired, "Where do you think you are going?" "I have refrained from binding you with a soul-locking chain, having seen the radiance of your virtuous deeds, yet you have disappointed my expectations." As he spoke, the emissary flung forth a soul-locking chain, ensnaring the old woman's neck and dragging her forward with force. Behave yourself. The more you resist, the tighter the chain will constrict. Should your soul be shattered, do not blame me. The elderly woman contemplated a struggle, yet upon hearing those words, she was rendered immobile by fear. Diao cast a knowing glance at her, remaining silent. Following the emissary to the precipice of a cliff, he halted and displayed his official insignia, causing a massive ancient iron gate to materialize before the once desolate chasm. The gate was half adorned with a formidable bull head and half with a striking horse head. The bull's eye glared, its gaze weighing heavily upon the emissary and the old woman. The horse head's attention fell upon Diao, who, after a moment of contemplation, sighed, a significant figure indeed. It appears a grand spectacle is about to unfold. As the gate swung open, the bull and horse heads vanished from sight, their whereabouts unknown. Diao had no time to pose any questions. The emissary ushered Diao and the old woman through the doorway. Peering down, Diao realized they floated above a chasm of unfathomable depth. Were they in the form of living beings, they would have surely plummeted to their doom. Upon entering the gate, the two doors gradually dissolved and the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. Suspended high above were the four characters, Fengdu Ghost City. Small shops line the streets, selling incense, paper effigies, and various other items. Their bodies seemed to acquire a tangible quality, as did the bustling figures passing by. In this realm, the ethereal was indistinguishable from the corporeal. The journey may be somewhat lengthy. Please remain patient, the emissary advised cautiously. Diao nodded slightly. After concluding her conversation with Bai Tao and the others, she had received a call from her master. Now belonging to a special department, her master was not only her mentor, but also her superior. When the superior assigned tasks, she naturally obliged. Initially indifferent, believing it to be a mere formality. She later learned from her master that a sudden donation of 30 million had been made, attributed to an elderly woman. This woman possessed a unique identity, having previously exploited a gambler to harm Lanka's mother. From this, it was evident that someone sought to exploit loopholes to pave a path of virtue for that malevolent practitioner. Diao would not stand idly by as such events unfolded. She harbored a profound aversion to evil and would not allow wicked individuals to evade the consequences of their actions after death. Chapter 80. The 30 million would ultimately be directed towards its rightful purpose. Diao shone like a sun, radiating golden light as she traversed the dark expanse, akin to a walking beacon of daylight. The souls passing by dared not lift their eyes to behold her blinding brilliance. Upon arriving at the judge's abode, Diao strode in boldly, and none dared to obstruct her. The judge cast a glance her way, refraining from expelling anyone, yet glaring fiercely at the emissary, blaming him for bringing this esteemed figure there. The emissary internally lamented, though his exterior remained placid, as he led the captured elderly woman into the judgment chamber. The old woman stood upon a circular platform, reminiscent of an oversized porcelain dish. As it began to spin, she followed suit. During the rotation, scenes from her past materialized in the air. At that moment, the old woman resembled a film reel, her life playing out before the audience, like a cinematic spectacle. She had begun her journey as a young practitioner, but upon venturing into the world, she was dazzled by its splendor and embarked on a life of luxury. Initially, she had sought to alter destinies and avert calamities for others, but her greed intensified, leading her to believe that such methods were too slow for profit. She began targeting her clients, those who merely sought assistance with minor troubles, only for them to experience escalating crises, which she would then resolve, garnering their gratitude. Once their issues were settled and her own funds depleted, she would once again scheme against her former clients. Those clients, oblivious to the fact that their tribulations were orchestrated by this nefarious practitioner, viewed their lives as a series of inevitable calamities, never suspecting that she had designed their misfortunes to serve as a continuous source of income. She specifically preyed upon the wealthy, committing vile deeds only to subsequently resolve them, thereby avoiding severe repercussions. However, as a malevolent practitioner, she had claimed numerous lives in her relentless pursuit of more potent artifacts. With her wealth, she callously disregarded human life. Believing that money could purchase souls, she procured many infants to forge gamblers and crafted talismans from human remains. The judge furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend how such an individual, steeped in wrongdoing, could still emanate the light of virtue. Logically, a person with a lifetime of malevolence should be shrouded in resentment and darkness, their essence tainted. Pressing his fingers to his forehead, the judge resolved to continue observing. Perhaps this individual had undergone a profound transformation, renouncing violence and attaining enlightenment. Such occurrences were not without precedent. Yet, even in death,
The woman remained unchanged, still a malevolent practitioner. How could this be? The judge perused the ledger of life and death in his hands, seeking to uncover where the discrepancies lay. Upon reaching the final page, his pupils constricted sharply. A tremor had occurred in a certain location, and the 30 million she had donated had been promptly allocated, saving numerous lives. Moreover, due to her generosity, a fleet of buses had arrived a day early in the disaster-stricken area, evacuating students from 2 elementary schools, narrowly escaping disaster just an hour before the aftershock struck. Her 30 million had been utilized at the critical moment, balancing her deeds and misdeeds, ultimately resulting in a greater number of lives saved, thus bestowing upon her the light of virtue. The judge's expression grew complex. Such events had transpired before. He should have followed precedent in his judgment, declaring her deeds balanced, granting her the opportunity for rebirth as a human being. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in his heart, preventing him from making such a ruling. But what other judgment could he render? Should he condemn a person bathed in the light of virtue to the realm of beasts? Precedents loomed before him, and should he rashly deviate from established judgments, it would be tantamount to opposing another judge. With countless concerns weighing upon him, he sighed, ultimately opting for the path of least resistance. Just as he prepared to wield his judgment pen for the final decree, Diao interjected. May I inquire why such a notoriously wicked individual should not descend into hell to face torment? Good heavens! While she had contemplated merely relegating the old woman to the realm of beasts, this young girl was audacious enough to deny her the chance of rebirth altogether. The judge wore a pained expression. This individual is enveloped in the light of virtue, which grants her the opportunity for rebirth. In examining her life, I see no accumulation of virtuous deeds. Pray tell, from whence does this light of virtue emanate? Is it a posthumous honor? How intriguing! I have never heard of virtue being awarded posthumously for deeds never performed in life. What you may not realize is that this individual donated 30 million after her death. And coincidentally, that 30 million will be utilized for its rightful purpose in the future. The record of merits inscribed in the Book of Life and Death is credited in advance, yet the 30 million has yet to manifest in reality. It is akin to a notation in the book stating that a person will perish on a certain date, though the time has not yet arrived. It is an undeniable truth that this individual will indeed meet their end. This is a predetermined fate, yet it is inescapable. Consequently, the merits will be delivered with absolute accuracy, as nothing can go amiss. This has always been the established order, and indeed, there has never been a deviation. Perhaps the judge felt discontent with the antiquated system, thus he spoke more than necessary. Upon hearing that the 30 million would save 2 elementary schools and aid numerous disaster-stricken individuals deprived of medical care and resources, Diao furrowed her brow in contemplation. Could this sum truly absolve her of a lifetime of sins? In the fleeting moment between good and evil, she had perished. Her entire savings designated for donation, which indeed signified her reformation. The judge sighed. Firstly, the origins of her wealth were inherently tainted. If the ill-gotten gains of a lifetime could be utilized for virtuous purposes, how chaotic would the world become? Few are aware of these rules, and even fewer have the privilege of such exceptions. Were she to have children, her selfish inclinations would compel her to retain the money, making donation impossible. Thus, while the concept of absolution appears straightforward, its execution is far from simple. Such are the rules, and they must be adhered to. Diao retorted with indignation. Rules are immutable. Humans are not. The judge smiled and shook his head. Do not utter such childish words. They will alter nothing. Perhaps not. Could you wait for me a moment? The judge hesitated. The old woman, sensing a foreboding, cried out, What are you dawdling for? I wish to reincarnate. Send me forthwith. Silence. The judge waved his hand, and with a stroke of his pen, a line of ink sealed the old woman's mouth, silencing her cries. I can wait for the duration of an incense stick. Thank you.
Diao bowed.
She approached the ghostly attendant. Please escort me outside. After delivering her to the cliff's edge, the ghostly attendant remained, standing at the precipice, awaiting her return. Diao re-entered her mortal form and dialed her master's number. This is the situation. There was a long silence on the other end. Has the underworld manifested in this world? Diao replied somberly. It seems it has always existed. I am quite perplexed myself. High above, in the realm of the Wenchang star, amidst the celestial officials, countless fates were catalogued within high pavilions. A young celestial attendant was tidying up when he suddenly noticed 2 fate scripts tightly bound together, merging into one in the blink of an eye. The young attendant blinked, then exclaimed, This is terrible. The fates of the Emperor and the God of Death have fused. Chapter 81. Good and evil ultimately receive their due. Master. This matter is not without loopholes. Pray tell? If the 30 million donation is returned to its original account, the merit ceases to exist.
Little D.
It has already been donated. That sum cannot be retrieved. It is quite complex. Master, I have considered your concerns. The 30 million cannot simply be returned. What I propose is that I will provide the funds to fill this void. You will cover 30 million? Indeed. Whence comes your wealth? I hesitated. I have money. Guillemot's?
Yes.
Little D, no one's wealth comes without effort. If you spend his money, you must repay it. I have already filed for divorce. This sum is his compensation to me, and my grandfather has rendered favors to his family. I owe them nothing. They owe me. Recalling how they eavesdropped on her thoughts while deceiving her, Diao felt a heavy gloom settle in her heart. Both she and her grandfather had been indebted to the Gu family. Little D, your plan is feasible, but you needn't provide the funds. With that, Song Yu decisively ended the call. Hello, Master. Why did you hang up? Diao called back. I haven't finished speaking. I am currently busy arranging for the refund and supplemental funds. If you have something to say, speak quickly. Master, where do you find the money? As a public servant, you wouldn't resort to corruption, would you? Nonsense. I have no money. I am an honest official. Yet your wife possesses wealth. Master, your tone of living off her is rather brazen. Is it wrong to live off of soft rice? Learn from me.
Click.
Song Yu did not keep Diao waiting long. She received a message. The matter has been handled. Diao smiled slightly, her spirit leaving her body. Drifting to the edge of the cliff. The ghostly attendant greeted her with utmost respect. My lord, you have arrived. Diao nodded. Open the door. The imposing gate of the bull-headed ghost reappeared. The bull-headed ghost glanced at them before opening the door, while the horse-faced ghost remained with eyes shut throughout. Upon entering Fengdu Ghost City, Diao inquired, does the horse-faced ghost not usually open his eyes? The horse-faced ghost typically does not. He only does so for significant figures entering Fengdu for the first time, to verify their identity. Since my identity has been confirmed previously, he need not regard me this time? That should be the case. The ghostly attendant scratched his head, somewhat foolishly. They arrived at the judge's office. The judge sighed with relief upon their arrival. Had you delayed any longer, I would have been at a loss. I beseech you, esteemed judge, to re-evaluate the Book of Life and Death. Diao gestured toward the book belonging to the old woman on the table. There will be an unexpected surprise. The Book of Life and Death can change? The judge, skeptical, began to leaf through it, starting from the first page, finding no alterations until he suspected Diao was deceiving him. Upon reaching the final page, however, the last few lines bore a change significant enough to alter the old woman's fate. The judge read aloud the final content. The 30 million donation's origin is unknown and has been rejected by the relevant authorities to be returned via the original route. As the words left his lips, the law followed. In the blink of an eye, the radiant light of merit surrounding the old woman vanished. In that instant, golden light dissipated, replaced by a surge of blood-red aura and vengeful spirits. The old woman was engulfed in terror. She yearned to scream her heart out, to vent her despair, yet her mouth was sealed by the judge, rendering her voiceless. Her entire being, once noble, became tainted and indistinct. As a practitioner, a malevolent one at that, she was cognizant of rules unknown to many in this world, heavenly principles and underworld regulations. It was precisely this awareness that led her to believe she could remedy her situation. She had long thought that no matter how wicked she was, the notion of retribution for good and evil was a mere fabrication. As long as she understood the rules, she could exploit them. But at this moment, she crumbled. For she had no loopholes left to exploit. Her remedy had failed. This meant all her sins would bear down upon her, preventing her from reincarnating, condemning her to hell, where she would endure torturous suffering, eternally damned. The judge, with a sweeping motion of his brush, pronounced the final verdict, his voice ringing out. 10 layers of hell. For 10,000 years.
No, no, no.
She shook her head frantically. In that moment, the concept of retribution for good and evil became vividly manifest. With a flick of his pen, the judge summoned 2 crimson circles upon the ground, from which emerged 2 hellhounds, dragging the old woman down into the abyss. I shall take my leave now. Diao, witnessing the old woman's just punishment, prepared to depart. After all, this was the underworld.
Prolonged exposure would cause her spirit to absorb excessive death energy, resentment, and negative chi, leading to a prolonged period of adjustment upon returning to her mortal form. The longer she stayed, the longer the period of weakness would be.
Hold on.
Judge, is there anything further? Could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this? The inquiry seemed trivial, for the unmanifested events could always be altered. Yet, upon uttering such words, Diao found herself momentarily astounded. The judge suddenly grasped the concept. Thus, the death ledger merely serves as a tome of foresight. It is not immutable. It hinges upon the opportunities and abilities to instigate change. I am grateful to the young friend for illuminating my understanding. Diao replied, her mood exceedingly intricate. Such a simple truth flowed effortlessly from her lips when instructing others, yet when applied to her own situation, it felt like an insurmountable dead end. She had always assumed that Gu Yimo, as the male protagonist, would inevitably end up with his beloved, a destiny preordained. Yet she had never contemplated that all that remained unactualized could indeed be transformed, simply at varying costs. With a tumultuous heart, Diao exited the ghost city of Fengdu, her spirit hovering above the precipice. A glance backward revealed no emissaries of the underworld, no bull-headed or horse-faced beings. It was as if everything had dissolved into a surreal dream. Upon re-entering her corporeal form, she succumbed to an uncontrollable fit of coughing. She touched her forehead, unsurprisingly feverish. Having lingered too long in the underworld had rendered her susceptible to the deathly aura and chill, and she anticipated several days of malaise. She sent a message to her master, mission successfully accomplished. Song Yu called her. What punishment will she receive? 10 layers of hell, for 10 millennia. 10 millennia, indeed, would be an eternity. Master, I am to participate in a variety show now. I must disconnect. Shouldn't you rest a bit? You might fall ill for several days. It's merely a slight ailment. After ending the call, Diao hurried to the filming location. Upon her arrival, Xiao Jia and Xiao Hao exclaimed, summoning the makeup artist. Our sister Di is here. Let us prepare her. Gu Yimo had already completed his styling. His vampire attire as the ghostly groom elicited an involuntary mental commendation from Diao. When he turned to meet her gaze, their eyes locked, and he bestowed upon her a smile that was both indulgent and beguiling, his deep-set eyes seemingly drawing her in. With that smile, his sharp fangs glimmered, eerily enchanting. Diao averted her gaze, steadying her racing heart, exhaling, fleeting beauty, disturb not my resolve. Chapter 82. Today marks the final act, the rescue of the ghostly bride. The director approached, cheerfully addressing Diao and Gu Yimo. Today is our last performance. Gu Yimo responded coolly. Diao, with a beaming smile, inquired, will there be red envelopes upon completion? The director assured with a hearty pat on his chest. Indeed. Our show thrives on your viral photos that gained attention even before airing. Your red envelope will certainly be the largest. Diao grinned. Then I shall await my reward. Casting a glance at them, she remarked, you two truly make a splendid pair. The director laughed heartily, patting his round belly as he departed. Gu Yimo raised an eyebrow, his lips curving upward. How did the topic so suddenly shift to compatibility? Diao shot a sidelong glance at the smirking Gu Yimo, retorting, did you invest in him? Gu Yimo nodded honestly. Diao snorted derisively, turning on her heel, silently cursing, wretched capitalist. During the day at the castle, everything appeared normal, devoid of oddities. Yet Diao was acutely aware of the ancient creature residing beneath. The final act should pose no threat. However, her eyelids twitched restlessly, her heart laden with unease. Seeking distraction, she immersed herself in the gossip of her small notebook, attempting to uncover the history of the millennium-old ghostly cultivator inhabiting the castle. Initially harboring little hope, she was pleasantly surprised by her findings. Observing Gu Yimo's leisurely demeanor, she playfully beckoned him closer. Come, approach. I have something intriguing to share. Gu Yimo, maintaining a stoic expression, queried, what incantation is this now? No incantation. Just a scoop, Diao replied with a mischievous smile. Seeing her playful grin softened Gu Yimo's heart. And he quietly stood beside her, soon hearing her inner voice. A millennium ago, there existed a couple from another hemisphere. The woman forsook her noble status to elope with her stable hand. They sailed forth with the waves, ultimately seeking refuge here, where they became landlords, constructing a castle reminiscent of their homeland. They lived blissfully together, shedding their identities, existing solely for one another. Initially, their joy was boundless. Yet joy proved fleeting as pursuers arrived. The woman's betrothed sought to reclaim her for a political union, leading to the brutal murder of her lover. The stable hand transformed into a vengeful spirit, fortuitously becoming a ghostly cultivator, endlessly searching for his noble wife over the millennia. Gu Yimo furrowed his brow, uttering disdainfully, "Foolish. To flee and then erect a castle, as if they wished to conceal their origins." Di Diao's lips twitched. "Who do you deem foolish?" "They all are." Lowering her voice, she cautioned, "Speak not such blunt truths. What if he overhears and seeks retribution?" Gu Yimo nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion on the matter.
Diao sighed.
"I harbor an unsettling premonition." Gu Yimo reached for her hand in a gesture of comfort, but she swatted it away. "Perverted hand," he replied awkwardly, scratching his nose. Deterred by the company surrounding them, today, they were to rescue the ghostly bride, who did not wish to wed the ghostly groom but was instead imprisoned within the castle. The task at hand, to liberate the ghostly bride. The staff read from the task card. Bai Tao raised her hand to ask, "On which floor has the ghostly groom confined her?" "That is for the guests to discover. No further information shall be provided." Jiang Liyun, frustrated, exclaimed, "You say nothing, and we are to rush in recklessly to seize the bride? The ghostly groom will surely kill us." The staff, grinning, remarked, "We hope you survive." Shivering, the group entered the castle, cameras trained upon them. "Ghostly bride, where are you?" Bai Tao whispered. "We are here to rescue you." Suddenly, a male guest bellowed. The next moment, a bat swooped down before him. The guest screamed, and the bat collided with his forehead, rendering him unconscious. Once he fainted, the staff dragged him away. Jiang Liyun bent down to retrieve the bat, her lips twitching. "It's merely a toy." Bai Tao trembled. "This toy looks far too realistic." The group pressed onward. Having learned from the earlier blunder, they dared not shout recklessly. "What fools we are! We come to rescue." Yet it is evident we are here to snatch the bride from the groom, and he dares to shout it aloud, oblivious to the potential consequences. "Hush, speak less. If overheard, we are doomed." In the pitch-black surroundings, they pondered their path. Where might the ghostly bride be? She possessed a bear, and finding that bear would lead them to her. "Look, there is fur from a bear plushie." "How do you know it's bear fur?" "It bears traces of blood." "It must be. This way, there's more here. This should be our clue. We can follow the trail of fur to find her." Di Diao and Gu Yimo were languidly hidden in a room, awaiting the guests' arrival. The room housed a massive, wine-red coffin adorned with a grand golden cross. According to the script provided by the director, once the guests discovered the ghostly bear, they would follow the clues to this room, where Gu Yimo would conceal himself within the coffin while Di Diao sat atop it, welcoming the guests. Gu Yimo cast a fleeting glance at the surveillance cameras adorning the wall. Although there were no operators present, the sheer number of cameras rendered the atmosphere quite stifling. Were it not for these infernal devices, what mischief might one indulge in? Di Diao shot him a sidelong glance. Gu Yimo pressed his lips together and lowered his voice, engaging in the activities typical of solitary men and women. "Come now," Di Diao exclaimed, pushing aside the coffin lid and gesturing theatrically. "Vampire, shall we retire for a nap?" "I fear I might be buried alive if I do," Gu Yimo coldly rejected. Di Diao rapped on the coffin surface. "This material could be shattered with a single punch. It's merely a plastic contraption, aesthetically pleasing perhaps, but dreadfully flimsy. Hurry and lie down in your coffin. Listen closely, they are coming," Di Diao urged, impatiently shoving him towards the coffin. Gu Yimo twitched at the corners of his mouth. "I can't shake the feeling that you are rather eager for my demise." "Quickly, stop dawdling.
Get in.
Di Diao insisted, forcefully pressing him into the coffin. "Lie still. I must seal it now." With an air of excitement, she covered him with the lid and plopped herself down atop the coffin, awaiting the arrival of their guests. As the door swung open, she prepared to give them a fright, only to be startled herself by a sudden influx of foreign apparitions with golden hair and blue eyes. "Your Highness, please return to your homeland," they proclaimed. "Princess, have you truly stooped so low as to wed a mere stableman? Disregarding the safety of your kingdom and the lives of your subjects? You cannot be so selfish. You have enjoyed the lavish life bestowed upon you by your nation, the highest honors and noble status. Thus, you must pay the corresponding price. A union between our two countries promises a century of peace. For the sake of your people, we implore you to sacrifice your love and relinquish your personal affections." Chapter 83. I knew these ancient demons were not entirely sane. Listening to their words, Di Jiao felt an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over her, enveloping her heart like a dense spider's web, making it difficult to breathe. She pressed her hand to her chest, resisting this bewildering emotion, and cast a cold gaze at the cacophony of foreign spirits, reaching for her talismans to vanquish them. Yet, as she reached out, her hand met only emptiness. Even in her bridal gown, she had not forgotten to stow a few talismans in the inner lining. Her current state was such that she kept the talismans close, even wearing an acrylic vial containing 2 talismans while bathing. Something was amiss. Di Jiao glanced at her hands and then at her figure, noticing that her disheveled hair was, astonishingly, golden. What on earth was happening? She felt an urge to curse. A vague sense of her consciousness began to blur, as if a flood of alien memories was being forced into her mind, akin to someone hypnotizing her. Whispering incessantly that she was indeed that princess, the one who eloped with the stableman. Had it not been for her formidable spiritual strength, she might have succumbed to this hypnosis and forgotten her true identity. She bit her tongue hard, yet felt no pain. Realization dawned upon her. She might be trapped in an illusion, or her physical body could be unconscious, placing her in a dreamlike realm. Indeed, there was an ancient ghost in the castle. It seemed this millennia-old specter had mastered the art of dream manipulation, ensnaring souls within dreams and inducing hypnosis. A distant sound floated to her ears, causing her heart to tighten. Had her former self been present, she would have shown no fear towards a ghost of such antiquity. But the current Di Jiao was weak, having recently ventured into the realm of the dead. The delicate balance between her soul and body left her vulnerable, allowing this ghost to infiltrate her and drag her into its fabricated dreamscape. Now that she was ensconced in the dream, within the ghost's domain, if he discerned any anomaly, he could easily extinguish her life with a mere thought. She could not afford to reveal her strangeness. Di Jiao steadied her mind, acquiescing to the hypnosis, merely to comprehend the narrative the ghost intended to weave. It felt as though she truly had transformed into that princess who had eloped with the stableman. Now, those searching for her had arrived, and she must confront the unfolding events. Yet, how to face them remained a mystery. The dream-weaving ghost had not divulged that information. It seemed she had been cast in a role-play scenario, with a plot laid out before her, but the execution was left to her own devices. The dream creator acted merely as an observer, eager to witness a captivating spectacle. What outcome did he truly wish to behold? Di Jiao turned her gaze towards the coffin, feeling a wave of exasperation. Within this dream, the coffin housed the stableman, and these intruders sought to take her away, having slain him in the process. Step by step, she approached the coffin, eager to discern Gu Yimo's expression, curious whether he had succumbed to the hypnosis of a deceased stableman. As the lid of the coffin creaked open, Di Jiao and Gu Yimo locked eyes. Di Jiao remarked, "What happened to the supposed corpse? You are wide-eyed, playing at the role of a restless spirit?" Gu Yimo touched his nose and pointed to his prayer beads. "Are you implying that because of these beads, you have not been entirely entrapped in the hypnosis?" He nodded. "Then you ought to emerge from the coffin." Gu Yimo shook his head, a frown of discontent marring his features. I understand. Even though you are conscious, you are, in essence, a dead man." He nodded again. "Very well, continue your charade. I too must play my part. It is the final act, and I anticipated trouble. I knew such ancient demons were not entirely sane. If they wish to kill, let them do so without the need for such nonsensical theatrics. Perhaps it is yet another attempt to resolve some emotional turmoil." Di Jiao felt utterly drained, meeting Gu Yimo's dark, profound gaze. She smirked inwardly, thinking, "Do not be indignant. You lack the power to prevent anything, and must rely on me to rescue you." Gu Yimo scoffed, "Humph. A useless man." He lowered his gaze, sorrow clouding his countenance. Di Jiao had no intention of soothing this ineffectual man's fragile pride, and she took another jab at him in her thoughts, yet another favor owed. "Tally up how much your family truly owes me." Gu Yimo responded with another scoff. Di Jiao closed the coffin lid and turned, her emotions flaring as she gazed at the foreign apparitions, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Did you cause his death? Why would you do this?" "Your Highness. He is but a lowly stableman. Your Highness, you do not deserve to shed tears over such filth. Please return with us. You shall wed a prince. And your husband will be the future king. Forget this wretched stableman. He is unworthy of you." Di Jiao inwardly scoffed. "Stableman Gu Yimo, listen closely. You are unworthy of me." From within the coffin, Gu Yimo remarked. Di Jiao wiped away a tear. "Is there truly no other means to avert war aside from marrying him?" Your Highness, should we avoid conflict, a harmonious union would be the ideal outcome. Indeed. Even if we could defeat them, we would still wish to avoid war. Many of our subjects would perish, many wives would lose their husbands, and countless children would be left fatherless. Your Highness, with your compassionate heart, you surely do not wish to witness such a grim outcome, do you? Is this moral coercion? Diao huffed softly. Let us return for now. We shall address matters further later. Your Highness, are you truly willing to return with us? Yes. I shall return with you. Diao gestured towards the coffin. Bring this with you. Burn it, then. Why bring him along? Indeed. Your Highness, why bring him?
He is already dead.
Diao touched her belly and replied, He is the father of my unborn child. Your Highness, what nonsense are you speaking? No, you cannot be pregnant. Your Highness, you cannot have a child. You are to be married. Diao, growing impatient, insisted, Take me back to see my father. The decision of whether to keep this child or not is not for you trivial individuals to make. Do you intend to bypass my father and make such choices? Or do you secretly aspire to usurp my father's throne and become the next king? We dare not. We would never. Your Highness, you must not speak such words. We shall escort you back immediately, and we will carry this coffin with us. Your Highness, please calm your anger. Do not provoke the child. Diao raised her head proudly, a haughty expression on her face. At least you know your place. As Diao settled into a carriage lined with soft cushions, though it bounced somewhat, it was still comfortable. Throughout the journey, an array of delicacies was presented to her. The food appeared exquisite, yet devoid of warmth or aroma, tasting as insubstantial as air, but Diao feigned enjoyment. A man stood atop the tallest tower of the castle, holding a transparent glass orb that depicted Diao consuming grapes. His expression grew complex. A millennium ago, he had died and transformed into a ghost, helplessly observing as others coerced the princess with their words. Yet, she remained resolute, choosing to throw herself against the coffin in a desperate bid for death. However, those individuals saved her, denying her even the opportunity to die. In the same carriage, the princess was bound and imprisoned within. Yet now, this girl named Diao seemed oblivious, indulging in grapes and relishing her surroundings. He was intrigued to see how she would attempt to save herself next. Chapter 84, A Millennium of Conflicted Emotions, Seeking to Prove the Princess in the Wrong. The man's finger gently tapped the coffin, as if pulling a delicate thread from it. To his astonishment, a transparent figure emerged at his fingertips, identical to Gu Yimo. He had conjured a spiritual manifestation of Gu Yimo within the illusion, akin to his own presence from a millennium ago, always at the princess's side. He sought to discern whether alternatives existed beyond his past choices. He had conducted such experiments numerous times, yet even the most beloved individuals ultimately left him disillusioned, never yielding the harmonious outcome he desired. His enthusiasm waned, and he turned away, no longer fixated on the images within the crystal orb. Diao continued to consume grapes, appearing utterly delighted, despite the flavorlessness of her meal. Suddenly, a ghostly apparition appeared before her, causing her to nearly choke on a grape. Goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Gu Yimo looked at her with resignation. What is your current situation? If you are unable to move, just blink. Gu Yimo blinked. Is this what they call an out-of-body experience? Gu Yimo lowered his gaze, indicating it was not. He has created a consciousness entity and extracted a fragment of your awareness? Gu Yimo blinked again. What on earth does this millennium-old demon wish to achieve? Gu Yimo sighed and floated closer to her. I should pretend not to see you. If you are beside me, how can I observe your expressions? Gu Yimo drifted in front of her. Gu Yimo, I believe I have to do something. This ancient demon is simulating events from his past with his wife. Gu Yimo nodded in agreement, blinking. According to the gossip I read, this ancient demon was originally a groom, and his wife was the princess, meaning I have become him from a millennium ago, while you embody his wife from that time. I have heard my master speak of such matters before, but this is my first encounter. Previously, my cultivation was so high that no spirit could draw my soul into such an illusory realm. From what I have gathered, those who enjoy placing individuals in dreams seem to mirror those in your world, who find life devoid of joy and seek amusement, devising scenarios akin to murder mysteries, insisting on experiencing lives not their own. This is understandable. The ancient demon harbors deep-seated issues, persistently searching for alternative resolutions from a millennium ago. Or perhaps he believes there exists a means to alter the past and change the future, as beings who have lived for a millennium surely possess some methods. Lacking ability himself, He resorts to leveraging the wisdom of others, ensnaring many within illusions, recreating scenarios reminiscent of his past deadlock, awaiting the clever to unravel it. Once they do, he acquires the definitive answer and returns to the past to respond. I've said quite enough. Do you comprehend? Do not look at me with that expression as if you cannot relieve yourself. Gu Yimo responded, blink for me. Gu Yimo obediently blinked. Now blink your left eye. Gu Yimo complied. Now blink your right eye. Gu Yimo grimaced and blinked. Diao chuckled softly. Gu Yimo felt exasperated by her mischievousness. Honestly, if you were like a silent ghost, it might be rather amusing. After all, you possess only a pretty face. Gu Yimo floated out of the carriage, dismissing her. Enjoy being a ghost. It is a rare experience. Once you have savored it, we shall devise a plan to provide this ancient demon with an answer. Gu Yimo floated outside for a moment, narrowing his eyes, before drifting back. He paused beside a platter of watermelon, his gaze suggestive. Are you suggesting I consult the gossip book to uncover the specifics of their story? Gu Yimo blinked.
All right. Goodness.
No, that is utterly insane. Gu Yimo gazed at her intently. I know you are curious. Wait a moment while I gather my thoughts to convey this to you. It is quite sensational. Diao closed the gossip book in her mind, her eyes fixed on the watermelon as she mused. The princess returned to her kingdom for her people, and the groom remained by her side, watching her marry, witnessing her consummate her marriage, observing her give birth, and seeing her fade into melancholy. Eventually, she transformed into a ghost, finally encountering him, and he revealed to her that he had always been by her side, which overwhelmed her, leading to her soul's collapse. The collapse of the soul can be understood as a form of suicide for a ghost. When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, they become a specter. When a specter dies, they become hope. When hope dies, they become oblivion. Once the soul collapses, it is exceedingly difficult to locate. No wonder he has searched for her for a millennium without success. I pondered, even rebirth could occur multiple times over a millennium. Our task now is to alter such a conclusion. Gu Yimo gazed at her with resignation. What is with that look? Do not give me those dead fish eyes. Gu Yimo glanced at her, then at himself, his expression conveying, what can a mere ghost accomplish? This, perhaps, was also his excuse from years past. A ghost can do nothing, and thus he could only silently linger by her side, merely a spectator? Diao, filled with indignation, muttered under her breath, I can fully comprehend why the princess is furious. Even if turned to ashes, she would rather sever ties with him. His head is so green. Why cannot he transform into a vengeful spirit to wreak havoc? Now that the princess is gone, he has morphed into an ancient demon with the intent of finding her? What was he doing before? A worthless creature. Men are truly despicable. Gu Yimo. He awkwardly touched his nose. Diao shot him an angry glare. You wretched creature. Gu Yimo levitated, his eyes suggesting, I shall become a vengeful spirit. Diao, seeing his serious demeanor, scoffed. Forget it. You are trapped in an illusion, with no opportunity to transform into a vengeful spirit. Moreover, Diao's gaze was piercing. The illusion of the ancient demon is not intended for the coachman to alter anything before his demise. Rather, it is meant for the coachman to die and become a ghost, which signifies he does not acknowledge his faults. He desires for you to remain powerless, just like him. He has orchestrated this illusion to prove the princess was wrong. Gu Yimo, astonished, was filled with disbelief. I know you cannot comprehend, but some men are simply shameless, entangled for millennia, yet unwilling to admit their faults, seeking to prove the princess was mistaken, wishing for her to remain in mourning, desiring her to enact change. It is utterly ridiculous. Gu Yimo seemed to grasp something, his eyes filled with disdain, his expression growing increasingly furious. Chapter 85. The princess had annihilated all her brothers. Observing the fury etched upon the man's face, Diao's lips curled into a slight smile as she internally mused. Are you very angry? Gu Yimo blinked.
Diao.
With a beaming smile, I am quite enraged as well. Gu Yimo regarded her with suspicion. Do not be deceived by my smile. I am merely suppressing my anger. Being angry only brings distress to oneself. We must unite to drive that ancient demon to despair. Gu Yimo raised an eyebrow. He has ensnared us in his illusion, merely to witness a specific outcome. Let us present him with a different result, one that will leave him frustrated and wrathful. Gu Yimo's dark, brooding eyes fixated on her, as if entranced. TSK, were it not for my strong will, Your gaze would compel me to glare back at you. That ancient demon may be watching us closely. You must exercise caution and not reveal any abnormalities. Gu Emo lowered his gaze. He simply remained quietly beside Diao. Diao, from the corner of her eye, observed him. The man stood still, exuding a serene aura that evoked a sense of tranquil time. The ancient demon returned to the crystal ball, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon it. Despite numerous failures, he clung to a glimmer of hope. His eyes reflected a profound weariness intertwined with anguish and longing. He loved the princess, searching for her for a millennium. Yet he could not find her, not a trace. He closed his eyes. He understood the princess was doing this deliberately. Even in death, even as her soul dissipated, fragments of her essence instinctively avoided him, unwilling to approach, unwilling to be found. His thoughts drifted back 1,000 years. He was an invisible specter, accompanying her yet unable to assist her. He felt powerless, loathing this sense of impotence, yet devoid of any means to change it. He thought she would eventually die, and upon her death, she would become like him, and then they could be together for eternity. He watched her marry. He watched her bear children. He watched her pass away. He believed he was guarding her, waiting for her, as if standing by the Naiha bridge, anticipating the day they could reincarnate together. Yet when he finally encountered her, she was filled with wrath, resentment towards him. He could not fathom where he went astray. Yet she refused to be with him, unwilling to rekindle their past. She declared her intent to reincarnate, to forget everything, to live a pure life anew, desiring not the trappings of wealth, but to be an ordinary person, free from burdens and shackles. But having waited so long for her, how could he allow her to simply reincarnate? He wished to be her ghostly partner, to be together for eternity. In truth, he was a coward. He feared reincarnation, uncertain of what awaited him in the next life, and this uncertainty terrified him. He did not want to return as an ordinary person, nor as a powerless coachman, unwilling to endure the suffering of the mortal realm. He believed being a ghost was preferable, free from societal pressures, able to do as he pleased. Yet she was resolute, insisting on reincarnation. The ghostly messenger arrived to take her away. How could he allow her to depart? He did not understand where he found the strength, but he consumed that messenger, acquiring the means to cultivate as a ghostly practitioner. After becoming a ghostly practitioner, he imprisoned her by his side, coercing her to become a ghostly practitioner as well, assuring her that this would grant them immortality and eternal companionship. She resisted. The light in her eyes faded, her love for him extinguished. Gradually, resentment and hatred emerged in her gaze. He felt no regret, whether in love or in hate. As long as her heart and eyes were filled with him, no one could ever separate them. He had become a ghostly practitioner, capable of protecting her. Contemplating the nation that forced her into marriage, recalling her husband and children, his rage became uncontainable. He had attained great power as a ghostly practitioner. He could seek vengeance and make those who tore them apart pay dearly. He conjured storms, summoned multitudes of spirits, devoured souls. He seized the king's body, instigating war. In the end, two nations clashed, both suffering immense casualties. She pleaded with him to relent, but he refused. She witnessed her son enter the battlefield, saw her daughter follow the same path of political marriage, watched as a neighboring nation took advantage of the chaos, toppling both kingdoms, witnessing the slaughter of her people, seeing her son's head displayed on the city walls, and observing the execution of those she knew one by one. She broke down. She chose to obliterate her own soul. He regretted it, pleading with her not to leave him alone. You do not understand what love is. Hatred and possessiveness have blinded your eyes. I am weary, incapable of love any longer. I no longer love you, nor do I hate you. She dissipated. Her body transformed into specks of light, vanishing from this world. For a millennium, he tirelessly searched for those specks of light, yet not a single one could be found. Someone told him that if he gathered all the light, he could reassemble her soul and bring her back. But 1,000 years passed, and not a single one was found, not even one. Blood tears streamed down his tightly shut eyes. He opened them to gaze at the crystal ball, his eyes now a blood-red hue. If I cannot find you, then so be it. I will seek you by other means. You cannot escape. Even if you evade me, I will find you. They forced us apart. They are the ones who deserve death. All of them. I am not at fault. Did you plead for those people because you hold feelings for that man? Otherwise, why would you bear him child after child? You fell in love with him.
So you abandoned me.
You witnessed his death, Thus you chose to follow him. I am not at fault. The fault lies with you, with all of you. His voice trailed off, staring blankly at the crystal ball. He beheld the princess within the phantasm, having slain all her brothers, now caressing her abdomen, her countenance radiant as she addressed her father, the king. You have but one daughter left, my beloved father. If you could grant me another brother, I would willingly marry far away. She raised an eyebrow, her crimson lips parting with a venomous tone. But I have heard that you have grown old and feeble. The king, incensed, struck his chest in despair. You are most malevolent. They were your brothers. Brothers? The princess scoffed. My mother bore but one child. They cannot be considered my brothers, merely your sons, my father. Her gaze turned cold as she surveyed the severed heads on the ground, her smile widening, exuding a beauty marred by her cruel words. A bunch of worthless wretches. What do they know of manhood? Any man of valor would never utilize his own sister as a pawn in marriage. Knowing full well that I have fled, relinquishing all power to dwell in peace with my beloved, they cannot bear to see me happy and insist upon dragging me back into this struggle for the throne. They even dispatched emissaries, wagering maliciously on who could bring me back to the princess' bed, believing they could barter me for his support to usurp your throne. My father, disregarding your wishes to claim your seat. Father, I am aiding you in disposing of these treacherous scoundrels, solidifying your reign. You should be grateful rather than scowling at me. Chapter 86. Clutching at selfish desires, he wished to remain in the illusion. Is this truly reality? The king raged. More than the anguish of his son's demise, he was infuriated that they sought to usurp his throne while he still lived. These are the letters exchanged between them and my betrothed. Scoundrels. Unworthy wretches. The king fumed, hopping in anger. He is not my betrothed. His expression turned icy. Prepare for war. I shall take to the battlefield myself. Diao glanced at Gu Yimo floating beside her, a realization dawning within her. Gu Yimo's gaze fell upon her abdomen.
What do you see?
Do you think I feign pregnancy? Gu Yimo frowned. According to the narrative of this illusion, I am indeed with child. However, as per the gossip I have perused, after the horseman's demise, the princess was unaware of her pregnancy. In her grief, her emotions were tumultuous, and given that the child was only 2 months along, coupled with the turmoil of being bound and jostled in the carriage, upon returning home, she lost the child. Gu Yimo's expression grew peculiar. TSK, what are you so amused about? It is not real. This is merely an illusion. Gu Yimo pressed his lips together. He had already decided upon the name for their future child, filled with anticipation that it would be a girl. Clutching at selfish desires, he wished to remain within the illusion. In this realm, they were inseparable, his spirit able to linger near her, watching her serene visage as she slept. Unable to cast him away, allowing him to remain by her side. Though they inhabited another identity within this illusion, their appearances remained unchanged. Perhaps the ancient spectre wished not to see his beloved princess's countenance claimed by another. Initially, the king held little regard for this princess, yet now she was his sole daughter, and at 60 years old, having suffered great losses a decade prior, he was incapable of fathering another child. His gaze fell upon his daughter's abdomen, his voice grave. I hope you bear a son. Diao shrugged nonchalantly. What difference does it make, son or daughter? We are not of the Middle Kingdom. Here, we have precedence for queens. The king faltered. Did he not wish to pass the throne to her? She was his only heir. Yet, perhaps he contemplated selecting an heir from among his brother's sons. The king's countenance darkened. Impossible. They are dreaming. In the past, during the struggle for the throne, he and his brothers had fought brutally against one another. He had narrowly escaped their schemes multiple times. The reason he could not father children at 50 was the lingering effects of poison from those very conflicts. The injuries he bore were not from foreign enemies, but rather inflicted by his own kin. Even if he allowed his daughter to ascend, he would not permit those traitors to benefit. He contemplated the future, pondering that after his death, the next king would dictate history. If he chose a nephew, that king might later alter the narrative, branding him a tyrant, leaving him to rot in infamy. Alternatively, they might erase all traces of his reign, even denying him a burial in the royal tomb. Such outcomes were entirely plausible. Given he had not been gentle with their fathers, his third and fourth brothers remained disabled, struggling to walk, all due to his actions. None of those brothers bore him any affection. For the sake of their sons, they might feign friendliness, but once their sons ascended, the charade would end. He dared not gamble, fearing that upon his demise, they might desecrate his remains. He gazed at his daughter, noting her cold demeanor, yet when she touched her abdomen,
Her gaze softened.
He understood clearly. With only one daughter remaining, he must not cause her to feel estranged. Who could predict how long he might live? Perhaps a long time, perhaps not. His daughter was not one driven by greed for power. Had she been, she would not have chosen love over her title. While he lived, she would harbor no thoughts of usurpation, far preferable to those rebellious offspring. After she bore the child, he would nurture that offspring as his heir. Whether it be his daughter or grandchild to inherit the throne after his passing, ensuring a period of tranquility during his reign. Daughter, take good care of your pregnancy. I shall personally head to battle and ensure I bring back the head of the instigator, avenging you. For it was he who incited your brothers against me and was responsible for your husband's death. Husband? Diao raised an eyebrow. Does father acknowledge his status? The king glanced at a loyal subordinate nearby. A stout man with a quivering beard stepped forward, smiling. He was the son of a count. Found the princess after she fell into the water and lost her memory, marrying her before meeting with misfortune. Heaven, in its mercy, left behind a posthumous child from the deep love between the princess and the count's son. Diao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, that is the case. Before long, two pieces of news spread throughout the royal city. The king's sons had been slain by the prince of a neighboring kingdom, and the king was set to take to the battlefield himself to seek vengeance for his sons. The missing princess has been found. She fell into the water and lost her memory, only to be rescued by the count's son. Shortly after their marriage, the count's son tragically passed away, overwhelmed with sorrow. The princess collided with a wall in a moment of despair, inadvertently regaining her memory and discovering her true identity, along with the revelation that she is with child. Initially wishing to join her beloved in death, the princess found the strength to live on for the sake of her unborn child. Their love story is one of poignant beauty. Meanwhile, a certain count, bewildered and even somewhat enraged by the unexpected arrival of a son, faced the possibility of separation from his wife over this shocking revelation. However, after a late-night visit from the king and the princess, who clarified the situation, the count and his wife were filled with joy. By acknowledging the stable hand as their son and bestowing upon him a title, they would gain a grandson destined to be the future heir to the throne. While the king was away at war, Diao managed the realm from the royal city. Although she had not yet ascended to the throne as queen, she exuded an aura of regal authority. One day, the princess announced her desire to summon capable wizards for divination, promising the position of national protector to anyone who could alleviate her inner turmoil. Chapter 87. A gift from the princess. Do uncles and aunts approve? Wizards began to arrive at the castle in droves. But the princess asked but one question. Can the dead be resurrected? Who could possibly provide an answer to such a profound inquiry? Confidence waned among the wizards as they left, heads hung low, convinced that the princess was jesting at their expense. Whispers of the princess's madness began to circulate within the royal city, claiming she had succumbed to lovesickness. Unable to accept the death of the count's son, she pined away, her affliction rendering her unhinged. Upon hearing this news, the nobles began to inquire about the appearance of the count's son, scouring the land for men who bore resemblance to him to present at the castle. The common folk, upon learning of the princess's plight, lamented once again her tragically beautiful love story. In the grand hall of the castle, once Diao completed her official duties, she ventured to see the handsome men her esteemed relatives had sent her. The ethereal presence of Gu Emo loomed nearby, his expression darkened. Tsk. As a spirit, he already resembles a ghost. Now with that scowl, he resembles a vengeful specter even more. His mood soured further as he noted her internal mockery. Gu Emo turned away, opting for ignorance. Tsk. Look at this one. His eyes are quite similar to yours. Haha, this one's rather plump, but his features are strikingly like yours. This one seems a bit aged, yet the upper half of his face resembles yours quite a bit.
Guyi Montak.
Will you look like him in 10 years? If you shed 30 pounds, Gu Emo, you might resemble this fellow, all delicate and fragile, like a feeble scholar. He wished he could cover his ears, but even that wouldn't silence her thoughts as they intruded upon his mind. He would much prefer to hear her muttering spells. Her voice was far more melodious than the present banter. Tsk, look at that physique, haha. Upon hearing her lewd laughter, Gu Emo whipped around, his gaze piercing, as if he could burn through her with his eyes. Diao remained unfazed by his fiery glare. After all, her current persona was one of disregard. Even if Gu Emo's eyes emitted actual flames, she would remain oblivious. Gu Emo, feeling utterly deflated, drifted closer to her. Diao furrowed her brow slightly, but did not move away. Gu Emo opened his arms, drawing near, as if to embrace her in a phantom hold. Though no contact was made, Diao felt her ears flush crimson. "Get away from me, you scoundrel." He paid her no heed, maintaining his embrace, striving to preserve the illusion as if he truly held her in his arms. Diao gritted her teeth, pointing at the man whose physique most resembled Gu Emo. Then, pointing again at another man whose eyes and nose bore a striking resemblance to Gu Emo. "Albeit with fair skin, and you stay too." In an unprecedented turn of events, the princess retained 4 handsome men. Word of this spread, leading to an influx of individuals seeking substitutes resembling the Count's son. Diao cast a challenging glance at Gu Emo, sulking in the corner of the grand hall, emitting an air of despondency as though he were a mushroom hiding in the shadows. Finding it somewhat amusing, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing her laughter, the 4 handsome men she had chosen stirred with excitement, one bold enough to approach her. Sensing the proximity, Diao shot a warning glare. "Do you wish to perish?" No sooner had she spoken than several guards emerged from the back of the hall, encircling the princess protectively, their gazes fierce as they glared at the 4 men. The 4 men trembled, collapsing to the ground in fear. Diao waved her hand dismissively. "Step back." The guards promptly retreated, blending into the shadows. Diao regarded the 4 men with an air of authority. "You are the gifts sent by my esteemed uncles. Out of respect, I shall keep you. But I do not entertain the presence of the useless. Consider your worth. If you cannot prove your value before nightfall, your existence will be rendered moot." The men quaked in terror. They were selected solely based on their resemblance to Gu Emo, lacking any special training, and a mere scare was enough to unravel them. The King's brothers, wishing to prevent the princess from bearing a child, had sent these handsome men with the intent to thwart her pregnancy. Diao scoffed. "So this is an attempt to eliminate my child?" Given the grand gift bestowed upon her by her uncles, she felt compelled to reciprocate in kind. In this realm of illusion, Diao acted with reckless abandon, unburdened by moral constraints. After all, she was the princess and future queen of this land, the embodiment of law. Feeling quite exhilarated, she thought that such scripted scenarios could be a delightful diversion, a liberation of self. Gu Emo, lurking in the shadows, perked up his ears and leisurely floated back to Diao's side, gently aligning with her. "What's this? No longer sulking in the corner?" Gu Emo surveyed the quaking 4 men, pursed his lips, and drew closer to Diao. Though there was no physical contact, the visual proximity was unsettling, prompting Diao to inch away, only for him to swiftly close the distance again. Diao felt exasperated. Ever since he had transformed into a spirit, he had become inescapably clingy, which was increasingly uncomfortable. There were nights when she awoke to find him standing vigil by her bedside, a sight that was rather alarming. He seemed to possess a profound sense of insecurity, and thinking back to his earlier sulking in the corner, Diao found it amusing. Shaking her head in resignation, a smile crept onto her lips. Realizing her own transformation, she was momentarily taken aback and swiftly suppressed her smile. What was happening to her? Was her heart softening due to their constant interaction in this illusion? No. I am merely influenced by the princess's emotions. He is now her deceased husband, and I cannot abide by her suffering. 3 days later, Diao's grand gift arrived. The nobles, fond of hunting, had heard rumors of a 9-colored deer in the forest and set out together. However, heavy snow trapped them in the mountains. A pack of wolves surrounded them, resulting in a fierce battle, with only a scant few managing to escape. The King's brothers received the devastating news that either their eldest son, youngest son, or even both had perished at the jaws of the wolves, their remains unrecognizable. In their darkest hour of grief, Diao returned the handsome men to them. A sudden shock coursed through their hearts, accompanied by a terrifying suspicion. Yet, they quickly dismissed the thought, convinced that the princess was incapable of such acts. In their minds, their niece remained the same romantic spirit who had forsaken her royal status for love, eloping with a stable hand. This was largely due to the king's effective secrecy, as he had kept the news of his rebellious offspring meeting their demise at the hands of the princess under wraps. His brothers were led to believe that the Lion King had acted out of fear of his son usurping the throne. Nevertheless, the princess felt no need to conceal her benevolent deeds, sending word through the charming young men who had retreated, inquiring, "Do my uncles and aunts appreciate the gifts I have bestowed?" Chapter 88. Departing the illusion, the body grows weaker. Gradually, the princess's fearsome reputation began to circulate among the nobility in hushed tones. While they publicly extolled her beauty and kindness, they refrained from uttering a single word of criticism, fearful that one misstep might lead to their demise. Diao was quite pleased with their astuteness and boldly pursued her ambitions. One day, a monk arrived from the distant land of Buddha. He presented the princess with a relic, informing her that donning it would allow her to see the person she longed for. The princess extended an invitation for him to stay, but the monk declined, expressing his desire to wander the world. Diao adorned herself with the relic, fixating her gaze in the direction of Gu Emo. As two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, Gu Emo remained tight-lipped.
Diao, somevat exasperated, urged, ei.
Do cooperate. Your expression is utterly devoid of emotion. You should be overwhelmed with tears. Gu Emo stifled his tears, unable to produce them, and could only regard the heartbroken maiden before him with a blank expression. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Diao let out a cold huff and decided to take center stage in this one-woman show. Gu Emo watched as his beloved ran towards him with arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Husband, my dear husband, I thought we were separated by realms, that I would never see you again." Her voice abruptly halted as she embraced nothing but air. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her hands reached out repeatedly in vain. Grasping at emptiness, spiraling into a frenzy of despair, she lost control, collapsing into tears. Gu Emo remarked, "My wife is truly an actress of remarkable talent. How could this be? Why am I unable to touch you? Even though I can see you, are we still separated by realms?
Why?
Why is it so? I have cleared all obstacles, and no one can prevent our union, yet I still cannot hold you." Gu Emo opened his mouth to speak, but the ancient spectre offered him no chance, rendering him a mute presence in this world. He could only feign sorrow as he gazed upon his despondent wife. "There must be a way. There must be a way." Diao, in a frenzy, declared, "Wait for me. I shall seek out that monk. He must have a solution." Gu Emo attempted to block her path, but she was beyond restraint. As a spectral entity, he could not impede her. He could only watch helplessly as she passed through him. He drifted after her, witnessing the astonishing scene within the crystal sphere, leaving the ancient spectre momentarily stunned. For millennia, he had ensnared men and women alike in illusions, witnessing countless variations, yet this particular rendition was one he had never dared to imagine. His once frail princess had transformed into a formidable harbinger of death. Even in death, they had not seen one another again, yet within this illusion, they had met in such a bizarre manner, bridging the chasm between realms. He chuckled, a sound both eerie and mocking. As his laughter echoed, blood tears streamed from his eyes. Gently caressing the crystal sphere as one would a lover, it briefly morphed into a skull before returning to its original form.
Did you see?
It could indeed unfold this way. If only you had possessed her courage back then. The crystal sphere trembled violently, fissures appearing upon its surface. The ancient spectre tightened his grip on the sphere, channeling his spectral energy into it to stabilize it against the impending explosion. His voice rasped, "It was my obsession that led me to seek other means for our union, yet now that I have found proof, I feel utterly childish. It is my fault. I have always known it was my fault, not yours. But for a millennium, my fixation has driven me mad. I merely wished to see if a different outcome was possible. The game must come to an end." With a flick of his finger, the ancient spectre expelled two souls from the crystal sphere, cradling them in his palm. Originally intending to destroy the souls as he had in the past, allowing them to forget everything about the illusion, he hesitated this time. Such delightful memories should remain. With a wave of his hand, the two souls swiftly entered the foreheads of Diao and Gu Emo. The ancient spectre departed with the crystal sphere, softly murmuring, "I must try. I must attempt that method, even if it leads to my ruin. Even if I turn to ashes, I shall endeavor to return to 1,000 years past." Just as he departed, dark clouds gathered above the castle, rumbling thunder echoing ominously. The director furrowed his brow. It seems rain is imminent. Will today as filming conclude smoothly? The assistant director chuckled. "No worries. We are nearly finished. They have already located the bear." The spectral bear stood before a pitch-black door, its haunting eyes fixated on the show's guests. The guests trembled in fear, almost on the verge of tears. Its gaze was terrifying, akin to that of a living being. Was it possible that it had been fitted with a liquid crystal screen or a camera? "Don't be so frightened. It's all fake." "Easy for you to say. Why don't you go first?" One quipped, though he was clearly afraid. "Let us not bicker. If we approach together, there is strength in numbers. If the bear is here, the bride must be here too."
Just as the guests steeled their courage to approach the spectral bear, Diao opened her eyes within the room, glancing around in a daze, still somewhat disoriented. Her hand instinctively moved to her abdomen. In the illusion, she had begun to show, yet now her stomach was flat.
Phew.
I thought I was going to give birth in the illusion. I wonder if the child is a boy or a girl. Regardless, I was their mother for 3 or 4 months. Diao forcefully pushed the coffin lid aside. All right. Spirit, you may rise now. Gu Emo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Diao with a hint of confusion. TSK. Still not fully present? Have you grown addicted to being a ghost, unable to make use of your current body? Gu Emo attempted to stand but fell back in defeat. Bitterness coating his mouth. I'm numb all over. The coffin was already cramped, and having lain there for too long, he felt entirely paralyzed upon rising. Diao grimaced in disdain. Useless. Is it still here? Gu Emo whispered. Diao quietly responded. It should no longer be here. The ghostly aura is quite faint. Just remnants of its presence. However, let us refrain from mentioning it, lest it hasn't strayed far and returns. Gu Emo nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Suddenly, Diao erupted into a fit of violent coughs. Gu Emo looked at her with concern. Your face is very red.
Diao patte der cheeks, im fine.
Having traversed the ghostly realm of Fengdu, her spirit was already in disarray, and her body lingered in a state of debilitation.
Now.
Having had a fragment of her soul extracted by an ancient specter and cast into an illusion, Diao found her physical condition further deteriorated. Gu Emo had finally regained his strength. He emerged from the coffin and reached out to caress Diao's face, but she recoiled. With a furrowed brow and a watchful glare, she admonished him, Do not lay a hand on me. There are others approaching. Return to your coffin and lie still. With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open.